Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the Chinese qualifiers for TI11. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, we had a really damn good day yesterday with some of the series. In particular, we all remember the Ponlo Chen coming out. Some fantastic moments, John. But a brand new day ahead of us. I'm sure we have a lot of moments ahead of us here today as well. Before we get into that, John, how are you doing? Mm, mm. I'm a real sicko, John. You know, this is my favorite part of qualifiers is the elimination series, and it's going to be an exciting day, right? Like, there's just so much on the line, and obviously, all these teams want a chance at TI11. Only a couple can make it, sadly, and only one of them can get through these qualifiers to get straight through to it. I believe we're starting with YBB Gaming versus Team Magma up tonight. Mm. Right. It's going to be quite an exciting matchup, I'm sure. I mean, Magma might be looking to be the favorites going into this matchup. Of course, yesterday, Magma, they did have a bye, so, they didn't have a chance to play a series yesterday. We didn't get to see them play one out. Of course, YBB Gaming, you kind of already talked about this, John, but they got knocked down by RNG in the upper bracket quarterfinals. So we'll see if they can take on Team Magma. I suppose if you are YBB, you've had a bit of a warm up going into
Yeah.
this lower bracket round of two matchup, but for Magma they are going in. I don't want to say blind, John. Obviously they know what they're doing, but they haven't had the warm up that YBB have.
Yeah, they haven't had the warm up. They haven't had a chance to play. At the same time, they performed better in their DPC, even though that was in Div 2. So I would maybe say they're a little bit better, as we've already seen some teams kind of eke out a little bit more, although this crossover hasn't quite happened yet. But Magma does look a little bit more consistently strong. So we've got to see, again, whether or not YBB's ready for this. YBB, their games just look pretty rough. RNG, of course, maybe it's just because it's RNG. Maybe they're on that path to get two O's into the grand finals, but YBB has a lot of room to kind of adjust. And I don't know if a day is enough to kind of fix your issues. Whereas
Hmm.
for Magma, I think they've had a much better time before time.
Well, let's have a look at the bracket, Jonathan. We can bring that up here on the screen and have a look at exactly what's going on throughout these qualifiers. And I mean, to be fair to YBB, I'll come into their defense, John. They were up against RNG, which is arguably the favorites of the whole bracket. So, you know, we'll see if they've fixed their errors going into this matchup. Of course, again, they are going to be up against Magma, and I believe right after that series, we are going to have VG against Team Fusion, both of which we saw yesterday as well. Fusion able to make it through the round of one of the lower bracket. In fact, they were the only team that had to play a series in the lower bracket round of one. They'll be up against VG Gaming, who, John, they didn't look too bad yesterday against Asteris either. VG Gaming. See, Asteris looking like the better team yesterday and making it through to the round of two of the winner bracket. But at the end of the day, VG might be a real problem here for Fusion later on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be another close matchup. I feel like VG, they were on the cusp of winning that game one yesterday up against Aster Aries, but just didn't manage to close out because again, the pawn low backdoor was not something you'd actually expect for the most part. Although it, he did
I
kind of
loved it.
sell us eggs, got the travels, got the deso, and got the luck to get the Book of the Dead. So
Yeah.
sometimes the stars just align. But it was a very close series up against Aster Aries, and Team Fusion should get themselves ready because they won over Team Cyan. Fair enough. I think that was an expected win because again, the last time they met was a 2-0. But up against VG, a little bit more of a test for those guys.
Absolutely. Of course, we do have the schedule for today coming up as well. We can bring that up on screen and have a look at the exact schedule, and there you go. I mean, YBB versus Team Magma, that's coming up right now. VG Gaming versus Fusion straight after. And of course, you are going to have eHome versus SZ later on, and IG versus LBZS as well. So some great Dota coming up all day for the Chinese region. Of course, it looks like we should be getting a lot of teams eliminated, sadly, throughout this qualifiers today. But again, John, if you're a sicko like me, this is the part you love the most.
Yeah, this is where the stakes are high. All teams are really gonna have to bring out their A game, and that should mean we have a great Dota lined up. So it should be
Mm.
competitive. It should be action packed. Yesterday was already action packed, and that's just the upper bracket. So even more on the line today, and I'm keen to see how much more we see today.
I'll tell you, John, that series yesterday with Asta Aries and Vici Gaming, it had me smiling all night. Like, I could barely sleep just thinking about it consistently. Like, what the hell happened? What did I witness? It was a great series. I honestly can't wait to see Asta Aries versus RNG, but that's in a couple days, obviously. We're not going to be able to get to see that straight away. In fact, I say it's in a couple days, but it's tomorrow. So it should be a very fun matchup for tomorrow. Today, though, again, all round of two lower bracket elimination games. You know, a lot of teams, four teams in fact, have to disappear. They have to go home today, or rather stay home today. No TI 11 for them. John, we saw the bracket, we saw the schedule. I mean, we may as well have a few predictions while we're here because we've got a few minutes before the draft really begins for this series. Do you want to give your overall predictions for all four series today, Jonathan?
It's a little hard to call the first two series. Our series are a little bit tough to say. I honestly feel like Magman's going to go through here just because, again, I value that consistent performance more over a really bad season. I think
Mm.
that, Div 2 of China was really competitive last tour. So Magma does actually look pretty damn good going up here, even though, again, they're a division down. Vici versus Team Fusion is also really hard to call because it was a close series up against Aster Aries at the same time. Vici is kind of up and down, really up and down, and I think that is something that Fusion might just be able to do to go up against fairly well because Fusion, as we say with Magma, they did pretty decently in Div 2. Not the best either, just right above relegation. So on paper, Vici should be better there. I would say that that's more likely to go 3 games. I think if Fusion manages to get a grip, and between eHome, IG, Shenzhen, and LBZS, I'd say eHome and IG are going through. I
Right.
I feel like they're just straight up the favorites, even though again they also got 2-0 losses, but they are more in the middle of the pack of Div 1 in comparison, up against the middle of the pack of Div 2 or the lower half middle. And that should fare better for both of those teams. They've got the experience to back them up. But again, it's China. It's very competitive. It's very tight, and it can go either way. TI qualifiers especially are just full of surprises.
One more prediction, Jonathan. Who wins the whole qualifier?
Ooh, who wins the qualifier? That one's a bit cursed, mainly because we already have RNG kind of shaping up. I'm in 2-0 at the top, literally at the top part of the bracket. If they 2-0 Aster Aries and then 2-0 the upper bracket final, I would say the lower bracket would win. If
Wow.
that's the case, I think it's just cursed. I think that pat on upper bracket just is definitely cursed. Although I would say RNG is probably my favorite to win. They just looked really really good. They're probably the cleanest team. It's nice to see them playing with Ghost, because the last time we saw RNG, of course, was in the major and they didn't have Ghost. They had Ana standing in, and I felt like
Mm.
Ghost is a very skilled young player that we've been seeing from C for a while. So I think RNG is my personal favorite. It's hard to say the two other teams, right? Because it's so
Right.
close. I want to see Aster Aries up there. in the last or in any form of TI, whether last chance or restricted groups. And I've got a feeling that we might see Extreme Gaming up there as well. I think Extreme
Well,
Gaming is a very serious contender. I think that that is generally my three. I don't know where they're going to rank, but yeah, those are the three teams I think I that make it to Singapore in some form.
okay, fair enough. Thank you for that, Jonathan. We should be getting underway with our Game 1 draft of YBB versus Team Magma very, very soon. Any particular hero matchups you're looking at, John? Like any very competitive heroes between these two teams, perhaps? You already kind of pointed out Magma is your favorites going into this matchup against YBB, but any hero matchup strategies, anything in particular we need to keep an eye on between these two teams?
Yeah, I think you might see some priority on the DP that we've been seeing a little bit yesterday. Maybe some more concession on the Marcy. I don't think we've been going too left field with the recent games yesterday. I think it's been pretty in line with the meta. Nothing too strange coming out. Chen's going to be a priority as well. Visage is either an outright first phase ban or a pocket pick for a lot of these teams. And I think that's going to be pretty much the big set of heroes to watch out for. Maybe a Terrorblade last phase ban if the core isn't picked up yet. Those are generally what we saw yesterday. Every now and again, you see some deviations. I believe we saw a troll at some point from Ghost and worked out fair enough. That did take some time to farm. He went for Battle Fury. But troll's also been somewhat being picked up more with some sustain heroes. I'm honestly keen to see whether or not we see stuff like the Winter Wyvern or the Dazzle slide through. The Dazzle feels like it's been a lower priority in
Mm.
comparison to when we saw teams at Genting, but the Chen and the Winter Wyvern have still been on the up and up every now and again. Enchantress is there too, and you mentioned this yesterday. I would really like to see a Chen versus Enchantress scenario
Yeah.
without the Winter Wyvern, just to have that little curse on hand. I think that would be pretty fun, but you never know. We don't see too much Ench in comparison, but it still fits in.
I wonder if that shard would actually like really work as a counter towards Chen. Like obviously if you're within range it does seem kind of a guaranteed kill almost on Chen, but we haven't seen any teams prioritize it. I think Ench as a hero, the problem with Ench right now is apart from that shard against Chen, it just seems kind of lackluster at the moment as a hero, right? So oh, it's so sad, John. I want to see it so bad. I want to see it more badly than I want to see the Centaur Ags coming out, which probably isn't going to happen today for anyone watching. Just in case you are hoping for a Centaur Ags, chances are it's never going to happen. But, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing an Ench coming out against a Chen. That would probably make my heart feel very, very warm, John, just seeing Chen get destroyed by his own army. Chances are we aren't going to see that either because Ench is not a very good hero right now, John. Trust me, I've tried. I've tried. It's not doing too well. It's on its last legs right now. Needs a buff or two.
Yeah, it's still effective enough, I'd say. Up against a Chen, even without the shard, your main thing is just annoying Chen.
Yep.
So you'd probably hold out because the Enchantress has better trade potential, I want to say, in comparison to Chen in lane. So if Chen goes for Divine Favor and just tries to heal up in lane, you're just going to win right clicks with stealing his creep away, and then just kind of taking that out of the equation, and then having Impetus as a sort of a trump card or
Mm.
and level one nature's attendance still feels really good as well. So I think a Chen versus Enchantress is fine to toss out in lane. That would assume you're running, say, a pause 4 inch if you're running up against a pause 5 Chen, which can be a little bit more awkward, but also not the worst thing in the world. Enchantress can still be active, so
Mm.
that wouldn't be too bad. I think another thing that's been shaping up is the mid lane matchups. We've seen a little bit more Lenas, and we've seen some shifts in itemization. I believe we saw almost like a phase boots being queued up, but we ended up with the travels. The timing was kind of on and off. Like Lena just feels like it's in a bit of a bind because it does rely on flash farming. It's one of those farmier mids, but it's also not like it can be like a late game scaling hero, as we saw in the series of Aster Ares and VG. But I think the one thing is that it can be really tough for you to hit your mid game timing now because of the lack of small camps and with how much that impacts mid. Nalina is one of those heroes that feels like it's really hurt by it. In comparison, Ember can play with his natural 6 or 7 spike much better. Whereas Lena, it's just not mobile enough to run up to someone and, just straight up LSA Laguna and find a kill in a rotation. Ember still has that potential. So I think We're still gonna see that kind of emphasized today as well. Fwop probably a pick or ban. Puck still in the up and up as well, and we haven't seen too much Storm and Void Spirit, but they are options, and we saw that in Genting quite nicely. So I'm keen to see if any of those teams kind of bring that out today.
Yeah, that's fair. It kind of goes, yeah, back to that side camp issue of the mid lane. It does feel like every laner we've seen so far, they don't really get moving at all until you see them farm up that boots of travel, and well, even once you have the BOTs up, you do seem to lack a bit of damage. So it just feels like the idea is just farm up boots of travel, just keep TPing across the side lanes, keep pushing out those waves, get the farm that way, rather than relying on the escalation through the side camps of the mid lane. And well, it is a little bit unfortunate for the old Lena, but she's had a good run, and she's still going, to be fair. So it seems like teams are still prioritizing this hero as a mid laner. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are wondering why we have not started yet, it is because we are having some issues with one of the players. Looks like some technical issues, so we are just trying to get that sorted as we speak. John, considering we are just kind of waiting for a player, have you had merienda today? Did you have breakfast?
Yeah, I've had breakfast for sure. Merienda's later in the day, of course, but breakfast, I had some mee goreng,
Migori.
instant mee goreng, as you would know. Yes, of course, the most prolific noodle in Australia, I believe, with your proximity
Yeah.
to Indonesia. It was all right. It was not Indomie. I had the local Filipino brand, which I actually do like. I think they tone down the spice a bit, give it a little bit more, make it more palatable to Filipino taste, which is like just less spicy overall. I mean, I like my spice, but I like a milder mee goreng. But it's nice. It's nice, Mike. How
I
about you?
love
You had any breakfast? You had any lunch lined up?
Absolutely not, John. You know I don't eat till later on in the day. But I was gonna say I love the way you pronounce palatable. I believe. How was it? Palatable? Did you say?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about that in my head. Like palate, palatable. I was like,
Oh, you were
I have no
close.
clue.
I see where
I
you
have
were
no
going
clue.
with it. I really appreciate your pronunciation a lot of the time, John X5. Thank you for that. It's always a good
You're
laugh for
welcome.
me. Even though even though my pronunciation's usually pretty bad as well. I've got to make fun of somebody, John, and you're the only man in front of you
Fair
right
enough.
now. So yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Only two people in the camps, unfortunately. If we could have a third one, we'd probably have Nina over or Neff, God help us. Either one of them would be fun to laugh
No,
at,
they wouldn't.
for sure.
Yeah, to laugh at. Yeah, absolutely. We could just have a photo of them up and it'd be enough. I don't think we don't need to unmute their microphones, Jonathan. Let's not go that far. Goodness me, they might have something to say. Yeah,
Oh, goody.
still we are going to be waiting a little bit more again as we do have some technical issues. John, while we are waiting, have you played the new Undying yet? Have you experienced how busted Undying is in the meta right now in your
Yeah,
pubs?
yeah, I've given it a try. I haven't really played ranked, just been playing with my friends. The cast point is really nice. I think
Mm,
the he I would say Undying has almost gotten over buffed. I think he's now lined up for a very big nerf down the line because it's just I mean they nerf his ags from 10th strength to 8th. It's like does you don't even build that even as a core for the most part. You really don't care about that. I'm like I know. And now the cast point is really good. It feels trivial. Like it almost feels trivial to even cast your spell. It's like I don't even need to
yeah,
think about this. I just press my Q and my decay is gonna land on 2 heroes no matter what. It's like, all
so
right.
good.
And yeah, it is really good. It's like it's a good time to play the Undying if you want to play it. I've been I know what have I been enjoying? I've been playing Ogre Magi more just
I saw.
because it's fun and I've been playing a little bit more turbo. So in turbo, you just go like, your E-Blade, your Kaya, your Aetherlens. It's much more fun. You have fun, you have your items, and then you don't care about your team. But I do enjoy Ogre right now. Just that 75 base damage is funny. Like it's like your
Yeah.
Treant Protector, but you've got some armor on and you can chase people down with an orb. So it feels pretty good. But Undying is also pretty
Well,
damn good.
hold on a minute. I'm not going to let you slide on this one, Jonathan. I was watching one of your ogre games, and it was you were playing a non-turbo matchup. Snitching on John X Fire here, John. Why did I see a Midas rush without brown boots? Could you explain that to the
Uh,
viewers?
was
Is that a
this which one was it? I'm trying to recall. I
is
play
this a
5 man
recommended
and I
build?
instantly just if we're trolling, we're trolling. Legitimately, like half the games we're not even trying because the other team is 5 Smurfs, so why even bother playing the game? It's
Right.
like Yeah, I'm just gonna build Midas, and we're just gonna try to make this fun, and as much fun as you can have in a stomp. It's like every other game right now I'm playing is like 5 Smurfs. So I'm trying to have fun here, Mikey, and my fun in Ogre Magi is a Midas. No matter what
Yeah.
anyone tells you, there's nothing more satisfying than rolling a 2 times multicast, a 4 times multicast, a 3 times on a Midas use. It just feels very satisfying.
Can I just say, I was watching that game and I felt so sad because a lot of the times when you went to pop your Midas, it just wouldn't multicast. And I was just cringing
Oh yeah,
behind the
that game
screen. I'm
was
like,
bad.
please,
That
like
game was
why,
very bad.
why is this Midas not multicasting? Like you're multicasting everything else. Everything else was multicasting 4 times. But every time you touched Midas, it just wasn't doing anything. It was rather hilarious to watch. I felt rather sad for you, John Xfire. I felt very sad.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, Lady Luck doesn't roll her dice. What we do have on hand that's rolling
Mm.
is very shortly the draft. So we're ready to go soon. The game has launched. In case you're getting tired of the talking heads, you're gonna have the player camp soon, and I'm hoping we see more players with the cat headphones because we saw Somnus with it, and apparently we saw even more players with. We don't have it here today. That's very disappointing. But at
Yeah.
least the draft's on hand. That's some consolation right there, Mikey.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't really want any more cat headphones if we can avoid it, to be frank. But. Oh, look at that, John. We were just speaking about
Wow.
Undying coming up. There you go, YBB, right into the Undying. Going back to the point you made about this hero, I agree with you. The cast animation on the Decay now, it's just so easy. Like, it actually feels like you don't need to think anymore. I see 2 heroes, I press Q, I've got +8 strength. It's kind of insane. In fact, I thought we had cat headphones there for a moment. Only pink ones, sadly, but almost there. My point being, John, as Undying during the laning stage now, even with just level 1 decay at the level 1 mark, it feels like within 20 seconds you're gonna have +16 strength, right? And then they just can't fight you anymore. No matter what offlaner you got, unless it's like a Timbersaw or something, they just can't fight.
It's just really easy to start running down. I think even a Timbersaw at level 1 probably doesn't want to fight that, Mikey. It's a strength hero. You're not. If you do go level 1 reactive, you're pretty much dead. So I think the Timbersaw just has a good time overall in the first 3 levels, and maybe up to level 5 depending on the matchup. You do see the Tusk being taken up by Magma, another hero that we've been seeing a little bit more. It does have some good save potential there once the blink is up, as we've seen time and time again. And if you do manage to save up for the Ags, you've got that potential kickback. And the Dazzle comes out, so they do pick up the Dazzle here on Magma's end. Again, we didn't see too much of that Dazzle yesterday, but now you've got a little bit more sustain. You can kind of hook that up with a core that loves sustain frontline. The Troll we mentioned could be an option. The Terrorblade could be an option for Magma here as well down the line. Probably not in the second phase. Maybe last pick overall if they want that. If you have a lot of room to get that done. I'd love the response out from YBB though, and knowing that with a Tusk and Dazzle, you don't really have any Dispels on hand. You don't have room for the Oracle or the Abaddon, so it becomes a really easy game to just lasso out and grab someone away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Batrider has proven to be quite strong recently. One of those heroes that just never seems to disappear. Like, unless you nerf it to the absolute ground, Batrider always has its place in the meta. And there you go. Once again, picked up by YBB. Going back to the Dazzle for a moment, John, this is a hero you talked about before the draft even started, not really being picked up so much. It looks like Magma still see the strength in this hero, and I'd still say Dazzle does feel very, very potent as a support, especially during the laning phase. Do you think it's worth Magma picking it up here, John? Like, obviously we don't know what strat they're trying to go into, but do you think it's that weak at the moment in the meta, or do you think most teams are just underestimating it?
I don't think it's that weak. It's still really strong. It's very dominant in lane, no matter what your laning partner is, and it just enables you to take these hyper carries that love to stay on edge. Again, Terrorblade comes to mind, Troll comes to mind as well, and it just works really great against that. Usually with the Dazzle, if Shallow Grave is a massive problem, that requires very specific counter picks and really just the axe to kind of eat through it. And you don't tend to see that. And that just gives the Dazzle a lot of value right now in terms of the sustain up front, how long it can prolong these fights, as we've seen in general from some of these healing sports like Chen. So I think it still has a lot of value. I'm just keen to see what Magma ties into it. There's always the weird slight chance for some major cheese here for something like the Husker. I don't think we're going to get that, but you never know as well in TI qualifiers, Mikey.
I mean, if there's a time to bring out the cheese, John, I always say it's during the qualifiers, especially when you're in the when you're already in the lower bracket. Much better off just bringing the cheese while you can throughout this lower bracket, and see, every game's going to matter. Like, getting that game one advantage in a best of 3 series in the lower bracket always feels really nice going into that game number 2, and I'm sure both teams understanding this will, bring out the strats now while they can in game 1. We are going to see a couple more bans to come out. There goes the Viper, right into the Zeus from Team Magma. A hero that, I don't want to say it was nerfed too much in the recent patch, John. It did drop off a little bit, but as a hero, it still seems very potent. And this should be a mid Zeus, I believe, coming out.
Yeah, should go down to the mid. It's still been doing well overall in the qualifiers, and you do have decent enough supports that can just go ganking and have the Zeus, kind of just pop up with the Thunder God's Rat down the line, get some burst off. You are fairly durable though on the side of YBB. Like, Undying's probably not going to be minding that too much. If he has a couple of decay stacks, he's going to be able to tank through a lot more. And the Bat Rider can kind of survive through some of that burst, although Zeus in lane can kind of annoy the Bat Rider greatly, especially with his little jump away. It's not going to be easy to run him down. See the Hoodwink picked up as well. This is a hero that we saw a lot of yesterday and has been really on the up and up. I feel like the shard change was overall a boon. Like, there was a lot of utility you lose out with, say, the illusion and the bushwhack on the spot with the illusion, but the boomerang does allow you to really burst these heroes down, so that could be one solution in jumping the back line. Create control for the lineup as well, so they do lack like wider area control, which is also the same issue Magma currently has. They only really have Snowball to kind of tie heroes in together in the shorts to cut them off. And I like what YBB's done. They see that lineup, they see the Dazzle, they're like, all right, eventually they're going to look for these big cores that do want to stay on edge. We take the troll ourselves. We have seen that troll work out in a lot of circumstances. Again, yesterday, what comes to mind was Ghost with his troll game, which did take longer, but Battle Fury is still a viable pickup, and Magma straight interfaces Void. I mean, it plays nicely with Dazzle. It's not the most amazing sort of Dazzle combination on hand, as you don't really have the flash healing on Void. If you're going to die, you're probably not going to be able to backtrack off that much damage. So there's still a lot of play left from YBB, but this is a good way of maybe handling a Bat Rider lane. You always have the Time Walk away in case of danger, although that still feels like a very nice Bat lane if they will shift it to off. And Magma keeps their options open to kind of deal with the troll. I mean, it should be a straightforward off-lane pick, as one would assume, but it does look like, they're kind of just allowing certain things to go through in the draft. Both sides are. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, we are going to have final bans come out now from either side. It looks like both teams looking for an off-lane on either side of this draft. Razor was removed here by YBB. Of course, Doom was removed by Team Magma. We had the pleasure of seeing the Doom Ags yesterday as well, and that did seem fairly busted to try and have to play against. Very, very challenging to try and play against, that's for sure. And you kind of underestimate how big the AoE is until you kind of get caught by it, and then realize you just can't get away from it either. In fact, it kind of reminds you of a Lich ult, right? Like, you've got to split up to try and avoid the ult bouncing per se, and that's what it feels like with the Doom AoE Ags. It's like you've got to split up in a very particular way to not continuously be affected by it. So it's like a weird coordination that has to happen with your teammate to run the exact opposite way, so he has to make a choice as to who he's chasing.
Yeah, you've got to delta split pretty far out. I'd say it's like that. It's also a bit like, honestly, just Disruptor with Ags. Like, it's a very funny thing, right? Like, Disruptor Ags was just AoE Doom. Now, AoE Doom is actually a thing, and it moves around. But you don't have something like Kinetic Field to hold him down, so you'd want some follow-through. You do see the Mars band out, along with Pangolier as well. So again, just taking care of some off-lane picks. I think the big issue right now for YBB is if the Chrono does go off, you have the Zeus backing you up with damage. And they go with the Lycan here on YBB, so they are trying to maybe play a faster game. They're not going in on the team fight. Their control is just extremely reliant on these bushwhacks and these lassos coming out. from our Batrider and our Hoodwink. You've got a lot of room to
10 seconds
kind of dance
remaining.
around that on Magma's end. And I think all they need on Magma now is just a
5
little bit more
seconds
wave
remaining.
clear. Like, they only really have the Zeus that can clear out these waves in pretty quick fashion. You've got to find a way to kind of stop that Lycan from taking over. Down the line, there's some scalability here too for YBB. I mean, you've got a good bite target in the Troll, although he will be stuck in melee form, but it is still a lot of output and a lot of speed for that Troll to play with.
Absolutely. I do like the Lycan. It just feels like you can outpace the side of Team Magma now with this draft that they've come up with on the side of YBB. Just feels like it's going to be all about the execution. Team Magma, and how they do want to try and respond to this. Really doesn't feel like they've got a decent kind of counter pick here towards the Lycan.
You may now
You have some
select your heroes.
great push with the Zeus, but now with the Tide, I'd say it's much better off. A very good way of kind of just holding towers here with the Tide Hunter, and but naturally even more team fight coming out. So you're not just solely reliant on a decent chrono now throughout these team fights. You've got the Ravage from Irving to try and really set you up. And again, I think Tide is just very, very good against Lycan. Like, Anchor Smash, just never let him push. Eventually, you just build into the Ags as well, so you have the AoE Gush. And it just becomes impossible for this Lycan to ever really get a push going, assuming you get to that point for Irving.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of a matter that Magma's draft is really slow. Like, there's no big playmaker here on Magma's end. They're just kind of stuck farming with the Tide, stuck farming with even the Zeus, and of course the Faceless Void have to get that build up. So their timings are pretty late in the game. Whereas for YBB, I mean, it's pretty fast. Troll doesn't need too much if it's not a Battle Fury build. Lycan just needs a Dominator, maybe just travel to blink up on a Batrider being the one that takes the longest. But even then, it's a Batrider. It doesn't take too long to farm. My big concern right now for Magma is not only is that pacing of the game just a lot later, but their pacing is also tied into these ults. Same Chrono, Ravage down the line. Those are fairly long cooldowns, and you've got to wait for it every time.
Okay, so in terms of drafts then, Jonathan, do you have a draft that you outright prefer here going into this game one? Do you think YBB came out on top, or do you side with Magma?
I'm leaning towards YBB. I think their draft is just a lot better paced from what we've been seeing. You know, it's in line with how the games have been going. It's really quick to get up and running. It does have scaling as well with the Troll and the Lycan. Even a Batrider, of course, scales really well, so I don't think you're going to have issues there. And it's really down to Magma. Like, if they can stall the game, it becomes easier for them with the threat of Chrono and Ravage. But if they don't manage to kind of slow down this game, it does feel like either they play perfectly around their cooldowns, they have this overwhelming start on Mercy, or they just get run down and they lose their map and they can't farm up.
That's fair enough. I kind of lean towards Magma's draft myself, but I see where you're going with this, John. Like, it can be very hard to keep up with the pacing of what YBB can get done here. So let's keep an eye out. Let's see what happens between these two teams. I'm very excited to see exactly where they are going to head with this game number one.
30
So
seconds
again, you
to
want
battle.
that big advantage going into game number two if you can. Well, we'll see very soon which team can pull off at least the first game victory. See very, very soon. Could be a level 1 team fight to break out as well. I think Magma with the Dazzle would love to have a level 1 team fight right now, as Dazzle with Poison Touch just feels so powerful at this level 1 mark. It's like Beyond will send the Wolves in to scout out a little bit. They don't really want to have to fight against this Poison Touch this early on, so they'll just let this boundary rune be. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. Pretty even start between these two teams. No problems either way. And we'll start with the mid lane, Jonathan. Of course, you're going to have ZC on the Batrider, and he'll be against the Zeus of Dust. Interesting matchup here between the Zeus and the Batrider. Who do you give the inherent hero advantage over to, John?
I'd say this one's fairly even. Maybe the Batrider now, the extra damage he does on every sticky napalm, so you do have a little bit of value there. Both heroes kind of want the spell spam. The Batrider a little bit more than the Zeus, so you do get a lot of value for the stick here on Dust. But I feel like the Zeus is just going to have a little bit of a hard time. Every time he expends mana, he's going to have really good rune control to keep up against the Batrider. And the stick, it's nice, but it gives you a couple of extra spell casts, and that's enough time for ZC to really just get extra damage, as you're already seeing in the right-click trades.
Yeah, it's a lot of stacks here from ZC. Stacks already. Of course, top lane. You're going to have the Undying with Summer. against the Dazzle QIQX, and of course Irving's going to be there on the Tide as well. Talk to me about the top lane, John. Like, they're against the Undying here. But Undying versus Dazzle, like, this might be one of the matchups that Undying doesn't feel so comfortable with.
Yeah, it's not the easiest place to be for Chanming. I mean, Poison Touch just allows you to win right-click trades. You've got a big beefy Tide who does get annoyed with the decay, but look at the splitting up from Magma. They're just staying so far apart, you're not able to really get double decays. You've got to focus on one or the other. They are focusing on Irving. Level 1 Tide's not the tankiest here.
Tombstone's there as well. That'll slow Irving down quite nicely, and Irving, Fairy Fire is there. He'll try to survive, but in the end, they'll have the damage. In fact, QIQX, also getting caught out by the zombies, is going to drop a double kill out for Summer. You couldn't have asked for a better start if you are the POS 1 of YBB. Not only the first blood bonus, but a double kill this early on.
Yeah, that's not a good sign from Magma. It's just the nature of their lanes. It's always going to be a little bit slower. Like, you've got the Tide up against Troll. Troll can just play in the range form. Dazzle, sure, he can toss out the Poison Touch, but you're not getting follow-through until you get maybe a value point in Gush. Then you can try to chase someone down. And even if you do, you're trying to chase down an Undying or a Troll with the access to slow, the access to give you a mischance. It's a pretty hard lane to really leverage the aggression of a Dazzle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is. So that final lane we haven't really talked about. Bot lane, Beyond and SJ have been against the Void, and of course Mercy. So far seems to be very good for Beyond. Just no real struggle farming up on the Lycan, and that's going to be a bit of a scary time for Magma. Considering the Lycan just has free reign over this bottom lane, it's quite concerning knowing you can't really stop him from getting that quick home with the Dominator and just moving right into the Overlord. And that's kind of the point, right? Like, you might have the D push now with the Tide Zeus, but it's still very scary in the middle of a team fight being chased by some massive Ancient.
Yeah, they've still got a lot that they can play off from Beyond. Baye is farming fairly well, so he's also not being slowed down too badly, but you're not getting aggressive either. You've got a Tusk that's playing a little bit more passive on 5. It does feel like Tusk really shines in that laning phase if you can combine with the tag team, chase someone down. Faces Void is not a hero that really wants to play that way. They'll give it a little bit of a poke, get a couple of bashes, but Beyond is right by his tower, so you can't really expect to shove him away. And he's got the Helm of Iron Will, along with a Feral Impulse, so he'll just heal right back up after a few seconds.
Yeah, chances are he just won't ever need to leave the lane anymore now. Just has that constant regen. So the bonus armor very effective as well against Tusk Void. You've more than happy here as the Lycan, that's for sure. I suppose top lane's the one to watch once again as Irving. He's in trouble another time as the Tide. They are going to drop the Tombstone. Does have stick charges, so he's going to be able to regen up and heal up. And looks like QIQX was right behind him just in case. So this time around, the Tombstone doesn't really end up panning out in a kill. The thing is, it is going to allow space for someone to keep CSing freely. And you know, for the Tide, even if he is having a decent enough time with the CS, it just doesn't feel like this lane's getting any easier for him.
Yeah, it's really not giving that much out. I think, again, the issue is that you're not able to get as aggressive with your Dazzle, although they are, again, making it work as best they can, but there's enough room here for Chanming to maybe look for the pulse, start to equalize the lane a little bit more, and just give Summer even a better time in terms of harassing out Irving. We've still got 3 Mangoes left on Chanming as well. We were taking a look at that in mid, where it is getting a little bit rough for Dust. Did walk back to base, get topped up, and now ZC's chasing down just a bit. TP holds him back, but that's a wasted TP now from our Tusk this time around.
We'll see if he can try to make something happen. I mean, he is looking at Beyond down a bot lane, so maybe they could try for the Lycan, but it's just so hard to imagine them finding the kill. In they go again. Tag team is out. Beyond, he's just such a tanky boy, but now with the shards out and the bashes, he is dropping Beyond. He'll go for a run, but the chase is going.
Oh.
No lucky bashes after, though. He got like 1 bash, and that was it.
Yeah, if it doesn't line up, it doesn't line up. Almost had a kill, but he's just too tanky. Like, Iron Will, the crown up now, level 2 Feral Impulse. It feels like you've missed that window. Just chancing on the time lock is not very reliable, and that should give some room for SJ to actually start going towards mid as well to kind of fortify ZC's position. Maybe look for the 6-minute rune here as well, although
Top lane.
nice Thunder Gods.
It was a nice Thunder God's Wrath. Summer's still going to be able to pick up the Dazzle kill, and this Tide is still struggling to get out, but Irving eventually is going to be able to walk away. Problem is, mid lane, ZC able to find a kill here against Dust. And Dust just getting dived on the Zeus. ZC kind of realizing nobody could rotate it in to try and help out. And, well, it looks like Mercy still trying to get in there on the Tusk, but is unable to really help out at all.
Yeah, it just comes down to ZC being able to secure his haste rune as well. So he felt confident enough to try to dive. He didn't even need to pop it. And will still have that haste ready if he wants to play once the lasso is back up. A very strong start for YBB already. Just being able to execute with their early spikes very nicely at the moment. And the side of Magma, again, their lineup is just a lot more passive. Like, we're not even seeing the two supports hook up with each other onto the mid. Tried to play with, say, the Poison Touch and maybe just the Shards blocking the tag team slow, but they're not able to really connect because of how the lanes are going, and that's just giving YBB this time to get their build up.
He's going to be all right, ZC. The haste rune allowing him to just kind of run out of range of Dust so he can't follow up with the lightning bolt into the arc lightning. Bottom lane, Mercy going to try and move in onto SJ. There's the wolf form. Beyond, he does pop it. He should at least find a trade for himself, and does do so. In fact, now the chase is on for Irving. He's got the Helm of the Dominator up, so the bonus damage is there, but Irving is going to prove to be a little bit too tanky here on the Tide. So an even trade happening down at the bot lane. Beyond, he won't be too upset about that whatsoever. With that, Magma, they kind of just take what they can get.
Yeah, they find a nice kill. Not the biggest in the world, but again, you're already applying so much pressure that the Tide's forced to show up bot. You're trying to shift out Baye up top to kind of just find some farm. You've got a lot of heroes down mid here.
Yeah, you do. The Undying right behind the tree line there is going to get caught out, but here comes ZC to try and help out. They'll find maybe a bit of a trade-off against the Dazzle, though Thunder God's Wrath is going to fly in and at least secure the Undying kill. But in we go onto SJ. They might just have a nice bushwhack out from SJ, but it won't matter in the end. They do secure a secondary kill here for the side of Team Magma. That'll be happy days for them.
Yep. They find a support trade in the end, although they are starting to find a little bit more from those pickoffs. And I like the way Magma's clumping up. They've got this Chrono to play with.
Oh, nice Chrono. Very nice Chrono out from the Void, catching the Batrider. That'll be ZC and the Undying to drop. They will both go down, no problem. Really nice Chrono out from our Void.
They just line up, they play around these timings very well. I mean, they have it ready to go, they want to use the spell. They've still got Ravage as well, just kind of coming out on Irving, so when they have mana, they can get that done. The issue is, after that set of kills, I mean, you see the progress they have on the tier 1 tower. They had a creep wave, they can't even really shove in. And that is your Void showing up. In comparison, Summer's just farming up top freely. He's going for the Battle Fury, and if you don't stop him now, he's just going to grow faster and faster.
Well, they're going to make the jump in now. Summer trying to get that tier 1 tower down. Now needs to run. He does have Battle Trance up. He does pop it in the end. I mean, he's going to try at the very least to survive through this. He'll heal up a little bit with that lifesteal. QYQX dropping a little bit low, but not really within danger. He's going to be just fine to walk out, and they will find a great kill now into the POS 1 troll. Terrible news here for YBB, just giving a few too many kills away, and feels like with all these kills being handed over to the Void, he's going to have a decent time catching up.
He's still sort of bottom net worth, but this is accelerating Baye's build-up into the hand of Midas, so it shouldn't be too bad once that's up. It's still going to take some time. Biggest issue with the Void is just very slow farmer. You can kind of work around the map decently enough with a time walk, but you just aren't clearing out those camps or the creep waves that fast. So we'll see how much more he can get. I feel like Magma still needs to buy time. Maybe they can start playing around the potential of Irving with a Ravage. That could be the next sort of spell to get control for them and kind of give them those openings. For the side of YBB, I mean, you're still fairly happy with the progress coming out in the summer. Maybe just overstays his welcome top. But you are still kind of waiting to get a couple of items up. Like, yeah, the Dominator is big. You do want more on ZC. He's got the travels up, so that could be one of their launching points as well. Just having that speed to pull someone back, look for the kill, could be one way to line it up. However, Magma are still clumping up top, looking for that tier 1 push.
You got Chrono up in 18 seconds, so they're feeling rather safe here, Magma. There's going to be a glyph being forced out from YBB.
Is under attack.
In fact, YBB looks like they might try to force in the mid-tier 1 instead and go for a bit of a trade. They could find the mid-tier 1. It's certainly a favorable trade for YBB, but problem's always going to be that Irving can just TP in like this and just continue to push out the wave over and over again with that max anchor smash. It's Team Magma still trying for the top tier 1 tower. Should have no problems taking it down, and they won't. Even finding the Midas now on that Void. As mid lane, there is going to be a bit of a chase onto Tianming. He'll drop the Tombstone just defensively. That's going to be enough. Force them to back away. But I think Magma are more than happy with this. Like, they'll get a free tier 1 tower. They'll give away their own bottom tier 1, but it does feel like that they have so much time to catch up in terms of farm now. So they do even find Tianming. Mercy will be chased down by ZC, but in comes the help from QYQX, and ZC kind of getting juked out there by Mercy. He can't go for this kill anymore. He's gonna back out. The backup is there for the Batrider, and ZC just kind of misses out. Dust. He'll be fine to heavily jump away. SJ looking for the bushwhack, not gonna find one, and now the snowball is gonna be in to punish the hoodwink. But even trying, as in comes the Void, a great shard's out. They've caught the Batrider. They even have Chrono, but they won't pop it yet. They'll hold out for now, that the chase is ongoing. There's Irving, he'll show up. ZC, he's been slowed up, but he does have the Firefly to just run over the tree line. The snowball is gonna chase him down, but won't connect in time. So they weren't willing to commit the Chrono for the Batrider attempt. And with that, they will miss out.
They drag a lot of heroes down mid, and that should be the tier 1 that they get aggressive for here on the side of Magma. Again, their push isn't the fastest in the world. There's ample enough time for YBB to come up with some play there. I feel like YBB's been a little bit more passive than you'd expect with the Lycan. Like, Beyond has had the Dominator for a while, and they haven't made as many moves with it as you'd expect. Now, the Overlord isn't too far away. Maybe that's the bigger timing for them to kind of wait out. Just want the Ancient Creep first. Maybe the Black Dragon or the Thunderhide could be really nice. Even the Golem could be good for the added HP. And they have managed to buy space out for summer. Still number 1 in net worth here on the Troll, although Baye is kind of closing the gap with his Midas now on the Faceless Void. And that is a cause for concern. Every single time Magma still has these big teamfight spells, there's always a threat that YBB, if they do commit for a bit of a push themselves, will get punished extremely hard for it, maybe leading to this more cautious playstyle of theirs.
YBB is still very patient. Magma, I mean, you look at that Void now, he's second in net worth, only to the POS 1 Troll. So Summer, I mean, he's got his Battle Fury up, to be fair, so his own farm should escalate, but considering this is a Troll Warlord that got a double kill and first blood at 2 minutes into the game, you kind of expect this kind of timing here on the Battle Fury. I just fear that the Void's just keeping up way too well. Like, he's got Midas up, Javelin's available, he'll have the Maelstrom soon as well. And after you've got the Maelstrom, not only does your farm escalate, but you've got much more damage in that Chrono. And so things are looking rather scary for YBB. They certainly haven't hit their timing either with the Lycan. Home of the Overlord's still not up, and they aren't really able to abuse it yet.
Yeah, they're just playing really passive, and that's to their detriment. Their lineup needs to be a lot faster. They want to play as 4, or at least play as 3 somehow, with the Lycan kind of just using the shapeshift every time you can, but this farming playstyle is just benefiting Magma. I mean, Irving has the entire bot jungle to himself. There's no one to stop this tide. They've been playing up top very nicely here on Magma's side as well, invading parts of the jungle, keeping range shoved out, and YBB aren't punishing. And then they're just allowing this farm war, which maybe they're more confident in the Troll, but they've got a lot of concerns about catching Bayi later on. Like, they have to find a way to stop that Void, to stop the Ravage.
Well, they are going to find Tianming. He does go for some D wards outside of the Roshan pit and gets his own Observer ward down as well. It's like YBB already kind of afraid Magma will be looking towards that Roshan very soon, and I'm sure they will. And they go for the T1 mid tower. ZC, that's a very aggressive TP in. Oh, he's already gone. I thought he was going to cancel. SJ, he's also been caught out as well.
Dire's middle tower
He doesn't cancel the
Dire's
TP.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and he gets extremely punished for it. And they're still buying time for the troll, for the Lycan to get that farm up, but the Roche, as you mentioned, Mike, is open. The wards do pay off. Not been taking too long at all to clear out that Roche, with the double damage up on Bayi as well.
Is under attack.
So, free Aegis to go their way. They still have Chrono, they still have Ravage as well. They haven't been forced to play around that.
Wolf's getting vision here, John. It will end up not mattering anyway as Roshan does go down, and now that Chrono catching out to ZC. He just got back into the game. He will survive through it anyway, though. He's fine for now. It's a snowball. Will chase down Beyond on the Lycan, but won't connect. Do they have shards? They do, but they won't throw it out yet. Irving, he still has Ravage up as well. They'll find Tianming first on the Undying. They will lose QI, QX on the Dazzle. Beyond, he'll try for a TP out. In goes the Time Walk, but they will not find the Lycan. So Beyond is going to be fine to TP out. It's just going to be a one-for-one trade on the supports here. But at the end of the day, John, Magma, they do get away with the Roshan and the Aegis.
Yeah, they don't have to expend too many spells on Magma. Chronos down, Ravage still up. You're pretty happy with that result. You're finding ways to force back the Bat Rider every single time ZC can't come in with a lasso. YBB's game plan kind of falls flat, and you're not quite ready to have Summer just come in for these fights to give some damage. I mean, he only has Battle Fury. He needs a lot more than just that. He is working towards his own BKB into a Basher, but that's still a ways off. Battle Fury should simplify that process, but it's as you pointed out, Mike. The
Radiant's top
Void,
tower
Baye
is
is
under
just
attack.
farmed up way too well. He's been given too much space. There hasn't been any
Radiant's
consistent
top tower
punishment
has fallen.
out from YBB. At least for YBB, they do manage to clear out the top tower. Just a little bit of a shove in from the massive creep wave. It is still more farm to float away by Yido. And YBB has got to find a way to play around his timings now, because you've got that Overlord on Beyond. There's no excuses to sit back and farm anymore. You've got to be able to play with some jump. Maybe the lack of initiations, the real big issue here for YBB. No blink initiators on hand just yet. And perhaps a blink on ZC after the BKB would allow them to kind of play that pickoff game.
In we go, top lane, ZC. Never mind. Looks like the Void's going to back off anyway. So YBB, I mean, they've got to slow the game down now, and it just feels very awkward when you've got a Lycan once again. Beyond, he's got the Helm of the Overlord, but just unable to really get anything done with it. Summer on the Troll is not going to feel very good, even with his net worth kind of still above the Void. The problem is you're playing Troll into Void. Like, if he has Chrono up, you're not going to enjoy yourself. SJ, top lane will be chased down. Shards will be there. Oh, that's a great block from Mercy. Really nice block. SJ not going to be able to make it towards the North Tree line. Is going to go down. That's unfortunate.
He's buying some space for the team. You know, he's clearing out some areas for the Troll, for the Lycan to keep that farm up, for the BKB, for ZC to get built up, and someone's got to sacrifice on a map. This is just giving so much time for Magma, though. Like, Chrono is going to be off cooldown. You've got the Chrono Ravage threat ready to go at that point once more. The Ags is almost finished by Irving. It's still a ways off, but, you know, he's starting that process onto the Tide Ags for the wave clear, and that almost nullifies what you want to do here on Beyond. So that early tempo from YBB is just fading. The smoke out here from Magma.
And they go. The smoke will be successful. ZC gonna drop once again on this mid bat. Still hasn't even got the BKB up. He's just been stuck in the Boost of Trouble for such a long time.
Dire's structures
It's a very sad game so far for YBB. It's like all the weight of this game is on Summer's shoulders now. And even then again, against the Void, it's just very hard for the Troll Warlord. The top tier 2 tower is going to be under siege. Seems like they'll eventually just let it go for now. They might wrap around for a kill attempt, but it looks like they'll just go back to farming instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It
attack.
just feels like Magma. There's just no need to rush. But I say that, they are going to smoke up as 4. They'll try to force a fight.
Kind of swinging towards the bot. Not quite finding that clump up top, but they could run into Summer, and that possibly is the best target you could go for at this moment, just taking away all that effort on Troll.
He just got a BKB up as well here, John. That's
Dire are
unfortunate.
scanning.
A nice scan, however, at least he gets some information. Pings were out onto Summer, but they will not make the time walk in. Summer very narrowly avoiding the smoke attempt that was incoming from Magma. Just a very nice scan as well, just kind of confirming that his game sense was there and was correct. YBB, he's still chilling, only 4K behind, but just all the weight of this game on Summer's shoulders, and this poor Troll, he's just nowhere near the stage where he can really fight back. Maybe you could commit to a fight with this BKB, but it feels like you're just lacking so much damage right now as this Troll.
Yeah, it's just not there. It's really meant for prolonged fights, and you're trying to take prolonged fights up against a Dazzle and a Zeus. These guys really enjoy it the longer a fight goes. They get to do more damage. The Dazzle just gets to keep pumping out healing if you don't manage to burst anyone down. There is another smoke out from YBB though, looking to win down bot.
Dire's bottom
They
tower
go, but a
is under
great
attack.
Thunder Gods. Yeah, they've been spotted already. Immediate TP's out from Magma. They want none of this. Bye-bye. Everyone's gone. One of the great things
Radiant's
about
middle
Zeus, John,
tower is
you
under
smoke
attack.
up, he presses R, suddenly they have map hacks, and everyone just leaves.
Yeah, I think the ideal situation there for YBB is if there was a defensive ward from Magma, you probably wouldn't be able to tell with, you know, if you don't see any revealed vision on a map, you still have some value in that smoke. But if you
Radiant's
just
middle
happen to
tower
walk
is under attack.
in an area where Magma doesn't really give a hoot about, because there's just been no aggression from YBB, so they don't have vision down. And that's the signal for them to just back off. 15-7 YBB, their timing's really starting to slip away from them. BKB almost done on Beyond, and there is a bit of a shove in bot with their TPs away. That could be a free tier 2 tower for YBB, and that might allow them to have a little bit more leeway down in bot jungle. BKB is also done now on
Radiant
ZC,
structures are
so
fortified.
the BKB timings are starting to line up on these tricores.
Oh, they're on to Tian Ming. Mercy will be there, and that's a lot of damage with the double damage rune. Landing perfectly with the
Radiant's
Walrus
bottom
Punch.
tower has fallen.
ZC and Summer, they were around to try and get something done, but they understand there's just nobody to jump right now that they can actually kill. Make matters worse, John, Irving's got the Ags up now on the Tidehunter, so AoE Gush
Radiant's
is
bottom
available.
tower is under
It's so
attack.
obnoxious in the middle of a team
Dire's
fight, just
middle
being
tower is
slowed and
under attack.
having that minus armor applied over and over again. And the thing is now, you can't really push this like it anymore. Like, you can split push, you can try to force them back, and you can try to wrap the game out. But assuming somehow YBB finds the advantage and tries to move high ground, as long as his tide's up and running, you are not going to push high ground at all.
No, you definitely aren't. And Irving can just kind of stand back from a mile away. It's really just very easy wave clear coming out from Magma. Not just him, but even the Zeus. Like, you don't need to commit too much to stop that push. BKB up now on Bayi, so to catch the void, to catch the void, you're really gonna need to rely on the lasso coming out from ZC. And again, with no blink gap closing onto the void, catching him by surprise, initiating in any form for YBB is just difficult. They will smoke here though.
Yeah, Mercy gonna get caught. This will be at least some form of a kill here for the side of YBB. That there is gonna be a decent snowball out. Mercy gonna blink away as well. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Worst part is SJ, he didn't channel the sharpshooter all the way. He was trying to feed the kill to Summer. So he didn't go for the max damage on the sharpshooter. And that ends up costing them the kill. I guess at this stage of the game, considering the state the game's in, John, you can't really... In fact, hold that thought, because Dust bot lane is going to go down, so they find something. But my point is, considering the state of the game, you can't really afford to decide who gets the kill.
Yeah, look, it's still ideal. You tried to hand it to Troll. I think it just felt like a very guaranteed thing. Although,
You'll find SJ. At least you found the mid-Zeus, right? Like, it's still a very good trade for IBB. Net worth only down to 1k advantage now for Magma. So the game is still relatively close considering the state of it.
yeah, still rather even. But we are starting to approach a point where you start to weigh the spell uses. Itemization doesn't matter as much when you're equalized. So now you think about Chrono versus, you know, Battle Trance, Chrono feels a lot better. You've got Ravage to follow up. You've got the Zeus that can just cast from half the map away with no care. Has the Nimbus ready. And for YBB, they've got to still play this very specific pickoff game. Try to transition onto the high ground down the line. There's still a mid-tier 1 standing here from Magma as well, which is not a good sign if you're playing a Lycan. There's still a lot of map left for Magma. They might look for a bit of a flank move. ZZ does back off in time, but they could just expend a Chrono onto the bat alone, and you're pretty happy about that.
Under God's Wrath, Nimbus gonna slow him down. He got the BKB off, but it's probably not gonna matter. Summer, he's around to try and help CC. Somehow still alive, but eventually is gonna drop. Summer, unable to help out. YBB, they rotated 3 heroes up to try and save that Batrider. Would have been a great turn as well had they managed to save his life. Sadly for ZC, he didn't have Lasso to try and turn though. Otherwise, that could have been a completely different team fight.
Yeah. I do like the way Magma just coordinated on that, dropped the Nimbus, immediately force out the BKB, and then just Chrono on top. Just very nice spell usage. You're really not too upset about popping the Chrono onto the bat, taking away a major threat, opening up the Roshan here, where we are at, as we do have a little bit of a pause coming out from the side of Magma. Without the Batrider, you just don't have a good way of going into that pit. You need to be able to get the lasso off. At the least on the respawn, you will have lasso up, but the Roche lasting around 26 seconds. It's a possibility. I don't think it's going to be that hard for Magma to clear it out, though, with the minus armor on hand and damage they have on Baye.
Obviously, we were just having a look at the lightning show that is ongoing here between the Zeus and the Tusker. Very nice lightning bolt. Very rare we get to catch one in a pause as well. Looks rather thin, I might add, Jonathan, this lightning bolt. Looks, it sounds a lot more intimidating than it looks. So does Zeus, ironically enough.
That's a fair point. Zeus is a fairly, reasonably sized fella.
Are you
Like,
calling
even
him short, John?
even next to Tusk?
Are you saying he's not 6
I mean,
foot and
he's-
over?
His model is definitely not a representative of the Roman representation of Zeus.
Roman?
I think that's a fair way to put it.
Isn't he Greek?
Zeus Greek. What was the Roman name for it? What was he in Rome? I forget now.
Doesn't matter. Here comes the history lesson from John X Fire.
Yeah,
Love
no,
these
my
stories,
brain's
John.
actually so dead I don't even know. Like, I
Yeah.
would normally know this. Jupiter, I believe Zeus is Jupiter in Roman mythology. You know what? Don't quote me on that. I don't think so anymore.
It doesn't matter anyway, John. Roshan's going on. Team Magma. Taking it down rather fast. They are going to send the Ancient Dominator creep over. Meanwhile, already losing SJ on the Hoodwink thanks to this task as they do jump in onto Beyond. He'll make a run with the Wolf form. Meanwhile, Summer from the backside trying to go onto Irving, but he's dropped to half HP already. Jump in again. Walrus punches there, and now the Ravage coming out, Irving. It's a perfect initiation. Still, they found the Void, but the Shallow Grave is there. Time Walk away as well. He's full HP once again. He can keep turning this team fight. Summer, he's still trying, but what can he get done? Shards will lock him down. Walrus punches out. Summer is surely just dead on the Troll Warlord, and he will go. That is a perfect initiation from Irving.
Yeah, that's a sick Ravage. They might be able to find a little bit more. They're playing poke and tag here.
They may. Roshan still going down. There is a snowball going on the other side of the map, trying to catch some people out. In the end, Mercy just holding them back. But Team Magma, secondary, Aegis, and Shards now available. And you've got to be feeling very good if you are Magma at this point.
Oh yeah, you get the big team fight you're looking for. You drag YBB in. Very excellent use of the Grave coming from QYQX. And it just cuts off all the access points for YBB. They finally get their lasso. They finally get everything they could ask for. But they had no way of taking care of the back line. And just the sheer save of the Dazzle nullifies that threat. Baye just holds his ground and gets to have the secondary life now. You've got the shards up on Irving, of course, for free. So now you've got that funny little Earth Spike and the Tendrils of the Deep already on the Tide. Just more control that YBB does not have, and doesn't have an easy way around once the BKBs fade.
Yeah, I really appreciate the Shards change up for the Tide Hunter. Like that old shards with the bonus damage and, you know, the anchor smash can affect towers now. Like, who the hell cares? Tidehunter doesn't need to hit towers.
Radiant's
Give
middle
him another
tower
stun
is
and that's
under
exactly what they did. You've got, you know, you've got something apart from Ravage. It's a very nice chance to have up here for Irving. Now they do go onto that top tier 2 tower. Magma will get rid of it, no problems. They'll go right for that dire outpost. YBB, again, on the back foot. All they can really do right now is keep split pushing the side lanes and just try to cheese their way to a high ground attempt. Maybe a little bit later on. For now, they've just got to play the avoid game.
Yeah, just keep trying to stall out. I'm wondering, that's the full Ags flying out now on Beyond, so you're going to have the morbing time coming through. So morb up your troll. I don't know if that's enough, honestly, because their issues aren't in damage. Their issues are in catching the backline. That should allow the troll to chase down. Maybe look for the dazzle first, but a smoke on smoke here.
Here we go. Smoke on smoke situation. See how much the morb can do. Thunder God's Wrath is going to give some vision. Outpost will be taken. SJ, he'll be the one spotted out. So he should go down. That'll be one. Everybody else successfully TPing out of there. They'll be just fine. Only going to be a hoodwink to go down here, but Magma will take what they can get. Now, I suppose you can just keep pushing towers now. Lion has been drawn through the bot lane. They've got Chrono, they've got Ravage. There's really nothing holding them back here on the side of Magma.
Yep. They've got pretty much all the openings they could ask for. They could just kind of look to take more objectives off. They take that tier 1. Could go for the tier 2. Threaten the high ground. Age is still up for 2 minutes. A lot of time left in that secondary life. We have got to see YBB do something. They cannot afford to keep going for these counter initiations for the fights. They need to take the initiative here, Mike. Because if they don't, how on earth are you supposed to counter initiate against Ravage Chrono with your lineup? You just don't have that same level of control. You need to jump them first. And YBB just don't do that. They just keep farming.
Here we go again. High ground attempt incoming. Again, Aegis is still up in the void, so not too much to be afraid about for him, but it does seem like they are going to back their way out. Magma. This is lower bracket, so you do want to play a bit more conservatively until you have a surefire high ground attempt. Instead, they'll go back down towards that bottom tier 2 tower and get rid of the final outer tower for YBB. The beauty of the Void Shards, of course, having that reverse time walk, the rewind button, just makes it so you can just scout out for the team constantly and they can't really stop you from doing it. One would argue a very broken kind of chance to have, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, just free vision. I think it gets really busted if you do manage to farm with the Ags. That AoE stun definitely guarantees your safety. Onto the high ground, they slowly poke and prod.
SJ. Slowed up by that time dilation, but he's going to be just fine. He just jumps in constantly. Is now the Walrus Punch. Is there Mercy? Just getting the snipe from a mile away. In goes the Bat Rider. But he gets caught out by the Chrono. No chance for ZC to catch anyone. They still have Ravage as well, if they need it. And guess what, John? They don't. In fact, maybe they do now. Root is there on Irving. Walrus Punch out through the BKB onto Summer. Summer trying to fight back, but is only attacking Illusions right now. The Battle Trance is going to wear off. They don't even need the Ravage yet, but there it is. Flying out onto 2 targets. They found SJ once again. That'll be a dieback, and that should be GG to be called. Team Magma, they are way too far ahead in this game, number 1. It seems like YBB, they'll keep trying to hold this game 1 out. But a minute without the troll, a minute without the hood. Magma, they can think about T4 towers right now if they really want to.
Yeah, they could just line up for the end game. Like, on the respawns, Lasso is still there. It's back up if you want to kind of go for that. You do not have the Battle Trance, you do not have the Wolf Bite or the Shapeshift anytime soon. And even without Chrono and Ravage, it could be a little bit harder to take that next fight. But as long as you have your doubts standing in a good spot, you're fine.
It's just so scary. Mercy jumps in, he gets that Walrus Punch, and suddenly an AoE Gush comes flying at you as well. You saw earlier Tianming just getting completely sniped here by Mercy and Irving. Of course, Dust was there with the follow-up damage as well. It feels impossible to survive against without a BKB. Magma, They are not going to go for the third lane of barracks. They're going to play it safe once again. 2 racks is up. 19k net worth lead. They can just wait for the next Roshan, play this one very safe. Wait out their ultimates as well. YBB, I thought they may have called the GG there, John, but they're going to hold down and maybe go for one more smoke, as they will 5-man smoke up. And this should really just be the last-ditch attempt here, but if they don't find the fight, I suppose at least they've relocated themselves to a point in the map where they can actually farm. And it does seem like SJ is already getting the wards prepared, as they do scan out very nicely, but the Thunder God's Wrath is going to give the vision. They'll still go for it. They're going to force the fight anyway. No Ravage up, no Chrono up. They need 5 seconds for that Chrono, though. It could be pretty poor timing. ZC, he'll jump in. There's your lasso out. They've caught the tusk, but there's your Chrono. They've found 2 of them straight off the bat onto the Bat Rider. Look at that stun out from Irving, catching out 3 with the mini Ravage. Summer, he's still trying to man-fight this one up. The Snowball is there, wasting the BKB of the Troll Warlord. Now they can jump right back in. Irving's got the Ravage back up. It's not looking good for YBB. Summer getting trapped up by the shards of the Tusk once again as he does pop the battle trance, but it just doesn't matter. None of it matters here for YBB. They call it.
Is under attack.
They have had enough. And Team Magma, I don't want to say it was a convincing Game 1 victory,
Radiant
but it sure seemed like it after that halfway mark.
Yeah, and Magma were more than satisfied to play that farming game, and even then they weren't necessarily the more passive team. It felt like YBB was a team that just kind of held back, didn't really want to play fast with their timings in their lineup. Like, they had that Dominator timing early on from Beyond, and they just didn't look to do too much with it. They had decent enough travels timing on their Bat Rider, weren't able to play off the back of it. Like, these kinds of heroes need to play quick. Maybe not the Bat Rider, but certainly the Lycan. And they were getting space out for Summer, but they weren't doing enough on the map to slow down Baye. And that just allowed him to farm up. So it just became really tough for the side of YBB to kind of get anything done.
Well, let's have a look at the scoreboard here, John, for this game number 1. Let's see exactly what happened. And as you can see, the Void, John, completely unkilled throughout this game. 12-0-11. It was a really, really strong Void game to be played here by our Void. And well, QIQX not allowing the Void to die either throughout these team fights, just with these constant shallow graves. Void against Troll, it just doesn't feel good. If Beyond, he just couldn't take off on the Lycan. ZC couldn't really take off on the Bat Rider. I think it was like a 25-minute BKB timing that came out from ZC. So it was Boots of Travels into BKB. So you really had no way of initiating either. It was a pretty rough affair, that's for sure.
Yeah, they just couldn't play with her lineup. Like, it looked pretty nice with the early kills you were getting on Summer, right? Like, that top lane was actually fairly atrocious for Irving, but they didn't really manage to build off of that. Like, they were finding some good kills there. They were getting some punishment, Woody and dying, feeding Summer, but again, the timings in the mid game just kind of missed out. Maybe it went down a little bit more on the supports, like Undying plus Hoodwink. They have some play, but it doesn't compare to, say, the Tusk with a roll and the Blink. Like, you had so much more to do, whereas for YBB, it was all tied in to ZC to really just do something with his Bat Rider, and it was a lot for a Bat to have to achieve on his own, especially considering how many times he died.
All right. Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a break. Of course, we'll have Game 2 coming up right after this very short break between YBB and, of course, the side of Team Magma. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into game number 2's draft here between YBB and, of course, Team Magma. It's MLP Dota and DronXFi. John, I've got to put you on the spot straight off the bat. The draft is underway. We're going to bring that up in just a moment. But you specifically just said, and I quote, GG go next. As soon as you saw some picks come out, I'd like to know exactly what pick you saw that made you say GG go next.
I mean, Lina, we talked about the ups and downs of this hero. It still feels like a really good hero, and I think my issue with YBV was they couldn't play around the timing for Lycan. Death Prophet is kind of the same hero there, Mikey. You hit your 6, you get your Urn or your Yules or your BKB, and you kind of play around that hero. You play your tempo around that one hero, push the objectives, take some team fights, every time Exorcism is off cooldown, and YBB just didn't execute that way with their Lycan. So I don't think picking the DP fixes that issue. They will have to adjust their playstyle, right? Because in a vacuum, again, you look at that draft out from YBB, it looked decent. You had this Lycan that could have pushed down towers a lot earlier on. They lacked AoE control, but you could have just played around the potential of some good positioning with Bushwhacks, get a fast traveled Blink on your Batrider. They opt to split up more, and they just lose any sort of timing that lineup had. And Magma just managed to work against their own shortcomings, and they had cooldowns and Chrono Ravage. Didn't matter, because every time they'd use those spells, YBB wouldn't jump them when they're on cooldown. Like, they just didn't have the angles. You had a Zeus breaking all your smokes there as well. So I'm curious to see if YBB can adjust that much between just one game.
I think they'll have to, John. I mean, back's against the wall right now. They're obviously looking to try and force us to a game number 3, but I do agree already. I feel like Magma's draft is just very well-rounded and very annoying to play up against. And I mean, YBB, they go back to the Shaker, the Snapfire comes out. Like, these heroes don't feel amazing at the moment, I'd argue. To be fair, we haven't seen too much of the meta, quite yet. The patch is still relatively new, and there is plenty of time for some evolution of the patch, but Shaker, Snapfire doesn't feel like the most amazing support combo to have. On the brighter side, you do have some stuns this time, so, at least you've got that going if you're YBB, but I don't know, like, just seeing the opening of this draft already for YBB, it does concern me.
Yeah, it can have a lot more play. I think that's what they're really going to have to bring out, because Hoodwink and Undying, I mean, there is some play from the Hoodwink, but the Undying just scales off a cliff, right? Like, it does really well in lane. You still have that same issue towards the mid to late, where you don't do that much. I like the shake-up here for YBB. They get a more active core to play with. So they've got the CK. CK into Razor is not the worst thing in the world, honestly. If you manage to get your Phantasm off. If you don't, it's still relatively easy pickings for the Razor to kind of just static link up. Very good here to static link as well on that CK, so you can get a lot of value here for Magma. And just kind of still make it hellish for the CK to find that build-up. In fact, if you look at Magma's draft here, Mike, I like what they've done, because they went with Lina Razor, and we always talk about this, but the Lina tends to be that win condition, and this time it's going to have a lot of room to grow, because Razor doesn't need much. It really just needs what? BKB refresh is the usual build-up. Probably going to want an armor source in this game just to mitigate some of that minus armor from the CK and from the Snapfire. Once you have that, you're pretty good. So it's very much that they can shift their win condition onto that Lina and just allow Baiyi to play a little bit more active, instead, scale on the mid and just have even more play on the offlane. So YBB's got to be ready. Like, this lineup can play together. It's a DP, it's a CK with a Snap and Earth Shaker. You've got some really good team fight. You've got some really good push. We have to see them play that tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, final ban outs to come now, John. Again, both teams banning out offlaners for now. Do you imagine this could be a POS 1 Razor here for the side of Magma? Like, considering that
10
the
seconds
Timbersaw was banned
remaining.
from YBB, it seems like they are just focusing on offlaners once again.
5 seconds
Do you assume
remaining.
POS 1 Razor here, John, or do you think it goes the
Yes.
other way? And it's okay, you assume
No.
POS 1.
100%, I assume pause one Razor because you have Lina. You'd want the Razor pause one. It's a very selfless pause one. Just needs a BKB, Falcon Blade, maybe intermediary item, a refresh, maybe a AC, or I wouldn't even mind the Lotus here just for protection, and you're pretty good to go. Even just Falcon Blade BKB, you're kind of set for the mid game. So Razor makes a lot of sense there. You get the Razor Shadow Shaman lane if you kind of want to run that on safe. Run the Marcy 4, which is still alright. Even Razor Marcy is also not too bad considering the range of your rebound stun now and the dispost to slow. Razor has a good time there. So any dual lane on that safe is going to feel good for that Razor. And Bai Yi should have a much more active game this time around.
Absolutely. I really dislike the way you called Razor a selfless hero, John. It's not,
Radiant
I mean, he
team
literally
back.
saps the damage away from enemy heroes. It doesn't sound very selfless to me,
Team pick.
you know? So it sounds
Yeah,
rather
selfless to his team. Doesn't matter to the enemy team, but he's selfless to his team. You know?
Right. Fair enough. Final pickups here. Again, more offlaners being banned out. Lycan being removed just in case they wanted to go back to that for YBB.
10 seconds
This time around,
remaining.
I feel like you still got the answers to the Lycan anyway here for
5
Magma, but
seconds remaining.
you'd rather not play against it if you can avoid it. It can be rather scary trying to make sure those timings don't get hit. YBB, or rather Magma, will have their first pick up here for the last pick. Again, looking for an off lane. You wouldn't mind a few more stuns to come out. Just a bit of AoE control is always nice. You do still have the Tide for
Radiant
Irving.
team pick.
If you wanted to go back to that Tide, I don't think it's quite bad here, and there it is. I think it fits very well. More AoE control, more stun. There's not really the greatest ways of dealing with the Tide either this game. Like, he just such a tanky target, and it does feel like you are lacking ways of actually dealing with the offlane of
10
Magma now.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think you have an even better time here for Irving. Last time
5
around, we
seconds
saw Irving
remaining.
kind of draw even with the Troll, but you can really slow down the Troll's farm there as well. Mainly because Troll could just stick to range for him. This time you're up against the CK. Anchor Smash is always going to be consistently good in stopping that CS a little bit more. And you shouldn't be under threat of dying, right? Like, you don't have the Undying to sap away your strength. You're not going to be crying as the strength here. You're not going to get too squishy. There are chain stuns that could come out from YBB. So the kill opportunity in lane still presents itself, but overall, you should still expect a good time here for Irving. I will have to say, though, in comparison to Game 1, Irving was playing a lot slower as well on the Tide. He was farming that jungle quite a fair bit. He's got to give that room out to the Lina, and they do close out with the SF here on YBB. So it's a Shadow Fiend versus the Lina lane, with Beyond taking that off-lane Death Prophet. And mind you, YBB does enjoy the Death Prophet. It's something they've picked up multiple times before. Again, they've got to change their pacing. A mid matchup for ZC, it can work in his favor if you land all of your raises, but overall, the Lina feels pretty good there. You have a really nice range advantage for your right clicks. If the SF does start to gap close, just kind of LSA, get some right clicks of your own, and you feel pretty good there.
I think we saw YBB run SF yesterday during Game 1 of RNG, and they did, in fact. I've just confirmed, and I remember that being a very rough affair. Now, mind you, that was against Somnus on his Bat Rider, so chances are, you're gonna have a rough time as the SF. Even against the mid laner, though, I'd still say you're probably gonna have a bit of a rough time. Like, it's probably not gonna be the easiest lane in the world. I realize Dust is playing the Razor, so maybe he could be mid Razor. You never know. Either way, I don't think SF's going to have a very good laning stage, and based off what the game they had yesterday against RNG, again, maybe it was because Somnus completely dominated the mid lane, but it wasn't exactly the most impressive SF performance I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think he managed to land pretty good raises, so he was maximizing that slow. It's just that the Bat Rider eventually just runs you down. It's very mana intensive for the SF to kind of sustain that, and it gets a little bit tough. So we'll see if that changes out here. Overall with the draft, I would say Magma definitely, just ignoring how they played last game, ignoring the skill level of these teams, I would say Magma definitely has a better draft. They've got the scaling, they've got the team fight, they've got really good ways of balancing that farm. And I think YBB, much more on tempo here. They've got to be able to play to a certain power spike once more and kind of bring it from there.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll get into it though. Game number 2 here, of course, Magma looking for this second game victory to get their way through to the lower bracket. And of course, for YBB, they've just got to focus on winning this game 2 to try and force it to a game number 3. 5-on-5 smokes were there already, but it looks like they were just going for a warding run, so nothing too surprising happening here. John, how have you been going with these predictions, by the way, for the qualifiers? Have you been adding your predictions in every game?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that too. Yesterday, I think my best was maybe 3 predictions
30
right.
seconds to go.
Last game was 0 predictions, if I recall right. You know, it takes a little bit of warming up. I just kind of randomly added stuff there in the last game. So
Right.
it's been fun having that. It's kind of funny. You sit in the observing slot and you get to make the predictions like, oh, hey, I get to play as well.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't we be able to make predictions, is what I say, John. You know? we deserve them too, I think. I kind of... Do you earn points for these
battle
things?
begins.
Like, is there somewhere in
I
the battle
believe
pass? Is there a
so.
challenge? Oh, thank
I
God for that.
believe you earn supposedly, if I recall right, 100 points each, but I'm not sure. In fact, that sounds
Amazing.
very generous. Maybe 50 points each. That sounds more it.
Hey, thank you for that, Gabe. I appreciate your explanation on why the points are lower. We'll start off with the top lane here, John. Beyond going to be there with the ES. Of course, they're going to go for the creep block straight off the bat. Pretty standard stuff. Obviously, the clarity already being popped preemptively for this. You really just want to set up a creep equilibrium to go your way when you are having the Earthshaker on your side of things. Of course, against Dust on the Razor and QIQX on the Marcy, very, very important to have that creep equilibrium. Like, you don't want to play too far forward, even as this DP, as they are going to go straight in for the rebound and the link, and you're about to find out why you really need the creeps to be by your tier 1 tower. Because there's just so much damage that can be dealt here between the two of Dust and QIQX.
Yeah, they've got a lot of aggression that can come true. And again, that level 1 rebound actually makes it a lot better for the Marcy to be aggressive in comparison to Dispose. And the slow and Dispose means after the stun fades, Razor gets a little bit more room to chase. Level 1's probably the worst part of this lane for YBB, so we've got to see if they can kind of hold out. Level 3 is where it feels better. Spirit Siphon damage is pretty good now, because it's not an HP scaling early on. That burst is nice.
Let's have a look at the mid lane, perhaps. Of course, you're going to have ZC against that laner this time around. Now, again, we pointed this out, ZC. He did run this mid SF yesterday against Somnus's Batrider, and it was a real struggle. I don't think the matchup's that much easier against the mid laner either. John, how should this matchup go between the two?
I'd say it should be relatively even, but you do have that edge for the Lina. You've got range advantage. It doesn't cost you as much to clear out the creep wave with a Dragon Slave in comparison to using a Razor 2 to clear out every single step and try to harass. Just a lot easier for the Lina to kind of do the same thing from a mile away. And you should have a really good time there for Baiyi. I do like that they keep the Lina mid, even though Baiyi is playing it. I mean, he is the carry, so he's still going to be farming up anyway. He is going to be carrying from mid, so it kind of fits the role. And again, it's just a very good matchup.
A lot of damage being dealt there to Dust. QIQX trying to move in to get something done, but doesn't have any spells to throw out. It's the back and forth between the Razor DP, naturally. Like, I want to say that, you know, they're doing some sucking here up in top lane, Jonathan, between Dust and Beyond. And, well, Dust, right now with the level 1 static link, doesn't really want to have to play against the Spirit Siphon of Beyond. Again, it can go really either way, as they are going to try and make the plays now onto Qian Ming top lane. Static link, though, was on cooldown, so the damage just not going to be there to follow up. Like Qian Ming doing the math. Very good at counting here, though maybe not good enough. He does get rebounded on. Stun was there. He'll try for the Fisher. He might find a trade, but in the end, they are going to find First Blood the way of Dust. Another First Blood handed over to the POS-1 of Team Magma.
Yeah, and that's an important kill to find. I mean, you're just kind of slowing down the top. And one of the issues with a Shaker, you know, laning phase is a bit slower. And going off to a laning phase like this, where you're kind of dying, stalls out your level 6, stalls out your potential blink. These are all key things for the Shaker to even have any semblance of impact. So Magma already setting themselves up for a very good game by having that aggression up top.
How's that bottom lane going? I mean, it's the one we haven't really looked at yet.
Are scanning.
You've got Summer and SJ against Irving, once again on the tide, and actually Mercy on that POS-4 Shaman. For Mercy, I guess there's not really much to be done here on the Shaman. They may as well just leave Irving on his own down that bot lane. So Mercy will go ahead and start stacking up the triangle, just preemptively. For now, very even down at the bot lane, and I suppose it's kind of expected. Between Summer and Irving, chances are nobody's done.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a back and forth farm. They managed to catch out here.
That's a big kill if they can get it, but Mercy, he's there in time with the shackles. Still ZC would love one more raise, and he will find it. Using those bottle charges for the extra mana. A great start for him, and not so much for the Lina. Bit of an awkward start in that mid lane, and much different to yesterday's game for ZC, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's finding a little bit more out of the lane. I think the investment towards that mid is going a lot better. I mean, look at the wards coming out from YBB, just watching the entire bot line. They want to ensure the Shadow Fiend's not going to be rotated on with the Shackles out, with any sort of rune control coming out for Magma, and that does give ZC a little bit more play here. Baye is fairly behind in EXP. ZC is almost at 6. Baye still has it at 5. So you have a lot lined up here, and again, a bit of a stronger start for YBB, at least on the mid. I'm not quite sure if you're feeling all too happy about bot yet, although they are getting a bit aggressive up top.
QIQX was the one being chased down, and Dust actually ends up falling rather low here on the Razor. And Beyond, having a much better laning stage now. Still behind in CS, but is able to catch up quite comfortably, though I say that. They are going to make the jump in once again. Siphons are out to try and fight Dust. With the heals back, but Beyond, he needs to back out. In goes Tianming with a very nice fish, but the dispose is there. Backing onto Beyond. Very fire up. It's not going to be enough for the Marcy, but they'll find Beyond on the Death Prophet. And that's all that matters, as Tianming not out of danger yet either. Dust is going to get himself a double kill on the Razor. He's having a very good time now in that safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, all the kills on Magma are on Dust. This early start for the Razor is going to allow him to, again, hit those early timings, get an early BKB potentially, and just kind of front line for the team along with Irving. And kind of buy the space Bayi will need down mid.
Yeah, Shackles are out. SJ going to be fine. A very nice fisher from Tianming. Just fighting over that 6-minute power rune timing, but it is going to be up top. With the rebound, they'll have plenty of movement speed here for the Lina. He'll be able to go ahead and pick up the haste. Top lane, however, Dust in big trouble, but Beyond, getting rather low himself, is going to find a very nice kill. It will cost him his own life in the end, but it's definitely well worth it.
Yeah, it's a bigger kill for Beyond to find. A good sacrifice to make while everyone else is tied in mid and trying to give Bayi a better time. So you are finding a little bit more of that back and forth here for YBB. The start for Summer is also looking pretty good. Number 3 in net worth, not being slowed down too badly by Irving, and they rotate onto Mercy again.
Yeah, Cookie's there. ZC able to pick up his second kill of the game now on BSF. No problems there. Shadow Fiend having a very good game once again for this game number 2. Top of the CS board is ZC, and obviously with 2 kills, he's feeling very, very happy. Building right into the Dragonlance as well. So going for maybe a bit more of a right-click build up here on the SF, and I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think you need to really go magic build here.
Yeah, just have the reach. You've got the talents to kind of sustain the output. Magma, for the most part, is starting to shove in top. Up against Death Prophet, always kind of feels bad if you're the DP. You do just get the Exorcism up on Beyond. So you've got that option to kind of look for the fight into the push. The intercept here.
Irving still just going to keep farming though. Is Jay going to try and be annoying? Does have Cookie, but doesn't have Scatter Blast to steal the creeps away. We'll have it up very soon, so we can at least steal one, and nope, won't find it. Comes Summer as well. The farm's already gone, but Irving, he's going to tank through the damage that Summer pumps out. Question is, can he tank through all of it? He has double Bracer, so he is a very, very, very tanky boy. But ultimately, surely they have the damage. Irving, still running, will try to juke out in the tree line, and in come the TPs. Summer will be able to take the kill, but in comes Dust and in comes Mercy. They'll cancel the TP off, and that is not going to be a good trade whatsoever for YBB. You don't want to give away your POS 1 for a position 3 like that. And you saw how long it took them to find the tide.
Yeah, it's just too durable. And when he did get the mana back for the Anchors match, it just slowed that process even further. You are getting some room up top here for YBB to kind of get the shove in, though. Like, they are finally getting some breathing room. They pop the Exorcism as well, wanting that top tier 1. On the side of Magma are kind of grouped up down bot to get that same thing done, except they don't have the quickest push in the world. No Shaman wards up yet, so they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, and SJ is hanging around. Maybe some time to TP in if they want to, but considering the damage coming out, if they don't come in soon, that tower's gone as well.
It certainly is. Looks like they'll just trade the top tier 1 though, Beyond. Take it with the Exorcism. Bot tier 1 being pushed in. SJ is there to try and defend, but nobody else is incoming.
Bottom tower has fallen.
He'll just hide in the tree line and make sure he does not get caught by the rest of Magma. The 1k net worth lead still standing here for YBB. A very even game between these two teams.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like both teams going to be more than happy to just play the farm game for now. Especially ZC. Like, he's still working on towards the Dragonlance, but considering you have the net worth advantage here on the SF, you probably just want to keep the farm game going. Like, there's just no rush for him at the moment.
Yeah, you can just kind of take it slower, get that build-up you want. I would say that it does feel like the jungle might not be big enough for both ZC and for Summer to kind of farm up. CK's just kind of needs that investment as well.
Radiant's
And with the
bottom
bot
tower
gone,
is
they need
under
to start
attack.
making inways onto top. They need to be able to steal some farm away because they've lost the bot jungle. Magma's in a much better spot to take this area in comparison to the side of YBB taking that top area just yet. And we still haven't seen the threat of, say, the wards being dropped, say, the Ravage being tossed out here as well.
Rebound. Well, not going to be there from QIQX. Looks like he did get out of range. Top lane. Gonna find Mercy. Mercy trying to farm his way up to perhaps a blink, but is going to be caught here and eventually will get taken down. Beyond, able to secure the kill onto the DP. Happy days for him, and poor old Mercy, he's got a long way to go before he has anything like a blink up. It looks like he was just trying to farm his level 6 timing.
Yeah, and at the least he has that for the book up. So they're going to have the wards ready, and that should be Magma clumping up mid right after to try to take that objective with the threat of Ravage for the team fight as well. They've done a good job in Magma to just buy space for Baiyi. He does have the travels up on the Lina. He's going to be ready to show up across map, chase heroes down, get some damage off. Going to need to work onto his damage item next. But that clump up is here. 4 heroes onto the mid, wards ready. Ravage ready for any sort of team fight. Shouldn't take them too long to melt this.
What's down? Mid-tier 1 tower so important. Nice rebound, but a Fisher is going to block in QIQX, and the dispose is never out. Jian Ming saving the day. Had that dispose landed, especially if the Fisher still went, ZC probably would have just been dead. Nevertheless, Magma still going in, do find the tier 1 mid tower and Irving. He'll rush forward. A big Ravage is going to take up to 3 targets. In fact, make that 4 as they bound ZC down. Summer at least finding dust on the Razor, though has he? He doesn't have the follow-up damage. The slow was there and Summer's gone. Echo Slam has been committed by Jian Ming. They're still trying. They at least found the Lina. Maybe they can clean up with Beyond on the Death Prophet. And it seems like they just may, as Irving does drop. A triple kill for the DP, and Beyond might even be able to get a bit of chip damage off onto this mid-tier 1 tower of Magma. I'd still probably call that a win for Magma, considering they found that mid-tier 1 tower. But the team fight, the kills at the very least, do seem to go back the way of YBB.
Yeah, that's all off the back of the patience coming out there from Jian Ming with the little tumbler story play onto the creep wave. Baiyi just doesn't dodge. He just stands by that creep wave, gets slammed down. Lots of damage at this point in the game. And they find some really good punishment coming out from YBB's end. Magma, got to be a bit careful about that. There is a lot of play left in YBB, and they are going for a smoke play themselves here.
Radiant
They are.
scanning.
YBB, up towards the north they go. It's just QIQX stacking up the jungle. Jian Ming gonna have his smoke broken, and looks like he has not found the Fisher yet, so QIQX okay to walk out of there. They just didn't have the vision of the Marcy. Counter smoke will be out as well now from Dust and QIQX. They'll head towards the west of the map, trying to go towards that Radiant Triangle. Looks like they're not going to find anyone on the upper west side of the Dire jungle here. Instead, they'll just hang around the creep wave and hope somebody shows up at that top lane, but it seems like nobody's going to be there. They've read the movement, YBB have, and they'll go back towards their own triangle, and looks like they'll be just fine.
Keep that farm game going, get that build-up you want on Summer. Echo almost back up. Push up top, though. They commit the wards once more on the side of Magma. Not going to fully commit. Could be a little bit of free money coming out for YBB and clearing out these Serpent wards, and it is. Just some gold being taken by everyone. Nice plus 30 every single time. And they get some good damage in top tier 1, but that at least forces out a rotation. Instant smoke, though.
That there is. Line drawn out through to the dire jungle. YBB.
Oh, they have vision.
They do. They see the Lina. This could be a massive pickoff for YBB if they can find it. He is pretty far past that tier 2 now, though, and they just barely miss out. Very unfortunate. You don't really want to dive even by the tier 2 tower because the TP rotations can always be there. So instead, it's into the mid tier 1 tower. They'll abuse the exorcism here from beyond, and it's going to work out. The defense will not come out from Magma.
Yeah, they don't really want to defend that one with the Exo committed. No Fortify out to stall it out. So the objectives do kind of equalize on both sides. They are farming on the right side with Bayi, though. Standing down bot. It's only Mercy showing here. Might be sacrificed.
He may. He does have tumblers, though, so he'll jump right over the Fisher. Just waiting on the cooldown, and well, tumblers toy, John. It's still a neutral item for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Tian Ming with his own play with the tumblers onto the creep wave last time. This time, Mercy manages to dodge out. Still making pretty slow but consistent progress onto that blink there. Mike has the Aether Lens up for a little bit more range on Shackled's Hex. Feels good about that. With the objectives kind of equalized, Car just kind of waiting for some item spikes. Your BKB for ZC is still a ways off, whereas you already have a BKB on Dust, and they're smoking with that item timing.
Magma, they've got Ravage up as well here, so it could be rather awkward for YBB, but a nice Fisher from Tian Ming just catching them out with their pants down. Magma unable to find an initiation they wanted. Mind you, they have Serpent Wards up. They might be able to rush Roshan here, Magma, if they really want to. Hell, even the blink timing now up on Irving, on the courier. If you can find a kill here for Magma, I think you rush right into Roshan pit with the Serpent Wards.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's not going to be a nice fast rush if you do find a good pickoff. They are just kind of dancing around each other here. I have to say, YVB's warding this game has been a lot better. Right? Like they've got these really good wards watching the top jungle. They've got a river ward down bot to watch that area. It's sort of blind from Magma. They've only got that laning ward up top that isn't giving them much to work with. So YVB are able to dictate this game a lot better, kind of dodge out when they want to, go in when they want to with the vision, and Magma has not taken care of any of that. Like, these wards have been around for a while.
Yeah. And that vision that they do have now has spotted out the vision being placed by the Dire on that cliff. So that'll be dewarded rather soon as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Generally speaking, if you can avoid warding on top of that cliff, you'd rather do so because it's quite obvious. And Mercy probably not going to be too happy once that gets dewarded. It's Magma. Group up as 5. They still feel very powerful. Get blink timing up on Irving, BKB up on Dust, BKB up on the Lina as well. Plenty to play with here for Magma. And even with the exorcism available for the side of YBB, they just do not feel confident trying to force this fight.
Yeah, they play it safe, they back off. This does allow a little bit more forward vision for Magma. Into that Roche, as you mentioned, Mikey. They will drop the Serpent Wards in the end. Not going to take too long. YBB's got to move quick if they want to contest. They've got the smoke on hand here from SJ, but it doesn't look like they actually see it. Not until someone walks by the ramp, and even then, it's not the clearest Roche for them.
I mean, YBB, they were grouping up for a smoke, but it's not going to be in time. Just taking way too long, and well, these are the kind of decisions that can lose you the game, right? Like, leaving Roshan like that, just not in position. YBB, they're still a very strong team here in this game number 2, but the net worth lead has basically evened out completely. They've got a few more BKB timings coming out as well, even ZC now has his own BKB on the courier. They might start the fight early though. They have found the Shaman. Mercy, he is going to get taken out. Not a bad start for YBB. Can they capitalize off this Shaman kill though? I don't think they can.
Yeah, I mean, they need to play around these fresh BKBs, but maybe they just want to be secure, have the BKB up on
Dust.
Summer as well. Oh,
Us. That's gonna be alright. They don't make it up to the high ground.
yeah, cheeky spot to be in. No vision coming out from YBB in their own triangle, so they'll dodge out. Down bot though.
Tian Ming, he's trying to do something cheeky here with the Echo. He does have Tumbler's Toy, and he sees the Lina. Fisher's gonna land, but the creeps are not nearby. Still, he'll pop the Echo, but there's your Ravage. Irving gonna try and turn as Tian Ming
what?
somehow surviving just with a slither of HP, but this Lina is not gonna be so lucky. She will drop mid-TP. There goes your Aegis, and there goes your secondary life. And somehow Tian Ming, he walks out scot-free. He will not drop.
And that's massive for YBB. It doesn't cost them as much as you think for that. Like, sure, Exorcism's down, Echo Slam's down, but find two deaths on Lina. You take away that first BKB charge. It was pretty awkward for Magma to kind of group two together. Like, you could maybe expect Lina to farm alone. I feel like if you're gonna have the tide around ready to use Ravage, you're gonna want more heroes around that. Like, you do not want that tide solo or just with the Lina alone for Ravage. She is not enough to maximize that wide AoE hold. You really want Dust around, but the side of Magma do opt to kind of just work the map, farm where they can, and that just gives YBB that opportunity to find that kill. So they keep themselves closer to this game. They widen that lead to 2K. And Chun Ming is inching towards that blink, and this is him without his blink on the Shaker, man. Once he has that.
As you see, he thought about channeling the Requiem, ends up giving up on it, but he might have made it in time. Not worth the risk here for ZC, it seems. So 12-8 now, 2K advantage here for YBB. Very close matchup again. So YBB still holding on to that very, very slight net worth lead. They don't have to worry about the Aegis anymore of Magma. And it just seems like both teams, at least for now, all they want to do is split push the side lanes. Like, neither team really feels like a big 5-on-5 engagement.
Yeah, I mean, they did pop a lot of ults. Both sides. Ravage is a major one for Magma. No Kisses, no Exo for a little bit longer on YBB, although they could be ready to take the fight. Wards are dropped for a little bit of a shove in, and with Baiyi around once more. Does have the Crystallis for a little bit more damage onto the Kyros if they do show up. And does have protection of his team to back them up this time. So they're not leaving Lina alone. They still don't go all in on the push, but they will find a tower. No defense coming out from YBB. And without Outpost take, Magma now has a much safer area to cement themselves down bot.
They do. Both T2s dropping again. Neither team really interested in that big team fight yet.
Dire are scanning.
All ultis are basically up, apart from Phantasm now for Summer. Wards on cooldown as well for Mercy, but there is a bit of a group up here from Magma. The Shadow Blade now available for ZC, so a bit more slippery on the SF. And it's a decent way of trying to force an initiation. And more importantly, Tian Min now, he does have the Blink Dagger on. Pretty late Blink Dagger, 22 minutes in for the Earthshaker, but considering he has still been able to set up very nicely without it, now that he's got it, this could be very scary timing for Magma.
Yeah, this is where it gets a lot harder for Magma to kind of hold themselves together. They've got to be very disciplined. They've got to stay declumped, away from the creep waves if these fights break out in lane. Smoke out from YBB, very big item to reveal here. Got to find the angle.
Oh, they'll run through the mid lane.
Radiant are
Jian Ming
scanning.
again, gonna frontline for the team. He wants that big Echo to set up. Even just a nice Fisher. It seems like Magma are well aware that there's a smoke ongoing, so they do back their way out, and looks like they should be able to TP out just fine. QYQX, even himself might be able to get out. The Rift, obviously not going to cancel the TP here on the Marcy. Summer unable to find the stun.
Yeah, good dodge out by Magma. Bit of a scary time for QYQX. If the Chaos Bolt came out, that would have been a very different story. But they dodge out. They probably still haven't seen the blink on Chun Ming though, but they might have been able to just mentally assume that the gold was there. So Just have to play, again, a little bit more cautiously, get that build-up you want. Buy another smoke out, though. Might catch Magma for a loop here.
They're going to try. I mean, they really want to abuse this blink timing on Tianming. Here we go, Magma. Looks like Mercy is in position to break the smoke and does do so onto Beyond. Still making his way out. There's the rebound. Give the movement speed bonus. They have found Dust on the Razor, but the Hex is there. Mercy, he'll drop the Serpent Wards. The Shaman somehow surviving. ZC, he'll BKB TP out and just barely makes it out as the Ravage does fly through. Connects on two of them. They'll find both supports of YBB. And somehow Mercy does not die. He is barely going to make it out.
Oh, I love that little play coming out from Mercy. Quick little blink when he saw the Fissure about to come out. Manages to get a good Hex off as well. And just the wards drop. Like, that's so ballsy. Dropping the wards onto the SF, cutting him off from trying to run around. BKB does not help you out in that situation. And he just loses a BKB charge as well. So you don't have that long duration BKB on ZC. Sure, without Ravage and without a lot of your ults here on Magma, you're probably not going to be able to do as much with that opening. But neither does the side of YBB, and that's the blink reveal out now for Tianming. So now they're very aware that the Shaker is going to be a problem and just kind of adjust accordingly in these fights.
Oh, Summer, this is not the position to be in right now. No Sentry Wards around to detect this either. He's going to get perma-stunned up and taken down. Great setup already. Still, they are going to try and trade at least with QI, QX, and they do. It's just a lot of commitment for this kind of kill. Maybe if they can find the Lina, it'll be well worth it, but where's the detection? He's just fine. Echo Slam committed. They'll at least find Mercy on the Shaman. That'll be a second. YBB, not too bad of a trade for themselves, giving away the CK for 2 supports, and that's going to be enough.
It kind of helps it even out, or helps to mitigate the loss you took with Summer dying off. You still feel a lot better there on Magma. That's the slam down once more, so the slam won't line with when you want to play around as Ravage. It's going to be off for 90 seconds. Ravage only about 40 seconds away. A pretty good window for Magma to kind of force something, and Roshan is going to be up in about 50 seconds. So that window probably won't matter as much. You will have some extra time as well for the Roshan without the threat of Tianming's slam. So Magma can kind of aim to do so if they want. They have given a lot of room out to Dust. Shiva's already up on our Razor, and we talked about that BKB build into armor. It's up and running. Not going for the refresh. Probably feels like it's unnecessary. Just wants the A on this to kind of survive up front. And it's going to be all about that Roche. Almost up. Maybe a pick off or two here for either side can open up that for anyone to take.
Roshan is so important now in a game this even. Tianming, again, on the high ground, ready to go whenever. Just trying to get the information for his team. Echo Slam up in 40. Roshan now is going to respawn. Up and available for either side, so both teams will posture aggressively around the Roshan pit. ZC does reveal himself on that top creep wave. So we've got that little bit of information here from Magma. Every ulti is up apart from Echo, but that's going to be up in 15 seconds. Keep in mind, it's the second Roshan of the game, so you are going to have the chance to come out for free for whoever takes it. Problem is, you really are looking for that perfect initiation for both sides. And it's like, for now, again, they'll play conservatively. Just too much riding on the line here in these qualifiers for either team. No need to rush this. Though I say that, YBB, they are going to 5-man smoke up. It might just be a little bit challenging because you are playing into the high ground of Magma. Though Dust does make it to the low ground now. It could be an opening. They'll see the Razor. It's a great target. In goes the jump. No BKB there. No Ravage to follow up, so Dust is gone. A very awkward time to show on the mid creep wave. And he will get punished immediately. Even worse news, there's no buyback available for that Razor. Oh, they found the leader now. Ravage is out. It's going to connect on everyone, but it won't matter. They found the Lina. They'll even lose QYQX. Really disastrous team fight for Magma. Just small mistakes like that, it's going to cost them so much.
YBB capitalized in a big way. Roshan fully open for them. Really great plays coming out, just catching Dust as he's trying to clear out the creep wave, pulling him back away from the saving hands of everyone else. And neither of those cores managed to really get their BKBs off, just because of how quick that chain control is out.
I'm just not sure what that initiation was there from Alina. Like, running down to the low ground like that, maybe assuming the Roshan had started, but just such a shame as well, because you saw Irving land a 5-man Ravage, but there was no one to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great Ravage. It's just that it wasn't at the time it was necessary, right? You want that with at least one of your cores up. Your Lina, it was a defensive Ravage, all things considered, trying to save the Lina, trying to give some time to maybe pop a BKB and get some damage off. You wouldn't have been able to sustain through for Baiyi anyways, because you don't have the any sort of lifesteal to kind of stay alive. When the Paladin sword is there, it's not the most to kind of sustain.
Yeah, bot lane
And now you lose Irving.
Yeah, it's probably just dead. The silver edge out from ZC, it's not going to take too much work to get rid of this Tide Hunter with the break. YBB, now with a 7k advantage, Aegis in hand. No fear in the world here for YBB. If you're Magma, you've got to try and slow down the game now. You are still heavily reliant on this Lina, but she just drops way too fast. You get her caught out, the fight's over. In fact, Mercy has been caught out. He's going to drop.
And that should be the signal for the retreat on Magma's end. Instant TPs away. And at the very least, you lose your Shadow Shaman, not your Lina. Still playable. And your respawn's not too far from the Tide. You will lose your outer objectives. Tier 2 down mid set to fall. Doesn't take too long for ZC now to kind of clear that out himself. The high ground's going to be a big priority. Slam is back up in Chanming. So they could go for a big play up. Ravage is only a few seconds off. There is a good defense that can come out from Magma, but they've got to really be patient. They've got to get their positioning right. You cannot have Baiyi stand forward with Alita any longer. Like, that is just not a play anymore.
Nope. Certainly not. Very least, MKB is almost up here for this Lina, but again, YBB won't care too much about that. Chanming's just doing such a great job on the Earthshaker of constantly catching him out. It's just not going to matter with the MKB if you don't have time to actually hit somebody. There is going to be a 4-man smoke now from Magma. Problem is they do have creep waves to address the mid lane and the top lane, but it seems like they're going to try and ignore them for now. Head down towards the south into that Radiant jungle. See if you can find anyone from YBB. But you look at the way YBB's standing here, just on the staircase. They're kind of ready for this. They're almost assuming a smoke is incoming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They just hold their ground. They don't need to corral Magma into them. They know they've got the advantage here with that Aegis still up and running, with how well ahead they are. 9k at this point is still significant enough. Gives you a couple of item advantages there to play with. Speaking of items, Summer already has the heart up on the CK. Bursting him down is going to be a process, especially if he manages to get the Phantasm off.
BKB forced out early. Visual once again from Chanming, barely being avoided by that BKB, and YBB, they immediately come back for that outpost. They are not going to allow any kind of opening for Magma. Understanding the lead they have right now on the Radiant end of things. As long as that Aegis is still standing for ZC, he'll be more than happy to continue fighting for the team. Though he does only have a minute and a half left on it, so they might have to try for a high ground attempt rather soon. But it doesn't really feel like they've got the creep waves right now. Maybe they can find Alina though. Down at bot lane, into the tree line she goes. 4 seconds for that TP. Pings her out. Are they going to check the tree line? It doesn't seem like they will.
Yeah. Builds out in the nick of time. Working on to that Satanic Next, a little bit more sustained coming out for Baiyi. And the MKB is nice. Definitely helps to try to machine gun these heroes down. But Magma still are playing really, really defensively. I think the next step is really just a refresh on Dust. Like double BKB usage, double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link. Kind of helps you set up. I think you'd also really want that refresh on Irving, double Ravage. Probably makes it a lot easier to commit and kind of retreat if it doesn't line up, because you always have that second Ravage to fall back to. Mercy working towards the Aeon Disc himself. I feel like this could actually be a really good Shadow Shaman BKB game. Like, shackle someone up, hold them forever, with your spell immunity and just allow some time for Magma to focus in onto that one target. Could be something down the line that we see coming out here for Mercy. The good news is, as you mentioned there, Mike, I mean, Aegis is going to expire and they haven't made moves on high ground. So Magma has managed to successfully hold up against that secondary life, and they've managed to give themselves some breathing room to just kind of try to play catch up here.
Certainly there's plenty of time to catch up. I suppose going high ground against that Lina Tide is quite scary. So YBB maybe just wait for the next Roshan to be up and available and try to go after that. That'll be the next objective for themselves. I suppose there is one outer tower that they can play for as well on the side of YBB. Here's down the bot lane, not too big of a deal anyway as Magma. 5-man smoke up, through the mid lane they go. Already on the Radiant side, who can they find first? They'll try to get into that Radiant triangle. Irving, he can blink in. No, instead, it's by the mid-tier 2 tower. They found Tianming, but Summer, he'll get in there with the BKB on the CK. Trying to fight back as Mercy is going to drop. In fact, they even found the Marcy, but they are going to lose Summer. So the CK's down. Beyond and ZC. They'll keep the fight going, and now the Ravage going to come out, Irving. Perfect timing, has found 2 of them. Beyond, somehow running, is barely going to make it out. In fact, now the Lina. Oh, the Lina's going to drop. They do not win out the team fight. Even with the Ravage, they just didn't have the follow-up.
They didn't really get positioning coming out there from SJ. Forced staffing away the DP, buying enough time for that little chase. Forcing a choice out from Baye. And he does try to chase the DP, gets caught out instead. Great Requiem coming out there from ZC to add on to that fear while the little shredder was flying off, and it was just enough to punish that Lina. And Magma, I mean, that was probably their best engagement that they could have possibly hoped for. Maybe you would hope for a little bit of a bigger Ravage, but you clear away Tianming, you take away the Ravage, you take away the Slam as an option, and then you manage to isolate that CK, eat through his heart. Still not enough. YBB just managed to space themselves out far apart enough that there was still room for them to play back in. And it might mean that the high ground for YBB is still a bit stalled out, considering they're waiting for respawns. They don't have backups, especially for Summer, who does fall. There's no buyback gold. Roshan still a ways off, so this could be one of those times where they just kind of play it safe. But it does look like, despite this itemization from Magma, the game is still extremely difficult. Refresh up on Dust. As we mentioned, double Static Link, double Eye of the Storm, double BKB is going to be nice. Whether or not that's enough, it's hard to say at this point.
It's very, very challenging to say. I mean, that was a team fight without Tianming as well. Like, he gets picked off straight away on the Earthshaker. So you didn't have those stuns, you didn't have the Echo Slam available for YBB, but well, the fact that they can still turn a team fight like that, which seemed perfect for Magma, just very unfortunate. It's now Mercy. Well spotted there for a moment. He's going to be fine as his team is right behind him. They'll go for the outpost. The YBB still hanging around the Roshan pit. Could try and take the outpost back if they wish. Roshan is going to be up in 25 seconds. You haven't got Ravage up for another 10, but it will be up in time for the next Roshan. Tier 4 items also going to spawn up now as well, so both sides going to try and farm a few more of those up while they can. So there is going to be a smoke from YBB. Into the Dire jungle they go. YBB frontlining with Beyond are going to find Dust. Mercy is there. He's got the Shaman, or rather the Hex Sound. The Ravage was there as well, but they're going to blow up the Tide. In fact, Aeon is out. Irving still alive, but is going to drop to Summer. Mercy also going to drop, but in they go after the CK. Disposes out. They do at least find Summer down, but Magma, they've got to back off. This is not the team fight they wanted. The lead is going to get caught. Perfect Fisher from Tianming, finding even more as they found Dust. It's only QIQX who will survive through this as the Marcy. And that'll be free Roshan for the side of YBB.
Got a lot of room to go into that Roche pit, even if they respawn here on Magma. No Ravage for at least 2 minutes. Massive opening out. They are still trying to shove a little bit in, beyond just ensuring that the creep waves are in their favor. Maybe to get a little bit of room for some buybacks first, if need be. Or just find some objectives. Fortify already gone. Creep wave not gonna last too long, but you're in a very tough spot now for Magma. Like, even with these respawns coming up soon, without the Ravage, your control is kind of not there.
Climax are there. Tianming, he'll be the first target, but immediately Mercy is gone. This is not the initiation. They don't even have the
Oh.
Titan now. The Echo Slam. That'll be a tieback on the Lena. This game, it's looking very over now. I mean, maybe you go back for Roshan anyway if you're YBB, but you don't really need to. You could go right for T4s. They're going to go for a secondary Rax instead, perhaps. They're still trying to decide this one out. Fisher won't land on Irving. Instead, it's the top T3 tower that will be focused down. Mind you, they cannot get Megas. There is still a T2 tower down at the bot lane. So they're going to just try and get 2 Raxes up and go back for Roshan instead. No GG call for Magma quite yet either. They'll give it one more crack as YBB. It's back to Roshan for them.
Not much stopping them from that pit. Ravage still half a minute away. The damage out of ZC is just incredible. Like, he does so much with his item build and with his talents already up. Like, it is a little bit much, especially with that level 20 talent with the +3 damage for his soul. Roche already gone. They've got a refresh orb on hand as well, a refresh shard that they can play with. Even finding a nice arcane could refresh out for the EXO or the BKB here on Beyond. And they're just going to go play it safe, Mikey. As he said, one outer tower left. Just need to clear that out, get the mega creeps, and, well, Magma, they still haven't even respawned by Yi.
Very, very tough game now for Magma. YBB, great position to force us to a game 3. As CC, even with the double damage now on the SF, he'd love to find this team in the tree line. See, they have no vision around the area. Mercy, looks like they're going to try and go for a bit of a surprise initiation onto YBB from the right side of the tree line here on the map. This could work out. It's very unexpected for YBB to have to run into this. The Observer Ward going to give all the vision. They've got a perfect Ravage initiation if they wish, but now they've lost vision. Onto the triangle they go, of the dire side. YBB for now are fine. ZC's going to be spotted, but he's got the Aegis up. He's not really the target you want to go on here, but they're going to try anyway. Ravage is out. It connects on 3. They'll find the SF for the first life. Perhaps they are trying to burst him down, and they will. It goes beyond, though, with the Aeon Disc and the BKB out. He will try and help out, but the SF now has been caught. Is going to go down. CC. He'll buy back into the team fight, but now Summer's in trouble with the big Echo Slam from Tian Ming. Gonna take down Mercy. Now a Fisher out. Magma still going, however. We'll find SJ. They'll force another buyback on the Snapfire. 2 buybacks being committed. They are on the chase for the Lena, but they'll lose Beyond. Another kill to go the way of Magma. And this strategy of fighting from the tree line, it does work out.
Pays off very nicely for the side of Magma. They are still severely behind in terms of net worth, but they find some very important kills and start to build into those big items they desperately need. Refresh orb almost done for Irving. Once you've got that, I think you're actually pretty good to go with the double Ravage threat. If you do manage to land another big one like that from Irving. Magma staying in the game. YBB, I mean, I don't think they even made any major mistakes. They were grouped up fairly nicely. It's just they get instantly jumped on the SF. They had enough damage to burn through his first life with relative ease, and they had follow-up control to burn through the second life. No problem. Like, we saw the Tendrils of the Deep coming out from Irving with the LSA, and, you know, that additional stun, it's a lot of work there, Mike.
It certainly is. The Magma not out of this game quite yet. YBB, a frustrating situation now. No Aegis up anymore for ZC. Still a massive net worth lead, but in the perfect team fight, Magma still has what it takes. So YBB hang around that dire jungle. Magma still heavily reliant on this Lena to get all the damage out throughout these team fights, but it certainly has been working out for them, at least for now. Even a Divine Rapier queued up right now for this Lena, John. I have Skadi to come out first, but the Divine Rapier is certainly the last item pick up for him, that's for sure. As there's your Skadi. No buyback gold available for the Lena. Mind you, it's on cooldown anyway, so it doesn't really matter. YBB, they'll hang around the mid lane, hoping somebody shows up. Mercy will do so. Summer, he'll move forward. That's a great Fisher. It's caught 2 already, but Mercy, he's got the Aeon Disc for now. So does Irving. They'll make their way out as Dust has moved his way in, but he's copping too much damage. He will drop. But there is a buyback up and available. Rebound away from QIQX. They try to chase down the Lina instead, but there's your Ravage out. Irving, he's only caught one with that. ZC had the BKB in time. Instead, it's on to Beyond. Trying for the death throw with the Aeon disc. He's going to protect us now. The Lina has been caught out. Summer, he's got him. Ravage is there, but they haven't got the damage output. They're still going to try with QIQX, but he's only a Marcy. Dust trying to run on the Razor. This game, it's going to be over. YBB, they should have been able to force this to a game 3, and they will.
Dire's middle tower
GG is called. A nice attempt from Magma, but it just doesn't prove to be enough in the end as YBB. And I gotta admit, John, I doubted the draft of YBB quite a bit, but this Earthshaker pickup from Tianming, it was really just game-changing.
Oh yeah, Chanming just played like a god this game. Like early on, those slams just with the Tumbler's Toy were amazing to see. ZC also did really well in his SF. I think his itemization, his choice to go for the right-click SF this game was the right choice. You know, he managed to be this big scaling beast for the mid lane as well, while also having a little bit more coming out onto Summer in comparison to Dust. Like, Dust timings were there. It felt like they didn't manage to really play around that all too well, and we can take a look at those stats in the scoreboard coming up here, Mike, that just how well the side of YBB did. I mean, ZC, just all the activity he had on the map, 14-12, 29k net worth, eclipsing Baye on that Lina. Like, we talked about the Lina being the real carry. They had to give a lot of space out to Baye, and it just didn't feel like the investment ever fully paid off. Like, I don't know about the itemization here as well. Like, the MKB makes sense for attack speed, but maybe you were better off with, say, a Satanic, just allowing you to stand in some of those dicier fights and right-click yourself back to full HP. It just felt really tough considering how fast YBB melts you.
Absolutely. It was definitely a tough game for Magma. They tried their absolute best to turn it, and almost looked like they had a comeback on their hands with that second last team fight that did happen. But without the massive surprise reveal from the tree line, it just doesn't seem like they have quite enough here for game number 2. Luckily for us, Jonathan, that means we get a game number 3 for the first time for the Chinese qualifiers, at least for us. So we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3's draft between YBB and Team Magma.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game number 3 here between LBB and, of course, the side of Magmitism or P-Dota and John X5. Jonathan, how you doing, sir? We're on to a third game.
Yeah, our first full best of 3 series coming out here today. You know, YBB managing to do something really, really good there in the last time around, managing to...
Hold on. John, you've just corrected me, by the way. I realized I just said LBB. My apologies. It is YBB. Thank you, Jonathan. Please continue.
Yeah, YBB managing to pull off a pretty good game 2 after, you know, a bit of a back and forth in game 1. It's a little bit of back and forth in game 2, but they were in control for majority of that game. ZC having a great time on his SF. I think Magnus got to look back there. There were some issues with executing with Baye on their Lina on mid with a switcheroo with Dust. And it just didn't feel like the comfiest spot for him, right? He was still sort of playing carry from mid, but some of the decision-making just kind of fell flat. So let's see what changes here as the draft is on hand. You can already see some of those initial picks here. Marcy, Hoodwink, and Dawnbreaker coming out for YBB. DP, Tusk, Dazzle, and Mars coming out for Magnus. They go back to the Dazzle, which gives me a sign of confidence. You already have a pretty good game for Dazzle here with the DP to kind of sustain. Even the Mars kind of feels good with that Dazzle up front for the Shallow Grave. And now they can really think twice about that Baye hero, what they want to kind of maximize that. Void already banned out from game 1, so you're not going to have that option. And they do pick up the Pangolier here in YBB, so building into a lot of team fight. They do have some decent control with Hoodwink and Marcy. Rebound plus Bushwhack can kind of work nicely, and you've got Global Presence out with the Dawnbreaker with Solar Guardian. But it does feel like if they might have issues holding some of these slipperier ones down if that does come out here for Baye.
Right. This draft's gone very, very fast. I probably shouldn't say that now, considering, you know, I'm probably going to jinx it for these last picks, but looks like we have some position 1s to be banned out. Both sides focusing on the pos 1s, choosing their offlaners a little bit earlier than the last 2 games. Position 1s, Jonathan, any predictions before they come out? Any particular carries you'd like to see for either team?
for Magma, again, you've got the Dazzle. You kind of want something that plays nicely with that Shallow Grave. Terrorblade's one that comes to mind. I like the Bloodseeker band from YBB. Would have slotted in nicely. I like the Respect bands actually going on a bit for Team Magma. They take away the Shaker for Chanming and the SF out from ZC, who played it really well. So I like seeing that Respect. I feel like a Terrorblade can still work out here for Team Magma. TA's band out, so you do have room for something big like TB. Shallow Grave out, Sunder out. You're pretty happy with that. And you do have a decent enough lane with Dazzle Terrorblade as well. Like once you have Metamorphosis and Reflection up, get the Poison Touch off, get the slower to Reflection, and just run them down with Metamorphosis. A nice, simple kill to find.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Here we go. First pick up here from Magma. Position 1. You mentioned the TB. It is still available for either team. TB feels very good here for Magma, that's for sure. It's the classic combo as well, the DP-TB. It's something you and I have casted so many times. At one point a few years ago, it got sickening casting that combination over and over again. Remember complaining quite a bit about seeing TB DP every single game back a few years ago. In fact, I think it was actually the Chinese region that was running that non-stop, but we have the Alchemist to come out. So something very different from Magma. John, Alchemist in this meta, like, do you believe in it? Is this a good carry to have?
I feel like it is. As long as you're not, prioritizing Ags,
10
Alchemist can
seconds
still be a
remaining.
really good hero. The stats do go against that, though. It's been picked 6 times in these
5
qualifiers
seconds
with a
remaining.
33% win rate, so 2 wins, 4 losses. But China as region, I think, is the one that dips into it. At least as far as what I've heard from C-Team scrims, the Alchemist pops up a lot there. So makes sense for Magma to go into it. Dazzle protects it very nicely. Leads to maybe a little bit more of a passive lane, although there is room for aggression if you have a value point and unstable. Could try to run down. The one nice thing about Alk is if you do go ultra late game, right, like gifting Ags can feel better for the Alchemist now, because, well, you get the added bonus without having to have the Ags for yourself. So, you've got a little bit more damage, a little bit of spell lamp. Particularly amazing, but it does mean that your Alk is not just going to be banking 10k worth of gold without giving Ags anymore. You've got some scalability there.
You may now select
There's a
your
life stealer.
heroes.
It's one way to try and just man fight the old Alchemist throughout these engagements. Life stealer obviously pretty good against the Mars, against the DP as well, so a decent pickup here from YBB. I'll be frank though, I feel like Lifesteal is one of those heroes that just takes so long to get to a point where it feels quite potent. And it does feel like the kiting potential is still there this game against the Lifestealer, but I can kind of see where they're going. Against the Alk, you end up buying a Skadi eventually. Against Alk, DP, both of them don't enjoy playing against that Skadi whatsoever. And the Lifestealer, again, is one of those heroes that can just pop rage and just man up if it needs to.
Yeah, it just can hold its ground. It can run out of arena fairly nicely here. And I think one thing that you will have to watch out for Magma is that maybe they're going to have a slower game. Like, you have the Alchemist, you're going to hit a mid-game spike, but it does feel like you do need a little bit more time to just literally leave the Alk alone to farm into that mid-game spike. So you're going to have to play 4 versus 5 for a bit.
Is something stuck in my beard, John? What is that?
I have no clue.
Where is
It's
it?
your
There it is.
beard.
I don't know. This is what
There you
happens
are.
when you grow up here. This is what people don't understand. Things just get stuck. Like any piece of dust or cotton from your clothes, it just gets stuck in there, and it looks so weird, John. It's not easy having these kind of genetics, Jonathan. I know you always remind me of how jealous you get because you don't have the potential of growing a beard, and you get your little goatee thing going, and it's all very cute and all that, Jonathan. I don't know. Let me be frank with you, John. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know if you could handle the beard. It's not that easy.
Wow. All right, Mikey. Well, I don't think I'd want to handle the beard now anyway. As we do get into game, this is something I'd much rather handle, a game of Dota 2.
Right.
We are in a smoke on smoke again. They've been using this to position out, drop some forward wards. I don't know if we're really going to see some action. It does feel like the level 1 coming out from Magma is pretty good, but not really going to opt to go for that. And yeah, just going to chill out again.
I apologize, by the way, John. I don't mean to tell you can't handle it. I'm sure you could. So that sounded very obnoxious of me. Sounded very obnoxious.
You want a beard? You can't handle a beard. Damn, Mikey. That's one way to say it. you know.
Neither could Tom Cruise, apparently, John. I suppose it makes enough sense.
Could handle
30
my
Anyway.
keys though.
seconds to battle.
Well, yeah. Let's not go too far into his life. It's a very, very interesting life he's lived. Game number 3, Jonathan. I mean, I never asked you the hard question, but in terms of drafts, could you give me an outright winner in terms of drafts? Can you answer the difficult
Outright
question,
winner.
Jonathan?
An outright winner just on draft alone. I don't think there's an outright winner. It does feel a lot more even here. I think both sides have some timings to play for.
battle
A little bit of a
begins.
chase here, but not going to really follow through from the poison touch. And should be slightly this time for Magwin. They do manage to snag an extra way, so no, they don't. They just go for a 2 for 2. I'm sorry, I'm actually lagging very badly right now, so I can't actually see anything.
I was lagging quite badly last game in the middle of a team fight, John, so I don't want to hear your excuses. I still managed to do the play-by-play. Sure, you can do a little bit of analysis while you're lagging, John.
Fair enough, fair enough. We're going to be taking a look at mid first. You've got ZC, of course, up against Dust. The good old Pangolier versus Death Prophet lane. This one should be back and forth, maybe a little bit better for Dust, as you can to just clear out the creep wave with Crypt Swarm. Back off, the cooldowns on Swashes way higher and Shield Crash, so Dust gets to manage it a little bit better.
Bottom lane, Beyond. He's really not enjoying this poison touch here, as the stun is going to fly out in first blood. Already going to go the way of the Arc here for Magma. Jianming really couldn't do anything to help out on the Dawnbreaker, and it just goes back to that poison touch. You really can't underestimate how slow you can get with enough right clicks here from QIQX.
Yeah, it really just ramps up very quickly. And that is a dual melee lane up against Dazzle, so it doesn't feel that good. They are mobile though.
Gonna try and trade, but now Tianming's underneath the T1 tower. Luckily the creep wave is gonna be able to tank through it, and Tianming gonna continue trying to be aggressive here against the Arc. Meanwhile, QX is back onto Beyond, who's copping a fair bit of damage from this poison touch, but the turnaround is there. They do find the Dazzles. Beyond, he's gonna be okay. The chase is still on for the Arc. Beyond, he does have Dispose, but chances are would not be enough without the follow-up of the Dawnbreaker. And it looks like Tianming doesn't really have any mana for the Celestial Hammer or Starbreaker anyway.
Yeah, just gonna have to sit back, regen a bit. Same goes for Baye, as he has expended a lot of his HP. And his Soul Ring's almost done, so should be able to keep spamming out the spells. And he's been farming up fairly well. He hasn't been slowing down at all. Good space created by QIQX on the bot lane. Again, double melee up against Dazzle. Never feels that good to trade hits with that hero.
Of course, top lane as well. The one lane we haven't talked about yet, you're going to have Summer and SJ there against Irving and Mercy. Summer, like, he might struggle in terms of CS against the Mars, but for now he seems to be just perfectly fine. Chances are you're probably not going to be able to kill off Summer, assuming he holds on to that rage and does use it at the right time. But I suppose there is a bit of kill potential, considering you do have the Tusk tag team, but again, I think as long as Rage is up, the Lifestealer is probably just going to be able to make it through anything.
Yeah, he's not under any threat there. He is going to farm a little bit slower in comparison to the Alch, just by nature of the Alchemist having that wave clear, so you're going to feel a lot better there in comparison on Magma's end. And I'm really keen to see just exactly what Baye's build-up is, whether or not he goes for the Radiance build, whether or not he just goes for, say, an SNY or a Travels and tries to be active. Kind of determines how fast Magma will play. We are seeing an overwhelmingly strong start from mid already from Dust, as we mentioned. It just feels a lot better for DP, much more spammy on the skills. You can easily just clear out the creep wave with no threat to your own life. And ZC has a pretty hard time landing some good shield crashes for harassment. So Dust is set to have a good build-up and should be able to hit that level 6 spike nicely, have some good support rotations in to force in that mid-tier 1 fast.
A very even mid matchup, that's for sure. Dust still pulling ahead just barely, but CC still able to poke back with the shield crashes. Bot lane, there's going to be a bit more action. QIQX going to go for a run. Starbreaker, it's off the mark. Ning unable to stay within range, and now will cop a fair bit of damage on the way out. In fact, he tried to trade right clicks here with the Arc, but he's going to be punished for it, it seems. Rebound is there from QIQX, however, in fact, Beyond, he's the one to take the kill. So Jianming, a decent bait, in fact. The Marcy always had the backup.
Managed to catch out and punish. getting themselves an additional kill here on YPB and starting to impact the Alex farm because he's focused in on trying to kill. They'll try again though.
Summer in trouble now with the shards and tag team activated. He's still trying to fight back. Meanwhile, bot lane, they do find the Dawnbreaker. But top lane, Summer is going to drop with the Lifestealer. They had a great shards tag team combo, and it just seemed like Summer wanted to try and fight through it. Just could not do it in the end. Very unfortunate there for the side of YBB.
Yeah, Magma off to a really strong start to with all the kills they're finding. They've only had to sacrifice their Dazzle. All of the kills from YBB are on that Dazzle. Everyone else having a smooth ride here on Magma's end. I think the one concern is still really the Alchemist and the DP. Like, if Dust is allowed to hit this level 6, if his supports are allowed to just connect to him with freer side lanes, then the objective taking just happens fast, and there's not much to defend here from YBB. ZC could try to roll around, but it doesn't feel like they've got the follow through for it just yet.
3-2 now. He's looking a little bit more calm across the map, that's for sure. Bit of a group up from Mercy mid lane, but not really going to get much done. Bottom lane, the chase here. Starbreaker, going to be off the mark. Tianming, again, unable to keep up with that Starbreaker. Beyond is still out with the rebound, but only lands onto QIQX, who was quite healthy. There's no real chance of securing a kill here for either side. Bit of poking back and forth. As now mid lane, they do at least find SJ. So the Hoodwink shows up here, and Dust, well, he had the Exorcism, so he wasn't really going to be stopped. He'll continue just working on towards that mid-tier 1 tower, and ZC going to try his absolute best to defend here with the Swashbuckle. Has the Rolling Thunder. Sad part is, though, the DP finds a regen rune. So all that work goes to waste, really.
Not so fast.
A bit aggressive still down bot.
QIQX will drop. There's your sidekick out as well. So now Tianming can heal up as the Arc is still trying, but the Dispose is there. Beyond, able to secure the kill. Tianming, he knows he's dead. He'll just stand there and take it for the team as Dust. He's still going to try and have a look around for Beyond, but is going to miss out. So a very nice trade coming out from YBB, really abusing this offlane duo of the Marcy Dawnbreaker. And it is panning out very effectively.
They've really put a dent into the progression for Baye. He's behind in terms of CS now in comparison to the Lifestealer. Still ahead in net worth as you'd expect, but not by the margins you'd want. And that pressure is going to ramp up. You need to kind of ensure that the build-up can happen. They've got some stacks in the triangle. So there's some recovery Dust. Gonna be fine, just a bit of a poke and prod from ZC. The roll is still available from the side of YBB, and I think that's something they've got to play around now if they want to get aggressive here.
Let's see. In the mid lane, here goes the Pango. Magma, they are grouped up around. Never mind, they do leave the DP alone, so Dust does need to be somewhat cautious because there is a bit of backup coming in from the Pango. YBB will reveal themselves in the mid lane, at least the supports do, and nothing's going to come out of it. Just trying to secure that 8-minute power rune timing. Dust could be in danger. ZC does move in. A nice bushwhack, and now the rebound is out. Beyond setting up as Dust. He'll try to heal up with the stick charges, but there's going to be 4 heroes around. They'll even find Mercy on the Tusk. And that'll be a 2-for-0 trade the way of YBB.
It takes a lot of heroes, but they find a really big kill, taking out the Death Prophet right before she can try to use the Exorcism on the tower. So a bit of a preemptive defense almost coming out, just preventing any sort of moves onto the mid and starting to build up around their Pango's timings. Great roll coming out, building into the defusal here for ZC. So it's going to have even more control coming out. They are still keeping trap of that Alk though, just not giving Baye a free lane.
Yeah, he's trying to move in for the stun, but now he's going to get punished. There is a Chemical Rage still going, however, so he does heal through all the damage being pumped out. Beyond has already committed the Unleash, so he doesn't have that available. Now the turnaround is there, but the best is out. Summer, he'll just keep going. This Alk still trying to run. ZC, he's on the chase. He has the shield crash in just a moment. He'll land another slow. There's another rebound. They will not give up, and it does pay off. Oh, YBB, they would just not leave this poor man alone.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
just keep chasing them down. They understand what they have to do against the Alk here on YBB's end. Just constantly apply pressure, ensure it doesn't find farm. QYQX spotted by the courier.
He just wanted to survive. The courier sees him. Tianming even sticking around for a Starbreaker swipe at him. Beyond will be able to take another kill on this Pons 3 Marcy. And I've got to say, John, this is one of the better starts I've seen from a position 3 Marcy. 4-1 and 4. See a lot of impact in that offlane so far, and considering the start Beyond's had, he's going to have a very early BKB timing, probably into a basher after that, and that's going to be problematic for Magma. We've seen how strong these Marcys can be in the offlane if they're off to a good start.
Just snowballs out of control. Magma, I feel like we expected more coming out from the sports. They make that good rotation mid, they force the first EXO out onto the tower. After finding a couple of kills, Fortify was there to hold off, but that's the kind of space that Magma needs to keep making. Buy space for this Alk, allow him to farm. He's going for the Radiance and Baiyi. It's going to be a while until that's up. The farm is accelerating, but one thing we haven't really seen this activity out from Irving either. Like, he's just been camped up top on this Mars, not really leaving that lane, not really opening up with the arena for his teammates. And it's just allowing YBB to run around knowing that there's no threat of being jumped on by that control.
Irving, chased down by Tianming. SJ is going to be there. Bushwhack not going to land. Irving, not the Celestial Hammer, but is just going to run his way out. Even ZC showing up, but obviously not able to get within range for the Rolling Thunder. I think for ZC anyway, you probably just want to pick up the Diffusal Blade first before you do get too involved with your team. Once you have the Diffusal Blade up, it just feels like your impact goes up so much more. Just so much damage output as well with the Swashbuckle. For now, though, it's all about farming for him. Magma, on the other hand, they are going to go for a 3-man smoker. Mercy, Dust, and Irving going to move in. They will find the Pango. Rolling Thunder not going to be there in time. The arena is going to be dropped. They'll find one. Tianming, he tried to come in and help out, so it might be a 2-for-1 special here for Magma. They do end up getting a very nice shards out, and eventually Tianming will drop. And with that, John, T1 mid tower, it is open.
Yeah, they've got the EXO running, Fortify pop early, but not going to take too long for this objective fall. They're still coming in with Beyond, though. Don't want to give this one for free.
Beyond will try to fight by himself, the sharpshooter. It was taken by the Tusk. Mercy, he takes the shot for his teammate. He will die, but the President Death Prophet, John, he will survive.
And he backs off in the nick of time. Tower, only 24 HP, so the deny should just come out from YBB. Not quite doing that yet. They managed to successfully defend to an extent up against Magma. The tower is still set to fall, but now they can just take away the gold and just enjoy the freebie that they get. To even out the game a little bit more. This is really important space for Baiyi, though. So they are doing a good job of just dragging these fights away from the Elk. He is still being tracked out by Tianming, but he's out of the danger zone down bot. I mean, they're just trying to chase down Irving. They're trying to take control of that bot jungle and just connecting that onto the mid, trying to just lock them out of any sort of farm. So the Alk only really has top to play with, and they've got to find ways to keep distracting YBB away from that top lane.
Do you think the Elk's finding enough farm though? He's had a real rough start. 13 minutes in, he's only about 600 gold ahead of the Pango. I suppose this is around that time now where you really want to start to escalate, but I don't know, it does feel like he's going to need minimum 5-10 minutes before he's ready to fight. And YBB, they are around the corner, ready to try and make the jump in. QYQX though, great positioning. Breaks the smoke, tanks the gank. YBB, they aren't even going to try going after the Elk. Will allow him another day to keep that farm going. But back to the question, John. It does seem like he needs a lot more time.
Yeah, it's the one thing when you do pick up that Alk. You are playing almost like a 4 Protect 1 up until an early mid-game. Once you have certain item spikes, the Alk does feel good, but it's not quite there yet. And look at this. With the Diffusal up, ZC just wanting to check around. And that does cut off the farm of our Alk. Baiyi just doesn't feel the comfiest there. They need some more vision out from Magma. I'd say they need a lot of defensive wards here. Just watch those jungle entrances. Ensure your Alk is protected. and just run a risk when you do go out for these engagements. You know, you're gonna have to go for blind smokes, blind movement out, but you just really want your Alk safe more than anything else.
YBB, they're going to sneak up here, top tier 1 tower. They do miss out on the Alchemist though. That's the real target they wanted. They don't really care for that top tier 1. Magma now will go for a smoke, but they might run right into SJ. Smoke broken already. Mercy, he's going to move in, but here comes the cavalry. Solar Guardian is there on Dust. He's still fine with his own BKB, and now an Arena. Going to catch 2 of them. Irving, a perfect setup. They've already found 1. Even Mercy surviving thanks to the shallow grave of QIQX. And Magma, they'll find a double kill onto Dust. Just very, very challenging to try and force that fight into the BKB of the Death Prophet. They were unable to lock him down, and in the end, they're unable to find anything. YBB, and it's just gonna have to back off and lick their wounds.
It's an outstanding Arena out from Irving. And that spear onto the Lifestealer before that Rage. You talked about it from the laning. He needs to be able to land that Rage on the Lifestealer to survive. Otherwise, you do still have enough control. They smoke out immediately, though, on YBB.
It's great positioning from QIQX, but no, he doesn't see them. Oh, he doesn't see them. He just ran past the tree line, so he got fogged. Oh, he was half a second too late.
Yeah, it's one of those things. He went out forward, he plants a ward, but that was the window where YBB comes in for the kill. And to find the biggest kill they could hope for. The Alchemist still not the richest Alch in the world. Radiance is almost up, but it does feel like we are a little bit late on that timing. And we still have a lot to play here.
Yeah, double damage found out. Mercy gonna find himself in pretty big trouble. Does get sniped here by SJ. ZC looking for a bit more with that Rolling Thunder. Not really gonna find anyone for his trouble. Might just wait for the Rolling Thunder to be off cooldown now and just try and abuse the double damage timing with it. Like, it seems pretty strong for them. You could try to force the T1 mid tower push now if you're YBB, but it does feel very forced. Xian Ming still going to try and make the play onto the Dazzle, though QIQX will be able to land the Shallow Grave, at least for now, but eventually will drop anyway. They're unable to save. Instead, Irving is going to move in onto Xian Ming. They'll find the Dawnbreaker perhaps, though he will go for a bit of a run with the Celestial Hammer, but won't make it to the low ground. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Does feel like it's in the favor of Magma. With that, still a very even game. But the fights continue. ZC, he'll pop the double damage onto Irving, but Irving can just TP away, understanding there's no way to stop the TP. So it is going to remain a 1-to-1 in the favor of Magma.
Yeah, it's still a fairly close game, less than 1k lead standing for YBB. Whenever you're against an Alch, you feel pretty good. Radiance is finally up, so the farm can kind of hit full force here for Bai Yi. He does have the Ancient stack to clear out, and that should give a good gold injection coming through there. I think the next step for YBB is they've got to find this mid. Their push isn't the fastest, they need to kind of commit for this kind of push, but they've still got roll on ZC if they find the opening from the defense, and Magma aren't even defending, so they find that tier 1 that they need. It opens up the triangle just a tad bit more, and just cuts off further access for the Alch to keep this farm game going. We need so much more. Like, Bai Yi needs the BKB, probably wants some armor up against that Lifestealer as well. It's gonna take so much time for the Alch. I mean, not that much, because again, he flash farms pretty fast, but that's a lot of time for YBB to just keep playing this game as they have. Just be aggressive. Use that global presence you have in Xian Ming well. Use this early presence that Lifestealer has just by his kit very well. The Desolator is almost done now on Summer. And that'll just make short work of any hero that shows up from Magma.
Now, mid lane, there is a bit of a group up from YBB that haven't a look around, but they'll try to make a jump in.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I think
under
right now,
attack.
they'll probably still be very happy with the state of the game, YBB. Like, Summer really is keeping up very well against this Alchemist. Only 1.3k behind in gold. Desolator up now, so it does feel like he can push towers and start to join his team for these fights. I really start to doubt that this Alchemist is going to be able to outscale this Lifestealer. He just has not pulled far ahead enough. You're going to give props to the YBB side and just continue harassing this man. And And they are going to go for
Radiant
another
are
5-man
scanning.
smoke up right into that triangle. It seems like Magma are aware that this is happening, but the rebound is there. They know the Alchemist is around to the top lane, and they will rush him. But the tree line is going to protect. They will not see him through that tree line, and that's going to be enough. YBB, they will be unsuccessful with their 5-man smoke.
Yeah, they smoked right under the ward down mid on a ramp, so very, very clearly seen coming out there for Magma, and they just avoid very nicely. That still cuts into your Alex farming time, and he's going to have to play elsewhere again. Does have the blink up. BKB still going to be worked on, maybe even in the career right as it died, and Magma going for their own smoke play. Only dragging in 4 though. Alex not quite ready, but if they find the angle, this could still work out.
Certainly could. Towards the top lane they go. YBB still hanging around, but in fact, no, never mind. Mid lane, they're going to find Tianming. It's not the greatest kill in the world, but I suppose for Magma right now, you just take whatever you can get. They could even think about Roshan now if they really want to. Considering it's a 4v5 and you don't have the Dawnbreaker to worry about for another 25. But that would mean you pop the Exorcism. Magma, they don't seem to want to do that right now. They'll just wait it out.
Yeah. They've just got to kind of sit out a little bit, build up, and instead of YBB for their part, I mean, I like how they're itemizing. Like, you look at ZC, he had that defusal, he's got his Basher up, some more utility coming out from the Swash. Combine that with the damage coming out from Summer, you can have everything you could possibly hope for already on these two heroes. Still, Magma, they've got the blink up on Mercy. We've seen Tusk blink be really impactful. Snowball blink saves, blinking away, using Snowball to dodge damage. A lot of potential here for Mercy to weave in and out.
Yeah, putting a halt to that initiation that should have came out there from Irving. Very nice bash from the Pango, just making sure the Mars could not move forward. Still going to be a 4-man smoke, Magma. They're going to try, but there's a 3-man counter smoke happening, and they'll run right into each other. Mercy, he'll make the jump in. A nice arena, already catching out the Pango, but can they protect him? It doesn't seem like it. ZC, he's still going, but not for long. He does drop. Magma, however, they're still being chased down. Beyond does so much damage on this Marcy. And now Roshan, it's going to be open for YBB. Suddenly the game is swinging their way.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's been swinging their way for a while, considering the slower start coming up from Bai Yi. And secondary life to have with all these tanky heroes up front can be hard for them to deal with from Magma's end. Initiation looked decent, but the BKBs did fly on, and they just don't have enough damage. Like, you have a Mars and a DP, that is just not burst damage. The Alchemist can't show up yet because he's not protected, so you really have a limited amount of damage sources you can play with in these 5v5s. Secondary life up on Summer. Lifestealer just looking bigger and bigger as each fight progresses. Sanj up as well. Some more stat resist, some more HP, more durability. And for Magma, it just boils down to, is Bai Yi enough? And I think I'm with you on that, Mike. He just doesn't feel like he will be. Even if you give him 5-10 more minutes, it feels like he's going to need 15, maybe 20 minutes to really just completely eclipse everyone else. And that's a bit late for the Alch to be really massive.
Almost sounded like you were describing my marriage there, John, just not being enough. It's very depressing for me, Jonathan. Bit of PTSD, thank you for that.
I do charge for my counseling.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Surprised anyone will pay you, John, I'll be frank. Your counseling, I've experienced your counseling sessions, John, and not the greatest. I think you've got a bit of work to do, but maybe one day.
Randy's a very satisfied customer.
Don't even bring up Dream myself. Don't even bring it up. Bot lane, tier 2 tower. It's under siege once again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Force the fortification out. Magma not really flinching either. Like they see the bottom tier 2 going down, they clip up, but I think they understand. They really can't take a fight. They're just way too behind. Well, what do you do now if you are Magma? Like, especially with this Alchemist, do you just kind of give up on him and hope maybe Dusk can carry the game for the DP, or like what do you actually do?
Your win condition is still tied into this Alchemist. You could go left field here. I would say what would be massive is Tusk Ags. Like, Not even kidding. Just kick someone back in the defense. That's how you can hold high ground.
Dust to be forced the BKB up. Does have a TP available, but has not popped it. Eventually will do so.
Bash.
Oh, there it is. I suppose he was always afraid of the bash to come out. That's fair enough. Had to try eventually. Meanwhile, towards the south, QX was on a run. Narrowly avoid the sharpshooter out from SJ. Luckily for Magma, there's no Roshan to play for. Sadly for Magma, Summer still has Aegis for 3 minutes anyway. So he's already got what you need. They could just push in front of the tier 2 top tower perhaps, maybe even the mid tier 2. I highly doubt Magma could stop them.
No, they can't. At this point, you might have to just play a high ground, unless you can get a really good arena spear from Irving, or at least just one good spear back on a key target that's isolated, but YBB aren't splitting apart. Just gonna go for that safe play, push together as a team. And again, it just feels like this starts to be a game where you want your Tusk to have Ags. You might have to farm an Ags and Bayi and just have the kickback into the high, from your high ground into the back of the base where the teammates can't help. Isolate them one by one and try to find pickoffs that way.
You need a lot of time for the Ags to come out, but I mean, if you're this Alchemist, you could think about it. You could think about handing it over to this Tusk. Mercy, they'll jump in for a Walrus Punch, but Beyond's there. Look at this, John. Unleash out. Bye-bye, Mercy. No mercy for the Tusk, that's for sure, as YBB. It seems like they've had enough. Even with the Aegis still up, they've expended enough spells. They don't want to fight without the Unleash and the Rolling Thunder. They'll take the Tusk kill, and that's going to be enough.
Yeah, they're just gonna go easy. They're in the lead. They know that they've got scaling even into the late game in comparison, because the Alch, it does plateau. Like there's itemization, but by its skill set, it just really plateaus at some point. So you've got a lot of room on your own side. Just play for the safe objectives and take another tier 2, clear out all the outer towers. Although
Sama, he's been caught. Silence is there. He does have that secondary life, but they might be able to get through the first one, and they will. A nice start for Magma, but can they keep it up? No spear available quite yet, so Summer should be able to walk, but Mercy, he's got the Walrus Punch available. Summer still gets the Infest off onto Beyond and just makes a run out of there, as instead they will try to chase down the Dawnbreaker. Irving looking for a spear, will be able to find one onto Tianming, and eventually they will find one kill for their trouble. It's a lot of spell usage for that one kill though, and without the Exorcism up for 2 minutes, I think YBB, they'll just wait for their Dawnbreaker to respawn and probably try for high ground.
Yeah, just give it a few seconds. They're not going to be minding that all too much. You can just see how hard it is to catch out the Life Sealer, especially with that Aegis. Just very slippery,
It's a
has good
maneuver.
infest targets for the retreat.
There's a pincer going on here, John, but quick blink out. Never mind, no fight to break out, sadly. Scan is there on Irving.
Yeah, they spot him out. They know there's someone farming that top area. They don't have vision there on the side of YBB. Going in now.
Mercy again, going to be targeted straight up and just get taken down. Sharpshooter more than enough, as even ZXCY, or rather QXQY, or rather QYQX is what I meant to say, John, does end up going down mid lane. Too many letters in these names. They do go to the high ground now of the mid lane. In fact, never mind. They'll go up top, Summer and Beyond. Sounds like a store name, Summer and Beyond.
I mean, there is Bed Bath and Beyond.
Hold on, we're not giving free shoutouts, Jonathan. I know which one it is. Spear is there, Irving. Gonna set up, dispose out though. Nice stun, however, with the unstable concoction, but Beyond, he just keeps going. Summer, he'll man up. Arena down. They'll try to protect Summer. He's gonna get out of there. Beyond's already done as well. ZC still alive somehow, but the chase is going. They want that life stealer. They might just have him as well, and they do. Down without buyback. SJ being chased as well. There goes Tianming. SJ gonna try to run, but the stun is there. 4 down for the side of YBB, and suddenly Magma, they are showing signs of life.
Yeah, they execute that defense perfectly. They isolate the life stealer very well. I'm surprised he couldn't manage to get off any infest, but he did not have Beyond to go into. A bit of a rollout from ZC, trying to cut off the creep wave. Does manage to make an escape for himself. But they even out the game on Magma. They actually haven't lost anything on the high ground, so they're feeling great. Like they successfully defend and hold. And you are starting to pull ahead by good numbers now in Bai Yi. He's 6,000 ahead for Lifestealer. You could start to consider, and you could replace your Soul Ring at this point. So you're not quite fully slotted up, and of course you're going to need your Overwhelming Blink here on the Elk as well. So I think that's where the itemization goes next. But again, the room is there to gift Ags. Kickback on Mercy could be nice down the line. Not a high priority considering that they can just expect YBB to maybe overextend, and for YBB for their part, they try to push the envelope. They swing towards a different lane for Axe, trying to clear it out, but without the protection of Aegis, that felt a little bit optimistic despite those pickoffs.
Group up again from Magma. They might force another smoke. And they will. A 5-man smoke up. They're feeling the energy now. Unleash still down for 45 seconds here for this Marcy. Dust, he'll see a regen rune. Stun, it's going to be charged up here by the Alk. They've got to get to that high ground though. If they want to actually land it, they'll end up stunning themselves for now. As Dust, he will move in. Exorcism is popped, but who are they actually taking? Everyone's just running. Another stun being charged up. They'll at least find the Dawnbreakers. Qian Ming might just go down. It's only going to be one though. Roshan, at the very least, is available. So they can try to use the Exorcism for this, and they will.
Yeah. They've got damage. There is ample time to kind of respond, but no Rolling Thunder for a bit. Beyond does have the Infested Lifestealer, though.
You don't have the buyback on the Dawnbreaker, though. It makes it kind of hard for YBB to make the jump in. That being said, Magma doesn't know that there's no buyback available. He was only 85 gold short of that buyback being up. Still 20 seconds away from respawning. You'd love to have that Solar Guardian throughout this team fight, but they're going to jump in early. Mercy is there with the Walrus Punch. A Bushwhack to hold him down. Summer, he'll get to work with the Snowball. Is going to delay a little bit as QIQX is going to drop to the Shield Crash. Mercy still running, but does get taken down by the Swashbuckle. In they go into the Alchemist. The Unleash is there. The Marcy's trying, but does end up dying as now the Solar Guardian is committed by Qian Ming. He has respawned up. Onto Irving they go, but he's got a BKB available on that Mars, so he'll keep the fight going. And now the turnaround is here. Dust, he pops the shivers. In fact, never mind the turnaround. The sharpshooter will connect onto the DP, and Dust is gone as well. Irving, he'll keep trying to get out, but the Bushwhack, it's going to lock him down. Irving's gone. Eventually, they'll get him. And now Roshan is available to the side of YBB. And would you believe it, John? There's a double damage rune there waiting for someone.
Of course, just to speed up the rush just a tad bit more. YBB managed to play their cards right in that pit. And Magma, I mean, after the arena, it was a pretty decent one. They just lose way too many heroes early on. They've got to deal with 2 lives once more on Summer, and now he's even got the utility coming out from Open Wounds. So you can kind of slow heroes down, set up for his team, helping them kind of stay alive as well. And the high ground should be a simpler process. You do still have Bai Yi around, but the Alk just doesn't feel like a factor at all. Like it mainly feels like the threat comes in from Irving more than anything else, and it's just not enough.
Now the mid-rats is set to fall. Respawns are incoming for Magma. Mercy is going to try and make the jump in. More response will be there, but now the turnaround with the Dispose out onto the Tusk. Shallow Grave is going to delay his life going down a little bit as the Snowball will also be committed. Back the way of the Siege Creep. Mercy still will end up dying. So that's one down. But YBB, they're not going to stick around any longer. They got the mid-racks. They've got a Tusk kill for themselves. They'll go back for the outpost instead. And even an Eye of Skadi finally up for Summer. So he's going to be feeling a lot stronger on that next high ground attempt. Still holding on to that Aegis as well. They've got plenty of time to just keep farming and go back up in maybe a minute or two.
Yeah, they've got everything they could possibly need. I do like that Summer's going back for a BKB of his own, so feeling like the Rage not quite enough. Gonna need additional sources of spell immunity. And honestly, it feels really good here. Like, it just allows you to dodge out a lot of what the Mars wants to do, what the DP wants to do to you, even avoiding the sort of softeners out from the Alchemist. The Acid Spray won't affect you, Unstable Concoction won't do much, and you can just kind of focus in and get the damage. Full Abyssal out for the Alch, though. Bai does have some good ways of taking care of that spell immunity when it does come out. But it still feels like his impact on the Alch hasn't been as big as you'd want it to be. And I think that investment still needs to show its worth here for the side of Magma. As it's really been down to Irving getting some good spears back, and Dust just positioning himself perfectly to last through and do a ton of damage out with the Siphons and with the Exorcism, which has been shaping up, but it's a lot harder to pull off, which is why YBB's been able to find way more angles. Irving does have the halberd up, so a little bit of a disarm to help up against Summer, at the very least before he gets spell immunity off, could give them a few more openings here and there.
Here we go. 2 minutes still left for Summer on this Aegis timing. Very hard defense to come for YBB, but they've done it before. Can certainly try to do it again. Stun going to be channeled up. They've got to try and make the jump in. SJ was not being pinged out. They tried for Beyond, but he's got the BKB out in time. Now the Bashers right onto the Alchemist. He'll still make a run with the Shallow Grave, however. Nobody will drop quite yet. Exorcism was popped. So YBB, they can just casually wait on the low ground until it's over. And maybe just go back high ground. They still have the Aegis.
They use a lot out from Magma. BKB is expended. Exo gone. They hold onto the arena, which is nice. Roll is down, but the cooldown's not the longest. And yeah, Summer doesn't care now. Just walks up, takes another tier 3.
Dust has the Ghost Scepter. It's going to remain protected from the right clicks of the Life Stealer. Summer still has 1:15 left. Doesn't really want to force to back off here if he can avoid it. You'd feel much calmer if you had Rolling Thunder back up. That's 15 seconds away here for ZC. So Summer, try to abuse the Rage. Spear, not going to be there from Irving. It goes right through the Life Stealer. It's the Bushwhack, going to lock down the Mars. They even have the break with the Shallow Grave. Going to buy a bit of time as Beyond. A double stun out. They found Mercy. There goes your Mars. They're trying with the Alchemist to try and fight back, but this Life Stealer, he's way too tanky. Just takes down the Alch, no problem. ZC, he'll find QY and QX once again on the Dazzle. There are no buybacks available on the Mars or the Alch. That really should just be it for this game 3. YBB looking to pull off an upset here in this best of 3 series. QY QX will commit the buyback, but that's the only one they have left. They will be playing 3v5 into the Aegis of Summer, which is expiring in 15 seconds. Beyond, unable to get the grab back. Dust, gonna be careful to get caught out here by the Dawnbreaker, but is gonna be able to back. And now Megas are up. ZC, oh, he's got the bash out. Nice snowball save, but is it gonna be enough? Mercy, he'll be the one to get caught out now. Dust, still trying to run. Shallow Grave, it will buy a bit of time for the Tusk, but not long. 2v5 scenario now for Magma. They'll have the Mars back up in 3 seconds. That'll make it a 3v5. So Irving back into the fight. YBB, they're not even going to stick around. There's just no need. They've got the Megas up. It's happy death time, John.
Yep, back off. Just let them try to hold on now. You do have a Mars, DP, and Alch, which is decent enough in terms of clearing out these Mega Creeps, although not the fastest in the world. So they should be able to kind of cling on here. Question is, where do you go from here? Like, you've got to deal with the Ags out on Tianming, evasion, additional healing in that Solar Guardian is going to be big. I feel like you really just want Ags. I still say the same thing. Like, Tusk Ags might save your game. If you can kick them back from tier 4s into your fountain, well, there you go. You know, like that's your path back in. Just try to fountain fish a bit.
Well, it goes back to the
it's
Alch,
infinitely harder now.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. I feel like the Ags would have been the only way to really change this game, and the problem is the Alchemist's not even 6 level yet. We're almost 40 minutes in. Like, It almost feels like you may as well have just gone for the Ags for Mercy. Like, just get the Alk to farm it for his task, because God knows he hasn't got the damage to try and deal with YBB at the moment.
Yeah, and you could at least try to counter farm. And
Yeah.
I mean, this position now is really difficult. Again, you can hold off on the on these megas quite nicely, or nicely enough, but you've lost complete map control. Like, there is no way YBB will let Magma step outside that base at any point in this game now. And they've got a 16k lead over the Alchemist. So it's like, yeah, your Alchemist is number 1. It comes at a massive cost for everyone else, and you're just not able to keep up with us in our own items, especially on the supports. Like, again, Chanmeng, Ags is huge. You're working towards the Octarine here for our Hoodwink SJ. I wish that was a Hoodwink Ags. I really want to see that decoy shot, but we aren't.
It is
I
what
like
it
how
is.
this one feels.
Oh, it's nothing. It's not too special. It's all right.
It's fun, you know.
It is fun.
I'd like to see that. Get two sharpshooters coming off. Hey, you know, that's pretty cool.
It's not like they need it though. That's the problem.
Exactly.
One's
It's
doing enough.
completely unnecessary. That's why you want it. There you go. There's the Ags out. Who you giving it to?
I mean, it has
Who
to
you
be
giving it
Mercy.
to? Yes, yes.
Yeah,
They've got
alright.
the idea. All right.
It's too late though,
That's-
isn't it? Like, they're against Megas now. I mean, it's not too late. The game's not over, but you know,
I don't
chances
know.
are.
Like, the goalposts are still up, you know. The tier 4s are there. There's your
Okay.
goalpost. Kick them right through.
Fine.
Score one from the midfield. I don't know sports.
Yeah,
but
I can
that
tell,
sounds
John.
right.
I'm not sure what sport you were trying to talk about. There's multitudes of sports that you could have talked about there, John. But
Golf?
You,
Just go for a good
No.
approach shot onto the
no,
fairway.
not golf, John. Golf doesn't have it. No, that's not the one, John. You had rugby league, you had rugby union, you had the NFL, you had
So Australian.
AFL. Even though you know AFL.
Rugby.
All the Aussies out there don't bother with the AFL. Still, YBB. I mean, they're still in a great position here. They've got the Aegis up, they've got
Yeah.
an Ags up. Everything's good.
Literally nothing changes from that Roche. They are still in a very winning position. Like, they were already winninging before that. So
That's not a word, John.
let's see. We'll find out if they can kind of get this approach shot out on the toss.
Dusk, he gets done straight away. Look at the damage. Oh, Beyond is just shredding him. Yikes, Dusk cannot handle it. He is gone. Under the task, there's more. Beyond.
No.
1-2, 1-2, 1-2. He'll find another. Irving. He'll get bashed up with the BKB just trying to force a fight. YBB, they'll back off. That's a great arena. That's a great double spear out with the Solar Guardian. It's going to protect them. There's no follow-up. Magma, this game, it's looking over. They're still in it though. They're still trying. Where's the Tusk? He has no buyback. At least they find Tian Ming on that Dawnbreaker. They'll try one last time. Irving, he's back in as well. Summer, his BKB wearing off, but he's onto the Alchemist now with the Bushwhack to hold him down. The Alch surely can't survive. There's a shallow grave from QX trying to buy a bit more time, but it's not going to be enough. He is gone. Tier 4 towers.
Middle tower
Off we
is
go.
under attack.
You needed the Tusk with the kickback. He dies without buyback. He's up in 3 seconds. There's Dust again being caught out. Shallowgrave will buy a bit of time. Here's the Fountain kickback onto that live steal. They found a good target, but Summer, he's too tanky. The Fountain's not going to do enough. Mercy, he will drop once again, and that's GG. Magma, they'll have to go home, or rather stay home here in the lower bracket. YBB, however, Jonathan, they will proceed through to the next round. Happy days for them.
YVB play exceptionally well, showing us why, you know, the bottom tier of Div 1 teams are still scary for some of these Div 2 teams. And Magma, they looked hopeful again, number 3 under DPC, Division 2 and Tour 3. Looked hopeful for a promotion, didn't quite get it. Get a bit of a taste of what that next DPC Tour cycle might feel like, but YBB kind of closing it out there. A very close series, though, between these two teams, right? We go all the way. It's our first series to hit 3 games in all of the Chinese qualifiers. So a very competitive one, but YBB does get to ride on.
They certainly do, Jonathan. Congratulations to them to making it through to the lower bracket round of 3 is what I'm trying to say here, John. Magma again, sadly, do have to go home. Luckily for us, though, Jonathan, we've got I believe, another hype series coming up very, very soon. Vici game against Team Fusion is going to be the next series coming up. And we do have a scoreboard, luckily, as well here for this game number 3. Again, it was a pretty close matchup up until the later stages. It just seemed like YBB were able to take over with their own draft. I got to give props, John, because Beyond, he did a great job on this Marcy. And it's one of those things with core Marcy, you don't always get to see like a really solid performance. In fact, I'd say a solid performance in a POS 3 Marcy is quite rare. But 13, 3, and 15, you saw how he was just kind of manhandling every hero he ran into at the later stage of the game. You've got to give props to the man. In my opinion, for Game 3, he looked like the MVP.
Yeah, he played phenomenally well. His lane maybe went off to a bit of a slower start. The Dazzle Alk lane from Magma did look pretty good. They found a couple of kills early on, but they just couldn't sustain it. And they had a right mindset on YBB. Just track the Alchemist, prevent the farm, and it has no game. It's just not enough there to kind of carry through.
I'm not sure if we have the brackets as well that we can bring up. We'll find out very, very soon if we can bring up some brackets on the screen. But, I mean, it's, I guess only one thing's changed for now. YBB, again, is going to make it through, and Team Magma do have to go home. And there we go. Thank you very much. We do have the brackets coming out. YBB, now in the lower bracket round of 3. Their next opponent will be the winner of the next series we are casting here between VG Gaming and Team Fusion. So YBB, although they probably are celebrating right now, their job's not done yet, Jonathan. They've got to take a seat and watch the next series and, do some homework on VG versus Team Fusion. And John, before we do head off to a break, do you want to give us a bit of a sneak peek between these two teams? Who do you list as the favorites between VG and Team Fusion?
It's an awkward one again. It's a situation where Vici got demoted to Div 2. Fusion's kind of lower end of the pack on Div 2. On paper, VG should be favored, but I feel like if Fusion has a really good game, if they're on point, if we see that same Fusion that kind of dominated Cyan yesterday, I feel like that could be Fusion. Like, Fusion at its best, for me, looks better than VG at its best. So it's all a matter of who's at their best in that match.
Okay. I must admit, John, I still hate the way you say Cyan, even if it is the correct way. It just bothers me. My whole childhood was just all a lie. What can I do? It was all a lie. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head off to a very short break while I go cry to myself, and right after that break, we'll be back with VG Gaming against Team Fusion. We'll see you all then.
Let me acquaint you with your own demise.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our second series of the day. It's going to be Vici Gaming against Team Fusion coming up here. Jonathan, we're in for our new series, but before we even talk about the new series, I've got to hear how you're doing, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. You know, we had a good time. In the last series, we had our first full best of 3 go all the way for 3 games. And now we've got a new series here. Vici Gaming up against Team Fusion. And this one's an interesting one because I think a lot of people were extremely disappointed in VG's performance last tour. And, well, Fusion, again, they're kind of middle of the pack. Div 2, but depending on how greatly you feel about VG, this could be a decent matchup for them or a very hard matchup for them. As we've seen Fusion is a team that's not completely unknown either with the players they have. You know, we've been watching White Album for a while, God King, Flyby, XCJ, and Victoria. These are all very well-known names as well, so they can definitely give VG a very good run for their money, as we already have the draft on hand here as well. Mike, Dawnbreaker and NP coming out for Fusion, and the Timbersaw and Marcy coming out for Vici. So we've seen this yesterday in the best of 1 Fusion played. They did bring out the God King NP. They did manage to have a really good time in that, actually, but instant counter pick on the Timbersaw, so you can clear out the treants quite nicely. You don't mind getting hit by the treants there with a reactive armor. I like the Marcy Timbersaw combination. Rebound with Timber Chain does sound really good in terms of gap closing and control, so it can be really aggressive early on for VG.
It absolutely can be. So we do have to wait out some more bans before we can continue with these drafts. God King, like you mentioned, Johnny, he had a pretty good game on the Nature's Prophet the other day. VG Gaming, you know, you've got to argue they are arguably a much better team than, say, Team Cyan. So we'll see if they can still make the Prophet work. One of those heroes where if you could just drag out the game long enough, eventually it's going to be an absolute terror to try and have to go against, but early on, pretty darn useless, to say the least. Not really much he can do, just a few right clicks, maybe a sprout. You know, that's about all you can do. Final bannouts are there, so we are going to be able to continue with these drafts now. We're right into a Mirana pickup here for the side of Fusion. You haven't really got the best setup for the Mirana Arrow quite yet. I guess you have Sprout into Arrow, assuming there's no Quelling Blade. You've also got Starbreaker into Arrow, but that is not exactly a combination you think of when you think of Mirana. I guess you could still go back for like a DK offlane though, or something like that. Just anything with a stun to set up in the offlane would be quite nice here with the Mirana. I wonder what they could go back to here for Fusion.
I like the DK idea there, Mike. I think it just piles onto that push you have with Nature's Prophet quite nicely. Strength Hero into Timbersaw down the line is fairly annoying, so you do have good ways of just sapping away at some of his regen, sapping away at his strength with Whirling Death. Might not be the biggest issue in the world to kind of handle that. Could still try for maybe something like the Mars that we see here and there. You do have the Puck for Vici, so it still ties in really nicely with all the AoE coming out here. And they've got the Marcy Dispos to break the coil. Rebound on 2 highly mobile targets, gonna feel nice as well. You can just kind of play really good with that. And they go with the Disruptor on VG, which, you know, for you and I, this is not strange to see whenever we're casting China. They just absolutely prioritize the Disruptor a lot. It's, you know, they go back into it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Naga Siren last pick. I wouldn't want it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's going to happen.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Naga coming out, quite frankly, because I mean, it has been a while since you and I have had the pleasure. You know, I know we had that stint of like 2 years where it was Naga Disruptor every single game. I remember that very, very well. That was, I believe, the same years where we had DP Terrorblade every single game as well. It was kind of how you play it.
Yeah, it was like 3 combinations. That and the last one was IO Gyrocopter every single time in China only. That was like that 2 years when we covered China. Literally, that would be it, closing out every time.
Yeah. good old days, John. The old good old days. I mean, again though, I think Naga kind of fits here. Look, if they wanted to go down that route, Naga had a few changes. Some people thinking she's kind of busted right now. Some people thinking she's not even worth thinking about. We'll see. I mean, the Disruptor combination with the Naga never really feels bad. Like, it's just so easy to set up a perfect static storm kinetic field combination, especially prior to those BKBs being up. But then again, considering how impactful BKBs still are in the meta, maybe it's just not worth it. You know, maybe it's just not worth going down that route.
Yeah, it's a risk. I think you can just kind of solidify your core choice. I mean, you going back to the draft of Fusion here a bit, you did talk about combinations with Arrow. You've got the Kunkka. So you've got X Arrow at the least coming out. You've got really good sustain with both the Boat and Solar Guardian. So finding those kills is going to be a little bit tricky. And you still have Timbersaw into the Kunkka. So you do still have that Whirling Death that can make short work there. They ban out the PA as well in Fusion Sense along with the Spectre. So some pretty big hardcores taken out. You could go for maybe something like a Jug or Lifestealer actually fits in well. Like, I'd lean towards Lifestealer just a bit more. Infest targets are looking good. On the opposite end, it doesn't feel like the best. Something like Terrorblade, it is a little bit tougher. In lane, you've got pretty decent magic damage you can fly out, at least just from the Maran alone. +1 with a stun can kind of become a little bit dicey. They do go with the Lifestealer, so you do have the Infest on the Timb, on the Puck, and you have a great time. You can just dodge out when you see the X, instantly rage, you're going to be fine. You can just chase around, you can clear out Treants with a Maelstrom build. I like it.
10 seconds remaining.
Final ban out, or rather, excuse me, final pickup here against the Lifestealer though.
5 seconds.
You've still got the
remaining.
option of, say, a TB here if you want to go down that route. I think Terrorblade does fit the bill quite nicely. Be a little bit annoying into the Timber though, to be fair. You still have Ursa as well. Ursa might actually be a really good pickup here against the LS and the Timber.
True.
Ursa really hasn't been popping up much during this meta, but considering the hero matchups, it might just be the way to go about this game.
Yeah, and the Ursa does kind of make that lane a little bit more manageable. There's some back and forth there, though. Like Timbersaw at level 4 might feel a little bit better. Or level 3, it's kind of nebulous. That lane can go back and forth, the Ursa Timb. Like, it really depends on who plays on the edge a little bit better and how your supports do in the trades to enable you guys to play poke. I still feel like they might run the God King NP and just last pick the flyby here, and they will go with a Slardar. There is still that flex factor. I mean, you could still run Slardar safe, but they will go for it for its flyby. So Fishman, aka flyby, gonna take that offlane Slardar. And that is another arrow combination as well on the offlane there. So you can connect with Victoria very nicely and just kind of run down Erica. You do not want to level Rage early on in the laning phase, although we did see that in the last game we saw. So it doesn't hurt too much, but I like the aggression coming out here from Fusion. I mean, they're just so durable with Slaughter, with Kunkka, with the Boat and Solar Guardian on top, and the NP teleporting there. There's a lot of global presence there from Fusion at the same time. Vici look really good with their early timings, right? Like, you've got Puck, you've got Timbersaw. As long as the Tim's not held back too much from progressing, you can kind of stall the push here.
I certainly agree with you on that. Like, early game, like laning stage wise, Fusion does feel a lot scarier than what the side of Vici Gaming has. Later on, are you still going to be able to deal with this Lifestealer? It does feel like it's a lot on Fishman to have a very good game on this Slardar, because if you have a strong early game and you go into that mid game against this Lifestealer as a very, very like potent kind of Slardar, it can be quite hard to do anything for Erica this game. So we'll see how it all pans out. John, it sounds like you were kind of leaning towards the draft of Fusion for this game number 1. Is that where we're going, John? Do you think they came out with the outright better draft here against Vici Gaming?
I don't think it's a major draft advantage. I still think it has its shortcomings, but when it comes to like being the team that can dictate the game early on, Fusion has that draft for it, right? Like, you might be a little bit more passive here on VG's end, especially as you're trying to work towards your initial durability items on the team. If it's a slower lane, it's gonna be a bit harder to kind of build up to that, and the Puck can be kind of hit and miss depending on how well you connect with your supports. So I expect Fusion to be the ones looking. They've got the arrow combinations. They've got the global presence. They don't need too much farm, so they can kind of set the pace in this game.
Let's get those predictions in right now while we can, Jonathan. I mean, I realize the game has started, but gotta get those predictions in. Team with the first barracks kill, John. Who's getting the first racks kill?
Oh, that's tricky. I want to say Fusion. It could be either one because VG can also do it. Ideally, Fusion does push a little bit faster with the NP, so you'd expect them to kind of do it.
I'll save EG Gaming then, just in case. Highest net worth, Jonathan. Quickly, we haven't got that much time, Jonathan. 35 seconds. Who's the
Highest
highest
net
net worth of
worth,
the game?
God King. God King. I'd say God
Okay.
King.
And the number of player deaths by 10 minutes?
6 to 10.
Okay, FNK, fair enough. When will the first blood happen, John?
0 to. You know what? Yeah, 0 to 3 minutes. I think. That's just me. Don't follow.
I'm gonna
my
go for the
choices.
I'm not following you, Jonathan. I'm going the exact opposite. That's why I'm asking.
Good.
There you go.
All right.
BAB.
The battle begins.
Not gonna go for a fight.
I am unfamiliar
Actually, yeah,
with this feeling.
A 2 for 2.
Joy.
I thought it might have been a 3 for 1. 2 for 2 trade. Very, very even kind of start. No team fight to break out from either side. John, let's start with the mid lane this time around. You're going to have White Album there on the Kunkka, and he'll be against XM on the puck. Any kind of advantage for either team? Do you feel like it's an even matchup? Anything we need to keep an eye out for in this mid lane?
Yeah, Kunkka always has a better time. Tideburn just rips through the puck. You don't have the best armor. The physical output is just obnoxious for the puck. Puck can play around with the illusory orb, but for the most part, double time to trade back as best as he can and find as much CS as he can. As White Album just gets bigger and bigger from there on.
So,
I think nautical.
a lot of damage going the way of XM. White Album with a very nice torrent, and one of those things against the Kunkka, just always so annoying against that Tidebringer hit. Even at level 1, it's just so much damage. XM, even on the puck, just have to be very careful about how much damage he is taking from White Album. Torrent thrown out, not going to land, not even landing on the range creep this time around, but it won't matter. He does have the Tidebringer hit once again. We'll have a look at the side lanes as well. Of course, top lane, you're going to have Erika and Yang against Fishman. Of course, it's Mirana as well. You talked about the Slaughter Mirana combination. It does seem very, very potent. Assuming you can get those initial stunts off with the Slaughter, but never mind that, because bot lane is where the first blood is going to happen. BAB and Frisk going to be able to find XCJ. John, nobody likes to show off, John. Nobody likes to show off.
Going back to this lane now. Excuse my smugness. This can be really aggressive. Like we talked about the Mirana from Victoria. You just need a bash into arrow, then you just run around, kill someone off. Yang, once he runs out of mana and mango, it's like Disruptor does lose out on a lot of its presence. Mirana can trade fairly nicely, so you're not going to have a good time in just forcing the issue there. And Fishman, despite having that bash ability onto Erika, every time Erika trades back and there's no bash coming through, well, he rips right through Strength Heroes. So you still have a lot of play there for the Lifestealer as well.
Absolutely. Fusion so far unable to really get that arrow combination going here on Erika. He's still looking very, very healthy and just happy to just man fight against Victoria. Fusion again, giving away first blood here to VG Gaming. Not going to feel the best, especially giving it over to BAB on that Timber Saw. Always going to feel rather problematic as now XCJ, again, going to be in a spot of danger. And with the Whirling Death, the amount of stats you remove, it's so hard for the +5 Dawnbreaker to survive through this. BAB, he has another, easiest kill of his life, and he's even got the creep wave nearby. Why the hell not? Just drag it along with him. Just nothing that this Dawnbreaker can do.
Yeah, that's the one thing with the Dawnbreaker 5 here. It doesn't do much in this lane. Melee up against Timbersaw plus Marcy is not favorable. Not much the NP can really do to help you until he gets Sprout. And you can try Sprout Starbreaker, but that's also at the point where BAB is going to be tanky, and he's already at that point. At the least, you're not stopping God King from farming. So he does have a lot of room to just CS. He's not under threat of dying. At the same time, this Timbersaw should hit its spikes early. It is a Yulet's Rush, so he does understand that he's going to need to be freeing himself up from some control down the line, but the timing does look to be pretty good for that Tim.
Certainly does. BAB should be able to set a tempo for his game, or rather his team, in this game number 1. They can try to harass him all they like, but BAB will just stand there and take it. Look at this. XCJ, I mean, he tries for a Starbreaker. BAB just doesn't, he really doesn't care. There's no problems here for him. On the brighter side, at least for Fusion, stacks are being made in the triangle as Victoria will get those started, and you probably are going to need those stacks considering the start they've had to this game. Might be White Album the one to take it on this Kunkka. Well, White Album, he's having a very good game this far on the Kunkka. Top of the CS board, 27 and 11. Much further ahead than XM, and already out leveling him by 1 level as well.
It's to be expected from the matchup. It's just not great for Puck. Every time you want to CS, you have to walk up, cop a Tidebringer, take a Threat of Torrent.
Well, Yang was trying to get done there, but Victoria was making it very obvious where he was. Yang obviously trying to steal a creep away here from Fishman, but ends up giving his life away to Victoria.
Yeah, maybe looking for a bit of a reset. You don't generally want to feed a kill to the enemy though. You'd rather just go to the tower and take care of yourself there. Still, you are buying space out for Erica. The farm is building up for the Life Sealer, so I guess overall, if you sacrifice your Disruptor to do so, you don't mind too much. But you have to be weary of that strong start from Fishman. Fishman, we've seen before, does tend to dictate the games for Fusion quite well, and if he does get that quick blink timing, maybe an Echo Saber on top or a Mask of Madness, it can just unfold very quickly from that point.
Yeah. Fishman. Good chase here from Erica. Nice little glimpse back from Yang. Fishman slowed up now. Thunderstrike not going to make it easy to get away, and eventually Erica just going to chase him down. Even with the sprint up on the Slaughter, it's just not enough against the slow of Erica.
Just a little bit too much coming out. Overstays is welcome, and is forced back. Nice kill to pick up there for the side of VG. 1-3 start for VG. Looking good already.
Dispose is there. God King, he's going to try and fight here against Frisk, but there is a lot of damage being pumped down with the Whirling Death. They are not going to have enough. XEJ could try for the chase, but Frisk, he's going to be just fine. He does have his self cancelled by the treants of the Prophet, so at least you get a little bit of value there for God King, but gives his life away to VG Gaming, and that's never really going to feel too good for him.
Yeah, I think they're finding the punishment for that NP. He's lagging behind in CS now, so they are able to just threaten onto him. The good thing is that God King can jungle at this point with level 3 treants, so you can just kind of abandon that lane, allow XCJ to soak some EXP up. That is a free lane for BAB though, and that does mean the Timbersaw is going to be, again, finding that quick yields out and might be aggressive early on.
Fishman. Yang, he's got the glimpse back, but he's too close to his tier 1 tower. They're not going to bother even trying. Well, XM will get his bottle refilled here by their Marcy, but this mid lane just doesn't get any easier. White Album basically doubling up the CS of XM now. So this Kunkka, he's had such a great lane. Feels like there's going to be a lot of pressure on his back to try and really set a pace for their team on the side of Fusion. So you look back at God King, you look back at this Slaughter, they've got a lot of catching up to do by the looks of it after this laning stage. So a lot of pressure on White Album to really set the tempo for his team, not allow VG Gaming to do so themselves.
Yeah, he does have some good stacks to clear out down the line, or they might surrender that over to God King. They do have really good burst potential down. Physical burst at least, with a Corrosive Haze already up and running on Fishman. The issue is, when do they start connecting? Because for now, God King's more than satisfied to just hold mid, kind of keeping up with the puck, although XM is keeping up top here.
And Fishman, he's going to try to run. Yang, he holds onto the glimpse. Fishman, there is going to be a coil just to make sure this slippery fish cannot get away, and he will not. You might argue, John, that's a bit of overcommitment, but I think for the Slaughter, considering how much of an important job he has this game, that's a great kill to have for VG Gaming. There's now bottom lane, XCJ, going to be chased down by BAB. Level 1 chains is up, so it's a bit of a slow process on this chase. And BAB has lost vision of the Dawnbreaker, so in the end, XCJ this time is going to be just fine.
Yeah, does manage to work his way out. Still, the action across the map definitely in favor of VG. It's some room coming out for White Album to shove in mid, but it's a Kunkka trying to push. It's not the quickest thing. It does feel like Fusion's gonna have to wait a little bit more before getting aggressive, although boat's out.
Oh, mid lane, they've got the puck. XM, no way out of that one. Had the phase shift, but couldn't find a way to use it. Mid torrent naturally, and they do take down that mid puck. While that was happening, they do lose their Dawnbreaker on the side of Fusion, but you don't really care. If you're finding the mid puck like that, you're more than happy.
Yeah, you just surrender that, and you, again, get a really good damage onto the mid-tier 1. This is without God King showing up. There is room down bot here for BAB to kind of push in with Frisk. Tower's pretty much gone. Lane abandoned by God King, of course, as it's too tough. Just finding his own farm in the jungle, as the Nature's Prophet tends to do. Again, going back to Fusion, the one issue they will have now is that they need to wait for key items. Like, Fishman is going for the Echo. You're probably going to want to blink on top of that to be able to really connect with White Album's moves. White Album is also going for the Orchid, so at least a couple of those items should line up. Once you have that silence, holding down the puck is going to be an easy job. VG, for their part, and they're almost ready in BAB. Yules is almost done into the Kaya Sanj. He will go for a little bit more durability and able to frontline there. Erica, the armlet still a ways off. They are trying on White Album.
I mean, they're trying, but it's a very lackluster attempt here. Double damage rune. Going to be denied off here by Victoria. That may have cost him his own life, but the team is right behind him to try and help out. Victoria, he'll survive for now, but a nice chakram out from BAB. Going to secure the kill as the glimpse back from Yang is back onto Fishman. And this Slaughter probably not going to survive through this, as they do take him out. 2 for nothing, the way of VG Gaming. The only positive being you denied the double damage, but it's a very expensive denial.
Radiant's middle tower
It is, and that's a lot of heroes grouping up mid now, looking for their own little shove in onto that tier 1. They cut the tree line to prevent any sort of moves after the Fusion. And Fusion, for their part, they don't look to have a lot of fight. They've got the boat, they don't have a good angle still for the Slaughter without the blink. Forced to use the Fortify to just kind of hold back, but a little bit more poke from VG and that could fall.
Throw it out, he's going to try into Frisk. Marcy still fine for now, but a lot of damage being dealt here onto the Marcy, still the infest. He's going to protect Frisk. He will run for his life. Earn charges, probably not going to be enough either. He'll survive on 20 HP. It's now BAB. He does cop an arrow, but there's no follow-up damage. White Album already committing the boat. Won't have enough for the timber. They're still trying to chip away, but now White Album, he's going to be chased down. Coil will be there to lock him down as a Static Storm, even being dropped right on top of his head. And they will secure the mid-Kunka. BAB just keeps going onto Victoria. They do at least find the timber. Victoria will drop as they go for a bit more. Onto Erica now, XCJ. He does land a Starbreaker, but it's not going to mean much. Erica will be just fine. A 2-for-1 trade. White Album to drop. They do at least find BAB on the timber, but it's still going to be a positive trade the way of VG Gaming.
Yeah, they're really happy. Like, they kill off the Kunka, who, as you mentioned, is trying to be that tempo set for the team. Oh, nice X back,
Whoopsie.
right as the glimpse came out. Very nice. Bailed himself out of that embarrassing situation. Never TP in front of the Disruptor, as we've seen time and time again. But 3-10, VG with this momentum looking really damn good. And Fusion, they have to kick it down a notch. They need to wait for more on Fishman. Like, this Slaughter is just dying up front after tossing out a couple of Corrosive Hazes. Echo Saber almost done, but you really want to blink this game. If not a blink, then a BKB. Like, it's got to be one or the other. He needs to be able to do more than just run around in all these fights.
is under attack.
Certainly agree with that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
God King at least will get started on the top tier 1 tower now. Have no issues taking it out, but they give up their mid tier 1 for this. It's not a good trade at all. Now bot lane, Fusion. Chasing XCJ, it was just BAB chasing. We'll let him go behind the tier 2 tower. It does feel like Fusion, they are kind of accepting the fact that they are not in a position where they can really force a fight. They're just taking any trade they can get, but now with the lifesteal atop of the net worth board and is closely followed by BAB, it's a bit of a rough position for Fusion. Especially with their draft, John. You fall behind, it's very hard to catch up.
Yeah, it can be quite difficult to match that pace of VG in the mid game. They do still have scaling left. I don't think it's that doom and gloom just yet. God King is farming fairly good, and progression is still there for White Album, but they are definitely not the guys forcing these engagements. Look at VG, smoked up as 2, just XM and Yang, looking for a play here.
Hiding for now. Static Storm going to be dropped instead. They're going to find Victoria on the Mirana. She will drop. The brighter side, Fishman does get away. So at least you don't find the more valuable target if you are VG Gaming. And well, in the meantime, God King actually found the tier 1 mid tower. He just threw the whole tree and army in, and eventually they got the tower down. So not too bad of a pickup here for Fusion now, but VG, they see White Album. BAB will be on the chase. They'll also see XCJ, but the Timber alone doesn't really have the lockdown. Only a Yule Scepter up on that Timber. That's going to be enough. They'll back their way out once again here, Vici.
Just kind of play it safe, don't want to overextend. There's some good vision now from Fusion in their own jungle. They can kind of protect it fairly well. We're about to hit the Desolator timing here for God King. And that should allow him to split push even more effectively and just kind of find an opportunistic angle in. Target down heroes with a Corrosive Haze. Just kind of melt them. That will soften up BAB quite nicely. And does yields away from the combination. White Album just kind of flaking, poke, and tag. The Orchid is up on White Album as well, but you need to see that on some.
CJ going to be caught out once again on that Dawnbreaker, and will drop very quickly to Erica. Not a very good game whatsoever for the Dawnbreaker thus far. You know what, John? In fact, hold that thought, because Fishman's on the chase now with this Moonlight Shadow, but Sentry Wards are down, so they've got the vision. Fusion, do you really want to force this fight? BAB's right here. Fishman, he is going to get caught out. Static Storm is down to zone the rest away. Solar Guardian is going to fly through, but Fishman is already down. They'll keep trying to fight. Frisk at least does drop to XCJ, but he will die immediately. And that's a dieback on the Dawnbreaker. 15.5 minutes in. And look at Yang. He's chasing for a bit more now. White Album barely getting out of vision. Max Glimpse was available, but they just did not have the wards to give the vision over on the Kunkka. White Album still sticking around for that 16-minute power rune. Arrow is going to land onto the Disruptor. It's not worth his life. Yang is still running, still fine. Eventually does drop. White Album, he'll try for the TP play up, but the Yule Scepter's there. BAB's got him. White Album's going to drop. You find a Yang Disruptor, but for your mid Kunkka, it's just not the trade.
No, definitely not. VG just playing so aggressively, and the side of Fusion just doesn't look ready. Like, they've got this pickup potential with the Kunkka Mirana, haven't been able to play off the back of it. You had a pretty decent enough start here for Fishman. He's going for the BKB next, so again, gonna have more options to do in the middle of these fights. God King, with his own build, Mask of Madness Desolator, he's actually really just farming. Like, he's just playing Farm Simulator right now. Maybe looking for a couple of split pushes here and there, but he's not contributing to his team. Compare that to Erica, who's #1 in net worth and still shows up to these fights. Goes for these infest plays, goes for these infest saves, and he's just having more impact. It's like, you feed this guy to gold, he will instantly give you returns, whereas for God King, it's like a long-term investment there. And you've got to ensure that you still have a game to play once this NP's ready.
Absolutely. Apologies to anyone out there getting PTSD from the word investments right now. John, you should be a bit more thoughtful, I think. VG game. 3-man smoke up. Don't laugh about it, John. There's a lot of money being lost around the world right now as XCJ. Top lane again might be the unfortunate victim here of VG Gaming.
Gun
Actually gonna
with the
avoid them.
smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You do find him out, Frisk. Looking for the rebound, but going to be way out of range. Instead, they'll focus the top tier 1 tower. They do have time to try and defend the bot lane if they really want. VG, they do bring Yang over. Yang, who'll have a look around for a glimpse attempt on someone. No vision out. Fishman, who will have the guise of the Moonlight Shadow. They won't be able to see him either. There's no sentry wards around. So Vici, I mean, they got a top tier 1. That's about it, though. They wanted some kills, and they're not going to find that. Nothing really else going to come out of this. Frisk? I say nothing comes out of it, John. XCJ gets caught out top lane. Boat is going to fly in from White Album. They have at least found the Dawnbreaker already, and now White Album, trying to save his buddy, is going to pay for it, as even God King shows up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 1 by 1. Single file formation. Fusion. Ironic, John, with a name like Fusion, they went 1 by 1. And Fishman, he's going to drop as well. Triple kill for Erica. We've all done it, John. I don't want to sound harsh. We've all done that before, but, you know, Savior Bunny syndrome. It never feels good when it doesn't work out.
Yeah, they
Heading
don't
to
have
mid
enough
lane.
damage to handle
Radiant's
there.
bottom
Oh,
tower is under
Victoria. Right, just trying to kill off the Disruptor, but now goes down, and here comes BAB trying to cut him off. Yule's up. 2 lead charges available. XM's going to show up, though, with a Dream Coil. It's going to be a full team wipe. Vici Gaming, they found the 5th piece of the puzzle for the side of Fusion. This game is looking rather ugly now.
yeah, look, it's going to take a long time for God King to actually feel like he's got damage. He's going for the MKB next. You've got this mid-game
Radiant's
spike
middle
already
tower
set
is
up for
under
VG
attack.
at 20 minutes in. And they can just look for these objectives. It doesn't take them too long to kind of melt it back. The next spikes here for Fusion is going to have to be that BKB on Fishman and the BKB on White Album. And then a Blink on Fishman. I think that's where you have to go. You really need a Blink Initiator. You need to break up VG just doing what they want. You kind of actually do have to find Yang and punish him. Because if the Static Storm comes out, if even just the Kinetic Field comes out, you suddenly lose the mobility your heroes have. You kind of want to dance around with the Slaughter, dance around with the Mirana. The Disruptor doesn't allow that, and Yang has just been positioning himself really well. In the laning phase, he was punished a couple of times, but come his mid-game decision-making, it's shaping up to be really good.
Yeah. It's 5 to 20 now. 5k advantage for VG Gaming. You're starting to really think about Roshan very soon, I think, for VG. They've got the damage, they've got the team fight, they've got everything they can ask for. Only thing is, you just want to make sure all the lanes are pushed out so God King can't do nature's prophet things. It can be very annoying with all the ratting and split push that can happen. That's kind of the state of the game right now for Fusion. That's kind of what you're relying on, is God King just being able to drag out the game for as long as humanly possible. VG Gaming, however, they are going to go for that Roshan we just talked about. It's just not going to take long. Or even Yang kind of implying that they are roshing at the moment with these voice lines. There's just nothing Team Fusion can do about it.
No. They just need to farm. They need to use the space as best as they can. I'm curious about something. I don't think you and I have still seen the new NP Shard, the Curse of the Old Growth. I think we actually might have seen it once, but it feels like it could be useful in some of these skirmishes. I don't know if you'd even have the room to buy that out. XCJ dodges out a bit of a gank up top, and he is making slow progress onto the Ags. So you will have that evasion up fairly shortly at least.
Yeah, problem is Victoria does end up going down bot lane, but yeah, considering the state of the game, your supports right now, they understand they have to die to just split push these lanes at the moment. It's all you can do. You know you can't force a 5v5 as Fusion. Just keep split pushing the lanes for as long as humanly possible. And that they are. They're doing a very good job of it. You just got to ask yourself, at what point is God King going to feel like a menace on this Prophet? And I'd say the answer is probably going to be level 25, when he can literally just split push infinitely, and the game is cat and mouse after that.
Yeah, and that's still a long ways off.
Speaking of God King, John, he's been caught. Yang had the glimpse back. They had the vision this time. And God King, he's not a happy man right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's still level 13, and at level 25 you mentioned there, Mike, is a pipe dream at this moment. And Erica, again, he's just so active. He doesn't need that much. He knows he doesn't need to sit back and play this as a farming game. They can be just working the map, shutting it down, not giving any room. Maybe just chasing away XCJ. Poor Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, Yules is up. XM's there. You've got Solar Guardian if you want to commit that to try and get away. Not going to help. He won't even bother trying. XM, pick up a killing spree now. 3rd kill of the game for the puck. 7k advantage. VG Gaming really not struggling whatsoever. Look at this. XM, he's going to find Fishman. He has the coil up as well. He'll probably commit it for this. Fishman, he's going to try to... In fact, they might not even need the coil here, John. BKB up. Fishman, he'll go for a run with the BKB. TP is up and available, and looks like he is actually going to make it out. Very nice from the Slaughter. Meanwhile, top lane, Yang, really enjoying the voice lines at the moment as Frisk. Gonna see the Mirana. Not gonna be able to make the jump in. Victoria, he will be okay.
Yeah, Yang is really enjoying it. To be fair, a lot of these South American ones are absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Very good voice lines to spam in the game, Mikey. So you can't fault Yang for that. It's just having a
Where's
good
your
time.
voice line,
Who
John?
wouldn't? Well, well, I wouldn't want to hear my own voice in the game, Mikey. So thank
Yeah.
goodness for that. Don't have to hear. Besides, no one would spam it, so that's good. Very
I don't
good
think you have
voice,
to
Mikey.
worry about it too long, Jonathan. I think you're,
Still,
think Dubs-
I mean, who
Dubs got
wouldn't?
your back.
A prize.
Who wouldn't have voice lines when you're 5 to 23 as they find another support?
Absolutely.
It's
That'll be
time.
Victoria copying the Dream Call once again. XM just loves leashing this piranha up,
Illusion.
although no detection. Fun fact, if you've never played Dota, detection is illegal to buy on core players, and they will make sure they follow the law there as mid lane. XCJ does end up dropping once again. BG Gaming, they'll head into the mid-tier 2 tower.
Speaking of Dota laws, Mike, technically there's a move
Radiant's
speed
middle
laws, and there we're
tower
capped
has
at
fallen.
550, but how about the heroes who
Radiant's
break the
middle
move
tower
speed
is under attack.
limit? Do they get ticketed end game, you reckon? They get penalized or something?
You can't get penalized if you never get caught, John. It's an old saying from where I was brought up. You know?
Do not listen to Mike as legal advice. Do not
Nope.
follow his advice on road safety at all.
Radiant's
So no.
bottom tower is under
As they
attack.
go into the high ground,
It's a miracle I'm alive right now, John. Erica will take the mid-tier 3 tower. Run their way out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very, very easy for BG, no real pressure. You know, I never implied I broke the law, Jonathan. I'm just saying, you know.
Radiant's
how the saying
bottom
went.
tower is under attack.
yeah, it's true. That's true, Mikey. I like that you can cover yourself in case something, some legal process happens. You've got your back covered. Very smart of you.
Radiant's bottom tower
I plead the
has
fifth,
fallen.
John. I plead the fifth. That's about it.
I still don't know what that means. I'll be honest with you. I hear so many of my, like Western friends say that, and we don't use that in the Philippines. Maybe we don't have a fifth, whatever the fifth
it's,
is, the Fifth Amendment is.
I think it's American thing, Jonathan. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry. Nobody understands. Nobody gets it.
Could I plead the fourth? The third?
Nope.
Could I
Absolutely
plead
not.
the sixth?
No.
Much better
Sadly
numbers than
not.
5.
Yeah, I'd say so. Fusion. What are they doing right now, John? I mean, 10k behind. They're losing objectives all across the map. I know it's all about delaying the game, but is there anything else they need to do, or is it literally just God King needs to keep hitting creeps and keep pushing out lanes?
God King needs to hit creeps and keep pushing lanes. That is literally it. Maybe blink timing and Fishman might allow them to do literally anything
XM.
else.
XM, gonna find
yeah.
XCJ. XCJ is, oh, no
Radiant's
Dream
top
Coil this
tower
time.
is under
XM gonna
attack.
show some mercy. Fair enough. Top lane in the meantime, John. T2 Tower's going down. BG Gaming just
Radiant's
no
top
contest
tower
for them.
has fallen.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of creep cutting out from God King at least. Yeah, I am very curious about one thing. If you could, and I want you to take a look at the upper left corner of the map, why is Flyby's courier, White Album's courier up there with a Hyperstone?
That's a good question, John. Fishman is going to
What
catch out
is it
Yang
doing
on
there?
Disruptor, and Yang is going to go down. Meanwhile, bottom lane, White Album does end up dropping, John. There you go. The courier.
Sending his courier home.
Well, there you, some
What's
some
up there?
players don't know how to micro couriers, Jonathan. Leave the poor man.
Nah, I think it was being chased. He hit it in the tree line and just left it. Well, high ground begins. Erica, I mean, he's got the safe hand. How do you kill this guy? You just don't have the damage.
Fishman, he's going to try. Look at the damage just from the Chakram alone. Solar Guardian in, but is it going to work with the Aghanim Scepter? Fishman, he'll survive for now. Maybe they can try to turn it. God King, meanwhile, in the backside, has been caught by the Dream Coil. It is not going to work. Fusion, they've got to run. There goes 3. Victoria, XCJ, they call. They've had enough. The game's over. It's a full team wipe. BG Gaming proving to be way too strong for game number 1. I think with the drafts, John, like, you look at the laning stage of Fusion, the only lane that worked out was the mid lane. That was the only lane that worked out for the side of Fusion, and with this kind of draft, it can't be like that. Like, the off lane at the very
No.
least with the Slaughter Mirana has to win.
Yeah, I think I take issue with the fact that they opened up with Nature's Prophet. That just allows that Timbersaw pickup for BAB, and he played a fantastic Timbersaw game. Like, that is not something you can lane against as a Nature's Prophet. Sure, you're not under direct kill threat. We kind of saw XCJ kind of covering with his body, right? Like trying to toss it forward. And that's why you can see on the scoreboard coming up just how many deaths those supports had. They had an outstanding amount of deaths coming out there, as they were just sacrificing for the team. Like they were trying to give that space that the team needed. And VG just, even though they'd take these kills, that would still apply pressure. Because then these cores would have to back off elsewhere, would have to try to farm elsewhere. God King jungled very early on, and he just couldn't keep up. Like Erica's investment was much better once the armlet was up. He joined every fight almost, right? Like he was very, very active in that game, active around 50% of the fight, so he wasn't farming as much, and the investment just did way more.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things. What was it? 0-4 and 1 was the KDA of the Prophet, and that's just a rather depressing KDA to have to look at. I mean, ultimately, I think if you dragged out the game long enough, we know what happens. Prophet, no cooldown teleportation, just rats out the map constantly and, whatever else. But you never really got there. We are going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, of course, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft. And we'll see if the side of Fusion can force this series to a game number 3. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we go for game number 2's draft here between VG Gaming and Team Fusion. It's MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, game 1, a rather rough affair, to say the least, for Team Fusion. It never really felt like they were in control of that game number 1, and VG Gaming just slowly but surely just snowballed out of control. Game 2, before we do get into the draft, do you have any kind of key notes, key points you'd like to see changed up for the draft of Fusion going into this game 2 draft?
I think Fusion has to be really careful about picking their big win conditions in the first phase. God King did not have a great lane last time around. He just didn't have impact. He was up against Timbersaw, which was immediately like a counter pick to him in the lane. Rips through the treants. You can't really kill off the Timbersaw as well, which with the Nature's Prophet, so you didn't have much to do there, and God King just spent that entire game farming. I think they needed more play as well from Fishman, from Flyby. Like, his Slaughter did okay in lane, but he went for, you know, that Echo Saber build up, never got the blink, BKB came on, and then he just had to BKB TP home immediately when he got that. So I think they've got to be a little bit more assertive here on Fusion, play with a lineup that moves a little bit faster to match VG. VG, for their part, they just play so quick. Even Erica was willing to join in on the lifesteal with just the armlet and paid off dividends. So I think if they just maintain that pacing, Fusion might not be able to keep up with the pace. And we have that initial opening here, already signaling a little bit of speed coming out. VG onto the Quap and the Earthshaker, and Fusion onto the Marcy SF. Now, SF has been popping off again, right? Like, we've seen it picked so many times. First phase SF, though, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel quite like the safest point to bring that up. And I feel like the Quap's a good counterpoint to the Shadow Fiend. You can always blink away from raises. You've got your Shadow Strike. You've got good damage coming out from the Scream of Pain. You're pretty set in that mid lane matchup.
You absolutely are. The Queen of Pain feeling very, very good in the meta so far as well. And like you said, choosing SF this early on, definitely a bit of a scary thing to go for. Keep in mind as well, if that's going to be a mid SF coming out for White Album, like, he had such a great lane throughout that mid game against XM. Like, he was doubling CS, out leveling him by 1 level. I believe they got a kill on the puck early as well. It just, none of it seemed to matter in the end. And it might really just go back to the fact that the draft was heavily reliant on allowing God King space, where this time maybe they'll go down a different route and, you know, kind of put a bit more pressure on White Album, assuming he has another great lane. You know, maybe he can kind of be that real carry for the team, but we'll have to wait and see. Well, my point is, John, with the playstyle of Fusion, it does feel like God King can't really afford to really play that 4 protect 1 style of strategy that he loves to play, especially up against a team like VG Gaming, who were very good at hunting him down throughout that game. And against a hero like Prophet, who's known to be very hard to catch, VG Gaming, they didn't make it look that hard.
5 seconds remaining.
No, they kind of also chose like the right lineup. I feel like Disruptor had a lot of value there, and they pick it up again here for VG. Yang had a pretty damn good time, maybe a little bit strange with that one death up top where, yeah, as you mentioned, he was trying to steal away a creep. But overall, like, his impact is definitely felt, and this does build up that team fight for VG. You have a good way of pulling back something like, say, the Marcy, if it does try to run off here from Fusion's end, and just really nice team fight coming out. And you can combine that nicely with, say, another AoE off lane, give you harder control in the area, or even just playing off the back of a fissure can be really big here. So I like the way VG's draft has kind of shaped up. For Fusion, they're banning out certain picks, and they pick up the Clockwork here, instantly picking up the Brewmaster as well. So they've got a way of being disruptive now in these fights, and I think that's a big change for Fishman, right? For Flyby, he is a prolific Brewmaster player, but again, in his Slardar game, he just didn't have much to do. The Brewmaster has a little bit more activity. Whether or not he has his Ags, you will, as long as you split us up, you have something to contribute. So I feel like this
seconds
is
remaining.
going to help Fusion at least find a little bit more pacing in this game.
I do like myself a Brewmaster. A lot more team fight coming out from Fusion, that's for sure. Again, backs against the wall for them. Now one game away from being knocked out of these qualifiers for TI-11. The one event per year that
Radiant
everyone just
team
wants to be at. They do go down the Morphling route now for the side of VG Gaming. Have seen a bit of Morph popping up here and there, has looked very strong. The one hero you tend to see Morph picked up against a lot these days as well is the Marcy, right? Because being able to pick Morphling against Marcy these days, you have so much mobility with that hero. Sidekick feels amazing on Morph. Even the Dispose, it's just a relocation spell, right? Like being able to throw somebody somewhere else, it's always going to be great. Mostly though, the
10
rebound
seconds
with
remaining.
Morph just feels incredible. Like, how do you kill him now? He can strength Morph,
5
he can rebound
seconds
out,
remaining.
he can turn around with Sidekick and get amazing lifesteal. How do you actually kill him?
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough one for Fusion to figure out. Spirit Vessel timing is going to be key. Could be the Clockwork kind of working onto that, or even a Brewmaster if you want, although that would delay a potential Ags timing if you will want. So I think
Radiant
Earn
team
on Clock or Earn on even Marcy could be okay. Well, the Clock feels like the ideal. We need to see what kind of hero Godkin wants. Like he knows his core-to-core matchup now. He sees that Morphling. There are still some pretty good heroes up against Morph, of course, and big scaling heroes can feel good, although stuff like Terrorblade can be a little bit more awkward to pick up for God King, and they even respect ban his Nature's Prophet here. They show a lot of respect despite that being a rougher game for God King. AM is in the pool, and we know your feelings about AM, Mike, but God King is probably the only guy who can make AM look pretty
10
fun.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, but is it even good, John? You know? Is it? And you say
5
fun.
seconds remaining.
I wouldn't go as far as saying it's fun. I'd say he was innovative. I think that's a nice word to use. He was definitely
Yeah,
innovative
yeah.
back in the day with the whole disassembly, and I think you and I were actually the first ones to see it live happening on screen. We were casting at the time, but you know, anti-mage, John. You know how I feel about the hero. It's a new meta, so I might be a
AM
little bit
against
slow to jump.
Morphling, you know, AM against Morphling sounds good. Disrupt
make me
can be
say the
blown
T
up
word,
too.
John. You're gonna make me say that T word.
Oh, let's see. That's one suggestion. I don't know if they'd go for it. Something like the Terrorblade's a little bit harder to pull off. Razor's not that great up against Morph. Jug could be a good answer. Spin away from Disruptor, spin away from Shaker if you react fast enough. Pretty much don't have anything to worry about. They go with the Doom.
Ooh.
So okay, that's great. I love the Doom. Core Doom safe lane for God King sounds about right. He's still gonna be farming, playing with Devourer, maybe work for a Midas. But the Blink Ags BKB? Oh boy, will that Doom feel good. It's the battle of static fields. Once you have the Ags. It's the battle of two different static fields, especially if you somehow get the Ags on Yang. So we've got the same spell with different, I don't know how to say it, patting behaviors. One is literally a static field, and the other is a mobile Doom. So that's going to
Right.
be fun, Mikey.
Very, very good. I think the mobile Doom does seem a lot better, I'm not gonna lie. Much, much better. PG Gaming. Does feel like they need some kind of off-lane hero for themselves, unless they wanted to run a...
Oh!
There you go. The
Oh.
Primal Beast shows his face. Here we go. I mean, this hero, you know, I don't know if it's great right now. I feel like they've done a decent job balancing it, but sometimes he gets in range with that trample, and you remember how busted this hero can be.
Yeah, it still has its strong points, and I think just looking at the lanes you're bringing out here from VG, Primal Beast Shaker, you trap them with Fissure, you trample around. Yeah, that's not going to be fun for the side of Fusion if that does end up happening. I think that is something they're going to have to be a bit careful about. At the same time, it's a Doom, so you can kind of just sit back and try to farm as best as you can. Maybe just use the Devourer. Maybe you find a good Purge creep or Mana Burn creep. Take away some of that presence from Bab. That could be the way to go. It's going to be an interesting one. This is going to be a fun match, I think. By draft, I would lean... I'd lean slightly towards... it's hard to say. It's very even. Maybe I'd lean slightly towards Fusion because of the Doom. Like, I think Core Doom Pawns 1 is really strong. especially if it does get its space. But I still feel like VG should be able to execute a lot better. Like this does feel like as long as Erica isn't shut down, you are still in a pretty good spot in this game.
Okay. John, before we do get into the game, I realize you've already said you like Fusion's draft better, but VG Gaming probably still going to be able to win this game number 2 based off what you're saying, Jonathan. But how many predictions were correct last game around for you, sir?
I got half. You got half. So,
Okay.
you know,
Very good.
2.
Very good.
2 out
Yep,
of 4,
possible.
Mikey.
It was possible. Very, very good.
Love these predictions. It caught me off guard the first day when I saw this pop up there. I'm like, what is this doing here? Can we actually join? And it's like, yes, we can. And that is very fun. For the most part.
Appreciate you.
I believe in the last years, were we able to while casting? I don't actually remember that.
Yes, I think. Maybe. Maybe.
I have very bad memory.
Right. Well, so do I, John, so don't worry about it. Don't you worry, sir. Thank you for not asking how many predictions I got right last game, John. I appreciate that.
Would you
Wasn't
like to
many.
show off, Mikey? How many?
One. I got
There
one,
you
John.
go. 50% of what I got. Not bad.
Yep.
Not bad.
People are not going to know that Australian meme, John. I think most people
Not
are not
bad,
going to know
not
what.
bad.
30
Good size,
seconds
Mike.
to battle.
Good size indeed, John. Your accent's terrible, by the way. Absolutely terrible.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Give me one sec. I got one more prediction to put in. There we go. These are important, Jonathan. I don't care what you say. These are important for me. We can't all afford these damn battle pass levels, John. I've got to make them somehow.
That is
go.
true. That is true.
The battle
You know.
begins.
Anyway,
Yeah,
can I
it's-
just go on a rant for a moment, Jonathan?
All right.
Because there's going to be... Oh, there is a team fight. We'll hold out for a second. Yang, up at top side, is going to be in a bit of danger. In fact, that's a lot of damage being pumped out on Yang. He's by the tier 1 tower, so they can't dive too much further. Back to my rant, Jonathan. In fact, hold that thought once again, because XCJ now going to chase down BAB. Tier 2 tower. That'll mean XCJ does have to back off. This Primal Beast hero. I don't like it, John. Yeah, I'm a man from Dota All-Stars. I was there back in the day, right? When Invoker had 2 billion spells. This hero, it just feels too weird to me. Yeah, am I wrong in saying that? It just doesn't... It doesn't feel like what you'd expect, would it? XM? Oh! XM! He's down already!
Huh.
What?
Well,
Can we
Alright.
have a replay of that? Like, just so I can see it again?
I'd like, yeah, I guess he got all raises off and decided to reset after expanding his mana. Sounds about how that would go. I guess the early levels for XM don't feel great, and he did go for the dagger. And it's relatively easy to actually just run down and land your raises, so you can just run. I think it was fairly like this. That was probably the process. And just
Yeah, I
kinda
know,
got
but
reset.
It was kind of cheeky though, because you saw XM almost just standing in place, but it's actually the turn rate. The turn rate. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. White Album. 1 raise. 2. He already had a stack earlier, I believe, and XM, he tried to turn for the right click. He just couldn't get anything off because the turn rate slows so ridiculous. 30% per stack. I mean, that seems almost unfair.
Yeah, that it is. XM maybe getting caught a little bit too off guard. Is forced to go for the level 2 blink now, and that's a pretty big advantage out for White Album. No wave clear capabilities for XM without the Scream of Pain. He's gonna have to CS the old-fashioned way, and that should give White Album even more to play with if you're not careful here on that co-op.
Oh my god. XM's just copping it. White Album. That's the thing, like, you land these raises, it's just so much damage now. XM, go for a bit of a chase over the water rune, not going to be able to find it. In come the raises once again. XM, he's playing very aggressively, considering he did just give First Blood away. And White Album, he's more than happy to oblige every single time. Meanwhile, top lane, Yang is going to drop. Fishman, able to secure the kill on the Brewmaster.
They found a nice little support kill out. The aggression that can come out from top is pretty damn good. Like Brewmaster plus Marcy, you've got good ways to kind of just ignite, get some good slows off with a Thunderclap, and just kind of run it down. Erica should still be alright to farm, especially once he hits level 3. So should be fairly secure there as long as he manages to attribute shift. But the Disruptor's not going to be able to do as much in this lane beyond just Thunder Striking Victoria for the most part.
How's the bot lane going? The BAB against God King, you're going to have XCJ there. You're going to have Frisk rotating. In fact, Frisk going to try and sneak behind White Album. They'll try for a kill onto this SF. You just need a nice Fisher. It's too late, though. He's by the tier 1 tower. They'll still try, but he's on the wrong side. Bit of a panic Fisher there and just not panning out the way they wanted. So with that, White Album going to be just fine. Like XCJ even showing up, trying to go for a D ward, but is going to miss out. He's able to deny off the sentry before he can finish off the Observer ward. And now can just deny off the Observer ward whenever the hell he wants.
Lots of room being created from the mid lane, freeing up the side lanes a little bit more, especially that bot lane. Like that solo lane for BAB up against God King does feel a little bit better for BAB, although.
Again. Fisher on the wrong side again. White Album, he's going to be okay. XCJ was not close enough to help out. Had that Fisher been on the right side, maybe you could have walked out anyway, but felt like they'd have the damage with the Quap, that's for sure. Fusion, so far so good. 2-1. No real struggle. Constant mid-gank attempts have failed here by our Earthshaker. BG off to a bit of a slower start this game too.
Yeah, I mean, they had a back and forth move. I think leaving the solo lane down bot is alright, but you're not getting enough out of that investment. You are still getting that build-up you'd want in BAB. The Doom's just slightly behind, but it is a Doom. Eventually it'll just have what it needs just by virtue of Devour. And again, that build-up down the line is going to be scary. They are trying to get aggressive on Yang.
Something else that's scary right now is Victoria just making that perfect jump in, and Fishman can follow up so easily with the Brewmaster. It's a great combination with the Marcy, right? Like, you've got so many ways to activate the Cinder Brew. You've got easy setup with the rebound. It's, it's a great duo for the offlane here for Fusion.
They just have a lot of ways of gap closing, getting melting heroes down. Erica loses his stick delivery along with the extra tangos, so that's a lot of good region taken away. Even a raindrop's gone as well. Good courier snipe coming out. Fusion definitely having a lot more activity here. Vanguard already up for Fishman, so he's not going to be in any danger of dying anytime soon. And that just means he gets to camp himself up there while everyone else walks to different lanes.
A bit of action breaking out. Fisher is there. There's your trample from BAB. Meanwhile, Yang top lane ends up dropping. In fact, that was mid lane he ends up dropping. The trample does absolutely nothing, and now XM is in trouble, but has stick charges. Have the mana to be able to blink back out. And so Yang, a bit of a rotation mid lane, he ends up paying for it. In fact, XM, not out of danger yet. Frisk, he's going to show up. He does have a Fisher to throw, but he wanted a White Album, so now Fusion. They'll turn once again onto the Earthshaker. Frisk, he's still trying, but with the Clockwork Battery Assault, he'll never be able to swing that totem all the way. At the very least, though, XM, he can get the haste rune for himself, so he does get lucky with the power rune.
It's a little consolation prize. They still haven't been able to fully punish White Album here. And again, they've dragged some heroes down to the mid to kind of get that done. I feel like the supports at this point should maybe just try to work on some safe stacks to clear out for the Morphling down the line, or for the Quap to clear out, because you've lost a lot out of their lanes. BAB is also not dominating hard enough here solo.
Yeah, but he can always run with Onslaught. He definitely isn't really having the start you'd want, though. I mean, CS-wise, the Primal Beast is having a great old time. Currently 34-10. Compared to the 28-4 of God King. Kill potential, though, when you're against Clockwork with Battery Assault, it just feels kind of impossible. Like, Trample just does nothing.
Yeah, it's just not enough output, and you really need a bit of an active support. The Shaker could have maybe made that active, but they can't really gun for it because of XCJ, as you mentioned. So they're just kind of forced to play the slower game on VG's side, and Fusion are just allowed to build up. Like, God King's going for the Midas now on the Doom, then his gold ramps up. You are still getting free space for Eric up top, but it's also free space for Fishman. So he is going to be able to just get what he wants past the Vanguard.
Onslaught. They get the Doom out, though. He onslaughted right into the loving arms of God King. Still, they will find XCJ. Can they deny off this Primal Beast? They're going to try, and Yang's got it. Yang will deny him off, and God King, he will find nothing. In fact, they even found Victoria on the Marcy with the glimpse back from Yang. Shadow Strike will connect, and eventually they'll have the damage, surely. Fisher will lock him down. No way out. Yang, he might die for this, but it won't matter. XCJ now showing up as well. Into the fray. Hog's pushback is there, but XM, he has a blink out. He's fine.
Dire's middle
Only
tower
issue is in the
under
meantime, White Album, he is pushing in the mid tier 1 tower rather aggressively. One of the positives about the mid SF, you can push the creep wave so darn quick and just start hitting away onto that mid tier 1. He won't get it all the way, but he gets a fair amount of damage off.
Yeah, he's applying some pressure, forcing potentially a rotation there. They're still playing down bot though. XM sticking around here with TPs here.
3-on-3 situation. Yang, he's been trapped up in the cogs. XM, pretty low on mana right now. Doesn't have enough for the Sonic Wave, but does stick charge up, so he does now as God King
Oh.
is gonna drop once again. Oh, that's hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's a walk of shame death right there for the Doom. They will find XCJ as well. Make that
Dire's
2
middle
walks of
tower
shame.
is under attack.
Yeah, I'm surprised Fusion wants to go back down. Like, they don't have Doom on
Dire's
Doom.
middle
Like,
tower
God
has
King just
fallen.
used it in the last fight. That is room for mid. White Album does fully clear out that mid tier 1, so they take a big objective for their sacrifices. And White Album is growing massive now on that SF. But VG are starting to find a grip in this game. They're utilizing the aggression coming out from BAB quite nicely. They're giving Erica all the space in the world. Because, frankly, the Brewmaster can't really stop you. Like, it is annoying, but it doesn't stop the Morphling from just farming. So Erica's still having a good time with a build-up. You expect the Morphling to come online later anyway. And VG has to be careful.
White Album, he's a big kill. White Album, look at this damage.
Jesus.
Look at this damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's not fair. He just trampled an onslaught and he was dead. Yeah, he pulverized at the end as well, but my god, that's your mid SF going down.
Yeah. You know, I am actually curious. Someday, I wonder if we ever will see this, but I can imagine Primal Beast on a Centaur court with Stampede on, with Trample on. That sounds like something, right?
Let's commit to the first step first, John, and just get the Ags on Centaur. Let's just pick Centaur, in fact, that's the first step. Pick Centaur. Then we'll talk about the Ags, and then we'll talk about Primal Beast.
I wish it would happen, Mikey. Who knows? Who knows? Still, 7-7, it's equalized a little bit. Like, the objectives are still nicer on Fusion's end, but VG are starting to really understand their power spike. Smoke up onto mid.
Oh, White Album, no. Another great start to the game and another failed mid-game as they will be able to pick up the SF. Fishman, he's going right back to top lane as well. XCJ is going to be protected by God King at the least. He will zone them out so they will not dive the tier 1 tower. But you found White Album. It's tough now. It really is.
Radiant's
Feels like all the
bottom
pressure's
tower
going to be
is
on
under
Fishman
attack.
once again on this Brewmaster to try and make this game number 2 work out for them. It's White Album, he's fallen behind. God King certainly can't help out with the net worth he has right now. He's still just trying to get a
Radiant's
Midas.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
It's
top
still a
tower
ways
is
off,
under
and
attack.
Fusion are just... They don't have anyone to play off the back of. Doom is ready and God King, he was
God
pumping
King,
it a bit.
God King, there's a Fisher there, God King. XCJ, he's gonna try and get some form of a trade. Yang will happily die and drop the Static Storm. Enjoy your cogs, he says, as XCJ. He's gonna try to run, but there's no making it out, surely. He'll make a walk away, but the fish is there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke rotation is out from Fusion. I mean, they've got the Brewmaster split, but it's 2v5, or rather 2v4. It's not a great situation for them to try and force this. At least they will find Frisk. It's a consolation kill that VG will hand away.
Not the biggest kill in the world. It takes a lot of commitment out from Fusion as well. It does stop that mid shove in, but they're going bot now.
Why not?
God King again?
God King again. Another walk of shame. Yeah, Primal.
What a hero, huh?
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom
Can you
tower
believe,
is
by the way,
under
this is a
attack.
nerf Primal Beast, John? Remember when Trample was stronger than
Oh
it is now?
my god, please don't. I actually, thinking about that moment, I really didn't play Dota at that time. I just
Yeah.
did not. That
I
hero is
did.
just garbage to play against.
Sadly, I did, John. I mean, it was not a good time. Died of Trample in
Ah,
like 2 seconds. It was amazing.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under
Yeah, nah.
attack.
Anyway, I would really love to see
Radiant
Centaur
structures are fortified.
and Primal Beast together. Now, I want to go back to your rant. Why do you like to hear? We were having rants about the new heroes. You said, oh, you know, Hoodwink and Dark Willow are Disney
Radiant's
characters
bottom
or some
tower is
such
falling.
fairies and stuff. This is a big old beast. Yeah, but I don't like it.
Top lane, Yang. Chase down, but is fine. Glimpse is there. It's mostly the Onslaught Trample I don't like, if I'm frank with you, John. Like, these spells, they just don't make any sense to me. As a Dota player, I mean. XM,
They really don't.
be just fine. Meanwhile, top lane, here we go again.
Dire's
BAB,
bottom
guess what,
tower
John?
is under
He's got
attack.
Onslaught and Trample off cooldown once again, so guess what happens to Fishman? He gets chased down. There's your Onslaught. Do you want to go for a pulverized BAB? Oh, why the hell not? Give him a bit of a pulverizer. Fishman's okay. He's too tanky. You know what, John? I'm wrong. Primal Beast needs a buff.
He does need a buff. He needs to kill everything. The Vanguard stopping Fishman from dying off, blocking off a lot of that physical damage coming out. So, very heads up play. The Vanguard investment does save Fishman at this point. And VG, well, I don't think they mind too much. They're just making space. Because look where Erica's at, just in the jungle. Has the Yasha up, working towards Samantha. Like, yeah, Fusion's hanging around mid, shoving the lane, but what's that going to lead to? The mid-tier one's gone. They are going for a smoke play into the top jungle, though. That could be big.
3-man smoke. Dire jungle is going to be the objective. Yang, he's in perfect position though. He's just going to break the smoke on the disruptor. Oh, XM's right behind. They have an invis rune. Yang is going to get caught out. XM, he might be able to turn this one. Yang does finally go down, but here comes BAB with that onslaught. Requiem, it is not going to land on anything. So there's 4 heroes from Fusion here. They need to back out though against the 2 of VG. Pulverize is out again. Hookshot is in from XCJ, but a big sonic wave. It's gonna land on 4 heroes, and here comes Erika. XM, he's got the sonic wave, and now Frisk is in. He gets a 2-man echo, and they are gonna clean them up. Though are they? Fishman, he will split at the least. So he can get away. XM, he just waited for them to line up perfectly for a big sonic wave, and it's a nice start to the team fight, but all they're finding is Yang. Bot lane? Not God King. Not God King. That's his 5th death of the game, John.
It is, and it's a tough time for him. It's almost the same story as game 1, right? Like, he's just trying to farm, he's constantly being hunted down. He's not as mobile as Nature's Prophet, so he is putting his body at risk this time around, and I mean, he needs the BKB, he's gonna need the Blink, he's gonna need the Ags afterwards. That's all going to take some time for the farm there, Mikey. And I don't know if that's time Fusion has, as my game has entered the 5th dimension now, so time to watch the stream. Right there.
Excellent.
But I just want to say, I just had models absolutely stretch my entire screen. That was fascinating. And that was new.
It's a feature, John. You know? Probably like some VR feature or something they're trying to sort out. Or, AR or something. You never know, John.
Oh,
Maybe you should
don't
have
get
bought
me
the Steam
excited.
Deck. Get a Steam Deck.
Oh,
That's what you need.
you know what? I would love to. The 2nd generation Steam Deck sounds like it's something I would want. When that would be, I'm not sure, but I'm looking forward to it, Mikey. What else I'd look forward to is Fusion maybe find some kills. They're shaping up top here.
Oh, they're finding one, John. White Album. Bye-bye, sir. Victoria gonna try and fight with the Unleash. Hookshot is there. XCJ gonna try and trade as BAB has a BKB up, so he's fine. Instead, they'll try and chase down Frisk. Frisk has another Fisher and Blink up in one, so he looks to be just fine. And while all that's happening, XM, he'll just freely chip away at the mid-tier 1 tower.
That's the space they need to finally start to clear out this objective. Not quite enough damage on XM to kind of clear that out by himself, but
Radiant's
progress is
middle tower
being made.
under attack.
Fusion, this is a necessary move, right? Because God King now has room down bot to actually not die and farm. Although they might lose some heroes for this.
This is a great combo, right? Because you can just Fisher from a mile away, and then he can just Onslaught from a mile away. And there's literally, if they've got the vision, there's nothing you can do. They just stun you and you're dead.
Pretty much it. I am curious if we're ever going to see anyone pick up the Ag Scepter. I feel like the only time you'll pick up the Ag Scepter is if you miss Aghanim's Labyrinth that much.
This is there, they
Oh,
have
boy.
the vision. He just placed the Ops Ward, and God King was just barely underneath the vision of that Observer Ward. Very nice play from Yang once again. I mean, at the very least, God King almost has a BKB up, but that BKB not going to protect him from Yang living rent-free in his head right now, John. I mean, Yang's been just giving it to him.
He has been. He's been on that voice line for the entire game. Trying to look for more in the triangle here, but there is a clump up.
There's an Echo Slam as well. Chris, they want to try and find the Earthshaker. Instead, they'll go after BAB, but he's got a BKB available, so he's more than happy to keep this fight going. Frisk, he's waiting patiently for the blink to be back up. BAB going for the ult, but ends up missing out thanks to the Battery Assault Fusion. You have to be careful. Blink now available in the Sonic Wave XM. He finds XCJ. Fusion, they'll keep trying to go forward. It's just too scary of a fight now. They are lacking too much vision.
Radiant's bottom tower
No
is under
information
attack.
for the side of Fusion to play with for this fight. They'll safely back their way out. And in the meantime, Erica, he's just split pushing bot lane. He literally could not give a crap. In fact, there's your Echo Slam right onto the Brewmaster. Fishman's gone. Keep in mind, they just warded that area. Fishman probably should have known the wards were there.
Yeah, they're just trying to, I don't know, find farm where they can. They don't really have that much control on the map
Radiant's
left.
bottom tower
Erica
is
just
under
goes back
attack.
to split pushing down bot. They do
Radiant's
reposition themselves on
structures
Fusion
are
to head
fortified.
top. They are actually getting some, again, decent enough build up. BKB's flying out for God King. So he's going to be able to BKB
Radiant's
Doom.
bottom tower is
I don't know if he can really survive through the physical output of Erica and of BAB at this point, because it's fairly high. But he has some survivability in the middle of these fights now. 11 to 21, 6k lead up for VG.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
don't
is under
feel like
attack.
we've seen Erica morph into anyone yet. I feel like if you see God King, just morph into him and steal Devour and farm. Like, that sounds like probably the best thing you could do right now, because you quite literally don't need anything else here, Mike.
But that is a fair point. You could literally just keep devouring as the morph. Yeah, that might be the way. Fishman, in again, onto that high ground. This time feeling a lot more safe though. Primal Split is there. Yang, he's really the only target they can chase right now, and Fish is going to block them off just a little bit, buying a bit of time for Yang. It's a Primal Split being used up for this kill. Yang, he will just taunt them from the grave. He knows that's a great trade for him.
Yang's getting to me, man. Every time he dies, he just spams out. Jesus Christ. He's doing his job well. This is exactly what you want your support to do. Not type, use voice lines, and every time you die, just find a way to make that sound dumb. Because it frankly is quite dumb. Because he's a disruptor. He's 1-9-11. Who cares? He doesn't matter. He has no net worth to speak of. You're not getting gold for the time you expend there. You're probably losing out in farm opportunity elsewhere. They are going to smoke up here on Fusion, though. Ready to go. 3-man out. Can they find anything in that dark jungle, though? Smoke on smoke.
It's a 3-on-3 situation here with these smokes. Fishman going to join in as well, but no Primal Split up. This what kind of makes the fight awkward here for Fusion. They are heading the correct direction, however. Erica, he just picked up a BKB. This could be terrible timing for the side of Fusion. So they are going to make the jump in. Doom is out. That's a great start. They found the Queen of Pain. Fisher going to stop them from continuing, but in the end, XM, he is going to drop. They even found Frisk. So they just sneak up from the backside. They have found the initiation they wanted, and Fusion suddenly have an opening for Roshan.
Yeah, that's a big opening out for them. Without Queen of Pain, going into the rush is a lot tougher. They could do something ballsy. BAB's here. BKB ready. He could just charge in like a madman if he wants to. Is he going to? No.
BKB. He's got a BKB up. He might try it. Roshan, though, it's gone. Can't time it right. Yang, he's going to get caught out once again. No voice lines this time from Yang. Rather quiet, as the game suddenly gets a lot more serious now between these two. Fusion on their way to a start of a comeback here, John.
Yeah, they've got some wind in their sails now. You know, they're getting some momentum off the back of White Album, just hitting like a truck at the moment, and just having this capability out on God King with his blink up. So you do have more options now for the Doom to kind of contribute in these fights. I don't know if you can still match Erica. Like, that's the one thing. If Erica's not the one getting doomed and Erica shows up to these fights, you have a different issue in hand. Because Erica's going for the butterfly. Physical output is not going to hurt him at all with a BKB to protect. You really have nothing to worry about outside of the Doom, and you've even got the Lincolns up on XM to protect against that same flanking Doom that came out in the last fight.
Top tower is
So you have
under
itemized fairly well on VG to counteract that. I think for VG, what they can't do is get complacent. Like, they have to stay as aggressive as they were. They need to shut down more of the map. Like, they still have a tier 2 mid to take care of, tier 1 top. They need to clear out the map a little bit more to really make Fusion squirm.
Bit of a calm period now that Fusion does have the Aegis. It doesn't seem like Vici want to get too involved, at least for now. It's perfectly fine. You just kind of sit back and wait for the Aegis expiry if you can. Vici Gaming. Just sitting by that dire jungle. Around the Roshan pit. Roshan a long while away from respawning. Just trying to stay within safety. Go. Haystrin will be picked up. Pretty just stuff here. Again, VG just not interested in the fight, and well, Fusion. I think they're the ones that need to start a fight somehow. If they really want to try and make use of this Aegis, but I suppose they have plenty of time for now. 3 minutes still available.
You do choose to smoke now, though. Don't quite have the forward vision, but they have a ramp board that does see Frisk.
Glimpses out. White Album will be sent back. Wing forward from Fishman. He will find Yang. Kinetic field is there, but he'll prompt the primal split. Yang tries for the TP up, but is not going to make it. The stun was there. Fishman keep chasing and does secure the first kill. A nice start. Meanwhile, XCJ does not land the hook on its intended target, but they have found a tornado onto the primal beast. BAB, he's still got his BKB up though. He's fine.
Dire's
The only
middle
target
tower
they found
is
was
under
Yang.
attack.
And again, I don't think Yang really minds dying for the team. He'll do it every time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We go, XM. Onto White Album. White Album, of course, has that secondary life with the Aegis, so feeling very safe right now as Vici. They'll smoke up as 2. Yang will be back up on the disruptors. They might start the fight now. Frisk is in. Fisher does land. There's your follow-up stun. And, well, hold on
what?
a minute. How does that work? BAB? It's a very long-range pulverize we just saw. BAB, I think, well, you're not going to understand this reference, John, but BAB ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi fruit, which is a One Piece reference, Jonathan.
I think that was just a weird thing with that map area, because it looked like Victoria teleported to the top area because of the move. I have no clue how that works.
Here we go again. BAB. Just fine. And for anyone about to correct me about the name of that devil fruit, I'm not putting any spoilers out there, alright? Don't spoil. I know it's not called that. White Album. Stuns out, they've got the SF. Onslaught is there. BAB, he'll rush in. He's got the pulverize once again onto White Album. The secondary life is there, but it will be popped. That's the Aegis gone. Jump in again. Nice stun out. Victoria. He'll land on 2, but BAB still perfectly fine. In fact, they jump in. Erica. He's found Victoria. White Album. He'll go for the man fight against the Morphling, but it is not working in his favor. In fact, Erica is going to back off. He'll wait for a reset. Glimpse back onto Fishman. Into the Static Storm from Yang. They hold down the Brewmaster. In goes God King. Trying to do something here with the Sonic Wave. It's out from XM. The chase is still going. The hook shot's off the mark. God King, can he find anything? The answer is no. He will still be killless as they even take down XCJ. VG Gaming, they just kite them out constantly. John, what are you laughing about now?
Just Yang is back. He voice lined again. It's like, oh, okay, now Yang's back. All right, I got it. They play very patiently in VG though. Like that in and out, that poking and prodding to draw Fusion in. You know, making them make a couple mistakes there. Not all.
Requiem raises, not enough. That Erica says
boy.
hello. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah, that was a bit too ballsy. You know. Yeah, what's wrong with this guy, man?
Yang's a menace,
Holy.
dude. Yang's had enough of these damn young'uns taking over the Chinese scene. He's teaching them how the old school do.
Sure is. From the voice lines into these really well-timed tips. I mean, again, you have to appreciate how VG just dragged out that fight, right? Like, they made them kind of overcommit, drew them forward for a tier 2, and in the end, we never even saw the Doom come out from God King. Like, he had this Blink BKB, he didn't doom anyone, because by the time he decided to jump forward, everyone was gone. Like, his entire team just left him. So, I think Fusion's got to be able to hook up together much more cohesively, the same way VG is. Because VG is working as a very well-oiled unit right now.
AK advantage. The Dota Plus sitting at 82% for VG Gaming. I'd say that's fairly accurate. What do you even build up now? Like God King, he's had such a rough game, John. He's 4th in net worth as Doom. You know, it's kind of like an Alchemist being 4th in net worth to save the game. It's just not a great look. Trying for a Shiver's Guard, just a bit of survivability.
Radiant's top tower.
You really haven't got a pos 1 right now. If there's any pos 1, it's White Album, and even BSF's just not able to survive once the BKB's
Radiant's top
through.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, he's gonna need something like the Satanic, which is probably the next item after the Scotty here for White Album, if not something like the Hurricane Pike for safety. That's still a ways off. I think the scaling for God King is still there. After the Shivas, you want the Ags refresh, or if not even the Ags, just you want the refresh. Like at least the double Doom, at least the way of even just single Doom on someone with Lincolns, you wouldn't even mind that. As long as you got Doom off, that could be enough to at least give you one pivotal pick off for Fusion to kind of stay in. VG though, just playing together, they shove in, take out the tier 2 up top, the side of Fusion just kind of taking a tier 1 down bot, not the biggest tower to take, and their last tower is now under siege. Fusion, I don't think they're in any shape for a defense here.
Doesn't seem like it. Not with the double damage rune out from XM. Excuse me. I didn't realize XM's been playing this whole game without a BKB on the squad. He's just been so good. Just not getting caught out as, well, there goes Victoria. Just get caught out on the Marcy, blown up very quickly by Erica. One more. The AB is going to be spotted. Again, he has BKB up. God King, do you want to commit Doom? Oh, he's out of mana. He doesn't have the mana for Doom now. Oh, BAB's just going to chase them. Onslaught will connect. XCJ dies midair. Oh, I mean, to be fair, even if he had the Doom, it really wouldn't matter. But,
No.
you know, just sad that he runs out of mana.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know what? I was having a very big laugh at VAV running over to Clockwork midair. It's just like Iron Man. You know how high Iron Man flies, right? And then this gigantic creature just runs at you and still hits you. Like, he just hits you anyway, even if you're flying. It's hilarious. That's how huge Primal Beast is. Imagine if he had a Giant's Ring. I don't think we'll reach 60 minutes in this one, Mike, but Giant's Ring Primal Beast is one of my favorite things to stare at, because it's silly. Like the
Man.
Ags Labyrinth one.
I would love a Giant's Ring. Primal. Oh.
Whoa.
Hook shot off. Doom's out though. At the very least, you can't run out of mana if you pop the Doom first. Problem is, they force staff him out. The Primal Beast is fine. That's one down for the side of Fusion. Glimpse back Yang. He's found another. It's going to be God King. Get those voice lines ready, Yang. Get them ready, sir. White Album. Oh, that's a great Fisher into the Echo Slam. Oh, Frisk sets up perfectly. Fusion. Run, run, run.
Bullying God King.
Yang, just leave him alone. GG. God King, White Album. They've seen enough. GG. Yang's still going with the voice lines. Leave him alone.
Damn. Holy crap, Yang.
Goodness me, John, listen, I know we're going to do the production thing of looking at the scoreboard once we switch back over to the cameras, and we can do that right now. I don't know if I want to look at the scoreboard. I feel like there's going to be one person that doesn't look very good right now on the scoreboard. I don't know if I want to see it, Jonathan. Do you want to see the scoreboard? Do you want to see it, John? We're going to have to look at the scoreboard.
They come out with his last pick, Doom,
Oh.
and God King he did not have a
Oh.
game. You know, it's the same issue from game one. We talked about it. It's Nature's Prophet just kind of tried to hyper invest. He was caught out way too many times. Same thing happens on the Doom, except it's exacerbated by the fact that you're not mobile on the Doom. He kept showing down up bot. VG just kept showing up as well, kept killing him off. And White Album, to his credit, played an amazing game. Like he played as well as he could on that SF to try to carry this game out for the side of Fusion. Not quite enough. And VG, man, they take a really clean series here up against Fusion, and I think that's a little bit scary, right? Because VG, when they were in Div 1, they did get demoted. At the same time, Div 1 was hyper competitive. And in Div 2, this is what you're going to have to face up against if you're a Fusion. So, you've got a little bit of work to put in there, Mike.
Absolutely. We can have a look at that bracket as well, John, see where we are standing right now after this series. And as you can see, YBB Gaming going to be up against Vici Gaming now in that lower bracket round of 3. Of course, we do have 2 more series on today between eHome and SZ, and IG and LBZS coming up. So we'll be able to find our other contestants for the lower bracket round of 3 very, very soon. In fact, right after this series. But it's bracket is slowly being filled up here, Jonathan. Very, very good news indeed. And what a day it's been already. Some great Dota, very fun Dota to watch at the very least, and it's been an absolute pleasure watching Dota today in the Chinese region.
Yeah, it's been a great time. That's it for me and Mike. There are still more series. Make sure to hang around. Up next, we do have eHome up against Shenzhen. That's
wait, who's casting, John? Bcop and Lizard.
Of course,
You'll love to hear
yes.
the best casting duo. Get these 2 idiots on camera out of here. Get the professionals back on. Bcop and Lizard are coming up. Jonathan, I'll take care of the outro. You know how it is. I can't have you taking my job as well. It's MLP Dota. It's John Xfire. It's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere. Bcop and Lizard are coming, but we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Dire's courier has been killed. is under attack.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back to some more Chinese qualifiers. We're coming at you live with some fun stuff, right, Lizard? Back with the third and fourth series. Long road here for the Chinese qualifiers, so it should be a fun one. Should be some interesting action coming up.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Like the first game, the first series, instantly hitting it off with X Div 2 and Div 1 teams, right? Like we have Shenzhen and eHome. And I don't know what to expect here. Like eHome, I know people are hyping them up, but they don't look so hot. We've covered them for what, 2 years now, different rosters, but we've covered all of them. And in this year, at the beginning in January, they looked strong, but right now they don't look the same. It doesn't seem like the same team at all.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like game roster day.
5 seconds remaining.
Length, but January. Feeling like in the same guys, it's not that older like old E on it, but this eHome roster is certainly going to be very interesting to watch. I'm wondering if they're going to bring out something a little bit stronger, and I feel like at times Shenzhen shown quite strong as well.
Do you think that Shenzhen is like they can take this game? Sure, like they're strong versus eHome, but do you think that Shenzhen have a chance versus any of those from the big leagues, the RNGs, the Aster Aries, the VGs?
Sure. I there were points where I thought that maybe they were going to show up and be this like really strong team. There are a couple of guys that I thought were like top notch. Like I thought Kaiko and Gome were definitely two guys who get things done, but just it's never really quite come together. It does make me a little bit nervous. I want to kind of go after each other.
Yeah, and when it comes to these
Radiant team
opening picks for me, like they don't make me nervous for either one of these two teams. Like yesterday, when a Div 2 team would match a Div 1 team, or two Div 2 teams would match up, like you can get worried a little bit. When you see the drafts, you're like, there's something lacking.
Right.
But right now, the openers are good for me. Like eHome, I love their opening. The Visage plus Marcy is a really strong combo, tried, true, and tested. On the other side, you have DP, Snap, and Hoodwink.
10 seconds
All
remaining.
pretty strong, all in the meta. My only question is, DP is going to have to be, I guess it's not a question, DP will have to be a core here, 99%, even though she's played mostly as a support at the moment.
Unless they were to do something maybe like mid Snapfire, I'm not sure if they would do. It does feel like it could be potentially maybe a little old meta. I don't know. This lineup for Shenzhen doesn't exactly scream what we saw yesterday, right? Like it was actually
5 seconds
just your
remaining.
basic heroes from punching Shadow Feet, Brood Mothers, and all these different things kind of came out.
Radiant team
Morsi felt pretty strong in it.
Dude, Kotl and Shadow Demon.
This draft is completely different.
Okay, so
Standard.
it's like how do you see this? The way I see it is Kotl mid, Shadow Demon and Marcy
10 seconds
supports,
remaining.
with Visage being your offlaner. Do you see the same, or do you think it's funkier than that?
I think I see it the same way because if I recall correctly, Zeal was the Zeal was the Visage player, obviously. I 2 or 3 times, I want to say, playing the
10
Visage.
seconds remaining.
So I see it the same way. I
5
wonder if it's
seconds
going to be okay
remaining.
with that Coddle mid, though. We've seen that hero mid when it's not exactly in
Radiant
the
team
best
ban.
hands, feels very hit or miss. Like, and it is one of those heroes
Dire
mid that
team
can be
ban.
permissible, but when it's not in the right hands and someone who's not really.
I'm thinking all that you said about Zeal, the Visage, the Cottles,
10
all
seconds
stands.
remaining. Radiant
What I'm
team
thinking
ban.
about is, I'm thinking about this PA. Like you get the break versus Visage. It's great, right? Like you get the fan. You still have the fan of knives, I hope. Let me check the last patch. Every single time a hero is picked, I go quickly through all the spells. Yeah, it's all the same.
10
It's all the
seconds
same still.
remaining.
But there's a Shadow Demon against
5
her as well.
seconds remaining.
That's a problem. In my eyes, at least, that's a slight little problem that they picked PA into it. But you also picked PA into a Kotl, which early on it's hard, but later, once you're able to just jump him, it just feels so good playing against him. You jump the old man, you crit him once, he's pretty much dead.
It,
10 seconds remaining.
but
Radiant team pick. Alchemist.
down and how does it.
Alchemist adds a ton, as always, doesn't he? Like you get this
10
safe
seconds
laner
remaining.
that can scale really damn well. Like
5 seconds
you
remaining.
build into an AC very early on. I think it's pretty solid in this game in particular because you can get to this level where you're unstoppable before PA is even online. Because she usually needs what? She needs a Battle Fury, a BKB, a Dezo, something like that. At least a Battle Fury BKB before she's ready to fight. So I can see this Alchemist working in eHome's favor. They also love the hero, so perhaps, just get this Alchemist and Kotl's timer and then just roll over them. The 3 cores, like the Visage and the Kotl, do not need a lot, so they also complement very well with Alchemist. You can actually, I can definitely see this draft of eHome working out well, but then again, I've seen many drafts of eHome being capable of working out well and then perhaps not executing to the standard.
Yeah, and that kind of comes with the way you play it, right?
Yeah.
A little bit inconsistent, I would say.
Inconsistency sometimes is not the worst thing when you're experimenting, when you're trying to figure out new stuff, new strategies. Inconsistency in that way is all right, but inconsistency in executing the same strats over and over again is probably not a good thing. It just means that you're not really that you don't truly understand what's necessary to do with a certain draft. But it's kind of difficult to say, right? When you're looking at Vici Gaming or when you're looking at PSG LGD, teams that aren't inconsistent, when they have a strat that they're failing to with which they're failing to perform, it doesn't suit them or something. But when you have eHome, when you have Shenzhen, teams of this caliber, sometimes you're just playing versus players that are arguably just better, right? Like faster than you are. And then the strat that you're good with doesn't look that great.
We'll have to be a good enough team to really put it all together. If one of these teams is going to show consistency, I'm interested to see Dome on this Dawnbreaker too.
Mm-hmm.
Wondering how this hero is going to evolve. We've seen this hero for a little bit. Like, now we're getting Primal Beast, which is the newer hero that we're waiting to see where that's going to be picked up all the time. but I'm still wondering about the Dawnbreaker. If there's anything that can be a little bit different. From the
Yeah, it's a pretty cool pickup, the Dawnbreaker as well. Like I like it. It like both of these teams do have a lot of tempo, like on their sides. Um, I think Alchemist comes a little bit faster online, but then again, you can punish him a little bit heavier with the Dawnbreaker. You're probably gonna have a Dawn and a Hoodwink on that lane, and for an Alchemist, that can go real wrong real fast.
Yeah, that seems like a lane that could be very devastating. For sure.
I'm just looking at my predictions, and player with highest net worth at the game end, I'm gonna go with the Alchemist. If he loses or wins, I feel like he's gonna be the one. They're running in on the high ground, but there's a Keiko waiting for them.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can get this. And looking already over at ZZQ, who's sitting pretty low, but the Phantom Assassin gets stunned up, and Kaiko ends up dropping. So they've lost the Phantom Assassin. Dome might be next. The Soul Assumption does a lot of damage. And Shiro trying to chase, throws the Unstable Concoction, and they get the kill on Shiro before they're able to take out Dome. They still even want a third. Wow, YP falling. And it's 3 for 1 in the favor of EO.
Oh, 3 for 2.
Yeah, he kills himself to the tower afterwards, but it still ends up being a bit of a big fight. Very SEA reminiscent.
I can hear your beautiful voice very well once again, Bcop. I don't know what you did. You fixed it, so don't be shy. Let it rip. Sing.
I'll do my best.
Yeah. Do you know Dolma? It's I think it's like minced meat wrapped in what exactly? I think in.
I'm not sure. That's not like an American term you hear all too often.
I need to Google. Yeah. It's minced meat wrapped into with rice, wrapped into how do you? I need to find the right word. I need to find the right grapevine. Grapevine leaves. Very tasty. I wonder if that's where the nickname is coming from.
Okay.
Probably isn't, but now I'm hungry.
I'm trying to figure out what that's like. There's like this Greek dish I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's like Turkish or Greek or something like that.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out if that's what it is. Man, YP taking a lot of damage here up at the top lane. Shiro just trying to chase, and he's slowed up by that Celestial Hammer from Dolme.
So they actually ended up putting Snap on top lane and Hoodwink on bot. I mean, that also works. I've maybe thought that Snap would be better off on bottom lane and Hoodwink perhaps better off on top lane a little bit, because you get to sustain yourself versus the Visage. Soul Assumption doesn't hurt as much. You get like what, 100, 200 more HP on Snap. You're strength based, so but it's okay.
Is there any lane that really just stands out at you in this game so far? Like, we got 5 kills before the horn, but
Hoodwink bottom lane.
Hoodwink bottom almost going down immediately, but the Soul Assumption damage, Hara just can't survive.
I love when players make me sound smart 1 second after I said something, right? Like, it doesn't happen very often. It happens once in 10 games, top lane. They get Alchemist.
Getting Hero, but even wondering if they want to turn this around and maybe use that Unstable Concoction and play aggressively that way.
The problem with Hoodwink on bottom lane and PA is both of these heroes are extremely susceptible to being nuked down. And that's what's happening at the moment. Right. I wouldn't be surprised if Visage even got 2 levels of Soul Assumption. It's not the most normal play. You don't usually do this, but versus these two, it might even be worth it.
So we'll see how the lanes kind of evolve and what we're going to see from them. It's very different than what the 5 alchemists we saw that didn't take Grievel's Greed until like level 9.
King of Alchemist on top lane, he's taking a bit of a beating, but yeah, he's sustaining himself much better than I thought he would. I guess a couple of nerfs to Dawnbreaker made it a bit easier for him.
Well, ain't this cute?
The early damage from Dawnbreaker just still seems to be there. I know there were a couple nerfs, maybe not this patch, but the previous one, but it still feels like Dawnbreaker is really strong. Like they lowered the damage, I believe, on Celestial Hammer, but like you're still very strong in the laning phase, and Starbreaker just feels like such a strong ability.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. Then again, they didn't kill the Alchemist yet, so you know, like I expected Alchemist to be running towards jungle minute 3. No, I'm kidding. You have a Shadow Demon with you, obviously. Like this guy can always mess up the Starbreaker.
Ooh, Kaiko's in trouble bottom. They have the Soul Assumption again. Like they tried to go in on the planet with the Bushwhack, and they just didn't have the damage. And when you use the displacement spells coming out from the Marcy, like there's just no way to survive. Again, they want to go for Shiro, but it just seems like Shenzhen right now are lacking damage in these lanes to get these kills.
Yep, exactly. It's bottom lane. You're playing with 2 Agi heroes that are extremely squishy, and you're playing into a Visage Marcy of all. It's so difficult. Like this lane, honestly, like on autopilot should be a win for eHome. That's how I see it. You really have to make some mistakes to lose it. However, it does get a little bit easier once raindrops are out, because you can block a lot of those soul assumptions.
You really need to start blocking them, because it seems like every soul assumption that he's been throwing is leading to a kill, if not something that's putting you at a fraction of health. Like, you just can't play that aggressively. And Zeal, like I was saying in the draft, he is a very formidable Visage player. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes against the Shenzhen lineup as the time goes by and as he gets those levels and what he's able to accomplish with this hero. Because we've seen guys like Old 11 do really well with it as well.
Mid lane, there's Phoenix with a really angry exorcism behind the tier 1 tower. He's trying to get Echo away from creeps as the Karti is there, and you can see everyone is pretty much rotating in for the same reason. They're really punching this tower, 50% HP already.
Onto Planet, but they dispose of him, and now you've got YP here with Aura. Illuminate does a lot of damage, and YP needs to run. It's a trade that maybe they're not going to be too happy with, as they've locked up the Death Prophet of Phoenix now, so he's trying to run. The Shadow Poison coming out, the stack's getting bigger and bigger, but the Bushwhack is there, and the kill comes out as they get the kill onto Echo and take out that Kata.
There was no way in hell that they killed the Death Prophet, so I was actually surprised they went for it. The Death Prophet had 17, 18 Magic Wand charges when they even started going on her. By the end, it was 20. Top lane, Shiro, this time should be dead.
Yeah, hopefully, for the sake of Shenzhen, they're able to get this kill, because they've tried to go on to Shiro multiple times, and they finally get this Alchemist. It feels like it's been an attempt of 3 or 4 times here top, and finally with the levels, they have the cumulative damage to get this kill onto the Alchemist.
So far, so good for Shenzhen, really. Like, they're playing the map really well. They're punishing mid lane Kotl. Look at that tower. Like, mid lane tower is already on less than 500 HP. It's not something that happens usually to a Kotl, as he can always blast the lane, and just go back, right? Farm the jungle.
It does worry me, too. Like, I wonder what they want to do if they do fall behind, right? Like, Alchemist is kind of one of those heroes that, obviously, with Grievel's Greed, you innately want to farm a lot of the map. Kato can do so with the Illuminate, but if you've got multiple heroes that are falling behind and your map is falling into a smaller space because of the pressure that Shenzhen's putting on, and something maybe they can do with the next Exorcism, I wonder if they'll feel comfortable farming.
So basically, that Prophet has an Arcane Rune. We should see Phoenix just pop the Exorcism with it and take the tier 1 mid. I don't think that's going to get stopped. Or maybe, actually, he's tipping top. This is perhaps even better.
If they can break through eHome here and break through this tier 1 top, that's going to feel really good for them. So you need to be careful on the side of eHome about how you approach this as YP. Whoa. You need to be very careful, almost dying on that Snapfire. And this Exorcism was used, so obviously with the arcane rune, you wanted to use it before that ran out with the lowered cooldown. But if they don't find a tower with it, if they don't find the pressure, maybe it's not going to feel that great. But they're also potentially having Phoenix Queen through some stacks, which are pretty important to this alchemist.
And by the time that prophet finishes the stacks, he'll find some farm on the mid lane. So they rotated him away. And I think, yeah, losing these stacks is bad for sure. But losing the tower top lane, like tier 1 top, is worse, and mid tier 1 is also worse. So I think for eHome it's much better this way, like than trying to fight and like lose heroes and objectives. Just
Steel
give them.
bottom needing to run away. They use the Solar Guardian, but they've got the Starbreaker. They get the kill onto this Visage. They'll look over at the Dawnbreaker. They end up getting a bit of a trade. If they could find a +1, this isn't too bad for eHome, or maybe even look to get the tier 1 tower, as Planet will rebound. They've gotten the lockdown for a second onto Hara, but they just can't continue to keep him still.
Oh, he tossed Echo in the trees as well.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's
You saw
bottom
that,
tower
right?
is under attack.
Like he
Not great for them.
yeah, he disposed Echo as well.
Yeah.
They got blocked. It happens. But this is the power of their lineup. Like, you have Visage online, you have Kotl with travels, you can just go from one tower to the other, specifically when there's no exorcism. So you can do a ton of work while Alchemist is farming. And you asked me before if I'm worried that they'll crumble and the map will shrink. It can happen, but it shouldn't. Like, it truly shouldn't. They have heroes that are very capable of making plays and creating space.
Exposed on a YP. They're going to try and get this kill. They've got Hara over to the side. They are looking to make something happen, but unfortunately they can't save YP. Zeal with the easy kill. They'll drop down one of the familiars onto Hara.
That's perfect,
But
right?
they don't have the follow-up for it.
Yeah, that's perfect for eHome. They baited Exorcism on the other side of the map. Now they're just falling back. They even got a kill. Meanwhile, Alchemist is farming up. It's pretty much exactly how you want to be playing.
So far, I would say so good, but it's still Shenzhen holding on to a 2K lead against this Alchemist.
He had a rough start. Like, that's for sure something that we need to mention. The stacks have been stolen from him. He was shoved from the top lane.
Top tower is under attack.
But it's an Alchemist game.
Going right on into the familiars, and they're going to find Hara. The damage is quick, and it's a stealthy kill onto this Hoodwink. We've seen a couple of these exorcisms from Death Prophet just not really net the objectives. Like, obviously, the one prior to the one that just happened bottom got them those stacks, but still, like, it does feel like
Bottom tower is under
eHome
attack.
have kind of not baited out exorcisms, but done a good job of kind of, I guess it is in a sense a bait, but like they've controlled where they want the Death Prophet to really be while using them, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. They just forced a fight somewhere. Let's put it in a simple way. They force a fight on the enemy side of the map, right? And because of that, the Exorcism is used on the enemy side of the map, and because of that, your Alchemist is untouched. He's farming away on his side. One thing that Shenzhen truly needs is level 6 on Hoodwink, and they just got it. Like 12 minutes in, level 6 Hoodwink. If it came a little bit sooner, maybe you'd be able to take down Zeal, because you get the break, right?
Right.
The break would... Like, it would have been so useful in some of these prior fights, but at least they got it now. They can play with it.
We'll see what they can accomplish, because I know that they're kind of making this space for the Phantom Assassin. Doesn't exactly have a lot of gold on PA, though. You're waiting here for a couple of items. Phantom Assassin, you want to open up that space. You have taken the top tier 1 and the mid tier 1 away from eHome, so I'd like to see Shenzhen, like, they've gotten this small lead. If they put a little bit more of a foot on the gas, I think they can really run away with this one, but it has to be a cautious foot on the gas too, right? Like, it has to be very calculated, because give eHome 1 or 2 spots to fight back, and they can really pull away here.
I don't know what the cautious
Battlefield.
foot on the gas is.
Like, you just kind of putting your foot down, but not like
Kind of
flooring it.
carefully, kind of.
Yeah. You know, hopefully it's a more of a global reference than the ones I make prior. But you know when SpongeBob's taking the driving test and he sticks out his big toe through the shoe and he just puts it on the gas?
No, I understand. It's just the concept of cautiously pressing gas is something that eludes me. You know what I mean?
No, you like to go fast.
No, very, very slowly. I only use throttle. First gear, and that's... Oh, you don't have gears. You just drive automatic, right?
You know, it depends.
Really?
I can get to third gear, maybe fourth.
Okay. Okay, no, I'm surprised. Like, when you did your driver's license...
It was
did
automatic.
It was automatic,
Yeah.
right? Can you drive manual?
Not well. My brother's car was manual, but every time he like gave it to me to drive, I was a little nervous, like shifting, just because I didn't want to screw up his gearbox or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I would just, if I was to learn, it would have to be in my own car.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I get it.
Just don't trust myself to not mess it up, you know?
Oh, it's like one of those things we're proud for, like Europeans. We can drive manual, but then at the same time, it's so annoying. Like,
Yeah, like why do I have to keep my foot down on the clutch in this traffic? This is terrible.
Exactly. Why do I have to keep the clutch? Why do I have to change gears all the time? Why do I have to use my right hand when it could
Dire's
just be
top tower
chilling?
is under attack.
And he could be doing nothing.
Exactly. Like Alchemist has been doing absolutely nothing this whole game, and he has a secret relic. 14 minutes in. Is it the greatest time? Definitely not, but he just took over that profit and he's top of the net worth, so he's getting there slowly.
He's in drive. He's not going from gear to gear.
Exactly, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of damage there with the sharpshooter. I was maybe a little bit surprised they didn't even pressure further.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That being said, Sacred Relic there for the Alchemist, and Battle Fury just got finished for the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, so if you're PA, you're definitely satisfied with that, right? Like,
Yeah.
15 minutes in, pretty good timing. He has power threads as well. It's not like a naked Battle Fury or anything like that, so he can definitely keep up with the Alchemist. Not in net worth, but in game impact.
Yeah, and we'll see if the impact is here from the Death Prophet again, and it feels like Phoenix wants to try and make a move with this exorcism, but again, they're kind of leading the Death Prophet where they want him to go, and that's away from the team, away from these objectives. Exorcism gets popped, and Phoenix pops the BKB, and you can't play confidently anymore with no BKB, so he has to kind of sit behind the tower, and he's not going to get anything with this exorcism usage again.
It's interesting that they ran away the way they did because Dawnbreaker has BKB and ulti. I expected them to perhaps take that fight.
Radiant's
But,
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're really happy to let go of all of their outer towers. They lost tier 1 mid, tier 1 bottom without really a fight.
Map is pretty even in terms of towers. So we'll see who takes advantage of it more. I'm really interested to see how quickly this Phantom Assassin is going to get on the tail of the Alchemist, because it doesn't feel like Shiro's exactly farming that well. Like, I know he's top of the net worth now and 1,000 gold ahead of the Death Prophet, but it doesn't feel like it's on this crazy pace. Ooh, and then now a free BKB from Dolme. Like, he has to just BKB TP.
Yeah, never feels good.
That's another free BKB. Like, I'm going to consider that Death Prophet one pretty free, too. Like, it's not like they used anything too cooldown dependent to get that.
So, basically, whenever I was drafting before, one of my favorite heroes to draft around was always DK and Death Prophet. These kind of heroes, right? Because you get these heroes that are on the top lane right now. Let's see this. PA.
They're going to
might
try
get
and
punished.
rebound in, and Kaiko needs to be careful just jumping away, but the Shadow Demons here, they've slowed up the Phantom Assassin, and they just want to focus. They have the Dawnbreaker ult, the Solar Guardian, and does a good job of keeping the Phantom Assassin alive as they have the Mortimer's Kisses flying in. That's going to land on 3 of these heroes. They get the Kona's EZQ. They're still going to get this Marcy. They finish off Planet. That's 2 dead on the side of Ehome as they get Kaiko. Echo gets credit for it. Shiro on the run, and the damage is too much for him. Phoenix finishes him off. This is a good fight for Shenzhen with the BKB being popped now by Phoenix to TP away from those familiars. But there's one familiar, two familiars, stunning them both, pulling back Aura, getting themselves at least the hoodwink. They want YP, they're gonna chase. The Illuminate doesn't land, and
Rush
Zeal's
bash.
on it. Osh might help out. He's at least putting the extra damage in, but he's putting it in on the familiar, and they get the kill onto YP. They lose Shiro. They lost a couple there. However, the other side, Phantom Assassin went down. The BKBs were popped. They used a lot to even fight back against eHome. So kind of an even trade, but
I would argue
time
it's
goes
not
on.
that
We'll-
even. I would say that eHome perhaps came out on top. Yeah, you lose the Alchemist, but the PA dies first, and
BKB usages.
BKBs exactly as well. PA also needed to die a lot sooner. If she died faster, maybe they can rescue Alchemist as well, but they literally missed Soul Assumption. It happens. He missed. He didn't click on the hero. He clicked on the creep next to him. Then they needed to chase her for like an additional 10-15 seconds, which gave enough time for the boys of Shenzhen to take down Alchemist.
Yeah, it split the team because Phantom Assassin went upwards as the rest of the team was down towards the bottom part of that jungle area right by the stairs. Not too terrible, though. I would
Yeah,
say
it's
for
like-
Shenzhen, overall, they kind of salvaged it, but it would have felt a lot better if they didn't end up losing the two extra heroes afterwards. The great familiar usage there from Zeal. Like, those double stuns were on point.
It's like it's probably the first play they made with that Prophet after minute 4, 5 or something when she moved top. It's the first play that they've actually made in the game, and that they forced. So
Right.
I'm happy that that has happened at least. But overall, I don't feel that they're in the greatest spot. PA.
A Phantom Assassin gonna try and survive, but unstable concoction with the Illuminate. Echo getting credit for that kill on Akaiko. They are nearby Roche, and they do have that double damage on Shiro, so they can try and get this Aegis, and there really isn't much to say from Shenzhen with where they are in the map, and they just don't have a Phantom Assassin to rely on either. So it's gonna be an Aegis for Yom.
This is literally that timing that we were talking about during the draft. Like Alchemist comes online just a little bit faster. It's an Alchemist, right? And he has this Radiance BKB timer with which he is able to fight, which he's able to go. And PA, I mean, props off to him. Like, he's still keeping up. He's got good farm, but he's not there yet. Like, he needs this BKB. And his teammates aren't necessarily pressuring the map. They aren't necessarily making space for him. They're more on the reactive side. I think that's the biggest issue. Like, you have that Prophet Dawnbreaker. These heroes don't strike me as... They don't strike me as heroes that are weak early on and that have to be punished as hard as they have been punished.
The punishment has been pretty brutal, but I still kind of believe that Shenzhen can bring it back with a nice fight and great bushwhack to lock up Zeal, even with a Solar Guardian commitment. But Echo comes in with Boots of Travel into just some massive right-click damage, as well as the Mortimer's Kisses. They get the save from ZZQ, but I don't know how long it's going to keep him alive. They'll take out a second. They're fighting on the back. They get the kill on the Kaiko. Shiro gets credit for that one. The Starbreaker forward onto ZZQ. They get the kill on to the Shadow Demon.
It's got to
They
BKB.
take away this Aegis. Shiro, BKB, but he's got to run. He's got some help from Planet. BKB being popped by Dome, as well as Phoenix. And that just puts the attention onto the Marcy. And this should net them a 4th kill. They also got the Aegis.
Maybe
so
even
this
the
is
Alchemist.
just eHome feeling really bad right now as that Celestial Hammer lands, and Phoenix with no fear going after Shiro onto the high ground, and it's a full team wipe for Shenzhen.
You were right, B-Cop. I was left. A really decent fight from Shenzhen. Even though they lost the PA, like they always have in these fights, right? The damage that Prophet and Dawnbreaker were able to dish out, mainly the Dead Prophet, right? Was
This
quite
really
big.
is just a back and forth of who can stay longer and not get punished, but every time they all get punished because Dome stays too long and he dies this time. Also loses his courier with a blink dagger on his. They're trying to get familiars after the hoodwink. Like,
Yeah, but
that last fight was eHome not staying too long, but well, kind of a little bit, but also more so eHome initiating one by one. Like Echo came in on Boots to travel away from his team, and then he was just dead to the damage from Kaiko.
yeah, they initiated. The way they started playing was way too cocky. It's like you have an advantage, but you're not really utilizing it in the most conservative manner. Let's put it that way. You just go all in. You get punished for it. These kind of teams will still punish you for your transgressions. And by the way, these transgressions have led to a PA that has a Battle Fury and BKB now. Like last fight, she didn't have it. Now the BKB is up. It kind of does change things, because in all of these fights so far, what would happen is Shadow Demon purges her, Alchemist just runs her down with Blink and Unstable Concoction, or he just got a Blink, doesn't matter, but they would kill her off easily. That's what I'm saying. From
Right.
now on, they can't do it anymore.
They're not exactly being able to handle fights the same way. And I believe that was, oh yeah, picking up the Ags next. What do you feel about Visage Ags?
It changes the way you want to play the hero. That's all. Like, I like the Ags. I love the Ags, but it depends. Like, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't get it. Sometimes just getting utility is better. Like, in a game such as this one, your AC is something that Alchemist will buy, right?
Yeah, and they already get the kill here on a ZZQ. They look over at Zero for the moment. Some damage coming through on a Phoenix, even with the BKB, and they're going to keep the familiars on him. Trying to run him away. The unstable concoction. Now he's got to fall back. Was unable to close the gap and close that distance. One extra stun, and they probably get that kill there on the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I agree completely. Like, as Alchemist is buying the AC, you can go for more of this initiating type, hunter type of Visage, I suppose. So Aghanim helps with that. You also do not truly have a hero that goes in first, besides the Alchemist with the Blink.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So having that from your Visage is also very nice.
Yeah, the blink from Shiro feels like the leading charge factor, and maybe like a rebound dispose, but you're usually... It feels like the way the Marcies have been playing since the change on dispose and rebound is more so you rebound after initiation, almost, at different points in the game. Like you have somebody go in and then you follow it up with the rebound to get that extra lockdown.
Yeah, and what's more perfect than an invisible bird flying over for rebound to happen, right? Like,
Oh my god. Don't put fear in my eyes. Please.
why? It's perfect.
That is scary to think about. Oh, just invis, jump, having that availability to get the rebound. Kaiko, yeah, he's going to pop the BKB, go for ZZQ. Of course, he's got that save with the disruption and forcing the BKB TP. Another free BKB usage. Like, there's really not much there that eHome need to use in this game to get these BKBs to come out.
Yeah, and it's mostly because of Shenzhen and the way they're playing. They go a bit too deep very often. They get punished, they get forced to use the BKBs. It also gives an opportunity for eHome to start a fight if they wanted to. I believe the AC is completed, yeah, on Shiro. So a smoke will happen, you can see them hugging each other, but they're under a ward. Right under a ward. They were literally on top of it. Okay.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Probably.
Yeah, if Shenzhen get caught here, then that's just on them. That was right on the ward.
Yeah. So probably shouldn't really net them anything important. Maybe they can get a tower here, but that should be it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just get them to back off and allow them to go to the tower.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Comes out and they're just
Look at
trying to
Shiro.
save it as long as they can.
Must go.
Stable Concoction wants to jump, gets the stun, and there's the rebound. The ulti for the Marcy. Whoa! They blew up Phoenix.
Radiant's middle
Death Prophet had no chance, and then behind them, Dome. Well, there's no
BKB.
basher or anything. Yeah, he's able to just BKB TP, but wow, that damage was fast.
Yeah, that was unleash. They just unleashed on top of that DP. everything they had. She died in a second. I love
I
how
don't even know
he's...
if the Death Prophet was thinking that there's any chance of that being a reality, right?
Yeah, well, probably not. But
Radiant's
it's
top
also the
tower
item
is
build that he
under
went
attack.
for. It nets him kills, but he also dies very easily if he doesn't have siphons off. Like, he has the Blink and Witchblade. Got the Plate Mail just recently too. So if he gets caught, he easily falls.
Still Shenzhen moving forward, but they're starting to fall behind more and more. Like, this is now a 4K lead, 5K lead for eHome. I think they're finding more on the map at the moment. Like, you got to kind of worry for Shenzhen if they especially don't get this next Roche, and it's going to be a long spawn, 3 minutes. Unfortunate, I would say, for eHome more so than Shenzhen.
They saw
but
Zeal.
it gives time for Shenzhen to do something.
They saw Zeal, but they didn't see the smoked up teammates around him. So they might wait here as a trap for Zeal, but they might get caught instead. The spells have given it away though, like they now know. And keep in mind that even though, yeah, they've lost a couple of fights, these fights all came off of great initiations from eHome. Like if the same things happens from Shenzhen, if they perhaps initiate properly, then they're able definitely to take a decent fight.
I think that's one of the things that we really haven't seen too much consistently from Shenzhen at the moment is their initiation. A lot of their fights that they've won have been on counter plays.
Yeah, how
Or
do you
more,
initiate?
maybe not
That's
counter, but back foot.
The counter question to my argument is, and what you're saying right now is, how do you initiate? Like, who goes in? What, you're
It's
gonna
almost just like a
bushwhack?
force to jump. Yeah, like bushwhack, or you have to even just jump in as Phantom Assassin and pop the early BKB. But with that, like, it just makes yourself so vulnerable, right? Like, you are forced to jump and BKB, and there it is. There's the bushwhack you were talking about. Solar Guardian, Shiro getting
Okay,
low,
it's
and Shiro
dead.
gonna fall. Like, that was so fast. I guess it is just a bushwhack that works. Because that worked out really well, and it looks like it's gonna net them at least a second with ZZQ dead. The rest of the team really forced to run.
Shadow Demon has Aether Lance plus Psychic Headband, and he's still unable to save the Alchemist. I think maybe Alchemist ran in the wrong direction. Not sure what happened there. But he popped the BKB as well, right? Yeah, he did. So that's an issue. That's usually a problem.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Silver linings are the Roche isn't up for another minute if you're an eHome fan.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Gives them time to kind of regroup and potentially look for a rebuttal before Roche is available. But you got to expect that Shenzhen are just going to stay in the area and wait here for this next Roche, this Aegis Shard.
They will wait for it, but they will not have Exorcism, right? So I think eHome, perhaps, even though they just had 2 kills, they might have a slight advantage when it comes to the next Roche fight. What's interesting is that they are not even TPing towards that pit. They TP'd Shiro down into the triangle, so he finishes off his MKB.
Which is going to be big in these fights, too. You got to make sure that you're able to output that damage on the Phantom Assassin, which, for the most part, you know, they have gotten a couple kills here on the PA, but as the game goes longer and longer, you want to make that quicker and quicker so the damage just doesn't come out.
They got it. The MKB is there, so they're completely ready. I feel like you just go into the pit, you force this fight as soon as possible before the Exorcism is available. Keep in mind that they do know when an Exo is going to be up there. They're timing everything, so this should be an easy call for them to make.
They'll make the move. They'll put a familiar in there. They'll go and go for Roche themselves. They'll unleash even. They really want to try and get this Murmur's Kisses to maybe help them evacuate the Bushwhack follow-up, and they've got the help of the Disruption, but they get the kill on a planet. He doesn't have buyback. Shiro trying to stand his ground, go up to Kaika with the MKB. The damage coming up with the Starbreaker, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill on the Alchemist just yet. Zeal
Roche.
broken, lockdown, Roche low, Aegis picked up by Dome. YP's in on this one, the right click, the big fan of knives, and that will be the damage to get the kill there onto Zeal. They end up losing YP, the Starbreaker slams down on a ZZQ, and 3 heroes will be dead on the side of eHome as Shenzhen, another very well-played counter pick, and well, you said it, Lizard, like they just go in and force the fight, but and a very good bushwhack leads to Mortimer's kisses. That leads to the PA going in, and eHome just, no idea what they wanted to get done in that fight.
No, they felt just the way I felt. They felt that the MKB will allow them to go in, take a good fight, but Shenzhen just executing a little bit better. Like Hoodwink, you don't have any A2 lenses, nothing that allows you to nail every single bushwhack properly, right? Like, arguably, perhaps someone should be outside of the pit, scouting that out, blocking it in some manner, but it's just Shenzhen really playing well. I'm not sure, like Visage has his Aghanims, right? But I haven't really seen the Aghs as well come into huge play. I haven't seen the vision advantage from it as well. And this game is hard. Dude, I think we're getting to a point in which Alchemist is scary, but he's no longer the true issue. Like, even the Dawnbreaker and the PA are becoming, like, monsters for him.
Yeah, and we see this a lot as the games kind of go along, like, especially with Dawnbreaker. It feels like just the Starbreaker damage, the ability of what you're able to accomplish with that hero feels so strong. And one shot, looking for a two-shot sword. Guardian coming in the sharpshooter, ZZQ, taken out from a distance. And now the damage on Ashiro, he's forced to run with his BKB. Aiko, how confident is he going to be without his? Very. The answer is quite clear as he takes out Zeal.
Yeah, and Domi does not care. That's an overwhelming blink. He uses Solar Guardian to get in. Obviously has his shard. He can blink in with the Starbreaker and hit combo to follow everything up. And it even looked like eHome wanted to fight. They turned there. They went with the Alchemist with a pretty nice stun from him, but there's just not enough damage any longer. Even the PA has a Satanic, so you're not killing her anymore.
Yeah, I think eHome need to find a way to fight around potentially baiting out some of those BKBs and going for these kills afterwards, but it hasn't happened. Like, they just don't live long enough.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I feel that they've just completely missed their timings. That Roche fight just sealed the deal. The moment they lost the Aegis and that last Roche fight, this game became, in my opinion, like 90% in Shenzhen's favor. But we'll see. It's always possible to outplay.
8K lead, like, we'll see if eHome can find the right options here. Because it really shouldn't be, especially with the Aegis for another minute and a half, and I think you have Exorcism coming back soon enough where you might be able to posture here and look to go high ground with the next Exorcism in 40 seconds.
They have decent high ground defense as well. You have Acid Spray, you have Illuminate, which is really nice. Also, the same Illuminate guy, Echo, he finished off Hex, which was used already in the last fight, but it can come in handy taking down a PA before she uses Satanic.
They can, if they can, like the problems have been breaking through these heroes while they have these BKBs active, and they just haven't been able to stay alive during them to get to that second phase of the fight.
Yeah, also a big issue. Getting to, second phase of the fight is way too difficult. You die in the first phase, but
yeah.
You asked about Visage Aghanims. Like, this Aghs can be amazing in some games, in which you're in front, you're hunting, you're going behind enemy lines, you're starting a fight, and then your teammates continue, right? The problem is, when you're playing from behind, I don't know, it just doesn't feel good. You'd rather have any sort of a utility item, some Lotus Orb or anything like that, to help your teammates out. It's not like you actually get a lot from being silent as a grave.
You're really wanting to see more from this Visage.
Yeah, but like, you want to see more, but you won't see more because of the item build. Like, because of him getting this Aghanims, like, he's kind of committed to be this bounty hunter role. If you remember the bounty hunter back in the day, you just pop invis and you run around, give vision.
back with like Tinker.
Exactly, you're kind of stuck in that.
That's the days of like when Fly to Moon used to do that stuff. Just Tinker Bounty Hunter.
Good times. Get tracked and then rocketed to death. Like one of the
Yeah.
best things this game has ever given us. For sure. Good times. Doesn't make me like angry just by thinking of it at all.
It makes me happy. That was a fun few games to watch. I remember when that was happening, and I feel like there are definitely teams that could utilize doing that again, even now. Bounty Hunter felt a little bit more of a hero. I feel like Tinker can still be kind of a pick up your sleeve, right?
Can he?
I think so. I think like nothing the Sade could pull out of Tinker and make it work.
Can he? Yeah, but
I have
that's
faith.
because he's on LGD. I think they can pick anything for him and make it work.
True. Ooh. Okay, so Ags to ZZQ given from the Alchemist. Huh.
Yeah, you get
Interesting.
what, 3 charges, right?
Yeah, I'm just
So you
interested
can
that
use
he's
them.
giving out Ags. Like, is that the best thing he could have done with
Perhaps.
that gold?
Perhaps for Shadow Demon, because it's pretty huge. You can use it on PA multiple times.
Bushwhack being used might have been an opportunity to potentially jump there, because that's been a lot of the Shenzhen lockdown, and he actually stunned himself with the unstable concoction. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses, so now spells kind of getting used by Shenzhen a little bit loosely. That's the only big ult that comes out, so not exactly anything more than that.
Are they hunting Dolmen now? Do they know? Like, they should know that he's down bottom. Oh, never mind. He just wants to outpush on Echo. If he waited for Zeal like a second longer, you see, Zeal had the proper idea. He was trying to find...
Zeal still wants to
is.
go, maybe
There's-
get a BKB out and then back away, but Starbreaker Magic Community, and then now the BKB with the TP, and no surprise.
Yeah. It's a long cooldown, right? 6 seconds BKB, so it doesn't matter in that way, but at the same time, it's a long cooldown, so forcing that out is always nice. It's pretty cool the way they're initiating the fights as well with Alchemist. Like, you have Demonic Cleanse from Shadow Demon's Shard, you pop it on the big boy, he jumps in with a stun. Even if they go on him, he will have that cleanse afterwards, so...
That cleanse can feel really strong. It's kind of disgusting. Level 3, it's a 700 heal.
He's going in. He has
They
the
might
stun
make
on.
the jump. They've got the familiars. They have the vision, and look how quickly they're able to rip through YP. As buyback, forced to use it, Lincoln's gets popped. There's the break onto the Phantom Assassin, the right quick damage coming in, and now what can the Phantom Assassin do but stand his ground and go after Shiro? Shiro running backwards. Oh, the damage coming in real quick. ZZQ and Shiro getting ripped apart. They took out the Alchemist. That's thanks to YP coming in again, and it's another counterplay from Shenzhen.
Bottom
Every
lane.
single time, it feels like they're just responding well.
Bottom lane is being
They
pushed
wanna go
in, but
more.
they're still going for more, yeah.
Yeah, they want to get Zeal. They'll get themselves another Envisage.
Yeah, that Fan of Knives working really well for the PA. He also has Witchbane, by the way, to purge himself, if necessary, from Kotal, from Shadow Demon. They go in on the high ground, though. There are buybacks, but even if you buy back, I'm not sure you can do a lot here.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Almost sensing that you need the Shadow Demon. And now he's got buyback. Now that you've got all 3 buybacks, maybe you make the move, but I don't know how you exactly initiate in unless, well, Dome's going to go in himself. They're going to TP forward. They've got the Sharpshooter, the Celestial Hammer to try and run. There's Magic Community on this Dawnbreaker, and then goes to the Starbreaker that hits on a Shiro. They'll try to jump in onto the Dawnbreaker. They get the count upon it. They'll take it to Marcy. Buyback immediately. as Marcy needs to find a way back into the fight. Kaiko gets back over to the jungle as he's jumping away from the side of eHome, and even with all these buybacks, they get nothing out of it.
And look at that. Just as they approach Rosh, it's back up.
It means eHome need to fight and need to go. There is no exorcism. Maybe
They're too slow.
Maybe they can get in time, but the damage is there. The Aegis Cheese and Ag's Blessing hidden behind the tree that was placed there by the Hoodwink.
They got everything they needed, and they also forced all of these buybacks. It's just hard to imagine a scenario in which eHome comes back from this. But I think the biggest monster on the side of Shenzhen right now is not actually the PA, it's the Dawnbreaker. The amount of work Dolme is doing, it's insane.
Are scanning.
Like, he's mincing them and putting them in grapevine. Blinks from behind, especially in this last fight around the Rosh pit. He blinked from behind, he stunned like 2 or 3 on the stairs. Completely separated Alchemist from everyone else. And he hits them with the Starbreaker, they lose 70% of their HP as well.
None of that move either. Wow. Shiro wants a Divine Rapier, but it just feels like he's not able to stand his ground at all. Like he tried to fight 1v1 against the PA, but lost.
So he's going for that.
Yeah, I don't know how you have the confidence to go for a Divine Rapier.
Well, when you don't have confidence for anything else, I guess, right? What do you have to lose at this point? You're 30k behind as an Alchemist team.
And that is very true. And they defend, and they hold it off.
All wrapped up for
Not looking too likely, especially now Exorcism's back up. The jump in is very easily doable. They've got multiple overwhelming blinks on the side of Shenzhen. Like, how do you even stop this team from jumping forward? Like, I just don't think you can.
Yep, they're just going to jump you, and that's it. Like, you have some counterplay perhaps with the Shadow Demon, but it doesn't really feel that great, that massive. They're trying to get to this Rapier on Alchemist, but I don't think he even has enough time. Do they have buybacks, by the way, on Radiant? PA has one, Dawnbreaker has one. That
Yeah, everybody but Snap.
Yeah, they can just jump in pretty much and force this.
Really trying to get into the Divine Rapier as quickly as possible. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. And Shenzhen are kind of just waiting and buying their time. Like, they don't really think too heavily.
Oh, they are smoking up. Perhaps top lane, Marcy.
Come from the top, that would be interesting. Stifling Dagger and looking for the Fan of Knives. Planet Sharpshooter just short.
That was really, really close. It will allow Shiro to get the Rapier down bottom. He sells his phase boots actually, okay? So no boots for him.
You've got a surprise with this, though. You have to be the ones initiating. You can't really play it on the back foot if you're trying to use a Divine Rapier like this, right?
Yep, they're about to go in. Any second now. I'm just looking at Shiro and ZZQ. The moment the Demonic Cleanse is on him, he'll go in.
Now hiding in the trees. There you go. Lincoln's pop. Maybe not the person you want to go for. He's got the Lotus Orb, so who do you jump on? It's going to be Dolme. They'll look for the damage. A right click is going to be too much for him to handle. They get the kill onto this Dawnbreaker. They'll look over Solar Guardian right in. They're going to dispose onto the Death Prophet. They'll look for the Fan of Knives. They'll go after Echo. They get the kill there onto the Kato, who's going to buy back immediately. The damage is not there really from eHome after the initiation onto the Dawnbreaker. They get the kill on Shiro. He'll drop the Divine Rapier. That should be all they've written for this game, as Phantom Assassin picks up the Divine Rapier, and they'll call GG on the side of eHome, as Shenzhen will take game number 1. And they have looked pretty strong. It did feel like eHome had kind of missed a little bit of a timing there, but Shenzhen certainly took advantage of every opportunity they were given.
They definitely did. PA constantly kept up with the Alchemist when it came to the net worth. Yeah, of course, Alchemist was like 2-3k ahead, but she kept with the Battle Fury. She was really close with the BKB as well afterwards. That
Right.
rush fight won the game, and as you can see on the scoreboard, like my biggest issue I will take probably with the Visages build, like right back into the Ags. It how to put it? It's not a wrong build. It's just that sometimes you buy it and then the game doesn't go the way you planned, and that 4.2k gold that you just invested in Aghanim's would have been better in anything else. Like if you put it in any other item that's utility based, it would have benefited your team more.
Yeah, you could literally have thrown it into or some random penny stock, and it would have probably come back with dividends. It felt like it
Buy
was very
Tesla,
just like, yeah, but just buy Tesla, get some stocks out there, and find a little bit of a return. But it felt like it was that Ags pick up, and then it felt like Visage just kind of hit this wall and never really felt effective afterwards, and that was a big issue. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't work out for eHome, but Shenzhen put them one game away from elimination, and Shenzhen have a 1-0 lead. So we'll see if they can get the 2-0 victory over eHome when we get back. So we'll see you guys soon. We're going to take a quick break and be back with game 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to some more Dota action. We saw Shenzhen take game number 1 over eHome. Now we're going to have to see what they do in game number 2, as it's do or die time now for eHome, and it's going to be an interesting one as we do have a draft underway, and we are going to get into that in a second. But Lizard, I got to ask, are you feeling confident in eHome? Are you thinking that they can pull through in this second game? No draft, don't even look. What do you think?
I'm not feeling confident when it comes to eHome as a team overall. I think they've kind of fallen off heavily. This is something that we talked about in that game 1 draft phase, but can they take a game off of Shenzhen? I think they can. I think they can definitely win against them. They just need to fix a couple of their mistakes from that last match.
Right.
And they can take it.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. Like the journey taken for eHome right now, and maybe I'm being a bit hyperbolic the way I'm going to speak at the moment, but it is crazy the flip-flop that has happened from them. I know we spoke about it yesterday when we covered eHome, the talk of how good they were in January when they played in the regional finals, and how it felt like they were kind of making a statement coming out of the scene after having that great season as Phoenix Gaming, coming from Division 2 to start the year, going into Division 1, and then getting picked up by eHome. Like, I think a lot of people had a lot of faith. I know Neff and Ricky did, and I know a lot of us actually did as well, as much as I do love to joke about them being massive eHome fans, which I think is fair play. Just a touch. I do think that this team, it's interesting to see where they're at now, because even the community was going as far as to say that Shiro was the next Ame. And that was the conversations we were having in January.
Oh, the Shiro Morphling.
Yeah, like we were having those conversations. That's what the community corner, when we were having that, and what we were saying during that time, that Shiro could potentially be the next torchbearer, if you will, with Ame potentially retiring, and the rumor that he is in his last year. So, now we're here, and it feels like everything that eHome has built has kind of crumbled in a way where their chemistry, their teamwork, their communication isn't the same as it once was. Like, you can see in the way that they play that it just doesn't feel confident. It doesn't feel together.
They had 7E as well, though, right? Like,
yeah, true, yes.
That's a small difference. It's not the same exact lineup. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Like, I can tell you one thing. From my personal experience, it's always hard to lose consistently and constantly when you're playing. Like, China right now feels to me like what Europe felt when I was playing. You're just surrounded with giants. If you're a team of eHomes or Phoenix's caliber, right? Like, you're surrounded by literal giants.
Yeah,
players that are
sure.
on the peak. Like, you had, like in Europe back then, you had like Puppy, you had Kuroki, you had like No Tail Fly and the boys. You had like 4 different captains that you're facing off every single day, and it messes you up, because anything that you try kind of backfires. It messes up with your confidence, obviously, and that's something that you mentioned. Are they confident like before? They aren't, but you can get shaken after losing way too many games in a row.
If maybe for the EU fans who remember the team names, it feels like there are lemon dogs in a sea of, Alliance and Navi and all that, right? Would that make sense? Well, JDL team right there, lemon dogs.
Damn, you're going even further than me. Like, you were going to 2015 or something. That's the last time Alliance was relevant. But
Oh, yeah, I didn't think you were going that direction. Oh, my
I'm
God.
kidding. I was never relevant. Relax, Alliance. It's all good.
Check your tweets.
Don't tweet.
Yeah,
the tweet.
I'm a little worried about eHome. I think individually they're very skilled players, and I think the same can kind of be said about Shenzhen. Like I feel like these are two teams that have been on similar paths. Like I think Kaiko especially is one of those guys that, at least for me, I've always looked at as being one of those guys who can be very big. Like Kaiko, when he played for eHome back in the day, when that eHome roster was when he was known as Ego, looked really good too. So like, I have a lot of faith in some of these guys individually on the side of Shenzhen. I wonder, come next year, and now obviously I'm jumping ahead a little bit, and we'll get into the draft after after this little piece of the rant. I'm ready for the roster shuffle come post TI
No,
in
just you
China, because I
continue
feel like it's
ranting.
going to be wild.
I love
Yeah,
your
and now I'm
rants.
done.
No. Continue. I
No,
did
no,
not
no.
allow you to stop.
Well, I think the roster changes are going to be pretty crazy, because I think whether or not Ame retires, I think LGD, if they lose at TI, I think that team is changing. And I think a lot of rosters, as you saw coming into this qualifier, had changes. So I think it's just going to be wild. Like, the roster changes are going to be insane. And I'm wondering if even players come back into the mix that we don't see right now.
Like
would
who?
be interesting too.
Hit me with.
I'm-
It feels like you know something, but you're like dancing around it, and you don't really want to
Oof.
share.
Fade came back. I know getting FY maybe on a different team other than IG would be interesting. I think he's going to be looking for another place to go. I think there are a couple guys who I'd like to see come back. SCCC, there's rumors that he wanted to come back at one
He's
point.
a streamer. That's not.
But he's
happening.
he's also a streamer and also does some talent stuff as well. And he's having a pretty good retired life. But we'll see who comes back into the mix. Speaking of who's in the mix right now, we've got Hoodwink, Alchemist, Tango, and Batrider for eHome, and then Skywrath Mage with a tiny Faceless Void and an Undying. So we saw a Faceless Void draft yesterday that was all melee, but this time they finally put something into the mix. They can have something to throw into the Chrono.
It worked. It was also versus
did
eHome,
work.
right? And it still worked. Like the Faceless Void plus 4 melees. This time around, like, okay, it's not 4 melees, it's 3 of them, but he also has a Skyrat, so there's that combo, right? Like, you pop the Chrono. It's the oldest combo in the book. Like, you pop the Chrono, you pop Skyrat's ulti, bam, a hero is dead. And eHome right now, when you look at them, they have no saves for that. If Pango, Alchemist, and Bat are their cores, which doesn't necessarily have to be the case, like, they can still swap out Alchemist, Pango as well. It's still very flexible. But if these 3 are the cores, they could get something like a Shadow Demon again. And then you actually have a hero that can save you against the Chrono combinations. I wouldn't mind seeing that, but if they opt to go for another carry, like a Wraith King here, and then you put the Alchemist on the offlane, I think that's also a plausible idea.
You saw that Alk 5.
5 seconds remaining.
It could even go that direction, right?
Oh, of course, yeah, you can. But no, wait, if you put Alk 5, okay, yeah, it's doable. Like Pango offlane or mid, Batrider offlane or mid, and then you pick
Another
your last
safe lane.
carry. Yeah, it's also doable. That's true.
I'm just trying to think who. And then for the side of Shenzhen as well, like, you're looking presumably for an offlaner.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Tiny should be your mid. You could pick something against the Bat as well, but they get an Omni, which is also something against the Bat, right? Like, more or less.
Is this going to be offlane Undying, or is it going to be mid Skyrath offlane Tiny?
I'm literally thinking the same thing. I'm not sure. Like, they can put the Skyrat mid. Then you end up with your 2 supports of Undying and Omni Knight, which doesn't sound that great. Can you put Omni as a core? Like, is that a thing?
I'm not sure.
You may now select
Ooh, okay. A little Medusa action.
Let's see. So Dolme is playing the Undying.
So offlane Undying, yeah.
Yeah, mid lane Tiny, Skyrat, and Omni Knight will be your supports. So nothing too crazy. Have you seen the Undying offlane?
No, I haven't actually yet. Not
It
not
can-
recently.
Yeah, it can get kind of scary. Like I've played with and against it quite a bit recently.
What do you think?
Well, it depends, right? Like he can be this boss of the game come mid game if he has a decent start, or he can be just a glorified support. One good thing about Undying right now is, well, not right now. It's been changed for a while, but no one really abused it. Is the decay? Like you can actually farm with it. It dishes out quite a bit of damage, so you can clear waves with it, which is neat. And it's one of those reasons why he is actually viable as an offlane.
Right. Is Ag standard on a hero like that? For Undying with the decay and getting that 10 strength?
I think you can go for Aghanim's. I think it's still good, but perhaps getting utility earlier on is better, like on offlane. You can still go for something that every other offlaner builds, like a Raid Pact, right? Like it's
Right.
it's doable. We'll see what he Boots of Bearing Raid Pact. It's also a build, but we'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, I don't know about this 5 position AUK. I wasn't really exactly sold on it when we saw it with, in the last game that it played, and it didn't go into the Grievel's Greed until level 9. Maybe that's like the switch. You get one level into the Grievel's Greed earlier, because I think that is something super necessary to kind of get into that first item, especially when you're looking to give away an Ags immediately. Will definitely help with that timing, but I don't know. Shiro on Medusa feels like a very, not signature, but something comfort. So we'll have to see what they want to do with their lineup. But I'm leading Shenzhen just based on the way they played the game. I think I have a lot more confidence in their gameplay, more so their draft coming out of that first one. And Kaiko on the Faceless Void is a comfort pick for him.
Nah, I think that's very fair. I think that's super fair.
What are you picking for your predictions?
I'm thinking about it right now. Shut up.
I know when you don't respond to me immediately, you're giving thought to the predictions, and I'm just like, all right, what's he doing? What's he guessing?
I went bat, Medusa, bat, and player with highest net worth at by 25-minute mark. I'm also gonna go with, I feel like bat or Medusa. I'm not sure.
30 seconds to battle.
29 seconds. I don't know, like if Medusa has a good time, she has like Skadi Manta by 25-minute mark. That should be more than the bat. Let's go with Medusa. Let's go with Shiro.
I went bat, void. I have faith in Kaiko.
Okay, that's also fair, yeah. Depends on how the game goes, really.
Big
Which
fight
team
this
is-
time.
Begins.
Putting Snatch as one on top. 3 bounty runes going towards E-Home. And my game has crashed. Nice.
Works out.
Checks out.
We get a little bit of that bootleg Harry Potter music coming in as a couple of heroes challenge each other to a duel. And also YP with the Congo line going. I don't know if you've used that yet. But certainly interesting, the Congo line feature. Looking across at these lanes and really trying to see where the opening's going to be for all these teams. And YP already just trying to put out as much harassment as he can with that level 1 and the concussive shot, which is no surprise. Pretty standard there for the Skyrath overall.
I guess I'll just be casting from the VMix. It's all good. All fine.
And reconnect.
Yeah. Steam Cloud not synchronizing or something. The classic stuff, you know. The casual things. What do you think about Skyrat plus Undying? It sounds like the scariest lane to play against. Like so much spam. At the same time, it feels like it's an overkill. Like a little bit too much in one
It
lane.
feels like a lane that lets you almost get that false sense of safety where it's like, oh, okay, Skyrath Undying. Oh, this is going to be easy. and then all of a sudden you've been decayed 3 or 4 times, and a concussive shot hurts.
Wait.
And you don't want to be standing there.
Undying and Skyrat gives you a false sense of security. Dude, that's like my worst nightmare. I would Zeal top lane. Oh damn, he took so much damage. Also a raid band on the Pangolier.
Pango, yeah. How's
Interesting.
Kaiko doing? Just 7 and 5. But this Undying's 9 and 3. Like, I don't know if Dolme's really in too much trouble of being stopped. Like, yeah, he's gonna take this stun and that snake, but the way and the positioning that Shiro has to take on this Medusa, like, I think you're fine and just constantly throwing decays out there and keeping yourself topped up. Overall, I kind of like this lane
For
from the side
Medusa,
of Shenzhen. No, for Shenzhen.
I think it's good for Shenzhen. At the same time, if you buy a magic wand on that lane, you can see ZZQ, he has a stick. I believe Medusa probably started with the wand even. I'm not sure. Yeah, he started with the wand, so it's just so much usage that you're getting out of that.
Similar to like a bristleback.
Even
Where you're just getting those stacks, but you're getting even more. There's 2 heroes spamming in your lane.
exactly, there's 2 of them. Well, Bristleback kind of outspams anything in the game, but Sky plus Undying is up there.
It does. I want to say maybe the lane could have been aggressive from Shenzhen, but at the same time, like, it doesn't necessarily need to be, and I think that's something that Shiro is going to be okay with. Like, picking up that wand, I think maybe Shenzhen, they see this, and it's like, well, if we want to get anything done, we have to spam, which gives them charges, and at the end of the day, they're just going to heal through whatever we want to play aggressively. It could set up for a gank coming bottom from the Tiny or something like that, but I think 2v2, it's just a farm lane now, from what I'm seeing.
I think it's also on the Batrider to go bottom and change the way the lane is played. Like,
Right.
if he goes bot, these 2 heroes are extremely susceptible to getting ganked, like Skybrat and Undying. So he can go there, he can change things quite significantly too. But what I'm interested in is the Tombstone level 2. They want to dive this most likely, yeah.
Yeah, they'll throw down the Tombstone. They're going to try and make a move onto the Medusa. That forces a TP out from the Alchemist. They'll throw an Unstable Concoction. It stuns them both up. They'll try to get the Tombstone out. The damage on a Shiro. And not handle the aggression coming in from Shenzhen. And with no ZZQ there to start, they were able to put the aggression onto Shiro and make him feel uncomfortable up to the point where he ends up dying. Same time, though, Phoenix, he dies over mid. That's Echo doing it solo.
He got a solo kill, plus he forced Hara to rotate mid. Meanwhile, that rotation from ZZQ down bottom, that TP from the Alchemist, wasn't from the base. So he went there without actually even being full HP, full mana. So he's kind of stuck, waiting for some more regen on the courier, the boots as well.
I believe it was just like from over to the side in the jungle.
Yep, because he was being chased by Skyrat, if you remember.
Yeah. I think overall, even though it's 1-1, like that made it, Death isn't going to feel that great. But for Shenzhen, getting that kill on Shiro, slowing him down as much as you can is going to be beneficial going forward and making him just not be as confident in this lane. And that's exactly what they're looking at. Another decay, another concussive shot, but they're going to TP in the Bat Rider. So need to be careful now as they've got the stun on a Dolme. He's got the decay on a 2, but the Firefly there right on top of him, and they're going to burn him out. So Dolme ends up going down. It's a good rotation there from Echo. I almost want to say maybe Shenzhen kind of get left out to dry over bottom with no rotations coming their way. Hara was walking, and Phoenix maybe just sitting mid and getting something back after he died in that.
Yeah, but look, that Rider just TP'd to the tier 1 tower that was being dove, and Hara would actually have to leave the creep wave, run all the way down there. It's just not gonna happen. It's way more difficult, and like we expected before, we actually did say that Bat Rider most likely will rotate bottom. That's such an easy lane for him to go in and make a difference. I think it's actually a much bigger deal that he killed Tiny than the fact that they killed Medusa on bottom lane. It gives them momentum on the side of eHome. Who cares if Medusa dies early on? You know, it's like a hero. She's gonna make a comeback anyway. Send her to the jungle, make her farm. If you're a playmaker, it needs a good start.
Yeah, it's almost like that one kill is just like it's just changing a timing on when the Medusa falls back, but not changing a timing on when Medusa really becomes effective. Like, it doesn't change anything. You're still playing the same game plan, is what you're saying, right?
Exactly. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, like if you get the solo kill, you can literally run off with the game because of that kill. Like, it can change everything. Obviously, in pro games it usually doesn't, but it can happen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Certainly look that way, and I'm gonna wonder how Phoenix he's gonna respond as this Tiny, and they're gonna go bottom again. Like, Echo showing up once more, unstable concoction, and Dome forced to use that ult. He'll be thrown back. They've got the lasso. He's not looking like he's gonna survive this afterwards.
Perhaps he will.
You know, with the help of Hara coming in, Dome, he walks it off. Stunning himself is this Alchemist, and the damage from Dome instead is dished out onto the Alchemist. They get themselves a kill on his easy Q.
Yep,
Didn't look like the Undying was going to survive initially.
everything changed. Everything changed. Instead of them diving the Medusa, it was Medusa, Bat, and Alchemist diving the Undying, right? So there's a TP to tier 1 from Omni Knight, from Skyrat, and
Dire's courier has been
there's a
killed.
lot of sticks on Undying, Magic Wands, Decay, plus the 40% strength that you get from your ulti. A nice bait. Like, Undying is one of the best heroes when it comes to baiting. You always feel like you can get him, then he decays, he heals up. Suddenly you're the one dying.
He's still being Undying.
Nice.
Yeah, I figured I'd get it in early so I didn't have to do it again later. I did it yesterday with Undying, the player.
I noticed.
But, you know, I can make the same joke in many different ways, especially when there's a hero and a player named the same.
Sadly, the chat noticed as well, but, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is. You
Look at
can't
these
hold
stacks.
back on this.
Look at these juicy stacks. Oh
Ooh,
my god.
Phoenix, he's going to steal these stacks. Look at this.
It's literally his Blink Dagger if he gets all of them.
It's tough. It's very tough for him to get. He's got Avalanche again in a second, though. Avalanche, Toss, Stacks, Arcane Ring.
I can't believe they let them. They just
Oh,
let them have
gosh.
all of this. This is ridiculous. Like, no one is even thinking about contesting this. That he was 1,500 gold when he moved uphill. That's a Blink Dagger
Wow.
now. Yep.
That's recovery timing right there. That move single-handedly recovers Phoenix into getting his Blink Dagger. Not only that, it gets YP in a position where he's going to hit level 6 soon, but they need to be careful. Phoenix on the run, and now they've got the lasso again. The damage just isn't there once more on the Tiny, at least not yet. You've got Kaiko time walking forward. He might be looking to drop down a Chronosphere, but everybody kind of runs, and then an unstable concoction for his trouble. So Kaiko makes a rotation, doesn't find anything with said rotation.
Perhaps an unnecessary one, as they were already backing out. Omni Knight is just such a beast. He's doing...
Is under attack.
Avalanche toss, easy kill on his easy Q. Phoenix getting a kill. He hasn't shown off a Blink Dagger yet, so like he's gonna get this Blink Dagger. They might even just smoke off that, and if they don't show, they can get another kill. And Phoenix all of a sudden, from that death over mid, is in potential area to just snowball out of control.
He's definitely recovered. He's only 100 gold behind the Bat Rider now, even less. Perfect recovery from him. Did reveal the Blink Dagger though. Like,
Yeah, he was standing in a creep wave when he got it, so they should know.
Dire's top tower is under
usually
attack.
something that you want to keep at least slightly hidden, especially in a situation such as this one. Like, you're a tiny...
Chrono just used. Mystic Flare comes down. Kill on Azil. Oh,
20 HP.
Sharpshooter almost kills him. And he doesn't get the life back because he's broken.
That was so close. I think he was left on like 20 HP. Planet almost
Something real
killed
close.
on, yeah.
Is under attack.
I'm a little worried about
Any?
just the e-home, and I was gonna say just the e-home with the whole the picks they've picked up for Planet. Like, it doesn't feel like it's not picks that aren't in his wheelhouse. Like, obviously I think he plays a pretty good hoodwink, but you know, it's I'm surprised they haven't fallen back to his comforts of, say, maybe like
Yeah, I know what you
a
mean. Like
Rubik or
these
Shaker.
frontliners, these bulky boys.
Dire's
I guess
top
Hoodwink
tower
is played
is
a bit
under
more
attack.
at the moment. Earth Spirit is kind of popular, so they can definitely pull that off. There's an Invest Tiny, however. He's top.
Radiant are scanning.
top lane.
Dire's top tower
Phoenix.
is under attack.
Just have that blink. You know the Medusa's up there. They've got Faceless Void showing bottom. They're going to TP. They've got the lasso onto the Undying down bottom. And he'll throw down the Tombstone. But that's while Zeal dies up in the top lane. That's with that blink dagger. So they were able to get the kill on the Pangolier, which means there's
bottom
no
lane.
Rolling Thunder down bottom lane
Bottom tower
to
is
do
under
anything.
attack.
And Dome's just going to stand his ground over by the tower. And I think home, yeah, they take the wise choice and just retreat off this.
While we were watching, top bottom lane looked
Oh, I
like
say
way more
that.
fun.
Dome,
Dire's
Man,
middle tower
Omni Knight
is
is just
under
changing the game completely. Like, Hara is literally breaking eHome and everything they want to be doing. Like, so far, they just haven't been able to accomplish much. Batrider isn't a hero. Like, every time he goes on someone, Omni Knight is there with Heavenly's Grace, with Purification.
Like, Bat had that great start, and he's even sitting behind the Tiny now.
Yeah, he is. And another guy that has a decent chunk of farm, he's second on the network charts, is our Grapevine Minced Meat boy, Dolman. He has Armlet of Mordigian. He has Armlet completely.
Ooh, Avalanche toss. Aggressive shot. Silence is there with Ancient Seal. Mystic Flare dropped, and Planet dies. IP gonna get credit for that kill, and now they've got Faceless Void ready with the Chronosphere once again, so need to be careful going after Kaiko. He just drops down the Chrono defensively, though, and leaves. That
Radiant structure.
Oh, wait,
kind of feels bad.
it does. A little bit. They smoke up, they're going bottom.
Radiant's bottom
They want to
tower
deal
is
with this
falling.
Armlet Undying,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
but they're
I
backing
need to
out.
deal with this Medusa.
This
So
guy.
much farm.
This guy, man, he knows. He's like dancing on the edge of that smoke.
Ooh, they smoked themselves, but immediately broken. And Blink Avalanche going for the unstable concoction and charging it up, but never going to go off. Phoenix gets the count as easy here. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Zeal trying to run Heavenly Grace onto a couple of these heroes, as it's on both Phoenix and the man himself, Hara.
Pick up. You use Armlet, which gives you
Dire's
25
middle
strength,
tower
right?
is under attack.
On Undying. Then Omni Knight gives you Heavenly's Grace, which adds up even more strength, right? Like 28 or something.
Radiant's
Then you
top tower
pop
is
Flesh
under
Golem,
attack.
which gives you 40% off of that. That's a lot of strength. Not really good at maps, but it sounds like a lot of strength.
It
gonna
sounds
get.
like all of a sudden you're going to have like 3,000 health.
Pretty much. 3000 health, 20 minutes in, more or less.
Yeah, very, very balanced. But still, even with these numbers and with the strengths that Chen have right now, they need to do something about Shiro. He's kind of farming problematically if you're a fan of the Dire side.
You know what I want to test as well? Heavenly's Grace basically gives you bonus strength HP region per debuff, right? That you have on you. Is every sticky napalm considered like a single debuff, or is it like only one, no matter how many you've got? Because that would be kind of busted. It would be the best counter to Batrider, maybe.
Oh,
Right? Because he hits you with like 5 sticky napalms, that's like 30 strength. That you give to a hero, on top of 30 that you already give, 40 that you already give. I think it can't work that way. That would be way too busted.
you think that, but this is this is Dota. Things have been busted before.
That's true.
Look at Primal Beast.
Yep, definitely. Look at
I'm
any
still
new
shocked
hero.
that hero's not in every game right now. Like, I would say, I would think that hero would be showing up all the time, especially after what we saw the other day.
Yeah, he wasn't even banned in these two games. Like, these two teams just don't play it.
Getting to go, Rolling Thunder, and Dome again, he gets the ult off, so this is not going to be an easy kill to get, if they can even get it. He's broken. They go into the Stone Gaze, they get the kill on a planet, he's just surviving. He has
5,000.
5,000 health.
Yes.
That was insane. They finally get the kill onto this Undying. They're going to look over at Phoenix, the time walk in with the time dilation, and then he's going to walk away.
I'm not sure what.
Time walked in and time walked out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I guess he lost the Decay or Heavenly's Grace, but they only managed to hurt him after he lost like 2,000 HP. Like he literally was sitting on top of 5,000 HP, 4.920 to be exact, during that.
And that
fight.
was his decision to lose 2K. It wasn't eHome doing that much damage to him.
Insane, just ridiculous.
Oh, 5K. Like, we did our numbers wrong. We said 3K was going to be out of control.
Yeah. I believe what we were talking about, by the way, is true when it comes to the amount of strength you get from Heavenly's Grace after seeing that fight. That's without Aghanim, by the way, on him. That's without having 10 stacks per charge, per hit. He's not even going for it. He's going for BKB.
Yeah.
After, yeah.
That's what I was thinking. He's not even going to go for it. Stay with Concoction, and that won't be thrown out, so he'll just stun himself. Get about the Rolling Thunder again. They've got that Blink Dagger. They've shown off that combo a couple times.
Smoked up.
Yeah, 5-minute smoke. They have nobody waiting on the high ground or close enough to the steps where they're going to catch this smoke coming their way. And there's the blink in with the swashbuckle. And right now they've got the Heavenly Grace, so Tiny's going to survive a little bit longer as the Rolling Thunder comes out of the Omni Knight. Eventually the Unstable Concoction lands on a Phoenix. He's still not an easy target to kill. He'll eventually go down though. And it's Shiro who gets credit for that kill. The rest of Shenzhen escape, but you could see net worth wise, it's a 3K lead for eHome. But a lot of that is solely in the possession of Shiro.
Yeah, do you feel like, okay, Shenzhen is definitely surviving through all of these fights, more or less, right? Like they lost the Tiny and the Undying in the last fight, but they lose like one hero. But they're not really killing anyone besides Hoodwink. They're lacking damage a little bit. That department isn't really that great. Sometimes you see, I don't know, when things like that is happening, you see a Faceless Void going for Mjolnir to just buff up his damage in the Chronosphere. But he went for Perseverance after the Maelstrom, so... And I don't even think he's finishing anything with it. He's
Like
not...
casual Perseverance.
Yeah, he's not even getting Lincolns with that Perseverance. Bad top.
Yeah, top lane C. They've got the Rod of Atos that was just picked up on the Skywrath Mage, so they're able to get the kill onto Echo, but here comes a kill on Ahara. Sharpshooter damage. A lot of it.
Do you like the build on ZZQ? By the way, he went for Mech. Alchemist Mechanism. It's a different one, right?
I don't hate it. He's got that casual point in the Grievel's Greed. I like that. You know, a little bit more sustainability it offers to the team, and I think that's pretty important. I think it's more important than rushing some sort of an Ags right now. Like, yeah, obviously Ags gives you that spike in power. But like, survivability for your entire team feels good too.
Yeah, you could give the Ags to, I don't know who, perhaps the Pangolier would be the best, right? Like on their side. I guess it's not that bad on Medusa as well, but probably the Pango would get it. Which eventually can still be the case, right? Like,
yeah,
you can still farm it up when you get more levels in Grievel's Greed. It's a nice
I
idea,
haven't really
though.
seen
Dire are scanning.
a big Chronosphere yet. Like there was that defensive one, there was the one solo on Pango with the Mystic Flare, but
Undying mid
seeing
lane.
anything too crazy just yet.
They're eyeing him, but he has a BKB.
Concussive shot, Radabatos, and a Mystic Flare laid down, doing some damage out onto the Bat Rider. They want to chase, but they'll find the Omni Knight. They'll get the sharpshooter off. They'll look for the damage and take out Hara while the rest of the team runs.
It's a smoke broken, and they still do have the chrono, but actually they don't want to be fighting at all. It looks like, even though they're playing versus a Medusa, Shenzhen, they're completely satisfied with still just farming.
It's a little surprising.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever you see a team playing versus a Medusa, you expect them to be making moves a bit earlier, but I'm not sure. Perhaps the Void is making this call. He just doesn't feel that comfortable making plays, which is also peculiar for me because you have a Sky Rat, right? Like you have Mystic Flare, Chrono. You could use it off cooldown to get kills.
Do you think that head-to-head the Void keeps up with the Medusa in terms of effective damage?
He can, but it's not linear. Like it depends on where you are at the game. Like right now, Medusa feels much stronger. She has a Skadi completed in a second, right? Like it doesn't feel that great to be the Void against her. Later on, once you're maxed out, yeah, Void is definitely scary because you can chrono her, take her down in that chronosphere.
So the build that he's looking for is that Sanjin Yasha, but it's Sanjin Yasha Satanic, and then he does also have that Lincoln's queued up.
Yeah, it's underwhelming. I know exactly where you're going with this. It doesn't feel like he's ever going to have that oomph in damage.
Dire's
Not at all.
tower
Like
is under
I'm a
attack.
little worried about the Lincoln's pickup. Like you do
Radiant's
have
middle
Omni
tower
Knight.
is under attack.
Do you necessarily
Radiant
need a
structures are
Lincoln's to
Dire's top tower is under attack.
avoid lasso?
You already bought Perseverance, you know. You'd look real stupid if you didn't complete it. So maybe that's the reason. But you are losing Roche at the moment. Slowly, but it
Radiant's
is
middle
happening.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
They could fight this. They have BKB on Undying. Tombstone is strong in the pit.
They're going. Ooh, unstable concoction, Dolme, Tombstone. And they're going to try and take out this Tombstone, but he's got the Soul Rip. They'll have the concussive shot. They'll toss him up into the air. They're going to try and get the kill here onto the Medusa. They, I believe, laid down a Mystic Flare already, and Hara ends up dead. They get the kill
comes
on
the
the Omni
Chrono.
Knight. The Chrono! Can he get the Aegis? Can he pick it up? Yes, he can. They don't get the kill on a Roche, but they end up snatching the Aegis. They've got the lasso used now. That's
Undying.
through onto the very tanky Undying, and they will get that kill on a shield. They'll take out the Medusa. They'll look over now at this Pangolier. Zeal on the run. Zeal trying to get out of this one with the swashbucklers. They've killed off ZZQ, and it will be another kill here for Shenzhen. They just eliminate Ehome in this fight.
That's always the danger
Well
of playing
played.
versus Void, right? Like you're going into the pit without forcing a Chronosphere. And if you're doing that, like, what's stopping him from just doing what he did in the last fight? He jumps in, Chronos, takes the Roche and the Aegis. Especially when he has vision from his teammates. Like, first the Tombstone, then the Tiny as well jumping in. Like, he had all the info that he needed.
Yeah, well, we're seeing this replay again. So time walk, perfect timing, and comes in. They do end up getting that kill. I believe it was the Bat Rider who finished it off with the 10 stacks to the Sticky Napalm and the Firefly going. But then the lasso onto Dolme, which again, that is like the 10th time they've done that. It just doesn't make sense to me. And once they get that Aegis, they can overwhelm Shiro and just take him out of the equation pretty quickly.
Did you ever pick Undying in the lobby and try to make him as big as possible? Like with the K-stack?
BKB, Giants Ring,
I
and
feel
all
like-
that, the K-stacks.
I feel like he's doing that in a pro game, a qualifier for TI. With the BKB, with the armlet, with Heavenly's Grace, he's becoming real big, real fast.
Lasso onto the Tiny. They've got the Rolling Thunder to try and keep Hara out of this one, but the Heavenly Grace once again, and these lassos just aren't exactly finding the mark. They have the Rod of Atos. They'll drop down the Wraith Pack. Behind them, though, is the Faceless Void. He was looking for an entry point. Doesn't exactly have it, but a time walk in with a time dilation and a backwards time walk is enough. So like, seeing these fights, again, seeing Lasso on a Tiny, seeing Lasso onto the Undying, I'm just still not in the realm of thinking that this Lincoln's is the right item.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see your point. Maybe he'll change and switch it up after the Satanic, depending on how the fights go.
Just go for refresher. Why not?
I don't know. Like even in these last couple of fights, it did look all right. It looked fine. Like they had enough damage. Undying and Tiny were dishing out a lot. You have Skyrat in that Chrono, so it's not that necessary for you to be the only main damage dealer. Maybe it's more.
I just don't know if you need the Lincolns, and I think he's kind of seeing that because he took Lincolns off the queue.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
It would have been an overkill. Satanic, good. Satanic plus Lincolns, you probably just fall off, right?
Yeah, and it's just like. But now the question becomes, was taking that perseverance not the move anymore? And
Chrono, he catches her.
He got him
No
on the
mana,
edge
though.
with that Chrono, but they just are unable to catch up to Shiro afterwards. I don't even know if they know that they got him,
It feels like they didn't.
because nobody went for Shiro after that Chrono landed just on the edge. That was impressive, maybe a little bit too quickly hyped there by me. But,
No, it was. I think that's a hype moment because it also shows how confident he is.
yeah. And he got him on the edge, like he knew the range.
Exactly. Like,
Oh, he did get Lincolns.
maximum.
Okay, so he finished off Lincolns.
he's just playing with us. Peacock.
He's
That's
playing
it.
with my heart. He uncued it, cued it. He's giving me the cold heart.
It definitely doesn't change anything. Like the way I feel about it is still pretty much the same. But we'll see. It's on his teammates now to really contribute to that damage that's needed in fights.
I guess at this point it just kind of takes a lot out of the equation, because like these lassos, if it's on Tiny, he's not dying. At least he hasn't died with that lasso on him in a while. If it's on the Undying, it's in his name. He's just not dying, and he also just has like 10,000 health anyway.
10,000
And then
health.
now the Lincolns just gets popped, and it's like, okay, cool, no lasso.
So you pretty much just go on the Skyrat, right? That's it. That's your only option.
Yeah, and for the most part, he really shouldn't be sitting forward anyway, but he is also trying to get himself into a hex, so as the game maybe progresses, you could see him in a position that doesn't work out for him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Perhaps you can get
I
an
don't know.
axe eventually on Tiny as well, right? That's an option. Like you get 3
Yeah,
volley with the Chronosphere, and that's where your damage comes from in it. So they definitely have ways of utilizing the Chrono very well.
What does Tiny have now? He's going into the Silver Edge, so yeah, you could definitely go like Ags after that.
Tower is under attack.
Silver Edge, BKB, Blink, Ags. I don't think that's like the worst thing that Tiny could ever build. He may not necessarily need it, and maybe he decides against it, but I think it's definitely viable, like you were saying. Net worth-wise, it's close, but it does truthfully feel like it's Medusa against the world, which is always doable, but it becomes a question of whether or not Shenzhen can successfully fight up against it.
So far, they're itemizing well for her too. Like the halberd from Undying is literally for that, right? Like you pop that halberd on her. Everyone else on the side of Ehome, like you said, doesn't feel like an issue. Like they have a mid lane Batrider that just got completely countered by the Omni Knight pick. And the way Hara has played has been on point, obviously. It's not only the pick. Shiro does have an MKB completed, so maybe this is the time for them to make a move.
Yeah, he's going into the BKB next. We'll see if they can potentially get there with this MKB now picked up. The longer this goes, the longer they wait, though. Like, YP's also getting a lot of farm, and he wants to go for this Hex. He's far away from it, but, like, at a pretty significant timing, he's going to get this Hex, and that's going to be an issue for eHome. Milner for the Void, which I believe he went back for because he hasn't picked up the Satanic that he had queued up, or the Butterfly either.
Bet.
Oh, did Shiro stay too long? He's actually off over to the side, and they don't catch him. I thought he might have stepped up a little bit too far.
Dire's middle
But
tower
luckily
is
enough
under
for him, the attention was elsewhere.
Yeah, you get a little bit spooked. You're going uphill, and your smoke gets broken. Like it's very easy to get spooked the way they have been. Bat goes in.
So yeah, going in on this one and grabbing again the Tiny, but it just feels like he is so strong. They do get that ult out. Stone Gaze, eventually the duration's going to end. I feel like they're just going to be able to walk in with a Chrono, and that's exactly what they do. They've got the Mystic Flare down onto the Shiro Medusa, but the Bushwhack on the two behind them, locking up these heroes. They get the kill on hard. They're going to still try and get the Medusa. They finish off Phoenix. The damage, it's just not there yet, but finally they'll take out Shiro. They've taken out the Medusa. Down goes YP, so they'll lose the Skywrath, but Kaiko, he's going out of control, and so is Dome. Echo's gone, Zeal falls, 3 heroes dead on the side of eHome as they're going to look for ZZQ. Time walk forward, right clicks in, ZZQ's gone, and the only one who can survive is the Hoodwink in the trees of Planet.
Dude, the Undying had 6.5 HP in the middle of that fight. They go for him, they try to take him down, but Void comes in with a nice little Chronosphere and just cleans up house. Mjolnir was definitely a good pickup for him. He needed that in this last engagement.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's middle
They don't get the
tower is
Hoodwink,
under
but they do
attack.
come out ahead. We're going to take a look at this once again, and unfortunately, Phoenix caught going for illusions. They don't get this kill quickly on Phoenix, and Aura is able to use his ult and keep these heroes alive. And then the Chrono, it just didn't feel like the damage was going to come out immediately onto Shiro, but it was sustained long enough. And the Bushwhack was real nice too, locking up 2 heroes on the back, especially that Omni Knight.
Yeah. But going for the illusions as well made sense because they needed to protect the ward, right? Like that's why they did it. The illusions were sent to kill off the observer that they put on the cliff. So if you're Shenzhen, it's like very important for you to kill off and save the ward.
Next Roche in 30 seconds. We weren't here earlier. We do remember, and we can tell you how it happened last time. It was a snatch by Kaiko. Technically, he threw the Chrono at the last second, lined it up, and then the Firefly burnt out Roche, and they ended up getting the Aegis into the hands of Shenzhen, which is a big turning point. So, now we're here at that situation again with this Roche. So we'll see how it goes this time because Chrono is back off cooldown, and they are much stronger this time around on the side of Shenzhen. They don't have to play it as precariously, in my opinion.
Look at this, ZZQ.
ZZQ's kind of forward. Mystic Flare is off the mark. Shiro standing his ground. They get the kill into ZZQ, but Hara again dead quickly. The lasso's out. Time walk in, time walk out. Kaiko not committing. They're going to let Phoenix fall. They're going to let him buy back, and eventually they should be able to drop down the Chrono if they need it. But they got the stun. They have the sharpshooter. Time walk in, time walk back. And now the Chrono, but a 4-staff Kaiko trying to focus his attention on the Zeal. They get the kill on Echo as well. They'll take out 2. They'll look after this Medusa and get another. 4 dead again on the side of eHome. They cannot catch up to the Hoodwink again. But, well, it's still 4 kills that are massive for the side of Shenzhen.
It looked like a decent start to the fight, right? Like they kill off the Tiny, they kill off the Omni Knight, but they're fighting next to the tier 2 and next to the Shrine, so it's very easy for Shenzhen to buy back and get back into the fight. Also nicely done by the Undying, just constantly spamming so much skill to spam that decay one time after another. I'm obviously joking because he did so much work in every single one of these fights. And you know what also is a problem? Like when you're playing a Medusa, you usually want to kind of stand your ground and just hit. You can't do that if you're being hit by decay 24/7.
Radiant's
And
middle
if
tower
there's a
is under
tombstone
attack.
spawning zombies on your ass, like you can't even move after a while. So you kind of have to kill off the tombstone,
bottom tower
but they
is
are
under
protecting the
attack.
tombstone as well really well. So Shenzhen is executing this draft in a really nice manner. Speaking of
They've
zombies,
done a really good job.
yeah, just to finish that off. Speaking of zombies, it's not only the tombstone; it's the shard on
Radiant's
Undying.
bottom tower is
Like
under attack.
his shard, basically, when he's in flesh golem form, spawns zombies around him.
Radiant's bottom
on each
tower
attack.
has fallen.
So there's that.
When you're
as
able
well.
to just stand your ground, it is not easy to get away from the Undying. Continue to just get those zombies, right? Like it seems like he's impossible to kill with how tanky he is. Kaiko too. I think his chrono, he could have rushed it and thrown the chrono earlier, but he was very patient in that last fight.
Yeah, and he's finished off that Satanic that we talked about, has the Aegis, double damage, level 25 in what, like one last hit, more or less?
Or one, yeah, breath. Illusion. There it is.
There we go. He gets the 20% backtrack.
Radiant's
Okay.
middle tower is under attack.
I don't hate that. He's standing his ground against Medusa a lot.
Yeah,
Radiant's
it's
middle
not that
tower
bad.
has fallen.
I mean, obviously, it's a pretty good one. Usually you do see the 140 AoE, but it's not like his teammates are benefiting from that. It's not like he
Yeah,
has
they're not
Alina,
benefiting from the
yeah,
bigger chrono.
So this makes sense.
Because from what we've been seeing in the game plan that we're seeing from Shenzhen, like the game plan isn't hit as many heroes as you can with the chrono. It's control Shiro. You don't
Pretty
need to make
much.
it bigger.
Yeah, pretty much. Undying wants to make it bigger. Like he has, what else? Like, Havoc Hammer now with 12 strength. If there's a giant ring, if we do get to minute 60, I'm telling you, he's gonna be picking that bad boy up, 100%.
He's also trying to get that overwhelming blink.
That's quite a bit of strength. I think he's borderline like 7k HP now in these fights.
It's also going to be interesting for when he pops that flesh golem, overwhelming blinks on top of you, and then you're just unable to run any right clicks as those zombies just keep coming.
Yeah, the movement slow from the flesh golem itself is 50%. Add on top of that the zombies, and you're just not moving. What does he have? Level 25. He has reincarnation or +6 tombstone attacks to destroy. I guess you take the Aegis, right? The free Aegis.
Yeah, they're struggling to kill the tombstone anyway, and I was a little bit more surprised that he took the tombstone on death. He's not dying. Like, that
Yeah.
just seems like a waste. Why not take the decay?
When you buy Aghanims and you have that -2 decay cooldown, it's really sick. But if you don't have Aghanims, I guess it's not that.
I guess,
Incredible.
but at the same time, it's like, you're not dying, dude. You're 7-2-9. 40 minutes into a game as an Undying.
Radiant structures are
If you're
fortified.
not dying, why take like these talents that only work when you're dead? It makes sense.
Exactly.
Your logic is not flawed.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'd
is
like to
under attack.
think it's not.
But I guess in case he does die, like the double tombstone could like potentially win a
Radiant's
fight.
middle tower has fallen.
For sure. Very relaxed from Shenzhen, and very calculated, because I think they understood that if there's a jump that Ehome wants to make, it's going to come as that Aegis timing ends, and we've seen that so many times that they back up preemptively ready for what was probably the game plan there from eHome, right? Jump when the Aegis expires.
Yeah, it probably is. The thing, however, that makes it difficult, even when the Aegis expires, is that Eterland's now on Hara. That's the issue, right? Like before, you could perhaps snatch someone and force him away in the lasso, but right now, I don't think it's possible. Like he has a Linken's on Faceless Void, plus Eterland's on Omni Knight. The chances that you're gonna lasso him out of position, they're super low.
What do you do here for eHome? Like, what's the game plan? They just on
It's
Medusa
this.
getting another item?
It's this. It's exactly what they're doing. You can go for that rapier, like he has queued up, but your most important, the most important thing for you is to keep the high ground. Is it a triangle high ground? Is it your like tier 3 high ground? It doesn't matter. You need to keep it, and you need to protect the Medusa. Play around her somehow. I think it's very difficult for them though to do that.
Radiant are scanning.
There's just so much mobility. There's just so much coming from Shenzhen. Same like in the last game in which they had that DP jumping in,
Dire's
right?
middle tower
This time around you have Undying jumping in with Overwhelming Link. You have Void
has been
going
killed.
into... Shiro just lost his courier.
Yeah, lucky he didn't have anything on it. But that means 3 minutes without it, he's going to have to walk up there to get the Divine Rapier, even if he wants it himself. So that forces the movement to get that item. And I think that, again, Shenzhen, they don't need to force anything too crazy.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe eHome does that. Maybe they just move together. We see he made illusions. Those illusions can scout out the secret shop, and then you can move in to buy and finish off the rapier. Because you're not going to wait for 3 minutes, most likely, right?
No.
It's a bit too much.
Roche potentially soon. There it is. He sold his treads to get it. High-man smoke. The Divine Rapier, but he needs to be ready for movement here.
Is he ready?
Undying's in, overwhelming blink. They're going to go with the BKB being popped by Shiro. They immediately evacuate on this one, but again, they're going after the Undying. Undying is very tanky. Kaiko from behind. Radovatos is there. There's no BKB. The Chrono gets dropped. Mystic Flare on top of the Medusa. They have the silence with the Ancient Seal.
Is he dead?
Tiny's ready to go.
dead.
They'll get the kill on the Shiro. He'll drop the Divine Rapier, but ooh, Echo picks it up. He's got the BKB. They're going to still try to right-click and bash him down. That's exactly what they do. They get the Divine Rapier into the hands of this Faceless Void. And with that, Shenzhen have eliminated eHome from TI qualifiers. And they are making a move on to the next round.
This is exactly what we had, right? Like, this is what we thought might happen. Like, eHome, they've been steadily on a decline since that Division 1, Season 1, like, where they ended up even like top 4 or something. They ended up in regional finals. But since then, it just never looked like they were true contenders to any of these important slots in the division, and now in the qualifier as well. Yesterday we watched them. They didn't look too hot. Today as well. Shenzhen just looked like a much, much stronger team.
Yeah, this is a team that's on the up and up, and you can tell their movements are very calculated. Their movements are very in sync, and you know they want it this way. This is how Shenzhen are going to get it done, and they just have not really slowed down much. I'm really impressed with Kaiko's play. Back when he was playing with eHome and he was known as Ego, there were the same talks for him that there were for Shiro now. That he was going to be the next one in line to really take over that throne of one of the better carries in the region. And in my eyes, he's still that guy. And I don't want to jump the gun and be like, all right, you know, he's back, because Shenzhen had their troubles. They didn't get out of Division 2. But I think after this performance, taking out eHome, there's a lot more confidence that can be had for a team like Shenzhen. So we're going to take a look at the bracket, see where they're at next. Like, they're not too far away. Like, it is still a long line. They've got to beat the winner of the next series, which is IGLBZS. And then it comes down to taking on the loser of the round 2s. consolidating to the round fives and winning that. And then at least if they can win their next 3 BO3s, obviously strong and very difficult task, they can make it to TI last chance qualifiers, which could be massive. But you're going to be playing, I believe, the loser of RNG, Aster, Ares in that bottom lower bracket, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's not a fun series. I mean, it is a fun series to watch, but if you're Shenzhen, like looking forward to that is, it's,
and then that's
be a
if
bit rough.
that's if you get that far. Like the winner of IG LBZS, like theoretically, if it's IG, that's a tough series. Like, I mean, I think it's certainly doable. IG haven't exactly been playing top tier either, and I don't think LBZS have themselves. So Shenzhen, their road is tough. Their road is doable, but it's certainly a long road ahead of them. And then, they gotta have to find out who they're going to be playing against. And that's what we're going to do when we get back from the break, because we're going to start off this series of IG against LBZS. We're going to be back with another BO3 in the Chinese qualifier. So get yourself a snack. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back here to the Chinese qualifiers. We are back with some more action coming your way. It is the final BO3 of the night here in the Chinese qualifiers. It's going to be IG taking on LBZS. And it is another elimination series that is going to be quite crucial, obviously, to see these teams go to TI. So it's a big question in the air of who's going to make it. We would probably pregame think that IG are the favored ones, but Lizard, do you think that they're like massive favorites coming into this, or is it not as simple as that coming in as performances?
Don't put me on the spot like this. All the
It's too
IG
late.
fanboys gonna come over and flame me. I think they still are. Like, they're playing versus LBZS, right? Like, this
Right.
isn't a team that has been known for beating IG very often. Let's put it that way. I think that IG are still a caliber above them, but at the same time, like, that's what we've been saying about IG for ages now, right? Like, they're
Right.
caliber above these Division 2 teams, but they just cannot get out of Division 2, right? And it's not like they looked that strong versus Extreme Gaming. However, it was Extreme Gaming, and they're like, there's a reason why they're in Division 1. There's a reason why they qualified for the major as well. So it's maybe a different scenario there.
Yeah, I would definitely put them at least a slight favorite over LBZS. You know, they've made some late additions, I believe, or, you know, a couple of changes here or there that, you know, it's no longer Kagome and Detachment, it's Sinful Soul and Teasy. Like this isn't the LBZS maybe we're used to seeing. They made those additions on September 1st of TZ and Sinful Soul. I believe there were some talks that they were going to get TZY, but that didn't end up happening. But, you know, Sinful Soul is the former carry of SAG. You might recognize him as IDC. I don't know if you remember that name.
Of course, yeah.
But you know, he isn't exactly like I would say somebody that I have massive faith in the one position, but I've been burned the last few times I've said this. So maybe I'm just powering him up because I said this about Ghost, and now Ghost looks really good with RNG. And I've said this with some other players in the past too in the one position where I'm just like, you know, I don't know about that. Maybe like Summer, like Summer's looked okay. Ooh is one of those guys, and you know, maybe now it's going to be Sinful Soul next to make something happen for LBZS. But I would have to say, at least series-wise, I have it in my head about 70-30 for IG.
Yeah, definitely. I think 70-30 is a fair assessment. It comes down to the way IG executes and the draft that they pick, obviously. But for me, it's the mental state as well. Like I feel that for a lot of these Chinese teams, in the last couple of, well, not months, even years, the mental game hasn't been that strong, right? Like if you talk about PSG LGD, like, why are they losing finals when they're owning every single team left in the, you know, like in any other position, they're owning everyone, lower bracket, upper bracket, whatever. But the finals, they choke. Why does IG own a major and then become so unstable that they can't even get out of Division 2, right? Like, it's,
I am
game
not going to allow this LGD slander to continue. You tried to fit it in there in a little bit of a sandwich of other teams, but I'm not letting it fly. You know, yes. Did they lose to Team Spirit at Arlington? Yes. Did they kick Spirit's butt in Riyadh? Yes. Did they take first in the regional finals in Tour 2?
You're arguing for me. Like they kicked their asses in Riyadh when it didn't matter, but when it came to a major,
I think it mattered more. It was $1.5 million on the line.
It's dude. For me and you, 1.5 million, it would matter more. For these guys, I think it's the prestige. It's about the ass kicking that's more important.
I guess, but like, you know, it was the difference between points that didn't matter for them and you know, 1.5 biggest prize pool of the season, minus TI. I don't know. I just had to defend their honor for a second. They are, I guess, team as I tip my hat.
It's okay.
M apostrophe team.
It's okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
No.
We all understand that you're a fanboy. No one is going to take anything against you for it. It's all good.
But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Like, why do things change like that? Like, where is IG come? And I think, you know, IG's been together for so long, you kind of wonder if it's run its course, because there was, and bringing LGD back up again, there was that question for them as well, right? Like, when they lost TI, they talked about splitting up the first time, and then, you know, and then they were like, no, we'll do it again, we'll go again. And like, can you keep that momentum going? Can you stay towards the top? And they have. Whereas IG, minus Kaka, they said, can we keep it together? Can we continue to do this? And I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really feel like they can, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder when will it run its course? When is
we'll
the
see.
end?
If they manage to get at least to like the last chance qualifiers, I think it will not run its course out, right? But if you do not manage to get to TI, it's arguably maybe the time is there, right? Like if they don't, because all of these players, the only thing they want to do is really compete at TI. So
Right.
if they don't get there and they've also like, had a really rough season, maybe it's time to mix things up. We'll see. Right now, when it comes to their draft, I have to say that I like it quite a bit. Like you have the Mars Lina combo, you have the Marcy combo on the offlane as well, which is pretty neat. Dazzle is a peculiar one. Like we'll see what he'll if they have some combo with it or if it's just a Dazzle. When it comes to LBZS though, it's not like they're a pushover as well. Like this draft of theirs looks pretty damn neat too. I love when Earthshaker has something like a Queen of Pain to work with. Even though Lina is strong in that matchup versus the Quap, if you add in the Earthshaker variable, right? Like if he rotates in, he fissure blocks the Lina, then suddenly you can actually get on top of her with the Queen of Pain. You can even deal with her in the lane. I wonder if this PL was also something of a snatch to not let it go in Dazzle's hands. Like Dazzle plus PL is pretty solid, but it's not like a PL is the go-to carry. You know what I mean? It's decent, but
It's a fly thing, I think. Definitely one of those carries that he really enjoys.
isn't it LBZS that picked it?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you're saying it's a steal,
If you're snatching it away,
I would say it's
Okay.
more of like, maybe you're taking it out of the hands of Fly and forcing him onto something else. And if you're LBZS, maybe you're hoping he picks Morphling, but who
10
knows?
seconds remaining.
Okay, makes sense. Definitely.
5 seconds remaining.
This is also a battle of two pretty prestigious coaches. You've got, I believe, Faith coaching for LBZS and Super coaching for the side of IG.
So big brain time. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
a very big brain, and it is the support super, not the mid super.
Yeah. They're banning out like all of these cores that are decent versus the PL, which does make sense, like the Troll and the Lash. Is there anything else that comes to your mind that they could pick against him? They go with the Monkey, so just a standard good old Monkey King with the Dazzle, an instant pick Pango, like as quickly as that. I have to say, like, I still do prefer Fly on the Monkey King than Sinful Soul on the PL. I can see the reasoning behind the PL, but we'll see if he is going to be able to do that much in the game. I like the fact that you have the Monkey King with the Dazzle, so you should always be able to get those Jingu stacks, heal yourself up. You can put on the Wukong's arena on top of Mars's arena as well. Monkey is one of those heroes that, when played by Fly, he can be very active in that early to mid game, which allows Lina to actually go for, I don't know, Travel's Falcon Blade into the right click, BKB, whatever, like the Silver Edge. So I still feel that Emo is the one to carry the game for IG, but they need to enable him. Like, they need to make sure that this Lina doesn't get rotated on 24/7 by the Earthshaker, because Pango, like, he needs a bit of help, but he doesn't necessarily need Shaker to stick around. So Shaker should be able to kind of rotate mid, secure the runes, perhaps gank the Lina.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they're going to go about that. Like, I think the two supports that IG have are certainly ones that can help out Emo, whether it be with early level in the shallow grave or coming around getting a dispose and a rebound to lock up or help out Emo is a big question. One of the things that when IG were in their prime that they did so well was swapping that, like, carry role, right? Like, where, this game, it's going to be Emo's game to be the guy who's our leader, to be the guy who we need to do well. In this game, it'll be Fly. And I think that kind of the lines have blurred a little bit, and they haven't exactly done that as well as they have in the past. Obviously, the other question mark that we talked about the last time we covered IG was, JT and how he's been performing. It feels like he's kind of been off the mark. I guess now the question becomes, how is he going to play on this Mars? And I'm going to keep speaking because I know you're still doing predictions, and it just
I finished them. It's all good.
You got in quick. All right, so you cover so I can do my prediction and stop speaking.
Yeah, we just have perhaps a brawl around the runes. but not
Ooh.
necessarily. It looks like IG will be invading the Radiant jungle. This ward, by the way, the two Radiant Observer wards completely give
30
vision
seconds to
around the
battle.
bottom lane. So basically, they're protecting themselves from some Marcy rotations. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we don't really see a very deep dire ward on top. Just one on the mid lane. I would argue that's even more important. Like these dire wards on top would be more important to just scout out the shaker rotations.
Right. Just trying to make sure you know where everything's coming
The
from.
battle begins.
Exactly.
Because like you said, I think the most important thing is protecting Emo right now. It's definitely felt like Emo's been in a little bit of a funk, and I think that's why that the lines have kind of blurred on who you want to carry these games and the way that they used to kind of have those roles be interchangeable. But specifically here, when you think about the Chinese region and Lena, there's games like what Somnus was able to accomplish with Lee and having all these abilities to have these moments with Lena to carry games. So we'll see if Emo can kind of find some positivity here with this game, because it's felt like he really has struggled for a while. Like
Yeah.
I talk about JT, but even Emo, like he just is not. He seems like a shell of himself.
That's a bit rough, but yeah, I can see where you're going with it. Especially when he's playing heroes such as Lina, right, to be honest. When he's playing the spirits and playmakers, I'm not worried, but when Emo is playing, I don't know, like Linas and these squishier glass cannons, yeah, the game can get real rough real fast, you know? Sometimes he gets ganked a couple of times and then falls off heavily. It honestly, for me, when it comes to IG, it feels like they've lost their patience more than anything else. It's like every single game that they are in lead, they stop making all the right moves and they kind of let themselves go, you know, like they aren't as careful.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, because that was something that I would say they probably prided themselves on. It's what helped them come back against EG in the Singapore Major, right?
Exactly.
Was knowing when to go, knowing when to make their moves, and I kind of see that, like the losing patience aspect of it. That does make a lot of sense, because I guess one season of Division 2, you think to yourself, all right, we're going to make it through, we're going to do our thing. And then you don't get out of Division 2, and then come the next season, like, hey, this time you did make it out of Division 2, but I spoke about that in Division at the end of Season 3 as well. Like, technically the team holds the roster spot. So, like, does it really matter that they made it out of Division 2? Like, these players may not even be on the end of the year. So, like, maybe the patience isn't there, and maybe they are trying for one more last stand, but I can definitely see, like, it's wearing thin.
Well, look, maybe the patience isn't there, but they still have what to play for.
Yeah.
Right? They still have TI to play for, and if they do manage to get to TI, and if they do well in it, they will most certainly keep the slots and keep their positions within the team.
Potentially, yeah. If they do go to TI and have a decent performance, and they almost got that kill in the Pango.
Yeah, he was being chased for quite a long time. He was blocked by Salad's Fissure, then Dazzle just continued chasing him, almost killed him.
TP'd back to
TZ, bottom lane.
TZ, Spear lands JT. We were talking about how he needs to kind of step up here, and he does so by getting that kill onto TZ, landing that spear. So JT, similar to the way we've seen Chalice be an anchor, Faith Beyond be an anchor, there are these teams that towards the top of the Chinese region, the offlane has become one of, if not the most important spot on the map.
Yep, and that's something where JT, before, when they had a lot of success, always thrived on, right? Like, he would be able to carry his team through the rough patches of the game no matter what. But in the last couple of seasons, realistically, JT would be the guy that gets a lot from the laning stage and then kind of... Well, he doesn't necessarily always contribute as much as he used to. Let's put it that way, right?
Right.
Not to be too harsh on him.
And I don't really know exactly how harsh that really is, that reality of it all, because like you've got guys who had similar play styles like Faith Beyond, who is that anchor for the side of LGD off the off lane, and he doesn't maybe play as crucial of a role to whether they win or lose, but it does feel like with his IG lineup and as long as they've been together, even the Kaka days, it felt very reliant on JT and how he does in his lane.
We see a ton of rotations, by the way, happening around the mid lane. Enchantress securing the bottom rune. On top lane, you have the Shaker trying to secure the top one. LBZS picking up both the bounties, both the water runes, sorry.
Really gonna hurt my chances of winning that prediction of who's picking
Same.
up the most runes
Oh.
by 10 minutes.
No, actually, I have LBZS down, so I'm doing well. That's the only prediction I put LBZS in, so
All right.
doing all right. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm getting with these predictions. And am I getting some points or what?
I have no idea.
Same.
I have no idea anymore. Gosh. I'm hoping we're getting some big boy points.
Salad, just look at him. This is so annoying. You know he's there, but you can't do anything about it. Like, you need to approach the creeps, right? Like, you still want to be farming. The only way that this is dealt with is a support comes in, right? Like, your support comes in and like Holy is doing right now.
But Emo still has to TP back, so at least... Oh, you can stay here? He should. Yeah, so at least he'll get some solo experience on this. That's not the worst thing in the world to get Dazzle a couple levels, another level in the Poison Touch, or get him into a Shallow Grave or something like that at level 3 if he wants to go 1-1-1.
Isn't the worst because you have a power laner on top lane. Bottom lane, PL, not really low, but he should be fine. Basically, on top lane you have Monkey King, who's actually killing the Pango almost. Ooh, look at that. He's going in.
He's going for the Primal Spring. Swashbuckle Fissure. Uh-oh. Fly. You've overplayed your hand, and you're going to pay for it dearly.
Yeah. I think that's classic Fly play. You know, high risk, high reward.
High risk, high tilt reward.
High tilt reward. Emo right now shaking.
You've been burned.
Shaker.
Great.
Should be fine, right? Like, the Poison Touch is not enough. Lina was not level 6 as well, so he just gets away.
Poison Touch, not a fun ability to go up against, truthfully.
It's one of the worst things, right? Like, you can't let him touch you, you can't let him hit you anymore, so you just have to run away. Especially those Dazzles that max it out early on. They're trying to go on top of Enchantress. They stop her from getting the bounty, yeah.
Yeah, they got the Dispose, they'll have the Spear, but with the Nature's Attendance, this kill takes longer than it should, or longer than maybe they would want. Well, a kill's a kill, and it puts JT continually on the board as he's now got himself his second kill. And JT's sitting top of the net worth, so like that's all working out for him right now.
Yeah. 2 bracers, Soul Ring. You can't really make him leave the lane. Fly. PP with a nice rotation.
Gosh, Fly again.
Yeah, this is second in a row, but it's also what we talked about. It's more about the Lina. Like, you really want to enable Monkey King, but more importantly, Lina needs to have a good early game. And then with that Lina, you can pressure the mid tower, you can rotate the bottom with the Mars, you can take the other tier 1 too. Oli might be dead.
Yeah, he's found himself in a little bit of trouble with the fissure coming through and Fly unable to get the deny there. So PP again getting involved even more. And they also have Rolling Thunder. So like, not like Fly is safe here either. Again.
They might dive him. Like, Emo does have a regen rune, but it's not really the strongest one to come and rotate with. It's not a haste or a DD. and most likely he'll just continue farming with it. I'm even surprised that they're keeping
Radiant's
Fly on top
bottom
lane.
tower is under attack.
Like, when Dazzle was being hit, he could have just graved himself and bought himself a couple of seconds and then died. I expected Fly to TP bottom, but perhaps that's a little bit too early to do, as JT is really enjoying his time down on the bot lane.
Game's been very free, and now I've got a question for you. Do you think now, like, we know FY is a really good 4 position, but do you think that his abilities aren't exactly what fits the role in this lineup?
In what way do you mean?
Like his gameplay style, the way he plays in terms of being a 4 position. Like when you had Kaka on the team, it was all about veteran leadership and shot calling.
Yeah, but that's FY as well. Like, it's not like you're not getting.
Are they
that from
letting
him.
him do that? That's the question. Are they letting him be that guy?
I don't think you
It
have
feels-
a choice. Like, if you have FY in your team, he's definitely being the loud one. I don't think that
You like to think so, right? Like
Yeah.
it just feels like he's, at least gameplay wise, very timid.
For me, FY is always the standout one. Like, whenever I see him in any team, even when he was on Elephant, he's always that guy that performs well. No matter what's happening, no matter what mess your team is in, he's always gonna have that item. He's always gonna do his work. Nice
Radiant's
3-man
middle
fissure.
tower is under attack.
But I can see your point as well. I'm not, like, in this particular game, perhaps you're not really seeing Marcy making
Dyer's
some
top
insane
tower
moves on mid lane. Like, you're not seeing Dispose into LSA, into Laguna Blade. Like, they're actually messing up those combos even. But give him a bit, you'll see. I believe in FY.
Maybe it's just not long enough. Arena comes out, spear lands, and they're gonna get the kill there on a PP.
There you go, instantly.
You talk about it, and it comes to fruition.
Yeah, and this should secure the tier 1 on the mid lane. Like, perhaps you can def it with Enchantress a little bit, but you can only delay it. There's a catapult here.
We've got 4 heroes now. Spear, ooh.
Perfect. But as JT is steeping away, I think they're bailing. You force the rotation from the Pangolier. Your monkey is free farming. There's a huge wave on the bottom lane for JT to farm, so yeah, you can just go move back.
So I would say that's pretty good for LBZS to not give up that tower.
Radiant's top tower.
Very
Of course.
important for him.
Of course, delaying that tier 1 push on mid lane is always good, especially when the tier 1 on bottom lane is also live. Basically, the standard rotation is bottom tier 1 into mid tier 1, right? Like, you take the bottom tier 1 tower, then you kind of free up the Radiant jungle, you can move
Radiant's
through it
bottom
towards the
tower
tier
is
1
under
mid.
attack.
But if you lose the tier 1 on the mid lane, the whole game kind of becomes a mess for you. If you lose it that early, that is.
Tower is under attack. Dyer's top tower has fallen.
So they'll take the tower as they traded their top tier 1. Typical trade though.
Worthy tribute.
Do you think IG's done enough so far in the first 12 minutes to feel like they're in a comfortable spot, or is it more LBZS? They've kind of put themselves where they like to be, because you do have a Phantom Lancer that's
With the
late farmed at
diffusal,
the
yeah.
moment.
Tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
PL has quite a bit. There's a diffusal on Pangolier as well, so they'll be able to fight very soon. But if you're IG, I think you're fine with where you're at too, mostly because JT had such a good start. Like, JT will have his Blink Dagger. With the Blink Dagger, you'll be able to start some of these fights. They do struggle when it comes to catching Queen of Pain. Like, Quap actually needs to use that Blink Dagger, sorry, the Blink a bit aggressively for her to
Dyer's
die.
top tower is under attack.
But if you can bait that out and follow up with the Mars Arena, with the Blink Dagger that he's about to complete, then your team fight capabilities are through the roof.
See if IG can put it together. And when, but it is opening up space for Fly, who, compared to the Phantom Lancer, does in fact need to recover a little bit.
Is under attack.
Yeah, and look at that. They smoke up the moment they get the Blink Dagger on the Mars. My only question is, they're
Ooh, they
running into
landed
Quap.
the spear and the LSA with the Laguna Blade. PP's dead again. That was really quick.
Yeah, my question was, can they actually accomplish this? Like, would they be able to smoke up and kill Queen of Pain? Because she does have a blink, right? Like, she can react to that. She can perhaps escape. But, yeah, really nice execution by them. Oli?
Execution has felt a lot stronger as Dazzle getting low, does that for the shallow grave, just extending the inevitable, where LG gets the kill. They get one after IG gets one, and they're still
Dude,
be tied in the kill line.
that Pango laughs forever, like for ages.
Yeah, that was 30 seconds of just straight laughing. So, what are the next steps for these teams to get where they want to be in the game?
Is under attack.
If you're IG, I think it's very straightforward. You're waiting for the Battle Fury, and perhaps BKB on Monkey King, right? Like, you're not really forced to do a lot. When it comes to LBZS, it's Salad. Like, you're waiting for Salad's Blink Dagger. Not necessarily waiting for it. You can still make moves, but once you get the Blink on him, the game becomes a bit easier for you as you get a proper way of initiating.
Money to burn.
They can get that initiation eventually.
I mean, Pango is kind of solid in that way too, but he also went for a defusal, right? Like, he didn't go for Blink first, so he's actually not even going for the Blink afterwards. He's going for the Great Pact, which is understandable if you Enchantress.
Arena again.
Yep.
Yeah, onto the Enchantress, but very easily healing and just making this kill take a little bit longer, knowing that TZ's dead on his screen already. All of a sudden, they're gonna
Nice
go
trap.
for Fly, but the other way, it's turned around. PP dies to Emo, and they might even get a +1. They'll look for the Wukongs, but the TP is successful, and that Fly Wukongs doesn't exactly net him anything.
That's a really nice. That was a really nice trap. Do you know what they're saying? Yeah, I have no idea. Yes. Yes, I agree as well. Yes, JT. I understood that one.
They're lagging, maybe?
I know Kale, but I don't know Kama.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
I wonder if it's the same. You'd think I'd know that, comma. But I'm surprised they just came out in the all chat like that. With
Just
no
Google
pause,
it,
maybe it
Googled
means no lag.
And I have to tell you that I didn't find anything.
Okay. Very reliable.
I know KK as well, but he's not playing.
Mars
Enchantress.
looking for the Enchantress again with the help of FY, but the heals and how long they're willing to chase is, well, not very long there from IG.
Enchantress is, yeah, a very interesting hero. A very, very interesting hero. Especially when she was a potent offlaner, right? Like, when she was strong on the offlane. Every game, drums, hood, boots, and you cannot die. Echo, blink reveal.
Yeah, the fissure, but they've got the dispose. Oh, shallow grave and the sonic wave. They land the spear into PP again. The Laguna Blade was used. They still get the kill there on a TZ. They'll lose PP. They have not lost the Lina, who's trying to stand his ground. Emo finally falls, but it's a 2-for-1, and it favors IG. But Simple Soul, he's nearby, and I don't know if IG without the Lina really want to fight this.
Probably not, but Look at FY. He's going in.
I say that, but all of a sudden they're in. They've got the Wukongs, the Boundless Strike. The damage is quick and Sinful Soul. His soul is taken.
The good old shard on Dazzle, right? That was the hex, I believe. Yeah, getting that little shard play in, killing off PL very, very easily with it. And that's the problem that was always the bane for Queen of Pain, right? Like, you blink in to get a kill, you don't even finish the Lina, but now you've blinked in, and you're extremely squishy. Because of that, your Arena follow-up and the Monkey King Boundless Strike just finishes Queen of Pain off in a second.
The fact that they were able to get the PL afterwards, like that certainly
massive,
helps
yeah.
IG like extend the little lead that they do have. And they defend the tier 1 tower over mid, surprisingly. It felt like LBZS were on the edge of
Dire's top tower is
taking
under
a
attack.
very massive team fight.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
We end up denying the tower too.
Mid lane.
Fissure. And the totem with the blink dagger. They've got the control, but the shallow grave is there again. Do they have anything to keep him alive? Not looking likely. And it will be PP who finally gets credit for that one and takes out JT on a streak.
Yeah, that one was...
Big
That
kill
grave,
rush.
that grave was pretty much just to delay it a little bit. They can take Rush, can't they? Like, PL isn't the best one, but they have enough damage. It's falling really quickly, actually.
Nobody's there. IG.
I feel like they had no vision. I feel like they didn't even expect this to be happening. I guess you don't have Mars, so you're not fighting it anyway, but still.
Surprising that they, I would say, went for that, and there is no deterrence coming out from the side of IG.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
honestly, it
attack.
could be a pretty massive Aegis timing
Dire are scanning.
that helps the Phantom Lancer farm back into this game.
Yeah, because you can't kill him once, killing him twice, however, is... it's a really hard task to accomplish.
Still
They want to
smoke,
fight
JT. He's leading the front lines, and Spear as well as the God's Rebuke. He'll lay down the arena. Rebound gets a stun on a couple. They've got the Boundless Strike. They'll get the kill. They'll take out one. It's TZ. Ooh, Sinful Soul. He is getting low. They've used the Laguna Blade. He's going to respawn in the Wukongs. Here comes the Rolling Thunder with the BKB being Popeye Emo. Echo Slam comes in from Salad, taking out Ali and Fly. They finish off FY, and they'll also get Emo. Whoa, a full team wipe coming in from LBZS, and
Is under attack.
big moves there from Salad as he's got the damage again. He got the first life out of the hands of Sinful Soul, but you said they really couldn't deal with that second life, and they weren't able to.
Yeah, and it's the way that these fights are starting, right? Like JT, he is pretty much the most farmed hero on the side of IG, but he dies first, like, or at least he's shoved out of the fight first. He pops that arena and he needs to leave. This rolling boulder was amazing. The echo follow-up as well. Double fissure on the Dazzle, on the Monkey. Exactly the right targets. Like, extremely nicely done by LBZS. But then again, from IG, they're putting JT in such a position in which he's most certainly going to die, right? Like, 100%. If they go on him, he's gone. They probably planned it. Maybe if Aegis wasn't there, that would be good. But with the Aegis being on PL, it's a hard play to make.
None. Enchantress once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Say, and there's the kill, and maybe with the Phantom Lancer, and speaking about that fight over mid, you wonder what was enough to get that kill originally, because they did finish him off with a Laguna Blade, but he only had a couple hundred health, or maybe even had like 200, 100-ish health remaining, so it's burst damage gone. Especially when you're trying to maybe make the fight work with that second life, where you could have Laguna starting in that second life.
Yeah, things will change though. They are getting the BKBs. So you have the BKB now, I believe, on Mars, on Monkey, and on Lina. All three of their cores have the BKBs, and it's time to smoke. The classic one. You get these three important items, instantly you're making a move.
Get caught out on this one, and I think the main target is certainly going to be Sinful Soul, and IG hoping that they can take out this Panalancer again.
I think the PL is a good target, Queen of Pain as well, if you can get her. Pangolier and Shaker are kind of more difficult as they're always in the backlines.
Nothing going on at the moment. Salad's been playing, really well. This Earthshaker.
Yeah, he found the Nature Lens now as well, together with the Blink. What I've been impressed when it comes to Salad is the amount of times that he finds fissures on Dazzle. It always kind of connects. Usually, you hit fissure on the target that you want to lock down and kill off, but he's always found fissures on the target that he wants to kill plus the Dazzle. So there's no grave, there's no follow-up, there's no heals.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I wonder if the aim is just straight on the Dazzle and hit whatever is in between.
Yeah, whatever in between. Yeah, that could be the case too.
Would make a lot of sense. It's either nearby.
Smoke coming in.
Smoke coming in, but you gotta wonder the positioning of LBZS to get this done. Like, we're unable to get there as IG are still holding their ground over in the top lane.
Yeah, if you look at PL, like he has he needs the recipe and he has Heart of Terras completed, so it would probably be better to wait for that and then fight.
Out these next items, but it's similar to eHome in the last game, right? Like, Medusa had a lot of farm and then the rest of the team didn't. And you're kind of seeing that again here. I will say the one difference though is Salad is really farming well.
Yeah, I would disagree. I don't think that in that last game Medusa was far away from all of her teammates and everyone on the enemy side was close to Medusa. This time around PL is ahead, but not a heavy stretch. And when you look at Queen of Pain and Pango, they're also keeping up. They're just 1-2k behind.
For now.
So it's not really that bad. Like the game is still very even, 11-11 scoreboard as well. It makes you feel like IG are in lead just because it's IG, but it's not the case.
You haven't really felt much from Fly, who needs to be the important player in this match at some point. But he's going Ags, and he's still 2,200 gold away from it.
He's gonna get the Ags. We're probably going to see another armor item coming from Mars, something like a Shiva's, or maybe Lina can get it eventually. All these small... Actually, he's going for a Hex. Okay, some more catch. All these small items can definitely help out versus the Quap, versus the PL.
Ooh, going in, Laguna Blade and Enchantress did very quickly. Asher finished off for the Pangolier too.
Yeah, the BKBs aren't that strong anymore. With the Basher being completed, that is.
Earth's bounty.
Next Roche. 15 seconds. Wonder how IG are going to set up for this one, because you got to assume they're not going to be as nonchalant about it, right?
Yeah, 100%. That last Aegis, you can give away. It was very early on in the game, but this time around, there's no way in hell they just let it go. They will set up a fight around the pit.
Who do you
They're
think has the advantage going into this pit fight?
It depends on the initiation, and it depends on where you are on the map. Like if you're holding the high ground or if you're running into it. I don't think there's like a massive advantage for one side or the other at the moment. Like both of these sides can definitely take a good fight and win it. Like, you can blow up anyone on the side of IG. You have Queen of Pain, Pango, and Shaker, right? Like you can blow them up before they pop BKBs, if you control the Dazzle. Maybe it's a little bit easier for LBZS, honestly, the way I see it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like they might have been going the way of IG, and you were asking me if I like something. Not sure what the rest of that question was going to be before I cut you off.
Do you like me?
Dire's
Yes.
top tower
Nice.
has fallen.
What about
why- you don't even need to ask.
Ogre Seal Totem? Do you like that? The flop?
I don't know if I like it as a tier 3.
Uh-huh. So you'd have it as tier 5 item, right?
Yeah, gives plus 50 strength and hops 8 times. While 360ing. Of course.
It's a fun one. There's a fun smoke happening from both sides. On one side, just the Shaker and Enchantress. On the other, Monkey is showing, but they know. They saw the LSA mid. Dragon Slave, that is. Will they jump in?
Push still 50 seconds away.
It's basically TZ, right? Like you can see him. Look at this Enchantress. Even the Glimmer going for the Rune. Like they know exactly where IG is. They read this move perfectly. It's just that there isn't really a lot they can do about it. One thing that makes LBZS's game a bit easier is you have Ench. You can send creeps in the pit. You can send Ench. You can send illusions of PL as well. So there's a lot of ways to scout things out. And if you're IG, you don't have that opportunity.
Yeah, you're more reliant on your initiation and the vision you've placed down yourselves to get something done.
And your initiation and your vision, well, your initiation isn't that great until you get the Hex on Mars, right? Like, once you get the Mars Hex, it's kind of secured, but before that, it's not that simple to hit the spear with a blink.
Push back up. See
Smoke
if
up.
anybody gets over for it, as there's a smoke again from LBZS. Good positioning from the Marcy. Break the smoke, but they've got the long range fissure, making sure that they can get into the area. They've got the arena down. The Rolling Thunder comes out with the BKB being Popeye JT. They're on the run. Fissure finally fades. They're going to get after this Mars and eventually be able to get the lockdown, but can they get the kill with the Shallow Grave? The Sonic Wave comes in, and they get the kill on the JT. They'll take on the Mars. They'll start with that. TP's in deep. LSA doesn't come through. There's the Echo Slam. They'll take out Ollie. The Dazzle's gone. Followed up by FY. 3 heroes dead on the side of IG as Fly hits the deck too. Yeah, nothing. No answers from IG, and LBZS play the fight perfectly. And their prize should be Roche, and Aegis and a Shard into their hands.
Yeah, they just go straight into the pit, and you can see why LBZS's draft is a little bit easier to execute at the moment. Like, they even go on high ground, and it's still easier for them to find the right targets. They just have initiation and control that's more valuable. On one side you have Arena, on the other side you have this Shaker with Fissure, then Pango follow up. If they catch you, you're stun locked forever. On the other hand, if Mars catches you, so what? Like, it's not really a big deal. You can get out of the arena even as a PL. That's the first point. It's the initiation and the ease of controlling. The second point is something we discussed before, right? All this vision that they were getting from Ench, from PL. Like, they knew exactly where Marcy is because they sent the illusions earlier there.
They just they got all the information they needed and played that fight perfectly. Like, it's been really impressive from LBZS. IG, I mean, they're still yet to show anything.
Dire's middle tower has
This
fallen.
Pango might be able to
Are scanning.
jump again. That's the Rolling Thunder if they're not too careful. Ooh, Arena misses. Unfortunate. Salad does well. BKB's pop. Fissure down, but like I said, they've got the BKB. The right clicks are in, and well, JT, he's not going to make it out. And again, he'll end up being susceptible to the chase that is there from the side of LBZS.
We get the JT. Without him, defending high ground isn't that simple. Like it's not that LBZS have the best heroes to take objectives, but they're fat enough. Like this PL is strong enough to actually do exactly this. What's up with our 70-30 prediction, by the way?
Not looking good. That's
right.
They have a long time on this Aegis. Like they can hold their ground.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Yes, getting the first
Radiant's
barracks.
bottom tower is under attack.
We really haven't had any sort of retort from the aggression coming in from the Radiant side at all.
Nothing really. Emo is about to complete an MKB, so you'll get that extra damage from him. Monkey King has the Axe and almost the Basher. He's getting real close. All these items will be helpful, but I don't see them being massive game changers. It's still all on the way you initiate and the way you control them. And so far, LBZS have definitely been the better team at that.
They seem to be in control. In every move they've made so far, they have been the ones who are controlling their own destiny.
What do? Is there something that they can switch up? Like they can always, I guess, eliminate the target up once they have these items with Monkey King and Lina. Like even a PL can fall, even though he has a heart and butterfly, it doesn't matter. Like you can take him down, but it's so difficult.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We're just trying to see if LBZS are going to make a move. I'm a little bit surprised. They have this Aegis for a long time, and now it's getting on the edge of its legs. But yeah, they go to the arena. They're going to try and go in onto the Pango, and they get a kill on the LG. He doesn't have buyback.
And that's a big kill. Like killing off the Pango or the Shaker for me might be even more important than anyone else on the side of LBZS. Like you kill Pango, you kill Shaker, you can perhaps take a fight afterwards. If they're alive, like you're not taking down anyone. They'll just control you. And they did survive through the ages. They lost, what, one set of Raxes, all the outer towers, but they're still hanging in there, and they just will be reclaimed in 50 seconds.
What's the game plan to come back, though?
You're getting bigger on Monkey, I suppose, than on Lina. These heroes can scale extremely well.
Radiant are scanning.
Do you think that, like, hires, like, to get to 50 minutes?
I don't think it's necessary to even wait that long. Like, there's always that one point in the game in which it doesn't matter how big you are, everyone is big. And then if you initiate on the right target, you will take them down. And I think that we're slowly approaching that point for IG at least. Like, you saw how fast Pango died, right? And he's one of the tankier ones. If you can do that again before he gets something like Neon Disc, off of these small quote mark skills, you can do a lot of damage to LBZS.
And they bring back 12,000 net worth of damage, and it's going to be very difficult for them. I'm wondering if LBZS are going to wait till the next Roche to make their high ground C.
I think so, yeah. I think you do that. They are in no rush. 2 minutes for rush. They could even fight in all honesty, because if you look at their supports, like if you look at Shaker, if you look at Ench, both of them already completed their. Wait, actually, Ench didn't. Shaker has his Aeon Disc already. Well, that's quite big. I could swear I saw another one. Okay, just the Shaker then.
Regeneration.
And for now,
Dire
see if
are
that
scanning.
keeps up though. Not too long till potentially Roche is up, and IG
Both
sensing a
teams.
little bit of urgency. And I say that, but both teams do end up going for an attempt at a smoke, and they're gonna fight on this.
Oh,
We got the
that's
BKB
Fissure,
Popeye,
my
VP, and
God.
the Fissure is absolutely perfect. They get the kill on Emo. They'll take out Ollie. They'll both buy back. The Sonic Wave is thrown. Fly trying to stand his ground as Sinful Soul gets himself a double kill, taking out FY. These heroes bought back, but what do they get out of it? And it really isn't anything. Again, IG just cannot keep up with the likes of LBZS in this first game. And there's really no reason for LBZS to stop. They know they've got an objective, and that's killing these heroes that bought back to just end the game.
Just give Salad an MVP and go next. Like, that's how I feel. Like, that Fissure, not only does it block IG in half, cut their lineup in half, it clips on Emo and Dazzle. Like, he's just doing it every single fight. It's not coincidence, he's just a god. Like, killing off Emo and Dazzle pretty much means that IG, they're done. Like, you can't take a fight afterwards. Monkey forced the BKB TP away, everyone else just runs.
Really not getting anything out of IG.
Look at the PL. That's a Scuddy, that's a Butterfly, that's a Heart. That's a lot of farm, my friend.
Everything he needs.
When you're testing like some builds on PL in lobby, this is probably what you want. You buy instantly. You activate infinite gold, you get yourself Butterfly Heart, you get yourself Scuddy. He's got it all. He doesn't need anything more. Level 25 to get that -4 seconds doppelganger cooldown, and he's golden.
So we'll see if and when he gets to that point. And well, 40-minute mark, this is starting to get late into the game, and wondering if IG even have a fight in them. They've got 5 seconds till Roche is up. Stealing this or getting this in any way here for IG is going to be pretty massive, but you have to get through LBZS, who have been pretty stoic in keeping their lead.
Fissure.
Fissure again. And FY is going to be caught. They've got the BKB, the shallow grade from a distance, so maybe this time things are looking up in terms of getting a back into this fight. But they already got Ollie, so now both your supports are gone. They hit the Hex onto the Queen of Pain with the Fissure coming through once again onto the bars. JT popping the BKB and going to the Spear that's going to land, but he'll try to TP out and will escape. Fly. Is he even going to be as fortunate? Not looking likely as he gets Salad. He's got the Jingu. He heals back to full, but the right click's coming in from Sinful Soul with the help from PP is enough to take out this Monkey King. And Roche is up again.
Yeah, they're just so disconnected. Everyone jumps on Marcy, but IG, they're not capable or ready to strike back at the same moment, so they kind of wait on the high ground. But the problem is, LBZS does not care that you're waiting on the high ground. They go there themselves. Pangolier follows up with Queen of Pain on the Dazzle. They eliminate the Dazzle first. Once Dazzle is dead, everyone else is much easier to take down.
Right.
Look at that, he just eats the cheese. I will eat the cheese.
Bring back the voice line. I will eat the cheese. All we want. It should have been in the battle pass, right? Honestly, I think that would be a good addition. Best voice lines from like the DPC bundles. Like a pack of 10. I think people would like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
High ground attempt from LBZS. Sinful Soul just standing his ground. Again, he's got that Aegis, this time for a long time. They don't exactly need to be scared of what's going to be thrown their way. They do have the second life
Dire's structures
to
are falling.
reset on. All right, they're going to go. They're going to try and make something happen. Sinful Soul, he's been disposed. He's also been hexed up. They've got the arena as well as the Wukongs. They'll get the kill there on the TZ. Echo Slam comes in and rocks at their feet. LG is going to get a kill on both Ali as well as FY. And these heroes are starting to fall again. Sinful Soul with the kill into JT as well as Fly. They're going to buy back on both those heroes to try and hold on. Meanwhile, they'll throw the Spirit Lance out there. They get the kill into LG. They'll take it to Pangolier. They've got two heroes dead on the side of LBZS. The LSA lands on a Sinful Soul. Sinful Soul taking a little bit of right-click damage from Emo, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. The Fissure hits on a 2 again. They've got the Totem with the Shard. It's going to lock them down even more. They bought back, and can they hold the high ground here for the side of IG? It's Sinful Soul just continuing to use the Doppelganger, going after JT, throwing out the right-clicks onto the Mars. The right-clicks coming in from Emo. It's going to be over at Illusions, but they've got the Fissure once again that lands on the JT. They'll take out the Mars. They've got the Dispose on a Sinful Soul, but another Doppelganger to stay alive. He goes over into the trees, but the rebound's going to be there from FY. They'll finally finish off the godlike spree that's there for Sinful Soul. He's got buyback, but it costs IG greatly to defend, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
Yeah, they bought back what? They bought back JT, they bought back Fly, FY bought back as well. Yeah, it cost them quite a bit. I think there was a little bit of disconnect there on the side of LBZS2 though, as Queen of Pain blinked out very, very early on and TP'd away. Meanwhile, at the same time, PL is just going in, right? He's just going in more and more. I don't blame him. Like, he is pretty much the ultimate boss, absolute Giga Chad of this game. So,
Oh, I'd salad again with that Echo. So gorgeous. PP does come back in though, and they get these kills.
but the way they're fighting, even like Salad and PL, they're hitting the front lines with the Fissure and everything, the massive damage that PL is bringing. Meanwhile, a Queen of Pain and Pango, they're jumping the back lines, right? Like they're eliminating Oli and Lina. So the Dazzle can't really do much.
Ooh, and just popped on this Earthshaker, and I believe he just
Queen
went
of
back to the
Pain.
Echo Slam. Queen of Pain in too far. They go to the Wukongs. They got the Rolling Thunder, but PB's gonna die. It's a 5-time spree going into the hands of IG once again, and all of a sudden, they're starting to claw their way back into the game. They didn't get the buybacks out from the PL or the Queen of Pain, so like that buyback advantage is still certainly there. But things are happening and potentially giving them momentum to get another kill on these heroes.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Emo's starting to output a lot of damage. Just a question of getting it onto the right heroes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Not illusions. So a 20k lead, but IG are playing aggressive. Like they're playing forward.
Oh, you didn't hear anything I was saying. Okay, cool. How long was I muted for?
I'm not sure. A while. I was talking and I was just.
Yeah. Yeah, Queen of Pain jumped in with Daeon Disc on cooldown for 10 seconds, so that was the problem. That's why he died.
Information. Oh, Boundless Strike. Oh, the Force Staff. They looked for the arena. They were trying to land a combo with the Boundless Strike, and now they're going to go in with a Fissure as well as maybe look for the Rolling Thunder. But if they go in, they're committing into the Wukongs. That's not something they want to do.
Yeah, you don't want to do it, especially because Queen of Pain was still dead for 5-10 more seconds. You wait her out and you fight afterwards. If you are LBZS, do you have a smoke? You don't. So you just kind of have to force a fight if you want to do it now.
Not sure whose force that was. It was either the Enchantresses or the Earthshakers, but I'm just going to go ahead and guess Salad. Just because of the way he's been playing.
Yeah, just to solidify that MVP.
That MVP,
for the game.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not on my predictions, but I might as well give it to him.
Precious bounty.
So they don't force the buybacks. I mean, they were a little bit forward. They knew what they wanted to do there to get the kill on a Sinful Soul. They just need to be able to pull it off. I don't know if it's happening for you, but my Phantom Lancer is stuck in a stun block
Yep.
animation.
Same here.
Same for Yobs.
He's just kind of gliding.
I'm so stunned.
It's the new Arcana for PL, you know. I mean, if Bloodseeker can glide across the map, so can PL.
Dire are scanning.
Where are the big
But wait, what about the
Spikes, right?
illusions? What about the illusions? Like, if we see it this way, like the illusions are actually running. I wonder if IG can see the illusions running the same way, or if everything is gliding. Because if only the main one is gliding.
Ooh, bash! One of the dazzle, they're gonna go in with the Rolling Thunder. You got the Shallow Grave off, but that's using it on himself to go to the arena, but that locks up Fly. This tends to happen with these Monkey
Kill is
Kings when they
dead.
get the kill on a Sinful Soul. They'll take out the Phantom Lancer. The Echo Slam again! It's gonna land here on a JT as well as Emo. They get the kill on a JT, but Emo's trying to stand his ground. They've got themselves the Shallow Grave out of the arena, but the damage isn't gonna be enough. LSA right clicks in. Oh, ultra kill from LG, and TZ takes the Rampage away. Full team wipe though. Even without Simple Soul, Salad again. A well-placed Echo Slam.
That's a nice buyback, Emo, but you're kind of alone. I don't think that you'll be able to defend this. It's time to call it. And he
Yeah,
does.
there's the GG.
I think that buyback was maybe a bluff. Like, I'm gonna buy back and perhaps they don't go in. Perhaps they go back, wait, rush or something. But, damn, very well done by LBs. Yes, all 4 of my predictions were incorrect.
Same.
Besides the runes. I got the runes right.
I did. Oh, no, I got the runes right as well. I chose IG, but I got it right. 1 for 4 on the prediction front. However, all of a sudden, IG, we just saw eHome go home, but IG are now 1 game away from going home as well. I mean, we could pull up this scoreboard really quickly. I mean, this is actually insane how well LBZS is playing. LG 11-2-20. Now, a couple of those kills came at the end there, but it doesn't matter. Even without them, great score line. Sinful Soul 10-3-10. Like, all these guys played really excellently. And nobody stands out for IG for me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel that JT was given a lot, and I think that he did itemize properly, but that's a problem. Like, this itemization even is kind of telling that there's something lacking in their draft. Like, you're going with a Mars, the Blink BKB into Hex, just because you need it. It's not because it's like the optimal build on you. It's you need it. You cannot initiate in a convincing way without it. Meanwhile, on the side of LBZS, Salad was just being a god.
Absolutely a stunning performance from him. And, just a little bit of a stun pun for you as we go into our short break, as we're going to look towards game 2 and if IG can survive the qualifier. And if LBZS can upset and get the victory over IG in 2 straight games, like, that would be super impressive. That would be them and Shenzhen back to back doing something kind of insane here in this qualifier, but we'll see if it happens. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in a second. Stay tuned.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back here to some more Chinese qualifier action for TI 11, TI 2022. A lot of numbers,
22,
a lot of
yeah.
names, and a lot of Dota yet to be played, and we'll see who makes it past this lower bracket round, who's getting eliminated. But right now, it is 1-0 in the favor of LBZS. I know Nomad somewhere, he's watching. He's got the only LBZS merch that's ever been printed ever because he printed it himself, and it's a beautiful shirt. I love it.
It's a good
I
one.
hope-
It's a good
I
one.
hope he's wearing it now.
Yeah, he's probably wearing it right now. He's in some esports bar in London, drinking Guinness and screaming.
It's 11:30 in the morning over there.
Doesn't matter. His favorite team is playing.
10 seconds remaining.
He's the only one at the esports bar.
Exactly. His favorite team is
5
there,
seconds
and he must
remaining.
be as well to support them. He's gonna send us some selfies most likely afterwards. The shirt is good. The Queen and Earthshaker were really good in that last game, so they snatched them up once again. But I like the small adjustment,
team
like
back.
getting the Ember. I feel that it's always nicer to see Emo on one of these flashy heroes that can get in, can get out. It can create a lot of space in that mid game, and then put Fly on a true win condition. It doesn't matter.
10
That's something like
seconds remaining.
we talked about at the beginning of that last game, right? Like you have Emo and Lina.
5
Yeah, he
seconds
can
remaining.
dominate. He can be this ultimate damage dealer, but it's not the same. Like he's just not creating as much of a chaos as he usually likes to.
Right. And it just, I wonder if even with this little bit of a switch, if Emo's going to even still feel comfortable. Like it just feels like the matchup so far.
Invictus Gaming's turn to
It,
ban.
it feels like both Emo and Fly have been consistently losing their lanes, which is like unheard of if you were here a year ago.
Yeah, especially like for Emo, I think Fly
10
it
seconds
it
remaining.
happens. Like the last game, what he did, he dove under the tier 1. I've seen
5
that,
seconds
right? I've
remaining.
seen the story before, and it usually doesn't have a happy ending for Fly. But Emo is the
No.
one that does really well, and then after the lane, he just continues dominating. He's the one that you don't really expect to be struggling. But it kind of came down to the full draft and the way the game went that last match. I wouldn't blame it on Fly or Emo. I just think that the draft from LPZS was much easier to execute, and they executed it really well.
Yeah, I mean,
How
it
many
could be a
cats do they
mixture of
have?
Both. Yeah, I was just looking at the background of the cats behind JT. We've got at
think-
least
I think I see 3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of cats. Are they in the same
Entire team ban.
room, all of them? I can't tell. I can see.
I think
I'm
they
so
are.
distracted by this cat fight that's happening.
I think they're in the same room. I'm not
Team
sure.
pick. Invictus
I think they are. Yeah,
Gaming's
they are.
turn
They
to
are.
What's it? Wait, that's 2 cats fighting, right? It's not just one. It's kind of small behind us. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
It's
thank
important.
you. Thank you,
Cats
observer.
are important.
I appreciate the
10
switch.
seconds
I was gonna
remaining.
start casting the cat fight.
5 seconds remaining.
What if during the draft we had like a mini game in which,
Invictus Gaming's turn to
Like-
pick.
To warm up casting.
yeah,
Kind of like how singers are just going like la 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 fee, 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 fee.
do, re,
And all
mi,
that
fa,
stuff.
sol, la, ti, do. Yeah, like that.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. I mean, it could be pretty interesting. I wouldn't mind it. Like that Meepo game. Remember when we had mini games at pauses?
Yeah, exactly.
5
Those
By the way,
seconds remaining.
why are you trying to? Oh,
Oh.
there we go.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Observer. Skywrath Mage and Dawnbreaker with the Ember Marcy. So Marcy, is that a 5? Skywrath? Okay.
I don't know. I'm just watching the cats.
10 seconds
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to
To do something.
go
Do
again.
something, cat.
Yeah.
Poke
entertain
the cat.
us.
Poke the cat. Yeah, we have Skywrath versus Wyvern, right? Like you get some damage into that cold embrace. You can deal with it. Dawnbreaker as well, pretty strong laner. We've seen how much she did in that last game, not game, last series. A little bit of a switch up from IG. Like they have this draft that's very easy to play early on. And there we go. Fight.
Oh, he's got
Okay,
full
okay.
guard. Oh, he's into the guard.
He's got the guard.
if
JT
he
is
just-
also very interested. Yeah.
If he just puts his arms together, he can get the Vom Flu. Ah, he gave up position. Goes for it
He bit his
again.
ass.
Anaconda choke? No. Let's go with it.
JT, come on, man. Don't hide them. Nice. That's it.
Oh, back mount?
Look.
Thinking about it.
The tail bite. JT's like,
Looking for an
no."
opening.
Invictus Gaming's turn.
Circling around the black cat, waiting for the right opportunity. Oh, he
Oh,
bounced.
he pounced. Went for it.
We got a new
Might even have a
camera.
hold there. See if you get better position. It looks
that
like
an arm bar?
they're gonna stand up.
10 seconds
He was
remaining.
looking for it. Definitely looking for the arm bar on that positioning.
5 seconds
Tried for
remaining.
multiple submissions. We've just seen this cat, just this cat that's got a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Is it the black cat that has the black belt?
I don't know. I think they both do.
Oh, look at that. It's
Stop.
about to pounce. Oh,
Or maybe
never
just
mind.
done. It might be over. 29-28, 29-28, and 29-28. Your winner by unanimous decision, the Gold Cat.
Dire team
The black
I don't
cat
know their
escaped, man. He ran away. He's under the
Invictus
table. This isn't
Gaming's
really.
turn to
He's
bat.
scared. He's scared.
Yeah. What do you
So-
think about the Primal Beast? It's finally picked up, not ignored.
I'm wondering if LBZS are gonna do that thing that they do, where they like playing the safe lane Queen of Pain, but that was more Kagome era LBZS and not Sinful Soul era LBZS.
Yeah, I think
So I'm
it-
thinking
5
it's
seconds
offlane.
remaining.
Mhm. Because that really needs a specific player. Like not everyone does that, right? Like it's a Kagome era, definitely. And they have this Shaker co-op. Like they can even put this on offlane if they wanted to. It's very versatile, but I still think it's 99.9% mid lane Queen of Pain with the Ember. Ember is surprisingly like pretty decent against her, right? Like with the sleight of fist and there's a white cat. This is
New
dude,
challenger.
that's a chonky cat.
That is a chongus.
That's a lion. This is out of the weight class. Like this is some super heavyweight right here. That's a chonker, man.
This isn't even like balanced weight classes anymore.
This cat just showed up, and the black and golden ones are like, yeah, I'm out, man. It's just
5
Oh, man.
seconds remaining. Dire team
look at that chonk.
Seriously. Ooh, Spectre. We haven't seen consistent Spectre picks since like when Ame used to play it during that like last year. Not this like recent season, I feel like. We saw some of it, but it felt like it was in China all the time.
10 seconds remaining.
The year prior.
Yeah, it's always good versus these heroes such as Shaker, Wyvern, right? Like you get on top of them easily. You break their blink with Haunt as well. Like you give a lot of vision for your Ember to follow up on the Wyvern. Like, yeah, I can definitely see the reasoning behind the Spectre. Are you baiting a PL? Like you have an Ember, right? So there are some things that you have against the PL, but still PL into Spectre sounds decent. You could go for a Troll perhaps as well, which is another option. I like Troll, I like PL. Something with the break as well would be decent. What are your ideas?
No.
Anything that stands out for
My
for
my
the
one
Sunny
idea
boys?
was banned Phantom Assassin, but even then, I don't know if I would have liked the Phantom Assassin in this matchup. You just think there's like a lot of lockdown for IG.
They go with the Troll.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Troll or PL. They went with the Troll in the end. It's a decent pickup. It gives you some control versus Emo as well if you can get on top of him. Like carry to carry matchup, you're good against the Spectre, so that makes sense. I do like the Spectre overall, though. I feel that we might finally get to a game 3 B-Cop. Finally. I'm not sure.
We might see one.
We might, though. Yeah, it's possible.
I'm a little worried. The lockdown isn't exactly amazing from IG. Like Starbreaker, sure. Searing Chains potentially. Dispose is the slow rebound with the stun now. Like, is that enough? Is that going to be enough to stop LG from just charging in? Like, we've seen the damage that Primal Beast can do. They've also got Fissure. They have Winter's Curse. They have the rooting mechanic from the Troll. Like, can you break through that control? Do they have enough on the side of IG, you think?
I think they do. I don't think that they're afraid even this time around. I think they're the ones that should be also making a lot of these early game moves. Like all their heroes are very, very strong early on. Like you have the Dawn, you have the Sky, you have the Ember. You want to prove a point here, perhaps even if you're IG.
Yeah, I think they have to win. They have to make a statement here. They have to try and survive, and so we'll see if they can do that. It's tough. Like I really think LBZS, that might have been the best Dota we've seen them play. Obviously, they brought in 2 players new to the qualifier, but it's certainly been some of the best Dota we've seen LBZS play in a while.
I'm doing my predictions, B-Cop. Please continue talking.
Yeah, I could do that for you. Couple of wards placed down, 5 smokes, or 5 smoked on both sides.
Total number of player deaths by minute 25. Isn't total number of deaths same as total number of kills? Why do they
word it in such a way? I'm going to do
Yeah.
36 plus. I think this game's going to go buck wild.
Okay, I'll go 36 plus as well. You're baiting me into it. Player with the least
Highest
amount
amount
of
of physical damage a hero will do in one hit.
I don't know. I went 500 to 750.
Will tower be denied? No. A player with the least deaths? I'm going to say Sinful Soul.
I'll go with Fly. I'll do a switcheroo.
I don't know if Fly. He's gonna have at least 2 deaths in the laning phase.
In the laning stage, he's gonna have like 3, and then we'll go off of that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm already counting. I already took those in the equation. It's okay. It's okay.
Fissure block on the creeps, kind of. Half fissure block, half body block. Goes. I really do think that this like combo down bottom has potential to be kind of gross. The Primal Beast Shaker combo.
How come? Why? What do you see there?
Fissure blocked into trample.
Top lane, Sinful Soul.
Yeah, on the run. Getting a little bit low, but he's passed over a tango. Try and survive.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree with the Fissure and Primal Beast being that strong. I'm not sure. Like, I just haven't seen the same lane way too many times, perhaps.
Like, I think he could abuse Ollie if he's not too careful.
Definitely, yeah. If you can catch the Skyrat, yeah, but that's the only hero that you can catch. The Spectre will just dagger overboard. Easy. Really low as well.
Also, this Marcy Dawnbreaker lane, that, like, I kind of think about the combos there, too, right? Like, dispose into the Starbreaker with a rebound.
Well, top lane is definitely more volatile, in my opinion. Oli actually does get
Unable to get
Fissure,
that kill.
but yeah, he just DPs out.
Ooh,
Top lane
Simple
troll.
Soul's kind of left by himself for a moment, and they're going to get first blood.
Yep.
And TZ backed away from the lane, opening up a moment where they could do that combo, that rebound Starbreaker combo.
By the way, do you know that in these predictions, you can...
Ooh, again.
Again, they're
TZ,
going, yeah.
fine with Cold Embrace, avoids the Starbreaker. He should survive it. What were you saying
Good.
about the prediction?
Yeah, do you know that you can abstain? Like, you can choose not to vote? Because there was a vote last game in which it was something like which player will reach 300 last hits first or something like that, and no
It
one
was a
reached it.
triple kill.
Yeah,
Nobody
triple
did it.
kill, exactly, and no one did it, and I didn't get the points. It was like none.
Yeah.
They should specify that no answer is an answer as well.
Yeah, I
You know?
didn't. Oh, I guess it is no answer is an answer. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because at least they should give the points like to the closest. If you were correct, the closest one to 300 or something.
Yeah, whoever had a double kill.
Mid lane
AT
shake.
Starbreaker. Yeah,
Maybe kill
a
it.
Sinful Soul again. They'll have a Cold Embrace, but can they turn it? Arctic Burn, and then looking for the rebound. TZ taking some damage, and Sinful Soul starting to right-click FY, but they just don't have enough here, and Sinful Soul might just die again. They've got the dispose once more, and they finish him off. So they get the kill there while Ali dies to LG on this Primal Beast.
There you go. You were correct about the bottom lane. They do manage to
Dire's courier has been
kill off the
killed.
Sky Rat. Really nice kill, but I think it's more important that Sinful Soul is dying. By the way, who did you go with when it comes to the least amount of deaths again? What was your prediction?
It definitely wasn't the guy with 2 deaths, I'll tell you that much.
Are you sure? Because I can vaguely remember that you said Sinful Soul, but I might
There's
be
no
wrong.
clip. No, nobody clipped it.
Okay, okay. All right. By the way, we talked about the Omni Knight and Sticky Napalm Heavenly's Grace interaction.
Mhm.
It doesn't work. Like, it only counts as one.
Living
Sticky
cool.
Napalm stacks, they only count as one, and that's been tested by Jorge Escribens from Twitter. He messaged me. Thank you.
We appreciate your cooperation?
Yeah, yeah. Help,
Something like that. Yeah, the help.
assistance.
Yes. There's the word. So, even though despite dying twice, Sinful Soul has 26. Like, he's still sitting at the top there. Who trample again and fissure, but they've got the Spectral Dagger.
Yeah, it's just not a kill on
Dire's middle
Spectre,
tower
right?
is under
Like,
attack.
it's so
Only on
simple.
Ollie.
Exactly.
Guess that, that's the only one you can kind of go for with that. Starbreaker threw onto the troll once more. Splinter Blast comes out. Sinful Soul maybe thinking about fighting on this. Fissure lands onto 2. And TZ, maybe they give him over the Phantom's Embrace. They get the stun there with the rebound and then the dispose right on top of him for good measure.
Marcy's such a boss hero. I'm thinking about bottom lane now, because top lane is happening. What's gonna happen with Primal Beast? He's alone. Well,
Fissure, Totem, and JT, alive with a sliver of health. TZ just doesn't have the range to get the kill, and a TP attempt, and he's out. Wow. I also got Ollie on the bottom lane while all that's going on.
poor Ollie and Spectre, they were all alone against the Primal Beast. And he went in and killed the Sky Rat. Well, they tried to go on him, he just turned. Poor him, 1 versus 2.
Level 5. What did he? What's 032? I It's different from the mid build I'm so used to seeing.
Yeah, I guess on the mid you get onslaught as well to secure the runes a little bit easier, right? So
And it feels
there's
like with
that.
Onslaught and Trample level 4, you can just clean up creep wave after creep wave. But also, we've talked about how this hero is very mana dependent.
Really nice lanes from LBZS, like all
Rebound.
things considered.
And Dispose top. They're going to try and go for Sinful Soul.
The pain.
Not the Cold Embrace, which means Sinful Soul has an opportunity to get that ulti off and look over for the Dawnbreaker. Get the kill on a JT. PP came up towards top to help out and does get the kill.
Are they winning just all 3 lanes? They are, aren't they? Like mid lane has went well for Quap, bottom lane for Primal Beast, top lane for Troll.
Their cores are all top of net worth. Trample again, and gosh, Firefly having to deal with so much damage coming out from LG.
Yeah, and it's not like he has a ring or anything. He's not going for any Vanguard kind of a build. He needs to get away from here, but he's sticking around.
That could be a problem. Spectral Dagger's not on cooldown, though.
He's just waiting for level 6. Now that he has Haunt, he might even go top. There we go.
That's exactly what he's going to do. They're going to go for Sinful Soul once again. They've got 3 heroes here. Sinful Soul backing up towards the tower, and he's surviving, but eventually the rebound is in. They'll get the kill on Sinful Soul. It's not going to be worth it if they end up losing Firefly. Oh, LG! He comes in, and he will pulverize the side of IG. Might even get another one here with JT on the run. There's the trample, and he will trample all over their corpses as it's a triple kill for the Primal Beast of LG.
Yep, that's why this hero is picked all the time. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Ember at least does get the kill on Shaker, so at least something that they get.
Is this the easy MMR hero right now? Should I be using my double downs? Playing Primal Beast?
It feels that way.
How do you stop this? He's got so much farm now.
4.5k,
is net worth?
yeah. He has 1,000 more than his mid laner. What's he sending over? I believe just a Soul Ring. Actually, a Soul Ring and a full hood completed, so...
Wow.
The magic damage will be non-existent.
And needs that Soul Ring to kind of just not be so mana dependent.
We saw it yesterday, right? Like we saw some mid lane Primal Beasts played with the bottle and Magic Wand, and it feels like he just uses 2 spells and he's out of mana.
And then it's like the BKB Kaya on after that, usually.
We'll see what he decides to go for here. I'm not a big fan of Aghanim's. Like, maybe that's just me, but so far I haven't seen it really accomplish a lot. In this game, you're playing versus a Spectre, so that axe might be good, because it's a break, right? Lane?
Yeah, Emo in trouble. Trample, pulverize. These heroes getting hit again. They get the kill onto Emo. They're going to look over at FY. The burns from the Celestial Hammer just slow him down enough.
You're in this point in which, yeah, you can perhaps make a play, but your supports are so under-leveled on IG's side. You need the Skyrim.
Supports like... Sorry, I cut you off. I'll let you finish, sorry, before
I refuse to finish. You go now.
All right, I was just going to say that FY's played Marcy, I believe, all 4 games, and it just has not worked out for him. I don't know why they don't put him on something else at this point. You were saying something about Skywrath Mage that I cut you off on.
I agree. When it comes to Marcy, he's playing it, but the hero is strong. It's like a really good first phase hero, right? So that's why they're putting FY on it. At the same time, Skywrath with level 6 gives them the ability to kill heroes. Mid lane, Wyvern.
Curse. And they drop down the Mystic Flare. I mean, that doesn't land on anybody. They've got the Dawnbreaker ult coming through. They're going to use that Haunt. They should be able to get the kill to TZ. Daunting back and forth. LG doing a lot of damage. Looking over at the Marcy. They get the kill there on the Firefly. They'll take out the Spectre. FY just gets away. It's another 2-for-1. LBZS up 3,000 net worth.
don't think you can catch Marcy here, right? Like,
Oh,
Maybe.
you say that, but you are gonna be wrong. Onslaught, very balanced ability.
he had Tumbler's toy as well to play with. Then
He's
just
Boots
trample.
Tumbler's toy, Onslaught. Like,
Yeah.
that is...
I
Oh
actually,
my
I really
God.
thought FY was fine there. I thought he'd get away. That whole fight didn't really start that well for LBZS. The way they Shaker.
Oh, Salad going down.
Baby Ember too.
Oh, yeah, he's going to try to survive, but on the run once again, throws out a remnant. What is this at that point?
I
8
feel like
0 and 2. He's part of 10 of the 11 kills on LG.
I feel like at this point, Emo doesn't even know what's happening. He
I don't even
goes
know if
for
LG knows what's happening.
He goes for some simple kill and then he just gets destroyed, mauled by this beast. He almost has a BKB completed 12 minutes in. Puts Soaring Phase Boots, Ogre Axe, and 1500 gold.
Dire's top tower
Cool stuff.
is under attack.
This is absurd.
They smoke up. There's a chance that they even kill the Spectre here, right? Like, she doesn't have ulti.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Smoke broken. Fissure,
This might be a
onslaught.
bit too deep, yeah.
I think it would have been fine if he didn't push him over the
Dire's top
fissure.
tower is under
But
attack.
then again, it's also the Spectre who has the Spectral Dagger to just get away from that combo.
Yeah, and it's like a tier 2, it's just very dangerous play. But they might go for Dawnbreaker instead. This seems easier.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, very easy. And Celestial Hammer doesn't get up onto the high ground, tramples him down. Godlike for LG. And they can just go for this tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a smoke. They're wrapping from behind with Ember, Sky, and Marcy.
Radiant's middle tower
Maybe
is
they
falling.
catch a Queen of Pain that blinks on high ground or something like that, but looks like Shaker might be the one.
Yeah, Shaker's the one. He drops down an Echo Slam. Doesn't really do anything. Onslaught's there. Searing Chains. They're going to at least get FY. Maybe an unnecessary Sonic Wave. The kill's a kill's a kill. And Ollie able to TP out.
I ask you one thing. Why is Polarize on a 30-second cooldown level 1?
Well, let me send a text. I totally know the guy who made that decision.
Like 30 seconds cool. Yeah, it can be interrupted, right? Like you can even force the target and whatnot. Like there are ways of dealing with it, but 30 seconds still feels kind of too low for a stun that lasts forever.
It's kind of gross, isn't it?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's almost got BKB, so good luck.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about the Primal Beast enough. What about the rest of his teammates? The Troll, what does he have? Maelstrom going into a BKB2, Queen of Pain, almost a BKB, like 600-700 gold away. So they're really itemizing into this mid game. Like they want to keep tempo up. They want to continue fighting, and I can't blame them. They're destroying IG at the moment.
Yeah, the BKB timings are going to be massive here. They're all going to get them within like a minute or two of each other. I wonder if he goes Ags after this BKB. Oh, because we talked about Kaya Sanj, like that's very important for mana consumption, but he does have a Soul Ring, so maybe he doesn't go Kaya Sanj.
We'll see. I have no idea what they'll go for. I actually wouldn't even mind the Aghanim spot.
Onslaught, BKB with the trample, pulverize, and he slights, but they've got the Winter's Curse and they'll get the kill on Emo.
Wasn't he fine if he used the Remnant during the Sleight of Fist or something like that? I feel like he could have gotten away there. And how come Emo is so deep without a Remnant? He cast
Yeah,
it.
that's not greedy, but it's certainly foolish to not have an escape.
I think he just didn't expect the amount of lockdown that these two are bringing. Shaker, by the way, bought a shard. He didn't even go. And I love this. Like, he went first shard. He's not even buying blink.
They're gonna haunt. They're gonna try and fight Mystic Flare onto the Primal Beast, and they will get the kill on the LG. That's a godlike spree going to FY. Maybe not the best hero to pick up that gold, but well, now the turn is on to Emo. They get the kill there. They've got the lockdown onto the Spectre. Salad falls. 2 heroes dead on the side of LBZS, but they get the kill on a JT. They'll take out the Dawnbreaker. Sinful Soul finally falls, and it's a big fight for IG. They'll rebound and stun up Teasy. FY needs to be careful about his health, but not too careful because Ali gets the kill on a Teasy, and 4 heroes die on the side of LBZS.
Kind of pain in that fight. She wasn't, right? Like, PP wasn't
I don't
around.
think so.
Yeah. So that's mainly the reason why it went so heavily in IG's favor. Like, they literally didn't... LBZS didn't have their mid laner there.
They did also lose LG very quickly.
Yeah. He was the first one that got gone on. Ember died to the roots of Troll, but overall Troll will have a BKB now very soon. 500 gold away, I believe. Queen of Pain might have completed that, right? Yeah, she has the BKB. So if you're LBZS, I think this is time to force rush even.
Spectre just hit top of the net worth with that. Crazy considering the game that Primal Beast is having.
Sure.
Primal Beast going in. Fissure, Spectral Dagger trying to get over and out. And will do so. Ancient Seal from Ali.
Why didn't he go for the ulti? He could BKB and pulverize, and then Queen of Pain is close enough. I think there was some miscommunication about the Shaker Shard. I feel that they wanted to maximize the stun duration by Enchant Totem, but then they just didn't communicate it. Yeah, they just didn't communicate it properly.
We've got that BKB on Troll. And they are kind of setting up near the Roche Pit. They'll find the Fissure, Sonic Wave, and a Pulverized. Like, we have seen some teams botch some combos, but that looked like the communication this time was all there.
It was perfect. Do you like the Shard on Shaker first? Because I am loving it. Like I said this before, the Shaker Shard here instead of the Blink Dagger makes so much sense. Because all you're doing is you're catching Ember from the fog, and then you have Onslaught to follow up with.
Yeah. His game plan isn't the Blink or Shaker right now. He doesn't need to be that guy.
Exactly, and even when he gets the Blink, it's going to be hard to use it, you're playing versus the Spectres. So makes sense to go the Shard first. Instead.
I definitely agree with that, and he's done such a good job. And they are going to go Ags on Primal Beast, so he's going to have that Uproar upgrade.
My only worry is if this Aghanims kinda fails, right? Like it's something that I see like a Visage Ags. You get it and don't continue winning fights, you kind of fall off hard.
It seems like Uproar does a lot. Like the upgrade.
Break is great, right?
Yeah.
If nothing else.
I'm more worried about that tower getting denied. Onslaught in, Ollie dies, LG with another kill, and that's right by the Roche Pit. That being said, like, they were roaming the map, getting all these kills, but their net worth lead is going down.
That's usually the case, right? Like, when you're roaming constantly, when you're moving S5, your net worth will suffer because it's like, Dota has been like that for a really long time now. Farming beats roaming 99% of the time. Like, even if you use your carry to go and get a kill, it's still not worth it. Like, it's still more worth it to farm one extra set of ancient granite golems, let's say, and this hard camp right in the triangle. So every time you're making moves like these, like, you might be getting kills on a Skyrat, on a Marcy, but it doesn't mean that these kills are actually like helping you in the long run.
It almost feels like they're investing in IG's future, right? Like, you're putting kill streaks on your heroes, even though you're not gaining a net worth lead.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, money in the bank for IG when they do get the kills on these. And you're dead. And giving up way more gold. Gotta be careful. I like when Earthshakers do this. They because you're in the proper spot for a Roche fight like that. Like that Fissure was going out towards the steps, and having that shard allows him to have that longer range of execution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still sitting top of the net worth though. We'll see if IG can overcome that. If Fly can stand to do so.
Well, he's getting close, right? Like one more fight in which he does well, and Fly is on top. He does a ton. Like when you look at the Spectre with the Manta with Blade Mail, this hero is already a beast. Like you get on top of any one of these supports on LBZS, and they're gone.
Mm-hmm. Like, they're backing around the tower. Wonder if they're gonna smoke, especially with this Blink Dagger being purchased by Salad.
I think it's
Gives
time
them
to
the
deny.
opportunity to.
Yeah, I think it's time to deny that tower, B-Cop.
Do you have yes?
Yes. You have no?
Not time to deny that tower. I think that tower should go down naturally.
No. Deny the tower. Don't let them have the gold.
Turn for PP.
They might smoke. There's a blink right on the shaker, but they don't have any smokes, as I'm aware.
I will say they are farming the map now, and the net worth is increasing. Like LBZS seem to have more control and a faster farming speed on the map. So the not roaming and going for kills is actually working out in a way where they are gaining on the net worth.
The moment they start doing that, right? Like they were roaming for a bit too long. I think one of the reasons why that's happening is the mobility on side of LBZS is a bit better. It's kind of similar, but perhaps slightly bit better. You have Onslaught, you have Blink on Shaker, Queen of Pain with Blink. You just go across the map a bit faster.
Up for Ollie. He's just going straight BK for phase boots on Marcy.
I think that's very common on the position for Marcy. Like you can, there are some players that still go for the Blink Aetherlance, something like that. But I feel that most are transforming into this phase boots BKB build.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They know rush is happening.
They just aren't there. Do they haunt for this? Try to swipe it?
They're waiting for Ember to come close to scout it, but Ember just wasn't there on time. He does have a BKB, so you have a BKB on Ember, you have a BKB on Dawnbreaker.
Never refuse gold given.
Just want to let you know the Radiant got that tower naturally. We're doing Roche.
Very unfortunate. Top
For
lane.
you. Top lane, and that's a kill onto the Queen of Pain. Catching out PP. Fly gets the damage out. And not what you're wanting from LBZS when you're going into having this Aegis on your troll.
And that was the damage that Marcy brings. Like with the Unleash, you had the Marcy, you had Skyrat with the Mystic Flare, like these two supports. If you don't pop the BKB instantly, you can just die in the control. It's a ton of damage.
Oh, wow, this tower is going to melt.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Whose late game potential do you like better?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think I have faith in like Salad kind of getting it done, but Spectre always has like that weird Dota Plus percentage mechanic. Like for some reason, Dota Plus really loves Spectre. So even when Spectres are behind like 5, 6, 7,000 gold, they'll have like Spectre in the lead.
Speaking of her, oh, he's on high ground,
Spectre,
but he goes back down.
Oh, there's the Pulverize. Do they have the damage to follow this up? He's trying to get over the Fissure, but unable to do so. LG gets credit for the kill.
You just jinxed him so hard. Yeah. Top lane swap.
My bad. TP just watching the TP. throwing right clicks, but also
Radiant's middle
just
tower
watching.
is under attack.
I have a feeling no towers will be denied.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think your call was better. Mid lane.
BKB top tier by JT going into the Starbreaker. They'll drop down the Mystic Flare. They'll go after the Primal Beast. They've got the Sonic Wave being thrown out. The upgraded Uproar, and Simple Soul just gets the ult off. He does have that Aegis. They'll look over at the Winter Wyvern to get the kill over on a TZ. But Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker, PP, he'll fall. Echo Slam comes down on the 2, but it's not going to be enough damage for the onslaught follow-up with the Pulverize. They will
Spectre's
get
back up.
themselves 2 kills. Spectre's back up. Fly goes in with the Spectral Dagger behind enemy lines. They'll get the kill on JT and take out a third.
Look at LG.
Spectre wants something and finally gets a bite of LG. Simple Soul will TP out, and both will be free to go.
That fight, for me, it looked way worse for LBZS the way it started. I thought that they wouldn't be able to actually take targets down, especially PP. Like, he blinks in so deep. Yeah, you have a BKB, but the moment they pop that unleash, you're a Queen of Pain. Like, you're so squishy. They killed him within seconds, but still, the amount of control that Primal Beast and Shaker are bringing to LBZS, it's basically the reason why they're still taking these fights and winning them.
BKB in this replay, like, oh, and on the unleashed damage, just crazy on the PP. Echo Slam didn't actually do that much damage. It did a decent amount, but it wasn't like this crazy Echo Slam.
Yeah, I think it's more about the control, right?
Yeah.
More than anything else.
Gave
Also,
a chance for
I'm not sure, but I do think that they overlapped Winter's Curse and Sonic Wave. Not 100% certain, but I think they did that. Like, Sonic Wave was used at the same time as Winter's Curse, so no damage was dealt by that.
Do you think that fight is showing IG's coming back, or LBZS taking a bigger lead?
Dire's bottom tower is under
No,
attack.
that fight definitely made me more confident about LBZS. Bottom lane, Marcy.
Okay.
Nice
Fight the
little
movement there.
rebound.
So just this 4K lead. But Troll, top of the net worth by a decent chunk, also going for a Satanic, which will certainly help, as we saw Simple Soul in the previous engagement, really low before popping that ult.
They're moving down bottom. Like, look at the Radiant Vision. This is a really good spot to smoke in. It's even better spot to fight in, but fight will not be given to them here. Trying to bait on Marcy.
They might pass each other.
Blink in.
Blink onto the high ground. They're going to go to the Haunt, but they've got the Fissure hitting on a JT. They'll go to the Uproar. They get the kill on the TZ. They're going to jaunt over to the Haunt with the BKB being popped by LG, looking for the onslaught moving forward. And they're kind of away from everybody, but Saladin with the Echo Slam. It's into the Blade Mail, so he does a lot more damage to himself than anything else. They get the kill on the South. They'll take it a second. They look over at PP. PP's low. Just a sliver of health remaining, but ends up dying anyway. Wi-Fi falls. Mystic Flare down without the Spectres. The damage still there. Simple Soul trying to do it again. Uproar once
Damn.
more. Starbreaker on a 2, and the full team wipe for IG gets him right back into the game.
That was such an insane wipe. The fact, like, they baited with Marcy, right? The moment they saw one hero in the river, they knew that everyone else was in the triangle. They had no vision there. Dawnbreaker just blinks in, Haunt follow-up, easy pick-off on the Wyvern. They basically forced Shaker as well to use the Shadow Amulet on himself. He was hidden in the trees in Shadow Amulet for as long as possible to get the Spectre off of him. But for me, the biggest issue that LBZS have got at the moment is the Queen of Pain. Like, she's dying way too easily. It doesn't feel like the Queen of Pain is an issue for IG at all.
Yeah, PP's positioning has been really precarious. He's teetering on the edge of being able to do something or nothing.
Exactly. Like, imagine if at least the Queen of Pain is dealing with the supports, like a Skyrat, or at least, right? But so far, Like, the only thing that he does is he blinks in with the BKB and gets just destroyed. There's an Aghanims completed on Ember, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned it.
See if Obi's
lane,
guest can now
fissure.
bring it back. They've got a fissure, but no follow-up just yet. And now an Ag's picked up by the Spectre. We're
That's
really going to
huge.
make Earthshaker's life really difficult.
Just makes the initiating way simpler, right? Like, you don't have to worry about using your ulti every single time. You just use that nice little shadow step.
Beast go for a blink dagger. What's he going for? He is going for the shard.
So, tell me now again. Mid lane, Dawnbreaker.
There's the Haunt coming through from Fly up onto the high ground. He's rooted. He'll heal himself up, or at least try to. Remnant onslaught lands. Echo Slam the control. It's on to Emo. They get the kill. Fly takes out Teasy, but
Meanwhile,
that's
Sinful
not
Soul?
what they wanted. And they will get Sinful Soul. FY gets credit for the kill. PP takes out Ollie, but now without a BKB, he is in trouble of just being rocked by this Starbreaker. And that's exactly what happens. Trample right on top of the Marcy, but is able to rebound away. And JT still wants more. He can blink forward, get a Starbreaker, maybe get another kill. These fights not exactly going one way or the other, but it did favor IG a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like Troll popped his ulti and BKB a little bit too early in that fight. He just pops it, goes on Spectre Illusion, kills the illusion, but then gets completely out of position because of it. Much better movements from Queen of Pain in that fight, however. Like, not only does she finish off the Ember, helps finishing off the Skyrat as well.
They have the ability to control that they need, but it almost feels like LBZS's control and everything that goes with it is enough to get one kill. Obviously, they get two there. The way they're using their control, like Troll is going after somebody else while they've got the Pulverize, the Echo Slam, and all that eventually
Primal
makes it
Beast.
so they get the kill. And he already used that onslaught, but the two-man fissure. They're doing a lot of damage, and the breaks are coming through. They need to be careful. The Winter's Curse is only on the one. Maybe not the way you want to use it, but the rest of the team is showing up, making this a little bit difficult for them to escape. They get the kill in the Salad. Themselves one, and Roche back up in 10 will mean there's no Earthshaker for 35 while Roche is available. You can see IG immediately go in that direction.
Yeah, IG is just running circles around them. Ember way too mobile. Same goes with the Spectre and Dawnbreaker with the blinks and shadow steps and whatnot. BKB forced.
LG? Not even gonna move after that. Unsought Haunt coming through, focusing the attention onto TZ. That'll take the Winter Wyvern out of the equation with the BKB being popped by JT. LG doesn't have a BKB. They get the Starbreaker through on a Sinful Soul. PP caught out in no man's land once again. Mystic Flare on a Sinful Soul with the BKB being popped. They'll go to the onslaught, but the BKB's been popped by FY. The right click's coming in as well as the ulti used by the Troll. Troll trying to get at least a kill here, and they'll eventually find FY.
Shaker is
So
there.
for
Like,
now, they got one.
Yeah, he's in Shadowblade. He has the Echo. I believe they did see him because of these sentries, though. They can't. It looks like. Yeah, it looks like they can't do it. It looks like they will go back instead. How do you truly feel about Aghanims? Do you really still like it? Like, after seeing it in this game?
Primal Beast.
Yeah.
I think the break's pretty good. The damage is all right. Like, you can see the damage that it does. It just needs to be able to going refresher. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. Like, the break definitely helps. It's just maybe I don't understand the way the spells should be used. But in these fights, I see the breaks, but I don't necessarily see the amount of damage that it dishes out.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't get in and out of Roche, I don't think. At least on the side of OEZS. They need to win a fight, if anything, but or both teams do before they're able to grab themselves this Aegis.
Wait, so it releases 3 waves of two projectiles, which split into 2 afterwards, right?
Ooh, JT.
On.
Starbreaker, and OG's gonna go to that BKB and use the onslaught to get the kill on a TZ. They also got Salad very early. He's gonna buy back into the fight and try and get into this one as they'll use that haunt. They'll go to the ult from Sinful Soul. The Mystic Flare are gonna be on PP. They'll use the Sonic Wave, but this is all for the Marcy. Marcy being controlled thanks to the Fissure as well as the Totem with the Shard that is picked up by the Earthshaker earlier. But PP falls, LG falls, Echo Slam is there, still not doing enough damage yet, but Sinful Soul trying to keep up. Ultra kill from Emo, and it's a full team wipe once again for IG, and it looks like they're gonna survive this game number 2.
It definitely looks like we're heading straight into game 3. It's like Spectre pops Haunt, and that's it. Your Shaker is dead, your Wyvern is dead. And if they're not dead, they're TPing or running away from the fight. It's so difficult to play the game. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain, I have to say, like in that last match, PP was on point, dominating. This time around, they're just not letting him do anything. Like you were questioning FY and his Marcy, but he's the one that usually forces that death on Queen of Pain. Either by rebounding on top of her, disposing her, bashing her, unleashing on top of her.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
BKB definitely has given opportunity to stick with these fights and output a bit of damage. Tier 3 not down just yet. They have an Aegis in the hands of the Spectre.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They even come back here, like, I'm surprised. Sinful Soul, he's just fallen off a cliff in what he's able to accomplish. But this seems to happen too with like Dawnbreakers in the game, where they just get the magic community on the Starbreaker. The Starbreaker does too much and they can't keep up.
Thank you.
Let's see.
There's an Abyssal, nothing to see. Abyssal Inspector, AC on the Dawn, everything is pretty much coming together. Shiva's can be completed by Ember any second now. I don't see a single item that changes things massively that's coming out for BZS.
Maybe the Basher, but
Yeah, it helps a bit, that's true.
I will say that we have not really felt a massive
Dire's
Winter's
bottom
Curse.
tower is under attack.
It's hard. Like, how do you have a massive Winter's Curse in a game such as this one, right? Like, maybe in some other games, but look at this one. You're being jumped on by Ember with Aghanims, by Spectre's Haunt or Shadow Step.
Dire's bottom tower.
You're always in vision.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Say maybe this way. Ooh, fly wise.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
Not
bottom
backing
tower
into
is under
this
attack.
side of LBZS. Close too. It was like 18-9 for a while. It's surprising that it is kind of calmed down.
Both of these teams just satisfied with a little bit of the downtime. Shadow Step down bottom, Haunt afterwards. He's going in. He has Abyssal, remember.
Yeah, I
He
don't
might be
think
dead.
PP gets out of this one. But as I say that, FY, make sure that I'm correct.
Why to the rescue. The same one that you flamed, by the way, for the...
I didn't flame, I just said stats.
Of course. Yeah, of course, of course.
Saying stats is not flaming.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sorry. What was
Never do
I
that.
thinking?
I love
you
F5.
never flame.
That's not true. I do flame, but playing stats is not.
Butterfly is about to be completed, by the way, Inspector. So, on top of everything that they've got going for them right now, they'll have the Butterfly too. You do have Maelstrom, I guess, and Troll, so that's a little helpful, but is it enough? I don't think so.
Very methodical from IG to try and control this up. Sure, Totem and the control there, but they'll look over to the side. And they've got Sinful Salt. He never even got his ult off. The Abyssal Blade came out after the Haunt. They finally used the Winter's Curse, but only lands on Ember.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
No buyback on those two heroes. Looks like we're just going to be heading to a game 3 if they're not too careful. Back off of this, which they shouldn't.
Has fallen. Dire's middle tower
3 megas at least.
Rise again. Be sure to follow it up. Totem and an Echo Slam, but somehow GT with a sliver of health survives. Goes into the Solar Guardian, gets LG. I mean, they couldn't even kill the Dawnbreaker, and it's what, back to back to back to back team wipes.
And it looked like
IG force it to 3.
yeah, it looked like even that IG was abandoning the Starbreaker, the Dawnbreaker, right? But the double Starbreaker just heals her up like 60% HP. She goes back in, everyone follows up, and they wipe them. The remaining heroes, that is, they wipe. I don't know, it looked like I really thought that LBZS had a chance to eliminate IG here. So a little bit too close for comfort if you're IG.
Right.
Like LG, look at him. Like this Primal Beast. I'm still gonna say I feel that Aghanims was a trap. Like I feel that on if he went for anything else than an Aghanims, like Kaya Sanj or something like that, perhaps they would have a bit more impact from the Primal Beast in that mid game. It feels that you're investing 4.2k gold into an item. Okay, break is great, but it's not even that reliable. So I'm not sure. Like I need more data. Let's put it diplomatically that way.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I'm not exactly sure what item would have given them a bigger charge. It felt like they were in the lead handily with the way that they were getting kills, but at the end of the day, like IG, they held on and they made sure to be able to get this game. Like that was an elimination game for them. They needed to win, and that's exactly what they did. They had a great performance from Fly. We talked about how we thought this Spectre was going to do well, and it ultimately did. And then, despite the fact that he had a lot of early deaths, he came in clutch too. Like both 7 and 17, he had the Ags, he had the ability to get around and get these kills and control up these heroes in the back lines like TZ and Salad or even PP. It just never really fleshed out after about the 20-minute mark for LBZS. They just kept losing fights, and IG, they got to their timings.
Yeah, it probably comes down to the Shaker and Vibrant just being abysmal against the Spectre. Like in that early game, they played well. They were on point with everything that they were doing. But later on, the moment Spectre gets an item or two, like Manta Blade Mail, Haunt, it gives you vision for the Vibrant. It gives you vision for the Shaker. Love the itemization from Emo as well, getting that Aghanims to get on top of these heroes very easily together with the Spectre. It's just ease of execution, really. It comes down to that.
Yeah, and once they had that Ags, like you said, it gives them the vision, it gives them the ability to just execute so well, and that's exactly what IG did there. Glimmers of hope of an IG of days gone by, but we'll see if they can keep it up or if it's going to be LBZS who end up going to the next round. It's the elimination game coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back here to some more Chinese Dota for you as we are getting it on the way with game number 3 between LBZS and IG. It's do or die time as it's the elimination game. Win and you're on to the next round. Lose and that's the end of your path here on the qualifier. So we will have to see what these two teams can accomplish with their drafts. Game 1 going the way of LBZS. Game 2 goes the way of IG. And, well, the second half of that game, IG looked like old IG, but LBZS have certainly shown their strengths. And take a look at this draft. Death Prophet, Ancient Apparition coming at you. And now Earth Spirit. So finally something a little bit different for FY Lizard. Do you want me to wait until that second pick comes out there for LBZS before I ask you what you think? Too late? It's out. There you go.
Too late. It's already
Nailed
there.
it.
Yeah, and we get like a Tusk DP. You get this standard offlane duo. If there are offlane, like you can see a lot of teams now playing DP on 5, mid, whatever. It doesn't have to be comboed with the Tusk. One thing though, like DP already struggles against the amount of magic damage plus AA ulti, right? That's not great. And if you're LBZS right now, you have to be thinking about these heroes that have built-in BKBs. Like, make your life a bit easier. Earth Spirit plus AA. If you don't, like, let's just put it this way: the first item that you get after your farming one needs to be a BKB, no matter what carry you pick on the side of LBZS. It's just ridiculous. The opener on IG is way too strong.
It seems like something that FY can maybe get away with doing a little bit more with. And I say that knowing that he played well in the second half of that Marcy game, but I'd like to see FY have the availability to be more active.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this lineup kind of, or at least this pick kind of gives it to him. I'm also disappointed that there's no cats in the background.
Look, like Marcy definitely allowed him to be free. Like that hero enables him to play the way he wants to, like BKB with that Turbo Corrosion phase boots, Basher later on. He becomes pretty much fourth core. But with this Earth Spirit, it's not only about the Earth Spirit, it's the combo with the AA. Like suddenly you can roam the map, you can set up the Frost Blast, you can actually get kills on your own. As long as you set up on a hero, you can just call for Oli to throw that Frost Blast and you can... Wait, is it Frost Blast? No, it's
Ice
not.
Blast.
Ice Blast, yeah. Just call for that Ice Blast and you can get a kill anywhere on the map. So maybe because of that, it will allow him to be a bit more active on the map, not just farming.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What do you think about the bans? So far, the Wraith King and Puck on one side. Just banning out some of these heroes that would work well. Like Wraith King would do pretty damn well with AA. And then Puck, add in Puck to these two, like the amount of damage and control in the mid game would be incredibly difficult to play against.
Yeah, I like the bans coming out from LBZS. A little bit... not lost, but all over with the bans here from IG.
Mm-hmm. You still go with something like Alina for IG, like you get one of these heroes that are good against the DP. I think that's an option, right? Like you get a hero that's good against the DP. Secure that. Also, Alina is kind of easy to play in the mid versus anything. Quap is similar, right? It's a similar thing. The only difference with Quap is you're not worried about Tusk and his rotations. So maybe even better in that way.
I was gonna say I probably would have wanted a
10
core with
seconds
a
remaining.
stun there.
5 seconds remaining.
For IG,
Yeah.
they still have two. You have your off lane, you have your safe lane. They can still do that, right? Like they can still bring. Probably the JT hero will bring a lot of control.
CK popular at all anymore?
Nope. Kinda dead. It can be played though. Like you can still go for that. A Blink BKB with a shard, it still does does the same thing. You can get like one thing that Third Spirit enables you on offlane is also to get one of these ranged offlaners, but
Radiant team pick.
perhaps they're not gonna go in that direction because they do need stun, like you said. Rolling boulder is not enough. I think if your IG as well, heroes such as Jug just became even better, right?
10
Like, yeah, you are
seconds
playing into a snowball in the lane, but you have that spin to win
5
against the
seconds
egg.
remaining.
Again, just leaves you very reliant on an off lane with a stun.
Invictus
That's true.
Gaming's turn to
Tidehunter.
What else is there? Like if you're IG, another option that's decent versus the Tide, but I don't like it as much within the game is for the whole game. That is Luna, right? Like, so it's also something that they could
10
go for.
seconds remaining.
But overall, not the biggest fan.
5
I
seconds
still
remaining.
think some Jug, maybe a Monkey even is an option.
Yeah, I'd like to see Monkey King. I'm not sure what I really want to see from the off lane here. I thought maybe Tide for JT would have been perfect. Maybe Mars sets up pretty well. Spear into the Ice Blast.
It's an obvious option for JT, right? Like Mars, Queen of Pain, AA. Give them some team fight potential. Wouldn't mind seeing that at all. Maybe, I guess Timber is a dead hero, right? So we're not gonna see that.
Played earlier today.
Was
Lost, but it was played.
Yeah. Not surprised that it lost.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, they just go with some Pango. That's the control that you asked for, right?
Invictus
Like,
Gaming's
you
turn
get a
to
little bit
ban.
of that
Sort
with,
of.
with the ulti. Yeah.
I feel like I would have wanted something a little bit more reliable.
You wanted point and click stun, right? Or Slardar or Sand King, something like that.
10 seconds
I feel
remaining.
like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, especially after watching
5 seconds
game one.
remaining.
two rolling brothers.
Radiant
I'm
team
sure
ban.
one of them is gonna connect with the initiation. They ban out the Bloodseeker. It would have been a good pick. Obviously, would counter Pango. Overall, is a good carry at the moment. So, yeah, IG just banning that out. Now,
Invictus
looking at
Gaming's turn
LBZS,
to
are they
ban.
okay? So they didn't ban out Jug, but they banned out Slark and Ursa, both of which are good against the egg, but they're also good against decent against Tide in the lane.
10 seconds
Meanwhile,
remaining.
IG, they're also thinking about
5
carries, really.
seconds remaining.
Like, when you look at LBZS, they need something similar on their side. They played PL today. There's a lot of AoE
Radiant
magic
team
damage,
pick.
so that's probably not going to happen.
Do they go back to the Spectre? Or no, never mind, it banned.
Just banned out, yeah. It was a good idea, though, Bcop. It's almost like you saw it somewhere. Almost like you saw it get banned.
10
A little bit of
seconds
delay
remaining.
lag on the brain.
Uh-huh. That's the... Remember what I said. Built in at the beginning. Like, the moment we saw the A and Earth Spirit, I called for built-in BKB. That's it. And they go
Yeah.
with the lifesteal, right? I think it's a good pick. And for IG,
10 seconds
it's
remaining.
similar. Like, they could go... Maybe they could even do something like a Morphling
5
here.
seconds remaining.
Maybe the Jug is still an option. They go with the Morphling, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Does make sense, right? It is Fly Morphling.
I know.
But Fly Morphling became much better than it was like a year ago.
When?
The team...
Name it. Name the times. Specific games.
Don't put me in spotlight. He had some really good Morphling games. I'm sure. I saw some. I did for real. Like, and it's a good Morphling game. It's decent. Like, you get a lot of attack speed to use against the egg. The lane versus Tide is manageable. Later on, the matchup against Lifestealer is good. Plus, the Aghanims actually might be good versus Lifestealer. You just use it on him, you sap him. And yeah, I like it. I think it's good. Fly Morphling. Yeah. It's really good.
It might be good. But you may think I took these glasses off to look at you and be like, hey, are you seriously talking about it this way? No, I'm actually terribly blind. And I don't want to see another Fly Morphling game. So I took off my glasses so I don't have to see the game of Dota ahead of me. Like, that is pretty much just the mindset there. But I know it's a meme. Like, I've kind of pushed for it to be a joke whenever I talk about Morphling and Fly, but I am hoping he plays well. Like, it's one of those moments where it's just like, of course, this is the pick that you went to. Like, I'm really excited to see what he can do. And we saw even with the game 2, like, given the right tools, he was able to put it together. And, Fly, I think he gets a lot of hate at times with some plays that he makes, especially we saw game 1 being a little bit too aggressive, but I think he can get it done. Like, I think he's a really good carry. I'd like to see him perform and do his thing. But I'd also like to see LBZS upset here. Like, I don't know. Storylines are storylines. I have faith in both lineups. I almost want to say this is like a 50-50 for me.
No, I can definitely see that. I like the draft from LBZS, perhaps a little bit better, but overall I can be convinced that it's a 50-50.
30 seconds to battle.
Do they have any ways of cutting the trees? Egg, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna go over 300?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, me neither.
What was that last question? Player with the most D wards? I'm gonna say FY.
I'll go with TZ. He's dewarding right now.
The
Nice.
battle begins.
Easy prediction.
That doesn't count yet?
Does. It already counts for me.
I know.
Yeah, nice.
Unfortunately. I was hoping maybe it wouldn't count. How do you feel about Lifestealer, just as a hero in general? Like, obviously it answered your, like, need a built-in BKB question, but what do you think of him just as a hero in the game at the moment?
Well, he wasn't really good for a really long time, right? Like, there are some Eastern European players that are trying desperately to make him work. But most of the time, I don't really feel that great about the Lifestealer. It does look like a decent game. It looked like a decent game until the Morphling was picked up, at least this time around.
And what lane do you think is the most important?
I think all lanes are kind of the same this time around. I don't see any big kill potential anywhere. My game has crashed as well. But when you look at it, like, top lane is all right. Like, it's nothing crazy. AA can definitely die if he's caught by the shards. I think that's probably the easiest kill on the map to make. On bottom lane, like, you have one hero with rage and 3 heroes with mobility, so someone really has to mess up to die.
Right. So, doesn't feel like there's probably going to be many deaths at the bottom unless somebody gets caught out. And this mid matchup seems pretty calm, almost.
I think it's a pretty decent matchup for Co-op, right? Like, You spam, you move back, you farm up. You can't really be siphoned. It's like, how many heroes can deal with DP? It's Queen of Pain, I guess, and perhaps Lina. Is that it? No, I don't think there's anything else that can kind of stand its ground against the DP.
I'm interested to see how this AA performs. It feels like it's a very select.
Of course you are.
Well, it doesn't get picked anymore.
You dirty AA spammer. Of course, that's the only thing you care about, even. Like this whole game,
Pretty much.
Guys, chat. This whole game, all he's gonna be doing is just following AA around. That's it.
Definitely didn't just double click the hero portrait. Auto follow. Make my life easy. Hands up off the keyboard.
Just double click on him,
Gaben, take
follow
the wheel.
around. Yep, yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think when the first like breakout's gonna be and who it's gonna be by, because obviously you've got FY who is on a mobile support who can kind of move over, but the question is, are you comfortable enough on this Pangolier to make a move over towards mid? And I would say kind of Tusk can make those movements, but
I think, yeah, you're
We'll
right.
see.
I think with Tusk, you can stay top and try and kill Oli, as he's extremely killable. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, JT, you can leave him alone. Like, once you get the equilibrium in his favor, you can instantly rotate mid, secure the 4-minute rune. I think that's what he's doing right now, even. You don't have to stay there and steal the experience.
I wonder if they are just going to give it up for him. Spirit Siphon.
Emo gets it. And he's gonna get the... Well, he's not gonna get the second one because Salad is there. He's securing the other rune, so PP will still get one bounty. One water rune. sorry.
Ooh, you say that, but he left too early.
FY
Unfortunate.
yeah. It's a big deal as well, right? Like
Yeah.
stealing both of these runes, like it makes it a bit harder to play the lane, especially if you're being spammed constantly by Quap. Oh, well, that's a bit
I think
short.
that roll ended up a bit short. Now they've got themselves the Shard, the tag team, and potentially the kill. The Boulder Smash is out. FY on the run, but First Blood is there for Salad. Quap trying to get a trade and Will with the Scream, so not terrible. Like, it gives up First Blood, split the experience between two for the side of Obi's, yes, but the solo kill on the rebound is pretty okay for Emo, I would say.
Yeah, it is, because he gets that experience all along, right? Perhaps one thing that's bad for him is exactly this that's happening. Like, Salad can TP mid, but because FY already TP'd, he can't, so there's no bottle refill. But overall, if you're Emo, you're satisfied by that. Top of the CS charts, you got a kill as well. You're doing fine.
Wi-Fi just to see if he potentially makes an all Agi mistake.
Oli is in problems. Like, he is so out
He's
of
dead.
position. Yeah.
Yeah, shards are there. Ooh, throws him over. Maybe not dead just yet. He actually walks away
the
from
tree,
this
the
one. I
branch.
spoke too soon. Oh my god. He juked him out. I can't believe Ollie survives that and LG goes down instead. If they get a +1 too, like, that is insane.
You should really stop predicting these things, Bikov. Be more like me, you know? Never predict anything. Just follow the game. Damn, I actually thought he was so dead. I
He
called it,
was in the shards.
Yeah,
he looked super dead.
I called it like 5 seconds earlier, and it felt like if Ty just used Anchor Smash, he would have been. But, yeah. The Iron Branch planted in the right position.
Sure what he was waiting for. Exorcism doing a lot of damage to this tower. They've got FY. They might make the jump.
Maybe miss.
He kind of was in between three heroes, but this might work out for him. Trying to freeze
Oli.
over this Tusk, and does. But Ollie drops to PP, and that's not what you want.
Isn't PPDP like the most played hero for him? Like, whenever I think of PP, I think about DP and his BKB. It's like he gets that BKB very fast, just starts rolling over every. I know it's funny, but it's true at the same time. Like when they were playing in Division 1, that's the only thing he played, like 24/7. PPDP, very strong.
DP. Also sounds like a Star Wars, like
R2D2,
Ooh,
yeah,
robot.
sure.
Yeah.
C3PO, PPDP, yeah, it does.
Where are you going, PPDP? That would be the noise it would make. Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. So
Nice noise. Can you
know,
repeat that? I want to hear it one more time. Okay. Very
yeah,
nice.
something like that. Along those lines. Thank you, PPDP. Appreciate that.
Emo.
Ooh, PP moving forward, knowing he's gonna freeze over, but he's got the Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, just to use that siphon to scare Emo a bit from being too aggressive on the rune. Meanwhile, it was the Phoenix that snatched the Arcane, right? So they are making Emo mad. Like, he's not really having... Like, he got that first kill, but the lane itself is not that great for him anymore.
Since then, he's been pressured pretty heavily.
Sinful Soul going for a Midas. Do you like that? Like on the Life Stealer. It's decent, right? Like, you're also playing into a Morphling, so you'll scale better, but perhaps you won't be as active early on. Rage TP, no?
Do you think it could cause him to miss timings, though, by going for the Midas first?
Well, it will slow down some other things, right? It depends what his build even is. But it will slow everything down as you're going for the Midas. Early on, at least.
You're TP in bottom, and don't
He
get
has no
anything out
Ravage.
of it.
Yeah. LG is level 6, but he didn't skill that Ravage, so he's just there to scare them away.
There to scare him away. It worked.
I'm seeing this Tide Hunter, I'm seeing level 2 of Kraken Shell, and it makes me miss Stout Shield. You know, it was literally the same thing. You get 2 levels of Kraken Shell or a Stout Shield. Good times. Poor Man's Shield as well.
Gotta go the double stout, cut creep wave axe build.
Double Stout Axe in the jungle, yeah, let's go.
The best build that's ever happened.
No. The best build was Iron Talon LC in the jungle.
True.
That was it. You lose offlane, doesn't matter. Go to the jungle, come out with 15 items. Look how annoying he is with the satire. Like,
Yeah,
almost
just
half of his HP.
constantly throwing out shockwaves. Like, I think LBZS are currently playing this first game really well.
JT?
Going for the Rolling Thunder and avoids the snowball completely. And will hit them both, but not looking to move on from that. Not looking to play aggressive with the rest of the Rolling Thunder. The farm's going really well. Now putting it up to a 2K lead.
A 2K lead, and he has a Midas as well, by the way, completed on Life Stealer. I think he got it like, yeah, there you go, 15 seconds ago. He just used it the first time. So they're in a good spot. It's not bad. All 3 heroes again on top.
Sinful Soul, kicked, raged. Like, I just don't think he's getting pressured enough for that Midas not to pay off.
Like, the only thing that you can do...
Ravage?
Oh, Ravage.
It's onto the Queen of Pain. They've got the Snowball, Walrus Punch, Ice Blast comes down, bot, Shield Crash on a 3, but JT
Almost yeah.
dying.
Do you know why that even happened? That's so interesting. Like, the reason why Emo was out of position is he was waiting for the AA Blast to connect. So he was actually setting up, but he got set up on a second earlier, literally a second before the Ice Blast connected. I'm surprised FY wasn't there, but he's mid.
Yeah, mid FYing with the Magnetize. Cold Feet, not gonna freeze him over. Magnetize, maybe he could get reapplied. Unfortunately, never make that dive or attempt to go. But like, I think LBZS, especially with the Midas, are really okay with this slow pace. They haven't even lost the tower yet.
Get that full response. Salad gets the flag carrier. Oh, you're right. Like exactly what you said. They're kind of fine with the slower pace, but I'm not so sure that in the long run is gonna pay off, because like we talked about earlier, Morphling seems like the ultimate win condition in this game. Then again,
yeah, he's farming pretty well too.
Yeah, then again, the team fight from LBZS is no joke later on. So, not sure. Like, we'll see. I think this game is really close. It's hard to predict, like, which team will be really coming out on top later on.
See when the fights actually start breaking out. Who's going to be coming out?
Yeah, exactly.
On top.
Yeah, exactly.
Salad's looking for like a blink. Like these first items, they can make or break where this game's going to go. And I guess the question is who gets out of the gate quicker. Queen of Pain and Mango are sitting a little bit lower on the net worth, but not crazy low. Like the game overall feels pretty even.
It is, because everyone is just farming. 14 minutes in, we have 5 kills. Like, get me out. Can they start doing some? Poke them a little bit. Take a stick and poke them, B-Cop. Make them do something like those cats. I feel like those cats in IG's bootcamp fought more than these two teams so far in the game.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning why it has been very calm, but I guess, you know, they're just trying to find the time, buy their first items, and be able to fight.
Yeah, you're waiting for the Midas. You were waiting for the Midas. Now you're waiting for the Blink on Tide, perhaps the Blink on Pango as well. That one move that they tried to do on bottom lane with the Ice Blast did not work, so that kind of made them play a bit more passive too. But they're smoking up now.
Might have found themselves a kill. Finally do. FY gets the kill on a TZ. They even it up at 3, and IG finally put themselves on the board in the last 7 or so minutes. A 2K lead though.
2K lead with the Midas feels good, man.
Yeah, I think it's a decent spot, but Morphling's still farming just as quickly.
And what's the best about Sinful Soul is this a setup? Are they baiting because of the silence? Okay, there was no silence. Again, Emo was trying to make a play on Lifestealer. Ice Blast was flying in. Maybe Ice Blast was the ulti. He actually kills the Lifestealer, but he infested the Carti fast enough. There's a BKB on PP, the one we talked about. PP BKB, he's ready to go. I think they can... if you're LBZS, you have Egg, you have Ravage, you have DP ulti. You can use one of these things. I really think that you can. Perhaps use the Exorcism, take Rosh. That's an option.
Yeah, I think that would be a solid option. Get yourself that Aegis. It doesn't look like IG are really set to go.
Yeah, because before the BKB was up on DP, on PP, it was hard. Like, you go in the pit, you get hit by Ice Blast, you just lose the fight right there, right? Because of Magnetize. But with the BKB,
Ravage.
Fine.
And the Snowball Walrus Punch. That's the combo to get the kill on the emo.
Show my own strength.
They can put it together pretty quickly. Question is,
Radiant's
can they
middle tower is
sustain
under
doing
attack.
that to everybody here?
By the way, you were asking for these builds, for these heroes on Salad. And there you go, he has a Tusk in his hands. That same Tusk just completed a Blink Dagger, by the way.
Make that initiation a little bit easier, or even saves potentially possible with the Snowball with that Blink Dagger, right? And now, with the game being so calm, like, do you think that just one fight can break it all open?
I don't think that one fight will be
Speaking of
enough,
which-
but
Oh, Yule's Geomagnetic Grip, the Silence, and another roll with a Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill on the TZ.
I don't think that one fight will be enough, but I'm hoping for at least one. You know? Salad infested with the Blink Dagger. I don't know if that's enough damage to kill off someone like Quap though. Before she blinks, that is.
They have the absolute utter control to make sure that they can keep them locked down. I don't think it is either. But just about 10k here for the Morphling. 20 minutes into the game and
Dire's top
only
tower
8
is
kills.
under
Like,
attack.
between two teams that were fighting all the time between games 1 and 2. Like,
Yeah,
this is
they-
a bit of a shock.
I feel like both of them realized, oh wait, if we lose this, we're out, right? Like, no one's going to TI if we lose this, so let's take it a little bit slower, a little bit more careful. Which is interesting because IG, they have this insane combo with Magnetize with A ulti, Pango as well. On the other side, you have this Egg, you have the Tusk with Blink. And everyone is just, you know, holding the trigger but not really pulling it.
They've got the weapon in the ready position. Ready to go at any moment, right?
Exactly. It's like nicer to think that you can do it without actually challenging yourself and ever trying. It's like, yeah, I could be a pro football player, but no, I don't really wanna.
I was just watching pickleball on TV, like a smaller tennis with wiffle balls, and I was like, I can be pro. Blink Dagger, Rolling Thunder, and the Silence. They'll get the kill on a TZ, but behind them is a kill on to Ali.
the
Ravage
Yules.
with the Yules. Emo staying alive. You can tell by the way they threw that Ravage. Well, he's staying alive. Not for long, though. They do finally get that kill onto the Queen of Pain, and they commit the exorcism right
have-
outside the Roche pit.
They have no time to talk. They go straight into the pit. People.
Can they commit?
Radiant's middle
JT
tower
is
under
loud, but
attack.
it doesn't matter. It looks like they're gonna go back. Give up. Help me out here. I try to continue with your staying alive.
Thank you.
Dire
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
scanning.
I helped.
I helped. I did it.
I contributed. It was something.
Ooh, roll.
TZ.
Mid. And Supernova. Walrus Punch. This might line up with a snowball. Oh, just on the edge.
Fly,
They still got
fly.
the kill on a fly. Roll in. Oh, the Silence on a 3. Did that stop the Magnetize? No, I believe he might have gotten it off anyway. They still get the kill on the LG. Emo is the one who gets credit for that one. The roll back in, looking over at Sinful Soul. Sinful Soul is, well, Sinful Soulless. They take out this Life Stealer, and they're going to look over at the Tusk to get another one. IG now all of a sudden walking all over LBCS.
Yeah, they still get a really good fight, even though it started off so poorly. Like Fly just died there. I'm not sure even what happened. Couldn't he just morph strength? He was hitting the egg, so he wanted the attack speed. That's understandable. But still, I feel like the Morphling didn't have to die in that
Top
engagement.
tower is under
Not the
attack.
way he did, at least. One of the
Wait, you're
best.
telling me Fly Morphling didn't need to die in an engagement and could have just morphed strength?
You know it happens.
No, I know. I'm just giving him a hard time. I think overall the fight still went well. But look at this lockdown. Like Walrus Punch, Snowball. He never was morphing strength. Never got the chance.
One of the best things, one of the hero's best things against Phoenix is the fact that you can get on top of the egg, plus you have a lot of attack speed, right? As long as you're in Agi, you just destroy the attack very, very quickly. You itemize in attack speed as well, so it helps having a morph against it. What doesn't help is going full Agi, though.
Oh, gosh. DT picked off pretty easily again. Salad, this is one of those games that's like equivalent to his Earthshaker game, where he's just in on these kills. And they get the exorcism back up, so they're able to go back in a row and try this for attempt number 2.
Yeah, and you were talking about like some of these teams and the changes that they've made and whatnot. Like when I look at LBZS, the only thing that I care about truly is PP and Salad. Like if these two are together, like they're the ones that are difference makers. I really feel that way. Like they're the ones that change a team from being like this tier 2 to tier 1.5. Give him that extra oomph.
Yeah, Salad's been a playmaker for a really long time. When he was known as Cat U, or even further back as Cat Feces. When he was playing for the newbie organization and specifically newbie young, it felt like he was really doing a lot. Like he was playing a lot of Night Stalker. He might have still been playing the 3 position from what I'm thinking about, but he's been a playmaker for a while.
And it's noticeable. Like you can see.
Yeah. He's confident in his moves. Like there's never a moment of hesitancy, you know? You're gonna roll twice on him. Look for the Ice Blast that lands on LG. Sonic Wave comes out, that lands onto the Tusk, but they throw the Ravage, and I'm not sure really is gonna do anything. Simple Soul, the Infest, keeping PP healthy. They've already lost LG as well as Salad. Supernova goes off behind them. Fly taking some damage. He needs to run away. But the Magnetize just pumping on them.
Simple
but not
Soul
getting a kill on these 3 heroes. They'll freeze over on Simple Soul. They've got the Swashbuckle to take the Aegis out of his hands. They'll buy back on Salad. Salad trying to get back into the fight. The TP attempt from FY, and he's just gone.
Did they commit anything big on IG? Like no buybacks, nothing like that. No one even died.
No like buybacks, but their ults were used. It's not really big when everybody's using their ults.
Yeah. I love the amount of control that JT brought to that fight. Like PP just couldn't do anything. He was stuck, bounced against the wall like a million times. Also, they just didn't have enough control to kill off the Morphling. Morphling barely escaped the egg stun radius. I think if he got stunned there by the egg, maybe he would have fallen. But it's getting harder and harder to kill Fly anyway. He has that Scuddy.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. Bottom tower, tier 2 is going to go down. 67-33.
I think it's probably this moment in the game in which Lifestealer is... Yeah, you kind of start feeling it. Up to this point, up until Morphling Skadi, you feel like the boss. The moment he gets the Skadi, you stop enjoying your Lifestealer game. Let's put it that way.
It's been fun, but the enjoyment might be over.
Yeah, he is moving towards Skadi as well, and that's something that's decent, right? Right, like you get the Skadi on Lifestealer, you get Shivas on someone like DP eventually, or Phoenix. We'll see if either one of them goes for, and then Morphling can struggle quite a bit too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do anything with this small lead on IG.
Radiant are scanning.
Is this a smoke? The convergence around the mid lane. JT and the 2 supports.
They don't have a smoke.
My game crashed, so I don't see everyone's inventory. I gave up. I crashed like 15 times. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, pretty rare. I feel like we don't crash that much anymore, and Ollie, he's gonna crash down to Earth as he'll end up dying for 40 seconds. I'm wondering if LBZS is gonna use Exorcism to just keep going and try and get the tower, because they do have the Arcane Rune on PP.
Yeah, if you JT, he can roll out, right? Salad, however, he's kind of deep. A little
He's
bit,
kind
right?
of in.
Yeah, a little
He's
bit deep.
in way
Radiant's
too
bottom
far.
tower is under attack.
That's a dieback as well, so he can't buy back. You need to forget about your top tier 2 dreams.
Gotta figure out what they want to do with this Exorcism with the Arcane Rune, if anything. Yeah, they're just gonna let it run out. I'm surprised. Surprised it wasn't used for like farming or something like that.
I mean, you could have perhaps used it to pressure the tier 2, but because Tusk died so quickly, that became a non-option. Also, Rosh can't really respawn anytime soon, so it doesn't really matter. Just save it for the next team fight, I guess.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Right.
attack.
Oh, Sinful Soul.
Never made the pressure move. A little bit surprising. They are smoked up on 2 still. Hmm. 4K lead.
Radiant's top tower
Pressuring
is
towards
under
top.
attack.
Looking at the top tier 1. Nobody here for LBZS. They're just kind of letting the tower go. They're letting IG bend them to their will.
They're like 400-500 gold away from Skadi on Lifestealer, so that's one of the reasons they're refusing to fight. Like, when you're so close to a big item, like, probably it's even better to let the objective go, finish it off, then fight afterwards. Plus, I feel like for LBZS, when Rosh is about to spawn in like a minute and a half, probably not optimal to fight, right? But I say that.
And they're supposed to be, oh, right on him. They actually caught JT knowing exactly where he was, and they should be able to get this kill onto the Pangolier immediately. It's turned around on with a magnetize on every hero by FY, but the damage is just too much. And now that you've lost 2 on the side of IG, well, all of a sudden, they have an opening at Roche, but that's not up for another minute potentially, so that's not going to matter much. I will say what matters the most is the fact that apparently more than 300 trees have been cut down. I don't even know how that happened.
There's Phoenix, I feel like. That's the main reason. Like, every time he pops egg, every 3 dies around, right? So. But a couple of really nice pickoffs and the tier 2 falling on the mid lane, coming off of Salads. Map awareness once again, just jumping into those trees, catching Pango instantly. Luckily for IG, those kills, they didn't really mean way too much, right? There's no Roshan still. It might respawn in 15 seconds, it might respawn in 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so they'll certainly have everyone ready and available to fight.
So this is going to be a very important Aegis. We'll see which way it goes. No exorcism available, but the time is 20 more seconds.
That's a really fast one.
Yeah, that's
DP
a fast
might...
one. Who do you think that benefits?
Well, will DP have exorcism even? Yeah, it definitely benefits IG, considering